This guy is seriously depressed, moping around thinking about his future. A week ago, for some ungodly reason, he transmigrated into this body. Lin Ze is currently in a world of beast tamers, where being a tamer is the ultimate symbol of status and class. But here's the kicker. Before Lin Ze even got here, the original owner had already signed a contract with a beast called a Little Snowball. The more he thinks about it, the more hopeless he feels. This useless thing has zero attack power and can't even evolve. Is he really going to be stuck at the bottom of the social ladder for the rest of his life? Lin Ze sighs to himself. Other transmigrators get golden fingers or insane strength to wreck everything. Why did he have to get the short end of the stick? Suddenly, a few jerks walk up to mock him. Hey, Lin Ze, stop stressing. So what if you can't be a beast tamer? Being an office worker isn't bad, you don't have to risk your life out there. Haha, exactly, who cares? At worst, you can take your little snowball and sell ice cream at the mall entrance. Yeah, selling ice cream and cold water sounds like a great gig. Dealing with their taunting, Lin Ze is absolutely fuming. He's about to stand up and give them a piece of his mind, but right then, a system screen pops up, leaving him stunned. System fully charged. Initiating startup, activation complete. Achievement system is now officially online. Lin Ze stares blankly, his mind racing with questions. Is this his golden finger? No wonder it took so long to show up, it was just charging. Once he realizes what's happening, he gets super hyped and can't help but shout out loud. Oh my god, this is music to my ears. My golden finger is finally here. Right before his eyes, the system panel displays his full personal info. Name, Lin Ze. Physique, 1 point. Soul, 0.8 points. Spirit power, 80/80. Spirit arts, none. Pet, Little Snowball. Achievement points, 0. Below that, a note explains. Physique and soul attributes for a normal adult male are 1 point. He studies the panel closely, but before he can even process it, another notification pops up. Complete achievements to earn points and rewards. Use achievement points to speed up pet growth, unlock skills, and boost your own attributes as a tamer. Lin Ze can't help but exclaim, whoa, it can do that too. That's insane. What about Little Snowball? Instantly, the stats for his pet appear with all the details. Name, Little Snowball. Attribute, Ice. Rank, First Stage, First Level. Current growth, 23.48%. Skill, Ice Breath. Evolution method, combat or consuming high-energy items. Once growth hits 100%, the pet will trigger an evolution. Power will increase significantly after evolving. The last line leaves Lin Ze gobsmacked. It evolves at 100% growth. Wait, it can actually evolve? But hold on. He focuses hard, carefully examining the evolution info. 2 potential paths appear before him. Path 1, the Titan route. Enhances combat capability and melee strength, focusing on stamina and physical power, but sacrifices ice elemental control. The final evolution form is the Snow Monster, which can reach the 5th rank. Path 2, the Queen route. Enhances ice elemental affinity and talent, focusing on spellcasting ability, but weakens melee attributes. The final evolution form is the Ice Spirit Soul, which can reach King rank. Lin Ze's eyes go wide, he can't believe what he's reading. He thought Little Snowball was completely incapable of evolving. Is this some kind of hidden evolution path? He hurriedly summons Little Snowball, gently holding it in his hands, his eyes glowing like he's just found a hidden treasure. If that's the case, I don't have to sell ice cream. I can actually be a beast tamer, and if I go down the Queen route, I can even reach the King rank. This is amazing. The system continues to show details for the Queen path. Next evolution form, Ice Spirit Soul. Requirements, 100% growth, 20 low-grade ice elemental essences, and 1 soul jade. Without hesitation, Lin Ze makes his move. He decides to use his achievement points to boost Little Snowball first. The system responds immediately. First pet bonded successfully. Achievement unlocked, earned 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Quest, Trainee Tamer. Pass the Trainee Tamer qualification exam and complete the first purification rite. Achievement reward, 200 points and 1 soul crystal. Quest, Enrollment. Receive an admission letter from any beast taming academy. Reward, 300 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, and 1 body strengthening crystal. Since the first pet quest was already completed, Lin Ze easily claims his 100 points and the soul crystal. He takes a deep breath, fired up. All right, let's use these points. He reaches toward Little Snowball, mentally triggering the upgrade. A mysterious surge of energy from the system instantly engulfs the pet. Current status, First Stage, First Level. Growth, 23.48%. Evolution, successful. Rank remains First Stage, First Level, but growth has increased to 100%. As the process wraps up, Lin Ze finally lets out a sigh of relief and cheers. It worked. I actually did it. The upgrade cost 77 points, leaving him with 23. Stroking Little Snowball's soft face, he mumbles to himself. Was that fancy light show really just for a moment? That's stingy. Calling this guy an F-rank pet is total injustice. I still need to get those ice essences and the soul jade to evolve. That's the real way to go. Looking at the requirements, he frowns. 2 ice essences and a soul jade. Most people would never figure out this evolution method. But this stuff isn't cheap. Gotta make some money first. Without further delay, he heads to the pet shop to buy materials. Seeing him, his friends mock him again. Ha, Lin Ze, you really going home to sell ice cream with that thing? He doesn't even bother to respond, just quietly leaning down to whisper to Little Snowball. Kid, don't listen to that trash. Tomorrow's Tamer qualification exam is all on you now. Upon hearing that, the other guy's face shifted instantly, and he roared with fury. You piece of trash, what did you just say? Lin Ze faced that hateful gaze, staying guarded in his heart. The Jiang family is the second largest household in Jiangning City. Now is not the time to confront him. He needs to be cautious. He tapped his chest confidently and replied firmly. Who the real trash is, we'll see when the Beast Tamer exam results come out. The student named Jiang was initially angry, but then he let out a scornful laugh, and his group of friends erupted in mocking laughter. You, with that stuffed toy that can't evolve? Ha! If I were you, I wouldn't even show up for the qualification exam tomorrow because you wouldn't pass anyway. Ha, why don't you just hurry home and sell ice cream? Amidst the jeers, a clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the unpleasant atmosphere. Jiang Hao, don't you think you're being a bit too much? Hearing this, Jiang Hao stopped laughing and turned to look at the person who spoke, his expression shifting slightly. Oh, if it isn't the young lady of the Quan family. Relax, I'm not being too much. I'm just afraid for this piece of trash. Ha! A chubby guy and his crew chimed in with a mocking laugh as well. I really don't know why the young lady of the Quan family likes this piece of trash. Wouldn't it be much better to be with our friend Hao? Lin Ze didn't bother to pay attention to the provocation. He just gave a faint smile and turned to leave. Before walking away, he gently spoke to the girl who had defended him. Forget it, and Ning, no need to argue with them. When the time comes, they'll understand naturally. I have to head to the pet shop, so you should head home first. And Ning nodded slightly, murmured a soft okay, and then turned away. On the way, Lin Ze muttered in dissatisfaction as he walked. Why are evolution materials so expensive? In the blink of an eye, my entire monthly savings are gone. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from ahead. Lin Ze, you're back? Seeing and Ning waiting there, he called her name softly. Before he could ask her anything, she continued, My mom asked me to invite you over for dinner tonight. Lin Ze thought for a moment and smiled, nodding. Sure, I'll come over tonight. She suddenly felt shy, reached up to tuck her hair, and spoke with some hesitation. Lin Ze, about. The Beast Tamer qualification exam tomorrow. Can you go with me? Lin Ze didn't think twice and agreed immediately. Of course, I'm taking the qualification exam too, anyway. And Ning cheered happily upon hearing this. Really? That's great. Lin Ze. You have to show those guys like Jiang Hao that they shouldn't be so arrogant. He curled his lip into a faint smile, a spark of confidence flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone is surprised. Hearing that, and Ning waved goodbye happily. It's a deal then. Come over for dinner later, Lin Ze. After saying goodbye, Lin Ze returned home, sat on the sofa, and couldn't help but worry. Just low-level ice elemental essence and a soul gem, and they're this expensive? Little guy, you're going to cost me a fortune when you level up later. Little Snowball didn't know if it understood his words, but it just tilted its head and chirped in response. Seeing that, Lin Ze laughed, took out the upgrade items, and handed them over. Here you go, little one. Eat these, and you can evolve. Take your time, no one's going to steal them from you. Little Snowball obediently swallowed them all, but then it suddenly let out a burp. Before Lin Ze could react, its body began to emit a magical glow. He widened his eyes in surprise. Wait, is it actually about to evolve? The moment he finished speaking, the light engulfed Little Snowball. So bright that he had to squint. The light is too blinding. Inside that mystical glow, Little Snowball gradually changed in an unimaginable way. Its previously round body began to transform. Tiny hands appeared, followed by dainty feet. The surrounding air immediately turned colder as the energy radiating from Little Snowball grew stronger. The light faded to reveal a petite girl with a face as pretty as a little sprite. In front of Lin Ze, a new information feed appeared. This is the new evolved form of Little Snowball, named Ice Spirit Soul. Ice attribute, second stage, second rank. Current growth is 100%, with skills. Ice Dagger, Absolute Cold Domain, and Queen's Path. Next evolution form, Snow Maiden. Requirements: reach 100% growth, 20 mid-level ice elemental essences, and 1 heart of ice and snow. Seeing the new form of Little Snowball, Lin Ze couldn't hide his excitement and broke into a satisfied smile. Evolution successful. Ice Spirit Soul. Lin Ze stared at Little Snowball, unable to hide his astonishment. It actually jumped a whole major stage. He never expected that, as a senior at Binhai High School No. 1, where the average pet only ranges from the 3rd to the 5th rank of the first stage, he had jumped straight into the 2nd stage. This achievement was beyond imagination. Little Snowball suddenly nuzzled closer, pressing against his cheek. Whoa, it's so cold. He shuddered slightly, then looked at it thoughtfully. Just standing near it feels freezing. It seems its power is even stronger than I thought. At the same time, the system chimed with a notification. First evolution complete. Received 100 achievement points and 1 strengthening crystal. Lin Ze clenched his fists slightly, his eyes sparkling with joy. If the system didn't specify the evolution materials, surely no one would spend such precious resources to raise such a tiny pet. He quickly clicked to claim the reward, unable to hide his excitement. Right after, the spiritual crystal and the strengthening crystal appeared floating in front of him. Soul crystals can increase soul intensity, and soul intensity determines the number and grade of contracted pets. Moreover, the strengthening crystal will directly improve physical fitness, which is truly important. Without hesitation, Lin Ze put the crystal in his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, he felt every cell in his body gradually changing. His body suddenly felt light, as if a strange source of energy was enveloping him. The system immediately updated his new stats. Physicality increased from 1 to 2, soul from 0.8 to 1.8, and soul power jumped from 80 to 180 points. Achievement points reached 120. He tried swinging his arm and threw a punch at the wall nearby. A surge of power made the wall tremble, and he no longer felt the cold. On the contrary, he felt brimming with energy. Just then, Little Snowball appeared at his feet, coughing a few times. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, deciding to use all the achievement points he had. In just a few seconds, Little Snowball had shot up to the 2nd stage, 2nd rank, with growth reaching 100%. But it didn't stop there. It continued to advance to the 2nd stage, 4th rank, with growth reaching 24%. The corner of Lin Ze's mouth curled up. Tomorrow, he would definitely surprise them all. A little later, he and Ning were walking around the school grounds. She walked ahead, stretched out comfortably, then suddenly turned back and asked, "Hey, have you gotten everything ready yet?" Lin Ze hung his head, his gaze steady. Of course. Today, he was finally going to earn his qualification as a beast tamer too. Hearing that, Ning's eyes lit up with excitement. That's great. But why the sudden motivation? If this were the old you would have never even considered participating. Lin Ze gave a faint smile but didn't say anything. Sometimes, people just change. As they kept walking, a group of girls nearby started whispering. Look, that's Ning, the school genius. Why does she always insist on hanging out with that loser? Who knows? I heard Chu Hung confess to her yesterday and got shut down cold. Why is everyone so obsessed with her anyway? What's so special about her? Hearing this, Lin Ze frowned in annoyance. He knew perfectly well that Ning was not only his cousin, but also the school's top talent. Plenty of people admired her, but there was no shortage of jealous ones, either. The thing was, she never let any of that talk get to her. Ning suddenly turned to him, her expression curious. Hey, are you actually planning to use Little Snowball for the qualification assessment? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, looking confident. Of course. And don't you go underestimating that little guy. Suddenly, Ning excitedly hugged him, beaming with joy. If we both pass today, let's go celebrate. There's a place I've been dying to check out for ages. However, she didn't realize that. Lin Ze's face was now pressed right against her soft chest. The unexpected softness made him blush instantly. Just then, an angry voice rang out. Ning, you stay right there. A girl stormed over, dragging a guy along with her. She glared at Ning, gritting her teeth. You're the one who stole my man. Ning raised an eyebrow, looking completely confused. Who are you? And who is this boyfriend of yours? Exactly. The girl practically shrieked. It's Chu Hung. Ning frowned, thought for a second, then asked, Oh, you mean that hothead? She rummaged through her memory for him, then nonchalantly shook her head. Sorry, I'm not really interested in him. He did try to confess, but I turned him down. The girl flew into a rage, screaming without a shred of shame. You're lying. You must have seduced him first. Not wanting to argue, Ning just scoffed and grabbed Lin Ze to walk away. Let's go. No point in explaining anything to these people. We've got more important things to do. But as soon as they turned, a hand roughly grabbed Ning's shoulder. Hey, are you completely ignoring me? The guy standing in front of him glared, his tone arrogant. Did I say you could leave? You messed with my sister, so don't blame me for being rude. And Ning's expression darkened, her eyes sweeping over him like cold, sharp blades. She gritted her teeth, spitting out every word. Take your hand off me. He flinched, caught off guard by her intensity. He froze for a second, but then tried to act tough again. He balled up his fist and swung wildly. You little brat, taste some of this. The aggressive punch came flying in, but in the blink of an eye, a strong hand blocked it dead in its tracks. Lin Ze stood in front of Ning, his gaze ice cold. The sight left her completely stunned. Nearby, the girl sneered with contempt. Stop playing hero. Everyone knows her cousin is just a total loser. The blonde guy laughed coldly, mocking him. You trying to play the knight in shining armor? Why don't you check your own weight before stepping up? Lin Ze didn't answer, his gaze only sharpened. A moment later, he struck out suddenly, delivering a powerful shove that sent the guy tumbling backward, flat on his back. Big brother, the girl shrieked in shock. The blonde guy scrambled to his feet, his face twisted in a mix of pain and fury. Lin Ze calmly adjusted his collar, his voice quiet but enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. I'm her cousin. If you got a problem, you come to me. The guy gritted his teeth, his aggression still burning. And Ning stood behind him, a strange feeling rising in her heart. She thought to herself, Lin Ze is actually this strong. He glanced at his own hand, also feeling a bit surprised. I didn't expect the increase in physical stats to change my strength this much. But the blonde guy clearly wasn't finished. He gritted his teeth, wobbling as he stood up, his voice filled with spite. If you're looking to die, then don't blame me. He waved his hand, and spiritual energy began to swirl in his palm. His eyes lit up with malice as he shouted, Summon. A dazzling flash of light erupted, and through the swirling mist, a second stage. Level 1 beast-type wolf appeared. The blonde guy looked at the massive creature before him and grinned triumphantly. Ha, these two high schoolers actually think they can take on my level 2 wolf? Seeing the wolf, Ning's expression turned serious as she did some quick calculations. That's right, my beast is only at the first stage, level 7. Even if I'm confident in her, the chances of winning are slim. With no other choice, she reached out to summon her own beast. But suddenly, a familiar figure blocked her path. She gasped, What are you doing? Are you really going to use Little Snowball to fight that thing? Lin Ze didn't answer immediately, just offered a reassuring smile. If you get hurt, it'll affect your qualification assessment. Just leave this to me. Hearing that, the girl with the freckled face burst into a mocking laugh. Ha! Have you lost your mind? You're just a guy with the lowest possible potential in all of being high. And you're acting all tough? Big brother, go teach them a lesson. The blonde guy licked his lips, shooting a hateful look at Lin Ze. He waved his hand to command, Get them. The wolf let out a roar and charged straight at him like an arrow. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Ze didn't budge. Only when the wolf was about to close in did he gently raise his hand to summon his beast. A brilliant, icy light burst forth, making everyone nearby squint. The very next second, the wolf suddenly stopped in mid-air, its body beginning to tremble. A hazy frost began to spread, and cold air wrapped around the wolf's body like a cage of ice. And right at the center of the frost, a tiny creature hovered Little Snowball, or more accurately, an ice spirit. It clasped its hands together, whispering a silent incantation, its clear eyes reflecting the glow of the ice. In just a blink, the giant wolf was completely frozen, turning into an ice statue right before everyone's eyes. The onlookers stared in horror, unable to believe what they were seeing. And Ning also stood frozen, staring at the beast in front of her, unable to hide her shock. Is that really Little Snowball? Lin Ze calmly nodded and began to explain slowly. Little Snowball has evolved. Meanwhile, the blonde brother and sister were in a complete panic. The blonde guy screamed like a madman, desperately barking orders. Move, I said. Move, Phantom Wolf. But only a deathly silence met his command. Lin Ze spoke up, his eyes icy. It's called an ice spirit soul now. As if to prove his point, the ice spirit soul gently raised its hand, and instantly, the completely frozen phantom wolf cracked, shattering into countless tiny pieces that fell to the ground. Terror filled the blonde guy's eyes as he stumbled back, stuttering, No, that's impossible. You're just a high school student. Your beast at most should only be at the first stage, 9th level. How could you possibly one-shot my second stage beast? Beside him, his younger sister turned pale, hurriedly asking, Big brother, what do we do now? Hearing this, the blonde guy turned to her, his voice full of fear and desperation. He never expected him to have a second stage beast, and a superior one at that. We've failed. Let's go. The pair turned to flee, but a cold voice rang out, carrying a murderous aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Hey, did I say you two could leave? The blonde guy and his sister froze as if struck by lightning, cold sweat breaking out. Both of them were too terrified to move. a primal fear tightening around their hearts. The space between them seemed to solidify in the deathly silence. A moment later, the blond guy seemed to have made a decision. He took a deep breath, then slowly approached and bowed low before Lin Ze. "I'm sorry, sir, we were wrong." Lin Ze kept his calm demeanor, merely raising an eyebrow. "Are you apologizing to the wrong person?" Hearing that, the blond guy immediately turned toward Ning and bowed deeply. "I'm truly sorry, fellow student, we were in the wrong. Please forgive us this once. When I get home, I'll be sure to discipline Chu Hung." But the younger sister still didn't grasp the situation and started to protest. Before she could say a word, she was met with a resounding slap from her brother. The blond guy barked at his sister. "Are you still standing there like a statue? Why haven't you apologized yet?" And Ning shot them a cold glance and then waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. Just get out of here." Lin Ze gently patted the ice spirit soul's head, whispering, "That's enough." Immediately after, the ice spirit soul slowly retracted its energy. The blonde siblings didn't dare hesitate for another second. They scrambled away, running for their lives. Once they were out of sight, Ning turned to look at Lin Ze, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Big brother, you're amazing. How did you do that?" That was his second stage Phantom Wolf. "What is an ice spirit soul? Can Little Snowball really evolve?" Lin Ze just smiled, gently stroking the ice spirit soul's cheek. "That's right, but we're running out of time. Let's talk about this later. We need to get to the qualification assessment site as fast as possible." A little while later, at the Beast Taming Association building, the crowd was growing larger by the minute. Students were huddled around a strange, massive stone placed in the center of the hall, the Origin Stone. "Is this the Origin Stone?" Before them stood a giant rock covered in complex patterns. It's huge, but it doesn't look like anything special. Aside from its unusual colors and patterns, it sat as still and silent as an ordinary boulder. In the middle of the crowd, Lin Ze watched quietly, his eyes deep in thought. This was the final qualification assessment of the year. If they failed, many would lose their chance to become beast tamers forever. But if they passed, they would officially enter the Beast Taming Academy and open up a brand new future. I have to succeed, no matter what. Just then, the massive doors in the distance swung open. An elegant man stepped inside, holding a small copper coin. All eyes immediately shifted toward him. He spoke in a steady voice that echoed throughout the hall. "Welcome everyone to today's Apprentice Beast Tamer Qualification Assessment. Everyone entering will receive a small copper coin, each inscribed with low, intermediate, advanced, or super level. This is the key to entering the Origin Stone's Void Realm. You must choose the difficulty of the trial yourselves. The harder the trial you overcome, the greater the rewards will be. Please look at the screen." Following the man's words, everyone focused on the surface of the Origin Stone, where glowing text gradually appeared, explaining the rewards for each difficulty level. Low-level difficulty. Those who pass earn the status of Apprentice Beast Tamer, plus 1 soul point, and a 5% increase in beast growth rate. Intermediate difficulty. In addition to Apprentice Beast Tamer status, you receive 2 soul points and a 10% increase in beast growth rate. Advanced difficulty. Successful candidates become intern beast tamers. Receive 3 soul points, 2 physique points, a 20% increase in beast growth rate, and unlock a second beast slot. Super difficulty. If passed, you are not only promoted to intern beast tamer but also receive 5 soul points, 3 physique points, a 30% increase in beast growth rate, and unlock a second beast slot. Seeing the reward table, many people began to buzz with excitement. The allure of the super difficulty was immense. Success would mean a massive leap in strength. Then, a rational voice cut through the excitement, dousing everyone's fantasies. Don't even dream about it. Even the advanced difficulty has a success rate of less than 1 in 1,000, so you should prioritize passing the low-level trial to get your apprentice status before thinking about anything else. Amidst the chatter, Ning approached and whispered, "Which one are you choosing?" But Lin Ze remained silent, his eyes fixed on the coin as the man leading the assessment reminded them. "Before deciding on the difficulty, I offer you one piece of advice. This choice will significantly impact your future. Consider it carefully, compare it to your own strength, and then make your decision." No one dared to take those words lightly. Because today's choice could determine their future destiny, everyone moved with great caution. Finally, the statistics appeared on the Origin Stone. 46 people chose low-level difficulty, 10 chose intermediate level, 1 chose advanced level, and 1 chose super level. A silence lasted for exactly 3 seconds before the crowd erupted in an uproar. Did I see that right? Someone actually chose super level difficulty. No way. Is that guy still asleep? What an idiot. Choosing that is basically digging his own grave. Amidst the commotion, Lin Ze's hand firmly pressed onto the super-level difficulty option. A confident smile appeared on his face. And Ning was stunned and couldn't help but blurt out, You You actually chose the super level difficulty. If you fail, you won't be able to get into the Beast Taming Academy. Lin Ze gripped the coin tightly, his eyes filled with determination. He replied calmly, "Don't worry, I've weighed the risks." News that Lin Ze had chosen the super level difficulty spread rapidly through the venue, and everyone who saw him couldn't stop whispering about it. Is it really this guy? Did he press the wrong button? The man must be out of his mind. Just then, the man leading the assessment stepped out from the crowd, looked straight at him, and asked in a low voice, "Kid, did you hear me clearly? You have to choose carefully, you know." Lin Ze didn't answer right away. He just stood still for a moment, as if weighing something, then looked up with a determined gaze, a decision made after careful consideration. The man squinted, his face darkening as his tone turned grim and probing. "Are you saying you think you can handle the super hard difficulty?" Lin Ze met that intense pressure, calm yet sharp. Lin Ze replied, "Obviously." The man was briefly taken aback, then let out a sarcastic laugh. "Haha, what a young guy. I warned you. But if you want to play with fire, that's your call." With that, he turned to the primordial stone, his voice echoing through the space. "Since everyone has made their choice, I declare the trial officially started." As soon as he finished, everyone was pulled into another dimension. In a room filled with eerie blue energy, everyone sat down, closing their eyes in deep concentration. Just then, the primordial stone emitted a strange glow. Immediately after, images of everyone appeared on the stone's surface, divided into different sectors. The man stood with his hands behind his back, watching silently. When his eyes landed on a familiar name, the corner of his mouth curled up, his tone filled with intrigue. "Lin Ze. Interesting." Cutting back to Lin Ze, he was transported to a vast arena. Seeing the surroundings were quiet, he opened his eyes, slowly sat up, and scanned the area. He marveled at his surroundings, realizing he had entered the virtual world of the primordial stone. At the same time, the instructor's voice echoed, reminding everyone in the real world. Any injuries sustained in the virtual world won't affect the real body, including the death of a pet. Hearing that, he chuckled in amusement. Well, no need to worry then. Time to just have some fun. At that very moment, the system interface lit up with a new notification. You have an unclaimed achievement. First victory. Defeated the wandering wolf. Seeing this, he exclaimed with excitement. No way, even in here. I can still see the system. Claim it. Without hesitation, he tapped the screen. In a split second, a new line of text appeared. You have received 100 achievement points and soul crystals. He quickly tapped claim, then cheered. Quick, use the 100 achievement points and soul crystals. The system updated rapidly. Growth rate increased by 2.8, from 24 to 44%. From Stage 2, Rank 4, to Stage 2, Rank 6. Both he and Little Snowball clearly felt a surge of power. A moment later, after all the energy was fully absorbed, he looked down at his body and smirked with confidence. With this, the win rate is even higher. Suddenly, a massive door in the distance slowly creaked open. At the same time, heavy footsteps echoed. A giant monster slowly emerged, a fire-type lizard. At Stage 1, Rank 7. He studied the opponent carefully, his brows knitting slightly. He thought to himself, wait, didn't they say this was super hard? Why is it just one lizard? Just then, the monster opened its mouth wide, emitting a strange sound. In an instant, a massive flame erupted, charging straight at him. Facing the ferocious attack, the young man remained steady. Raising one hand, he immediately activated the Ice Soul Dagger. Instantly, countless sharp ice arrows shot toward the lizard. Two opposing forces, ice and fire, collided violently, creating a massive explosion in midair. Not missing the chance, Little Snowball immediately provided support. It thrust its hand forward, blasting a whirlwind of frost toward the opponent. As the smoke cleared, the lizard appeared, its entire body frozen solid. Looking at the result, he laughed triumphantly and muttered, "Seems my ice dagger is still more powerful." Shortly after, an announcement sounded. Level 1 out of 5 cleared. Continue the challenge. As the notification ended, another door opened. This time, a mysterious green aura seeped out. Then, a gaunt creature wrapped in bandages stepped forward, a bandaged undead monster, at Stage 1, Rank 9. He looked at the monster in front of him and smiled, thinking, for others, a Stage 1 Rank 9 might still be a bit tricky. Outside, the supervisor continued to watch in silence, his eyes somber. In a blink of an eye, the bandaged monster met the same fate as the previous lizard. It was completely frozen by him and quickly shattered into pieces. Looking at the ice shards scattered on the ground, he thought to himself with a smirk. For me, though, this is still child's play. After witnessing his 2 consecutive victories, the supervisor remarked in a low voice, "This brat just got lucky with a type advantage. The real challenge starts now." Inside the arena, the announcement echoed again. Level 2 cleared. Continue the challenge. A new door slowly opened. This time, a giant, rough foot, like a tree trunk, stepped out. The creature's eyes glowed with golden light as it stared him down. Then it suddenly opened its mouth and roared, trying to intimidate him. The monster ahead was a plant-type dryad beast at stage 2, rank 2. The supervisor kept watching, a thought forming in his mind. Judging by the look of it, his pet is at most stage 2, rank 1. Now that he's facing a stage 2, rank 2 dryad beast, even with innate talent, there's no way he can pass this level. The battle officially began. This time, unlike the first two monsters, the dryad beast was completely unfazed by the ice soul's attack. He frowned and muttered in frustration. This thing's skin is so thick, it actually blocked the ice daggers. Not stopping there, the monster suddenly raised its arm and smashed it into the ground. With the sound of cracking, countless giant vines erupted from the earth, tightly wrapping around Little Snowball and trapping it in the middle. In a flash, the dryad beast lunged forward, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Outside, the supervisor laughed out loud, shaking his head knowingly. The new student is impressive, but that's as far as he goes. Back in the main hall, the man hadn't been laughing for long before his expression froze at what he saw in the trial. A carpet of frost covered the ground, spreading to freeze the dryad beast's feet, leaving it unable to budge. The surrounding area was engulfed in bone-chilling cold. This was the extreme cold domain, a skill of the ice soul that Lin Ze had just commanded it to unleash. The ice spikes keep firing, sharp shards of frost continuously blasting at the monster. It raises its arms to defend, but in just a flash, those massive arms are completely encased in ice. Just then, sharp ice spikes suddenly materialize right behind its back. Caught off guard, the monster is pierced through its entire body. It lets out a tragic roar and collapses, motionless on the ground. Lin Ze smiles, happily patting the ice spirit on the head. Done. The third stage is cleared. Next is to challenge the remaining 2 stages. In the lobby outside, a series of students startle as they exit the trial, some failures clearly furious, complaining loudly. Damn it, I was so close to killing that beast. Ugh, failed again this year. I never expected the difficulty of the 5th stage to be this insane, and it's a first rank, 6th stage beast at that. But alongside the disappointed ones, quite a few people are cheering in joy. Haha, I did it. Now I'm officially an intern beast tamer. Their joyous laughter immediately angers the surrounding failures. Bastard. Just then, a gasp of astonishment rings out from the crowd. Look there, a savage claw. That's a 2nd rank beast. A 2nd rank beast? Why is that appearing in the internship exam? The murmurs grow louder as everyone shifts their gaze toward the spirit stone screen. Wait, isn't that the guy who chose the super difficulty level? Meanwhile, Lin Ze has already cleared the 4th stage, and the final gate officially opens. He looks ahead, speaking excitedly. Finally, the last round. Outside, the students watch the battle with wide eyes, whispering in disbelief. Why is that guy so strong? I know all the top students in our school, but I've never heard of this guy. Just then, Ning also exits the trial, cheering happily. I made it. I'm officially an intern beast tamer now. I wonder how Lin Ze is doing. As soon as she finishes, she's drawn to the crowd ahead, amidst exclamations of excitement. Wow, he's too strong. And Ning curiously walks closer. What's going on? A few seconds later, her eyes widen in shock. Lin Ze passed the 4th stage on super difficulty. That's incredible. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a sudden cheer erupts. He's out. He's out. All eyes are fixed on the spirit stone screen, watching with bated breath. It's the monster from the 5th round. Seeing it, the crowd immediately falls into a stupor. Well, what kind of monster is that? Someone shouts. A 2nd rank, 5th stage saber-toothed lion, its body massive and majestic, with eyes burning like fire. Instantly, the atmosphere explodes. A saber-toothed lion? This is just too broken. How are new students supposed to beat something like that? Inside the trial, Lin Ze calmly faces his final opponent, finally meeting an opponent who really knows how to fight. On his command, the ice spirit immediately launches an ice spike attack. Yet, the saber-toothed lion possesses terrifying speed, dodging as fast as a flash of light. This speed makes Lin Ze narrow his eyes. Truly fast. Immediately after, the saber-toothed lion unexpectedly uses its claws to sneak an attack, striking head-on and sending the ice spirit flying before it can react. The powerful blow causes visible cracks to appear on the ice spirit's body. Outside, the supervisor's expression turns thoughtful. Let's see if you have any new tricks up your sleeve this time. Young man, I admit you have talent, but this is as far as you go. Back inside the trial, after the first clash, Lin Ze quickly grasps the situation. Even though the ice spirit is 1 level higher than the saber-toothed lion, a beast's strength doesn't just depend on its level. It relies on attributes, status, environment, and, most importantly, the beast tamer's strategy. Right now, the ice spirit is exhausted after 4 consecutive battles, while the saber-toothed lion is still in peak condition. With superior speed and strength, this is clearly not an easy fight. If this continues, he could really lose. He must find an opening. Lin Ze narrows his eyes, watching. As the monster charges again, he immediately shouts, "Ice Spirit, get ready." Now, seizing the perfect moment, he shouts the command decisively, and the Ice Spirit's Ice Swap skill is activated. The two attacks collide violently, creating an explosion of dust and smoke. All eyes are glued to the battle. When the smoke clears, the whole hall is stunned. The saber-toothed lion, its body frozen, has fallen to the ground, and in the distance, the Ice Spirit has also collapsed. The crowd starts to buzz. What's happening? Is it a draw? How will they determine the result? Suddenly, a shout rings out from the crowd. No, everyone, look! All eyes immediately shift to the screen. The saber-toothed lion, which seemed motionless, suddenly starts to stir. Could he really go toe-to-toe with a second-rank, 5th-stage saber-toothed lion? If so, his beast must be at least second-rank, 5th stage too. This kid is really good at hiding his strength. Amidst the whispers, Lin Ze bows his head slightly, his expression turning serious. This is the result of his careful calculations. On the other side, the saber-toothed lion suddenly roars fiercely, the roar echoing, creating a powerful tremor throughout the arena. Meanwhile, the ice spirit slowly walks forward. It gently places a hand on its stomach, as if feeling something. As the opponent's powerful roar erupts, the ice spirit's eyes suddenly glow brightly. It's as if it just woke up from a long sleep. It immediately turns 180 degrees, waving its arms decisively, preparing for an attack. The beast, as expected, uses its strength to launch a move that freezes the opponent, rendering it completely unable to move. Its eyes burn with orange rage, stepping closer to the ice spirit, seemingly unfazed by the previous attack. Lin Ze stands behind the ice spirit, his eyes looking forward, full of tension. That's right, the saber-toothed lion is a beast from the extreme frozen regions, so they have great resistance to extreme cold. Realizing this truth, his face darkens and beads of sweat appear on his forehead. Countered. Huh? Suddenly, the system displays a notification. New achievement unlocked. Beast has used skills a total of 10 times. Receive 100 achievement points. Initializing Beast Skill Unlock function. After reading the notification, Lin Ze freezes. Whoa, what is this skill unlock function? Immediately, 3 new skills appear on the screen. Polar Chain, an ice elemental control skill, condenses into chains to restrict the target's movements. Requirement: 40% growth rate, 50 achievement points. Ice Shield, a defensive skill, creates an ice shield that blocks attacks from every direction. Requires 60% growth and 50 achievement points. Icebone Nova is an area of effect damage skill. Condenses ice elements into a single point before releasing them with explosive force for area damage. Requires 80% growth and 100 achievement points. Lin Ze's eyes widen as he stared at the skill list. Can you really combine that many skills? He quickly did the math in his head. A normal pet usually only has 2 basic skills, but owning more skills allows for much more flexible tactics. The Ice Spike is the main damage dealer but relies heavily on crowd control. The Extreme Cold Field has a wide range and good control effects, but it's still not enough to turn the tide. The most important thing right now is a single target but powerful crowd control skill. Without a second thought, Lin Ze reached out and tapped on the text for Extreme Cold Chains. Just like that, his 50 achievement points were spent. Just as he was contemplating his remaining points, the saber-toothed lion lunged at him. Sensing the crisis, the ice spirit's soul instantly unleashed a control move. The sudden attack caught the saber-toothed lion off guard, pinning it down immediately. After a successful hit, the ice spirit's soul smirked, and the system immediately notified him. Ice Spirit Soul, Rank 2, Stage 7. Growth increased to 54%. Outside, the crowd began to stir. Hey, what was that light? Did it level up? No way, another person shouted. I didn't see him use any materials. Even with combat experience, pets usually only level up after winning, right? Does he have some kind of secret? While everyone was whispering, Lin Ze waved his hand. Come on then. Immediately, the saber-toothed lion leaped into the air, charging straight toward them. But Lin Ze remained calm and decided to test out the extreme cold chains. The Ice Spirit Soul instantly activated the new skill, and frigid chains of ice quickly coiled around the saber-toothed lion, freezing it midair. The chains tightened, causing the beast to struggle in desperation, its mouth letting out weak roars. Lin Ze spoke softly, flicking his wrist, and an ice spike formed, flying straight at the lion. A direct hit made it roar in pain. The crowd outside was in complete shock. What kind of skill is that? Why is it like this? One person in the crowd yelled angrily. How can his pet use three whole skills? While everyone was still stunned, Lin Ze and the ice spirit soul quietly watched the saber-toothed lion, which was shivering from the cold but hadn't fully collapsed yet. He chuckled. Is your skin really that thick? As if realizing something, the ice spirit soul's eyes suddenly lit up. Then let's go for another round. Immediately, a third attack was unleashed. The next moment, the saber-toothed lion completely collapsed, its body lying still on the icy floor. The system announced, "Congratulations. Challenge ended. You have successfully passed the superclass assessment." Ning jumped for joy. We won. Lin Ze, you're amazing. Outside, the crowd was buzzing, everyone filled with astonishment. He actually passed the challenge? That's impossible, someone muttered, grinding their teeth with a look of annoyance. He must have bribed the judges. I can't believe that brat actually pulled it off. In the crowd, a man watched Lin Ze thoughtfully. I've seen many talented young beast tamers, but someone appearing out of nowhere and shocking everyone like this is the first time I've witnessed it. At that moment, the system sent a new notification. Lin Ze's physique increased from 2 to 5, his soul jumped from 2.8 to 7.8, and his apprentice soul power reached 780. He still hasn't learned any soul arts. His ice spirit soul pet now has 3 achievement points, rank 3, stage 1, and 84% growth. Skills include Ice Spike, Extreme Cold Field, and Extreme Cold Chains. Lin Ze glanced at his pet, slowly coming to understand. No wonder the superclass cleansing ritual was so harsh. The growth in strength was truly staggering. Suddenly, the system sent another notification. You can now form a contract with the second pet. The young man was momentarily stunned, thoughts racing through his mind. What should my second contract be? Looks like I need to make a trip to the pet shop. A large notification appeared before his eyes. Intern Beast Tamer has passed the qualification assessment and completed the first cleansing ritual, receiving 200 achievement points and a spirit soul stone. Rewards have been granted. Please exit the testing zone. Lin Ze's eyes went wide with surprise. He hadn't expected these rewards. Just then, he realized many people had surrounded him. Everyone was staring at him with curiosity. A barrage of questions followed. Hey, classmate, how did you do that? Hey, where did you find an ice-type pet like that? I've never seen that kind before. Brother, you're so incredible. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Ning suddenly rushed over, wrapping her arms around his neck, cheering excitedly. Brother, I knew you'd succeed. I just knew it. She leaned against him, her face beaming with joy. Lin Ze stiffened slightly as he felt the warmth of Ning's touch, his face involuntarily turning red. Just then, a man stepped out from the crowd with a sharp gaze, unable to hide his admiration. He Jinwen looked at Lin Ze with a calm voice. Young man, your performance was truly astonishing. I'd like to retract what I said earlier. Your confidence comes from your strength, not from reckless impulse. The crowd around them began to buzz again. The judge is apologizing to his student. That's unbelievable. Lin Ze remained calm, just gave a slight nod, and replied, I didn't take it to heart. Zhenwen nodded and then asked directly, Your name is Lin Ze, right? Would you like to join our Beast Tamer Association? You could be selected for a reserved position with excellent benefits and perks. This won't affect your application to the Beast Taming Academy. And after graduation, you'll immediately receive the rank of Deacon within the association. What do you think? This statement stunned the students around them, and Ning, standing by his side, couldn't hide her joy. She urged him, Brother, say yes. Only the top graduates from the Beast Taming Academy are even eligible to be evaluated and join that association. Among the countless people pursuing the path of a Beast Tamer, Lin Ze was actually being headhunted. The competition to achieve this was, as they say, like thousands of troops crossing a single plank bridge, incredibly brutal. He pondered the offer. If he agreed, he would no longer have to worry about living expenses or tuition for his 4 years at the Beast Taming Academy. Furthermore, this would earn everyone's admiration, but his gaze flickered downward. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The more you receive, the more you'll have to pay back later. Besides, the association's rules are incredibly restrictive. If I join now, will I lose my independence? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze looked straight at He Zhenwen, his voice calm yet firm. Teacher, judges, thank you for the kind offer, but I've thought it over, and I'll consider it after I graduate. A student behind him suddenly spoke up, his voice full of hope. Teacher, if he's not going, do you think I could join instead? But He Zhenwen didn't even bother to respond, just stayed silent. In his heart, he silently acknowledged that this kid was truly gifted. With his current rate of growth, it won't be long before he's 100 times stronger than he is now. By then, the highest benefits of the Beast Taming Association will be within his reach, rather than the meager perks being offered right now. After a brief pause, He Zhenwen nodded and said calmly, In that case, I won't force you. If you have any needs or change your mind later, you can find me anytime. Saying that, He pointed to the badge on his chest and introduced himself in a low voice. He Zhenwen, his words were sharp and full of authority, but all he got in return was a cold, indifferent look from Lin Ze. The two of them stepped away from the vast competition arena. The expansive space around them only made their silhouettes look smaller. Just then, a clear, ringing voice echoed from afar. "And Ning, wait for us." She paused slightly, turned around, and saw two girls running over. When they got close, she quickly introduced them to Lin Ze. "Big brother, these are my classmates, Liu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun." As soon as Liu Xian arrived, she grabbed Ning's hand and said excitedly, "And Ning, we want your brother's contact info." She pulled out her phone happily, flashing a sweet smile. "Big brother, let's be friends. We've had our eyes on you for a long time. Let's all hang out together later." Zhang Xiaoyun didn't want to be outdone either, waving her hand with a sweet voice. "I'm from the next class over, and I really like you too." And Ning's face immediately darkened, clearly feeling jealous. Meanwhile, Lin Ze was so flustered he didn't know what to do, desperately looking for an exit. We still got things to do, so, if you'll excuse us." Finished speaking, he and Ning immediately activated speedrun mode. Friend requests could wait. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message from the teacher's office. Without hesitation, he hurried over there. Upon arriving, he knocked lightly and poked his head in. "Teacher, did you call for me?" The head teacher was standing by her desk, her tight outfit accentuating her alluring curves. Hearing his voice, she turned around, her eyes lighting up. "I heard you cleared the super difficulty trial." Lin Ze just gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. But to his surprise, the head teacher suddenly rushed over and hugged him tightly, shouting in excitement, "You're so amazing, do you know? I've always valued you the most." Caught off guard by the hug, he stiffened. Memories flashing through his mind of the times she had mercilessly hunted him down for getting bad grades. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but chuckle. But immediately, she pulled out a thick, worn-looking book and placed it in his hands. "Right, the reason I called you here is to discuss something important." Lin Ze carefully flipped to the first page, asking curiously. "This," the teacher pointed to the book seriously, "contains basic techniques and cultivation methods for soul arts. It's one of the mandatory courses for apprentice beast tamers, so you better get familiar with it. Besides your soul beast, soul arts are a vital combat tool." She continued, her voice full of authority. "A beast tamer with advanced soul arts can even kill a fierce beast using only their soul power without relying on their soul beast. Furthermore, soul arts don't just help in coordinated attacks with your beast, they also protect yourself during intense battles." Hearing this, Lin Ze began to understand. If he could master this skill, wouldn't he be able to protect himself without constantly relying on his beast? Thinking of this, he couldn't hide his excitement. He exclaimed, "Thank you, teacher. I'll go practice right away." She smiled and waved him off. "Go on. If you don't understand something, just come find me." Lin Ze immediately returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the floor, and began studying the book, Guardian of the Soul. This effect creates a barrier made of soul power, consuming soul energy and capable of blocking damage from all 360 degrees. He read every line carefully, pondering every word. After a while, he sighed softly. "The early bird catches the worm. I have to learn the basics first. Once I get into the Beast Taming Academy, I'll have time for advanced courses." Time drifted by quietly. After just 10 minutes, a faint glimmer of spiritual energy radiated from his body. His eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had just had a breakthrough. He had successfully absorbed the book's knowledge. Gradually, a barrier made of power formed, surrounding him. He raised his hands and thought to himself, "Looks like I've got the basics down. A normal person would take days or even months to master a soul art, and yet I did it in just 10 minutes. It seems this 7.8 soul constitution is incredibly useful." Suddenly, the system screen displayed that he had successfully mastered a soul art. The system continued. Achievement reward, 100 points. Current achievement points, 350. Do you want to spend 50 achievement points to upgrade Soul Guard? He clenched his fist. Sure enough, the system worked on soul arts too. Quickly, the system panel displayed the 100-point achievement reward, showing 350 points total. Do you want to spend 50 achievement points to upgrade Soul Guard? After reading the notification, he thought happily, "I didn't expect to earn so many points by accident. It's best to upgrade this life-saving skill by 2 levels. After a moment of thought, he tapped Confirm. The system updated quickly. 100 achievement points spent, 250 remaining. A moment later, Lin Ze was surrounded by a blue circle of power, and the system notified him, Soul Guard upgraded to level 3. He looked at the protective layer with interest, exclaiming, "It feels like the shield is getting thicker and larger. It could probably fit 3 or 4 people inside. That's awesome." After a while, the system showed his current soul power at 770. Looking at the screen, he fell into deep thought. It seems each use of Soul Guard only consumes 10 soul power. With my limit at 780, I can cast it 78 times. Then he remembered something and blurted out, "Oh right, by the way, I still haven't used the Spirit Stone gifted for my Apprentice Beast Tamer achievement. I should use that now." No sooner said than done, Lin Ze used the reward. His soul power increased from 7.8 to 8.8, and his soul energy rose from 780 to 880. He eagerly picked up the book again. I figured that with so much soul power, using it only for a defensive layer was a bit of a waste, so I really needed to learn 2 more techniques. The first technique Lin Ze wanted to master was the Soul Bullet. He just had to focus his spirit, condense soul energy at his fingertip, and then fire it off. The second one was called the Soul Power Impact, which was similar to the first, but involved gathering the energy into his fist before striking. That night, he focused his spirit, channeled soul energy into his finger, and waited for the perfect moment. Lin Ze launched the attack. It consumed 10 points of soul energy and only left a small scratch, but he realized that while the power wasn't huge, the accuracy was just as good as archery. Lin Ze clenched his fist, gathered his soul energy into his palm, and thought, "Let me try this one next." He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a full-force punch. The soul power impact fired directly forward. Lin Ze had spent 30 points of soul energy, and the results were far from disappointing. The move punched a massive hole in the wall, and he was shocked by such raw power. The system notified him, "You have successfully learned 3 soul techniques. Receive reward, 1 soul-nourishing potion." It was a potion that could rapidly restore his entire pool of soul energy. Lin Ze judged its value as highly practical, but decided to save it for a critical moment. He chose to spend 100 achievement points, keeping 150 in reserve to upgrade the Soul Bullet and Soul Power Impact to level 2. After finishing his training and learning the new moves, Lin Ze lay back to rest, thinking that he would just keep the remaining achievement points for when he really needed them. Tomorrow, he'd make some money and go buy his second beast companion. At the mission center, Lin Ze was processing a request. He knew this was his first time taking a money-making mission, and with his current abilities, a few standard-level missions shouldn't be a problem. The available missions included chasing off ghost dragonflies near Duong Sun Village with a reward of 20,000, eliminating ferocious eagles on Highway 302, reward 30,000, clearing out the ghost fish occupying Lockman Lake, reward 10,000, and wiping out the crustacean beetles in Tang Trung Valley, reward 40,000. Lin Ze didn't hesitate, clicking on the beetle mission since the largest reward was clearly the best choice. The terminal chimed, "Because you are currently a trainee beast tamer. For your safety, you will be paired with 3 teammates. Your reward will be split equally," he grumbled. "Are you kidding? I can handle this on my own." The terminal displayed a map. "Please arrive at Tang Trung Valley by 2 in the afternoon." At exactly 2, Lin Ze arrived at the valley. Waiting for him were 3 others. A guy with dark green hair crossed his arms and said, "Finally, you're here." He waved to greet them, but Zhang Lei pointed at him accusingly. "Kid, we've been waiting for ages. You haven't even graduated yet." Zhao Minshan scratched his head in annoyance. Why did they pair us with such a rookie? The final girl, named Shui Yun, chimed in. "Ugh, stop it. You 2 are scaring him." She turned to Lin Ze. "Don't worry, handsome. Just follow me later." He smiled back. "Yeah, I'm still a student, so I'll be counting on you guys." Shu Yun squinted and smiled contentedly. "What a good boy." Zhao Minshan looked disgusted. "Shu Yun, are you being a simp again? Get serious. This mission might be harder than you think. Just try not to get yourself killed." She ignored him and turned away. Zhao Minshan appointed himself the leader. "Listen up, Lin Ze. I'm taking charge of this team for now. When we reach the mission site, you follow my lead. You'll get a smaller cut of the reward. Got it?" Lin Ze felt nothing but contempt for them. These people were clearly those who hadn't qualified for the Beast Tamer Academy, relying only on basic taming skills learned in high school to survive. But on the surface, he happily and obediently agreed. "Sure, let's divide the work based on effort. Whoever does more gets more, right?" Zhao Minshan thought he was being reasonable, and so the 4 of them started the mission. To enter the valley, they had to approach an insect pit. The mouth of the valley was slippery and treacherous. Looking down, it was hard to tell what was actually inside. Then, a chattering, crunching sound echoed, and thousands of crustaceans crawled out. They were covered in razor-sharp teeth and gathered in one spot, a horrifying sight. Sui Yun gasped, but Zhao Minshan didn't find it difficult at all. "It's just a pit. Let's just wipe these bugs out." The 3 of them began summoning their beasts. Zhao Minshan's beast was a stage 2, rank 5 beast-type rhino. He waved his hand and commanded it forward. "Let's go." Meanwhile, Zhang Lei's Windblade Mantis was a stage 2, rank 6 insect type. He summoned a giant mantis. Watch me. Finally, Shui Yun summoned her terror bee, a stage 2, rank 5 insect type. She winked at Lin Ze. Little brother, just stay behind me. Lin Ze kept his hands in his pockets, following behind while thinking, let's see what these guys are actually capable of before I make my move. Suddenly, the swarm of beetles surged toward them. Zhao Minshan's face darkened, and he shouted, charge. Wipe them all out. As soon as he finished, his rhino beast unleashed a frenzied impact, charging straight into the middle of the swarm. The green-haired guy looked arrogant, raised a hand, and bragged, watch this. Zhang Lei ordered his Windblade Mantis to use Vacuum Blade to attack immediately. The beetles didn't just sit there, though, and swarmed his mantis. On the side, the girl laughed gently, raising one finger. You won't get your way. Bee, let's go. Shui Yun commanded her terror bee to use Venomous Needle Barrage. The beetles surrounding the mantis were paralyzed and fell to the ground with shrill, screeching noises. Shui Yun smirked. So, what do you think, newbie? Our teamwork is pretty sharp, right? You can just stand on the sidelines and cheer for us. Zhao Minshan shrugged. Still want that reward? Think of it as tuition, kid. Shui Yun laughed. Don't worry. I'll share some of my points with you later. Just stay behind me and keep yourself safe. Lin Ze watched the beetles slowly crawling back up from the ground, thinking that all those flashy attacks basically didn't pose any real threat to the insects. Suddenly, a roar echoed out, and even more beetles poured out, 10 times more numerous than before. Shui Yun screamed in terror. What is that sound? They could only watch as the beetles went berserk, their numbers growing by the second. Soon, a massive swarm loomed over them, thick enough to look like a bottomless black cloud. Zhang Lei's face went pale as he yelled, are there even more coming out of the cave? Lin Ze stayed calm, analyzing the situation. Could there be a much larger crustacean king inside, faced with such overwhelming numbers? It didn't take long for the other three's beasts to be suppressed and torn apart. Zhang Lei grabbed his head in a panic. Quick, recall your beasts. Otherwise, we're going to be killed by these things. Zhao Minshan shouted, Rhino, get back here. Lin Ze, standing behind them, spoke up. It's useless. The sound that this swarm of armored insects just emitted has the effect of paralyzing everyone's spirit beasts. They won't listen to your commands anymore. What? Shui Yun's face turned pale. What should we do now? My swarm of bees. Zhang Lei grabbed Lin Ze by the collar and roared. You son of a bitch, you knew this would happen. So why didn't you say anything? You're just a useless brat who only knows how to run your mouth. Lin Ze said coldly, right now, your priority shouldn't be your spirit beasts, but your own life. Zhang Lei turned around and saw thousands of pitch-black insects rushing toward them. Zhao Minshan was trembling, sweat pouring down his face as he screamed, run. Run for it, or we're dead for sure. This damn mission is anything but normal. He immediately turned and bolted. But the insects weren't about to let him get away. They accelerated to incredible speeds and caught up to him. He thought he was done for, his eyes wide with extreme terror. But when he looked back, he saw that Lin Ze had created a faint barrier in front of him, protecting the soul link he had just activated, preventing the insects from piercing through. Zhang Lei gasped, stammering. Is this a soul art? Only students from the Beast Taming Academy should know this. You're a high school student. How do you know this? Lin Ze replied coldly. Stop running your mouth and just stand behind me. Lin Ze then raised his hand to summon the ice spirit, and the surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly. Zhang Lei's group was stunned once again. What kind of spirit beast is that? I've never seen anything like it. The other guy wiped his nose and sighed in amazement. I don't know either. Lin Ze patted the ice spirit's head, thinking to himself that these armored insects were only first stage, 7th rank spirit beasts. Their only advantage was their sheer numbers, and since the group had no real skills, they couldn't fight back. But his 3rd stage ice spirit had the ability to deal massive area of effect damage. Thinking of this, he ordered the ice spirit to unleash the extreme frost domain. In an instant, the entire swarm of armored insects was frozen solid. He turned to Zhang Lei's group and said coldly, take this chance to withdraw your spirit beasts. You might still make it, provided you agree to give up your entire share of the reward right now. The biggest guy in the group collapsed in fear, stammering. Okay, you can have all the rewards. Just let us get our spirit beasts out of here safely. Beside him, the guy with blue bangs tried to act tough, pointing and shouting, this kid is trying to threaten us? Who do you think you are? You're just a candidate, and you think you can pull this off? But Lin Ze just turned around coldly, radiating an overwhelming aura. He glanced at them and slowly replied, that's right, I am Lin Ze. Shui Yun was surprised. No wonder. That makes sense. I was wondering how a high school student could have this much power. Little brother Lin Ze, please, Save our spirit beasts. Suddenly, Zhang Lei rushed forward, interrupting them. Kid, just because you say so, it's true. I don't buy that crap. Hurry up and break the ice so we can withdraw our beasts. As soon as he finished, Zhao Minshan stood up, swung his fist, and punched Zhang Lei hard in the face, scolding, "You idiot." After the punch, Zhang Lei lay flat on the ground holding his face, while the other two quickly stood by, trying to show their respect. The strength he just displayed was enough that he didn't even need to prove anything. We truly had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. While the group was bickering, beneath their feet, the insects trapped in the ice were starting to thaw. Lin Ze looked at them coldly and reminded them, "Time is running out. The ice is about to melt. You should quickly withdraw your spirit beasts and leave before the swarm wakes up." Hearing this, Sui Yun looked worried, her eyes filled with doubt as she asked Lin Ze, "What about you? These insects won't die just from this. They were only temporarily suppressed." Lin Ze wasn't afraid in the slightest. He kept his cool, smirked slightly, and stood before the frozen insects. His eyes scanned deep into the pitch-black cave, and he laughed softly. "Heh, to catch the bandits, you must first catch the king." Zhang Lei, still on the ground clutching his face, propped himself up and looked on, dumbfounded. Is this stupid idiot actually planning to go inside? Lin Ze gave the command to his ice spirit and, without a moment's hesitation, jumped into the pitch-black cave entrance below. Before going down, he reminded the others, "You guys better make the most of your time." Lin Ze and his spirit beast kicked off the ground and dove into the darkness. Once at the bottom, Lin Ze calmly observed his surroundings, thinking to himself, "It's dark here, but I can see clearly. It seems that the physical enhancement also improved my eyesight." Before he could get his bearings, the insects swarmed toward Lin Ze, their fangs and claws ready to tear into him frantically. But as they got close, a powerful barrier immediately enveloped him, stopping them from getting in. His soul protection not only provided absolute defense but also countered every aggressive insect, causing them to fall onto the ice spears outside the barrier. He could also launch his own attacks while staying protected by this soul layer. However, every time he took one down, more insects swarmed in like moths to a flame. The number of insects kept increasing, coating his soul barrier until cracks started to become clearly visible. Lin Ze frowned and thought, "That's not good. If this keeps up, no matter how much soul power I have, it won't hold." In this urgent situation, as his soul barrier was being dismantled by the insects, he suddenly remembered he had achievement points. In the air in front of Lin Ze, a system notification appeared, Ice Shield, a defensive skill that controls ice elements to create a shield that can freely defend against attacks from all directions. Costs 50 achievement points. Icebone Nova, a fast, wide-range damage skill, compresses a large amount of ice elements in a designated area into a single point and detonates it, dealing ice-type damage. Costs 100 achievement points. The system notification updated. Achievement points. Remaining. 150. A blinding burst of light energy erupted around his spirit beast. He looked at his beast and thought, "Perfect, just enough to learn them." His ice spirit grew more confident. Those red eyes glowed as it absorbed the skills. The ice spirit had learned Ice Shield and Icebone Nova. Meanwhile, his soul protection was being torn apart by the massive swarm. But he stood still, thinking, with the Ice Shield, the ice spirit can move freely without needing to stay inside the soul protection. The situation changed. The soul barrier surrounding him shattered into pieces, and the insects clinging to it fell straight to the ground. Soul energy swirled around him, shielding his body. Lin Ze kept thinking the Icebone Nova was exactly what he needed for massive, wide-area damage. But first, he had to gather the surrounding ice elements. Luckily, he could combine them with his extreme cold field. As he spoke, his ice spirit beast unleashed its skill. A massive wave of frigid energy rippled outward, instantly freezing every insect in sight. After wiping out the aggressive swarm, he immediately toggled his soul shield back on, peering through the dense, dissipating mist of ice. The entire area and all the corpse insects were frozen white. The young man grinned with excitement. Nice. Ice elements secured. Time to use Icebone Nova. The freezing energy converged on a single point in midair. The ice spirit beast raised a finger, compressing the immense power until it emitted a blinding blue light. No sooner had he finished than another wave of insects came swarming toward him. The massive ice energy in the beast's hand was fully charged. Icebone Nova. The moment he shouted it, a powerful blast of magical ice energy tore through the incoming swarm, causing them to explode into frozen shards. The system notification popped up. You have eliminated 50 armored corpse insects. Lin Ze's expression lit up. He chuckled. The windshield is shattered. This move is insane. Talk about a total wipeout. Suddenly, a system window hovered in the air before him. Ice Spirit Beast evolved from Phase 3, Level 1 to Phase 3, Level 2. Growth rate, 84%. The percentage climbed to 89%. The next form, Little Snowball, was within reach. His Ice Spirit Beast now possessed the following skills: Ice Dagger, Chain, Extreme Cold Field, and Ice Bone Nova. Reading the notification, he thought with satisfaction, so pets gain experience through combat and can level up too. It's a bit slow, but with this many bugs, it's the perfect place to level up. Lin Ze looked at the 89% growth bar. He muttered to himself, maybe I can force a breakthrough to the next stage today. Suddenly, from deep within the dark cave, a ferocious roar echoed out, catching Lin Ze's attention. The remaining insects became even more aggressive, locking their gaze on his every move. Lin Ze crossed his arms confidently, staring into the depths of the cave. Looks like the king of these things is hiding inside. Without missing a beat, his Ice Spirit Beast prepared to charge in. Its hands glowed, wreathed in energy. Keep pushing forward. Shifting to the cave entrance, Lin Ze's teammates were panting heavily, sitting by a large rock. The only woman in the group, with purple eyes, spoke up anxiously despite her exhaustion. We have to report the true danger of this mission immediately, or Lin Ze is going to get himself killed. The guy with the green bangs shouted back, why are you still worried about that kid? He's the one who insisted on dying. As they argued, a quiet man stood right behind them. A figure stepped out of the shadows, his voice smooth and polite. Excuse me, is this the location for the corpse insect eradication mission? The man who appeared was Luo Da, a bronze-ranked beastmaster. Zhao Minshan broke into a cold sweat and turned around, stammering. That's right, the target is still ahead, but I advise you to be careful and not go in. He stuttered, shock evident on his face. A bronze beastmaster badge? You're a bronze-ranked beastmaster? Shui Yun and Zhang Lei stared in disbelief, shouting in unison, bronze rank. Soon after, information appeared clearly on the display. Beastmaster badges are categorized by the association. Bronze rank top 30%, silver rank top 12%, and gold rank top 3% worldwide. Luo Da smirked confidently, tapped his own head, and declared, that's right, I am the bronze beastmaster, Luo Da. The association detected the surge in mission difficulty, so they sent me to clean up this mess. Shui Yun couldn't hide her relief. She clenched her fists and yelled, that's amazing. With you here, we can definitely do it. Could you take us with you? Luo Da looked at her, tilting her chin up with a teasing grin. Sweetheart, if you want to see my performance, I can bring you along. As for the other two, you're not qualified. The two guys shook their heads frantically. No, we don't want to go. Cutting back to inside the dungeon where Lin Ze was fighting, a surprise notification appeared. Congratulations on achieving Slayer of 100 Beasts, granting 300 achievement points and a Rampage upgrade card. Your pet levels up instantly. Duration, 60 seconds. He scanned the notification, unable to hide his excitement. Slayer of 100 Beasts. Does this exist? Not much different from Slayer of 100 Men, is it? The rewards this time are definitely not small. Immediately after, the system updated. Ice Spirit Beast has reached Phase 3, Level 3. Growth rate, 94%. He laughed heartily, thoroughly satisfied. Haha, just one more level and Little Snowball is one step closer. A strange noise suddenly rang out, making Lin Ze look up. He immediately put on a serious, thoughtful expression. Guess it's time to get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground cracked open to reveal a massive entity, a catastrophe-grade boss. He cursed in surprise, damn it, this thing is huge. According to the mission data, the threat from these insects only appeared a week ago, which meant this monster had only recently evolved. A danger alert flashed immediately. Armored Corpse Insect King, Stage 4. He gritted his teeth, determined. This is bad. If I run now, I won't get a single penny. Might as well risk it and see what happens. Just as he prepared to strike, a black shadow descended from the sky behind him, sending rocks and dirt flying. It was a stone golem pet accompanying Luo Da and Shui Yun. Shui Yun called out worriedly, Lin Ze, thank goodness, you're actually okay. Lin Ze didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the sight, muttering dejectedly, yeah, I'm fine. Why did you guys come here? Luo Da stepped back, crossing his arms and speaking sternly. Wait, why is there someone else here? Get back. Kid, this place is way too dangerous. It's not where you should be. This is the legendary Armored Corpse Insect King. Among tens of thousands of these bugs, only one has the ability to command the entire swarm. Just as he stepped forward to intervene, Lin Ze hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. Among tens of thousands of armored insects, only one has the ability to control the swarm. As soon as he stepped forward, Lin Ze quickly grabbed his sleeve. Hey, back off, I barked, not even bothering to turn around. I'm the one on this mission. This boss is mine. Kid, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Before he could finish, the boss lunged, its eyes glowing, only to be easily blocked by Luo Da's pet. Luo Da laughed confidently, his eyes sharp as he retorted, "Bronze-rank beast tamer Luo Da. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that?" A system notification immediately popped up. Level 3, Stage 9, Rock Giant. On the other side, despite having its fierce attack blocked, the boss let out a wild, deafening roar. As the two of them stood locked in a tense standoff, Luo Da remained standing there, looking completely unbothered. Lin Ze wasn't about to give up. He instantly triggered his Ice Chain skill, launching freezing shackles that coiled tightly around the monster's massive claw. He stepped forward to face Luo Da, his gaze unwavering as he said firmly, "I'm an intern beast tamer." Luo Da pointed a finger at his face, his voice thick with shock. "Lin Ze? You're that Lin Ze? You actually cleared that super hard difficulty. No wonder you've got guts. But let me tell you something. After finishing the internship and surviving hundreds of battles, I've already cleared the bronze rank trial." Lin Ze felt bored and irritated by the lecture, so he just brushed it off. Yeah, I'm going." Seeing Lin Ze's indifferent expression, Luo Da smirked maliciously. "What you're trying to say is," before he could finish, a panicked scream from Sui Yun cut him off. "Stop arguing. You too. There's danger behind you." Just then, the boss shattered the ice chains. The giant creature screeched madly, preparing to charge at them like a cyclone. Irritated by the interruption, Luo Da scowled and snapped, "How annoying. Listen, brat, I'm about to show you the real gap between us." With that, Luo Da unleashed an Earth-type soul technique. The ground beneath them rumbled with his incantation, and his pet took the command. It ramped up its speed, ready to counterattack. Luo Da smirked, pointing triumphantly at the boss. "Look at that. My rock giant's strength has just hit level 4, stage 2. Lin Ze's eyes widened in shock. Wait, such a soul technique exists? After being beaten down in the previous round, the giant armored beetle went berserk. A chilling, clicking sound echoed from its mandibles. A status window appeared. Armored beetle, berserk mode active, combat capability equivalent to level 4, stage 3. Immediately after shifting, the beetle roared and lunged, siphoning energy from the rock giant. The suction was so powerful that the giant's massive arms shook violently. Seeing its terrifying power, Luo Da narrowed his eyes, muttering, "Man, this thing is a nightmare to deal with." Prepared for this, Little Snowball fired off ice spears while Lin Ze channeled his soul power. Together, they launched a direct assault on the giant boss. A massive shockwave rocked the battlefield, but when the dust settled, their combined attack had only left a tiny dent. It was like tickling the beast. Worse, the boss was genuinely enraged now. Without hesitation, it swatted the rock giant aside like a toy and shifted its focus toward Little Snowball and Lin Ze. As he watched the chaos unfold, Lin Ze thought to himself, "Here it comes." Little Snowball had already gathered a new surge of energy in its palms. Lin Ze shouted, his voice booming, "Extreme ice chains." A frigid chain materialized and instantly wrapped around the beetle's massive horn. But seconds later, the monster's tremors shattered the ice like glass. Sensing the danger, Lin Ze screamed again, "Ice shield." A massive block of ice appeared in front of him, but the defense was pulverized almost instantly. Luckily, the rock giant charged in from behind, grabbing the boss to stop it from advancing. From a distance, Luo Da shouted, "We're in the right spot now." But the rock giant couldn't hold on. Its massive arms trembled violently before it was hurled away once again. It slammed into the cliffside, leaving a huge crater in the rock, and fell motionless, completely out of the fight. Seeing the desperate situation, Shui Yun grabbed her head and wailed in panic. "Let's go. This bug is insanely strong. We have to leave, or we're all going to be wiped out here." Watching the chaos, Luo Da gritted his teeth and roared, "What a freak of nature. Fine. I'll spare you for today. I'll study you later." But just as the others prepared to retreat, Lin Ze and Little Snowball suddenly stepped forward. He said, his voice full of resolve, "No, you two go ahead. I'm staying to finish this." The statement left them stunned. Luo Da exploded with rage. "You little brat, are you insane? Didn't you just see that my rock giant couldn't do anything to it, even in its buff state?" Lin Ze didn't hesitate. His eyes burned with determination as he clarified, "You just said the difference between us is that you learned an advanced soul technique for buffing strength, right?" Luo Da's eyes widened, and he barked back, "Yeah, so what? What are you trying to do?" Without another word, Lin Ze tapped his system interface to confirm. He activated the Berserker card, and a golden light erupted, forming a pillar of energy that enveloped them both. He spoke just 2 words, "Enhance." Luo Da was stunned, his voice trembling in disbelief. You can also buff strength with soul techniques. This isn't a joke, is it?" Just then, ice bones began to sprout from the center of Little Snowball. Sharp crystal bones extended, menacing and cold, like a blizzard waiting to swallow the enemy. The boss's eyes glowed redder than before, but the energy surging from it was quickly suppressed and amplified to the extreme by Lin Ze's Berserker card. Seeing that a student's pet could reach this level of power, Luo Da couldn't help but drop his jaw, screaming, "Hey, hey, are you kidding me right now? Who the hell is this guy?" Beside him, Sui Yun was just as bewildered, her expression mirroring Luo Da's. While everyone was still in shock, the status window updated. Level 4, Stage 3. Duration, 60 seconds. Lin Ze's face remained calm, his expression unreadable as he calculated in his head. 1 minute. With the help of my current soul techniques, that should be enough. Bring it on. The energy from both sides exploded. The real battle was about to begin. The cold, reinforced chains were unleashed again, with the icy bindings tightening around the Tangzong armored beetle's forest-like carapace. But unlike before, Little Snowball had been buffed, making it nearly impossible for the beast to break free. He stared at the struggling boss, his eyes sharp with calculation. As his ice spirit's level rose, his soul techniques had become exponentially stronger than before. But it felt like he couldn't keep this power up for long. Not wanting to hesitate, he immediately went on the offensive with a preemptive strike strategy. He quickly channeled his soul power, unleashing a barrage of soul force shockwaves, aiming straight for the beast's head. It wasn't just one, it was a rapid-fire assault, powerful enough too. Make your face ID fail to recognize you. The system window popped up, 40 seconds of buff time remaining. Under the relentless barrage, the Tangshong beetle thrashed violently and shattered the chains. Its rage flared even hotter now. Seeing this, Luo Da couldn't sit still, so he raised his hand and shouted at Lin Ze, "Hey, stop. If you keep attacking that monster, you're going to burn through your energy and die here." But Lin Ze didn't even care. He just calmly turned his head and replied, "It's fine. I've only used up half my soul energy, don't worry so much." In front of him, the system displayed his soul power points, 400. Hearing that, Luo Da's brain practically short-circuited. He couldn't believe his ears and stammered in shock. "What? No. How is that possible?" Initially, he came here to show off, but who would have thought that Lin Ze would steal the spotlight? Shu Yun's eyes went wide. She muttered, "A genius. Maybe we really can take down this Tangshong armored beetle after all." The battle intensified as a cold mist silently snaked behind the boss. At that moment, one of Little Snowball's fingers rose, gathering a brilliant rainbow-colored energy. The Ice Crystal Nova skill was ready. Instantly, a burst of power slammed right into the beetle's face. A small explosion echoed, and the boss was knocked reeling backward. The shockwave was so intense that even Luo Da and Sui Yun felt dizzy watching from a distance. The beetle was hit so hard that it started drooling. Luo Da's eyes widened, unable to hide his admiration. What kind of power level is that? No wonder I've never seen a beast like that before. But just then, Sui Yun frowned. "What?" Luo Da finally turned back, his voice dropping as he explained, "In the old days, mythical creatures often fought each other, and humans gathered the 5 main elements of the era to completely end the Age of Chaos. Ever since then, those 5 elements have disappeared." Meanwhile, Lin Ze continued to dive into the fray. He really wasn't resting. Was he? The info board updated again. 30 seconds of buff time remaining. He clenched his fist, his voice decisive. Time to finish this bug. Attacked until it was nearly falling apart, the Tangzhong beetle let out an angry screech and started thrashing wildly, causing the ice on its body to crack and peel off. It tried to run, dragging its massive body in one direction. Seeing its speed change, Lin Ze reacted immediately. He combined his soul force shockwave with Little Snowball's ice lances and shouted, "You still want to run?" 2 attacks struck the boss's back simultaneously, causing a small explosion and kicking up dust. When the smoke cleared, a deep dent had appeared on its back. The monster's fierce eyes finally closed. The system immediately sent a notification. "You have defeated the first boss, Tangzong Armored Beetle." Watching from the side, Shui Yun couldn't hold back her excitement. She pumped both fists in the air and cheered. "We won. Lin Ze, you really are my idol." Watching him demonstrate strength far beyond expectations, Luo Da turned pale, muttering something half jealous and half defeated. "You really stole all the attention here." Ahead, Little Snowball started wobbling and losing its balance after landing the final blow. The system signaled immediately. The Berserk card effect has ended. Just as the little one was about to fall, Lin Ze caught it in time and said softly, "You did great." Another notification popped up. Ice Spirit upgraded to rank 3, stage 5. Growth rate, 100%. Requires high-level ice crystal evolution materials to complete the evolution process. He looked at Little Snowball, now fast asleep in his arms, and thought to himself, "It actually hit 100% already. and now I just need the materials to evolve it. A faint smile touched his lips. We'll just wait for you to rest up before we figure out the rest. Shortly after, the system updated. Achievement unlocked. Defeated the first boss. Reward, 500 points. Recovery potion, 1 high-level ice crystal. High-level evolution material. Seeing the system being generous enough to grant items without needing to scavenge, Lin Ze's eyes lit up as he thought. Even evolution materials can be given as rewards for me. The system really is thoughtful. But just then, a hand placed itself lightly on his shoulder, and a voice spoke up from behind. Hey kid, can I discuss something with you? Lin Ze turned around and Sui Yun looked confused. Standing before them was the shy, embarrassed face of Luo Da, making them both have question marks over their heads. Not letting him wonder for long, Luo Da quickly pointed at the corpse of the Tangzhong armored beetle and asked, Can you credit me for defeating that Tangzhong armored beetle? The question stunned Shui Yun, and she reacted fiercely. How could you even say that? This was clearly Lin Ze's doing. Before she could finish, Luo Da raised a finger to cut her off and said, I'll give you 100,000. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes in thought because the Tamer Association had sent him on this mission. If he didn't complete it successfully, it would definitely affect his evaluation and future promotion. How? This was definitely a better deal. 100,000 could buy a new pet. Seeing him still thinking, Luo Da asked anxiously, What do you think? But Lin Ze remained silent, further calculating in his head, I can't just agree to these terms too quickly. Maybe there's a better offer to be made. Luo Da spread his hands, trying to look sincere. Brother, 100,000 is half a year's savings right there. And the total reward for this mission is only about 50,000, so you'll even make an extra 50,000 on top of that. With that, he placed his hand on his heart. I, Luo Da, owe you a favor. Hearing that, Lin Ze gave a slight nod in agreement, a small smile on his face as he thought. A favor is priceless. Both of them pulled out their phones to complete the transaction. After it was done, Lin Ze confirmed he had received the full amount. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from afar. A massive creature, a giant eagle, landed on the ground, carrying a man standing on its back. All three turned to look, and upon realizing who the newcomer was, Luo Da waved his hand enthusiastically. Senior He. The person who just arrived is none other than He Zhenwen, the examiner who assessed Lin Ze before. Seeing him, Shui Yun was stunned, her heart filled with admiration. Oh, that's a silver tier badge. I actually get to see a silver-rank beast tamer here. Ignoring Luo Da's greeting, He Zhenwen walked toward Lin Ze with a calm gaze. We meet again. Luo Da was stunned, staring at the boy. Not wanting to let the silence drag on, Lin Ze simply gave a gentle wave in return. At this moment, astonishment was written all over Luo Da's face. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Immediately after, no one expected this kid to be acquainted with Senior He. The atmosphere instantly turned serious as He Zhenwen looked straight at him and spoke slowly. I remember your name is Lin Ze, right? It seems the mission here was a success. Not missing the chance, Luo Da immediately raised his hand and replied quickly, Yes, I successfully completed the mission, and no one was hurt. But He Zhenwen's eyes remained fixed on Lin Ze, silently analyzing. That Tangzhong armored insect lying there has reached the 4th rank. If I remember correctly, his pet was only at the 2nd rank, wasn't it? Even if this kid is a rare genius, the coordination between him and that ice spirit ball must have been impressive to take down a 4th rank monster so quickly. Then, he stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and said seriously, This is perhaps the 2nd time I have greeted you. Due to the carelessness of the Beast Tamer Association in predicting and assessing the initial mission difficulty, we miscategorize it as a standard-level task. This negligence has undermined the trust in our guild. On behalf of everyone, I offer you my apologies. Lin Ze smiled slightly and replied calmly, It's not a big deal. Luo Da saved us. Hearing that, Luo Da laughed and waved it off. No problem at all, don't mention it. Behind them, Shui Yun raised an eyebrow, thoughts flickering through her mind. Is this what you call high emotional intelligence? After apologizing, He Zhenwen reached out and continued solemnly, To compensate for the incident during this mission, the association will pay you 100,000 yuan, and we need to take this monster back for research. Hearing this, Luo Da was dazed, as if pulled out of reality, muttering to himself, Oh my god, this kid actually made so much money on this trip. Lin Ze just scratched his head and replied, I'll accept it respectfully. A calm thought drifted through his mind. This isn't just simple compensation. This is likely hush money and a way for the guild to show their stance. If I don't accept it, it might create another potential risk. The transaction began. He Zhenwen glanced at Lin Ze, secretly assessing him. This boy doesn't have a 2nd pet yet. He must really need the money. Let's consider this an investment in him. And so, he confirmed that the money had been transferred to his account. I hope you put it to good use. He Zhenwen didn't leave yet, adding with a sincere gaze, if from now on you need any assistance, you can come to the Beast Tamer Association and find me. With that, he placed a hand on the Tangzong armored insect, easily hoisted it onto his shoulder, and turned away decisively. I'll be going now. His silhouette faded, leaving Lin Ze still bewildered, his eyes following him as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. The orange-gold sunset light filtered through the leaves, stretching the shadows of him and his two companions. All three slowly left the battlefield. On the way, Luo Da was the first to speak, his expression a mix of envy and begrudging respect. You kid made 200,000 today. Lin Ze smiled calmly and reminded him, plus a favor. Luo Da nodded, not forgetting his promise. Ha, don't worry. He turned, took a few steps, and waved back. Luo Da, will never forget it. See you later. Then he leaped away and disappeared. On the side, Xue Yun also watched him, her eyes sparkling with respect. I never expected to see two members of the guild here today. This trip was truly worth it. She waved goodbye, adding in a soft voice, when I become as strong as you, perhaps we'll have a chance to do a mission together again. Lin Ze nodded slightly and turned to head in another direction. Before leaving, he looked back, waving with a confident smile. Sure, we'll definitely have the chance. As Lin Ze checked his balance, he thought, 200,000 is enough to buy a B-tier pet. The thought had barely passed when he stopped at a nearby pet shop. A shop assistant smiled warmly and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, valued customer. How may I help you today? Hearing this, Lin Ze immediately replied, I want to buy a pet. She understood. Please, follow me. The assistant quickly led him to the display area. Everything is right here. Then she added cheerfully, please, take your time choosing. Lin Ze stopped to look at the pets in the store. He silently observed for a moment and analyzed. It seems a regular store like this is the highest level available. A series of information popped up. Bone snake species, no hidden evolution path. Mushroom species, no hidden evolution path. Fire-type little flame demon, has a hidden evolution path. Abyssal flame demon. Lin Ze's eyes involuntarily stared at the flame demon. It's here, but even though it has a hidden path compared to a pet at the mayor. King tier like the Ice Queen hidden path of the little snow dog, it's not in the same league. The assistant, seeing his interest, said, handsome, you really have an eye for quality. This little flame demon is considered an elite pet in the B tier, extremely rare, and it only costs 160,000 yuan. Lin Ze was stunned. Huh? Is it that expensive? Seeing his reaction, she quickly explained, this 160,000 includes the evolution materials. Lin Ze lowered his voice, then let me take a look. He thought to himself, right, the little snow dog was initially ranked F tier and thought to be unable to evolve. But reality proved that the evaluations given by the experts at the Beast Tamer Association, based on their limited knowledge and experience, weren't entirely accurate. Suddenly, at that moment, the system notified him that it had detected a pet in front of him with a king tier hidden evolution path. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the rock golem. This guy. Lin Ze stared for a moment, then frowned. Why does it look so familiar? Right after that, its information quickly appeared. Type, rock golem. The system's parallel data appeared simultaneously. The common evolution path for a rock golem increases strength and defense. Its physique becomes massive and gains higher resistance to certain elements. The hidden godly rock evolution path traces back to the evolution of its ancient bloodline, discovering a spark of extraordinary divinity within its blood, possessing the ability to control stone and earth. Reliable information sources quickly displayed one after another. Next form, rock demon. Requires the following conditions: 100% growth rate, 20 units of mid-tier earth elemental essence, and 500 grams of undead dust. Seeing those details, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel excited and smirked. No wonder it looked so familiar. Lin Ze recalled Luo Da's pet. The rock golem had evolved from this tiny creature, but that was only the most common evolution path. He thought to himself, he would never imagine that this guy actually has the potential to evolve into a god. Lin Ze observed carefully for a while and reached a conclusion. From another perspective, the Ice Spirit Soul's advantage is burst damage and crowd control. It belongs to the mage class, while this rock golem belongs to the combat class. While he was lost in thought, the employee excitedly said, handsome, don't hesitate anymore. Many people choose this little rock golem. It can fight. The evolution materials are simple, and they're very cheap, too. She paused slightly before continuing the price. You can buy it for just 80,000. Lin Ze didn't hesitate at all. Sold. By the way, I need to buy some evolution materials. 20 units of mid-tier earth elemental essence, and 500 grams of undead dust. The pet shop employee looked confused. Sir, are you planning to evolve the rock golem? These materials won't be able to evolve it, you know. Besides, mid-tier earth elemental essence is quite expensive, and using it on a D-rank pet isn't that. Hearing this, he laughed awkwardly and interrupted. Oh, it's not like that. I'm using it as a gift for someone else. With only 20,000 left in his balance, Lin Ze felt like crying. Just a moment ago, he was only complimenting it, but the materials cost even more than the pet. After the employee finished the paperwork at the counter, she announced, "Here you go, sir." The seal bead inside the rock golem was activated instantly. At the same time, the system notified him that the contract with the second pet was complete. Achievement points plus 300. Long after he left the pet shop, the sky gradually turned dark. Lin Ze sat quietly in a spot and began to summon it. Come on out. The rock golem was summoned in a flash. Rock golem, stage 1, level 1, growth rate 12%. Looking at the achievement points, Lin Ze thought, I must increase the growth rate to 100% first. Is greater than music, is greater than. Very quickly, he started leveling it up, and the system simultaneously notified him of the consumption of 220 achievement points to upgrade the rock golem to stage 2. Level 2, with a 100% growth rate. A moment later, Lin Ze smiled and analyzed it secretly. This little guy looks a bit dumb, but who knew it had a god-tier hidden evolution path? Thinking of this, he signaled, eat all these evolution materials so you can evolve. The rock golem didn't think much and lunged quickly like a bolt toward the pile of materials. Seeing that it hadn't finished eating yet, Lin Ze pointed. There's still the undead dust left. The rock golem shook its head in response. Seeing its reaction, he shouted angrily, Do you know how much money I spent to buy this? And you're being picky. Lin Ze realized the situation wasn't good and sighed helplessly. Are you getting angry at me too? The rock golem stopped when it saw him summoning something else. The ice spirit's soul stood tall right in front of it in no time. He thought to himself, looks like it's recovered quite a bit, right? Suddenly, the rock golem lost control and pounced forward. Clattering sounds of collision echoed quickly, then faded away after a moment. It seemed unable to accept this humiliation and started screaming loudly. Witnessing the scene, Lin Ze was speechless and helpless. It was truly stubborn. A while later, the rock golem couldn't escape being fed and reluctantly accepted the remaining materials. The dissatisfaction on its face was becoming increasingly obvious. Not long after, the system announced the growth rate had reached 100%. He stared at the rock golem and couldn't help but frown. A black light appeared. It gradually entered a full-body evolution process. As soon as its form became clear, the system immediately displayed the information. Rock Demon. Attributes: Rock X Ghost. Level: Stage 2. Rank 9. Growth rate: 0%. Skills: Earth Spike projectiles of stone, crushing, impact, piercing, and shattering. Divine Path. The next evolution state, Earth Soul, requires the following conditions: 100% growth rate, high-tier earth elemental essence. Lin Ze smirked and muttered, Luo Da. Oh Luo Da, you probably don't know that a rock golem can evolve like this, right? Suddenly, the rock demon's eyes turned bright red, and it created a seismic tremor that caught him off guard. Hey, what are you doing? It didn't think much and quickly acted out of control. The ice spirit soul seemed startled by the rock demon. It didn't stop but continued using crushing impact. Suddenly, through the thick smoke and dust, waves of cold frost appeared. At the same time, the rock demon's gaze flickered as it saw this. The ice spirit's soul had timely used an ice shield. Witnessing the scene, Lin Ze felt deeply troubled. My wall. Listen, little guy, friends can spar. But if you don't follow my orders and act on your own, I'll show you what strict discipline is. At the same time, the system notified him that the ice spirit's current conditions were sufficient for evolution. He immediately used the evolution command. I'll show you who's really in charge. The system notification rang instantly. Consumed ice spirit evolution materials, X10. Cold energy quickly surrounded the entire space. While the rock demon was confused, the chilling air made it wary. The rock demon's entire body seemed to freeze for a moment, and simultaneously, the system voice rang out. Evolution successful. A series of information quickly appeared. Name: Snow Maiden. Attributes: Ice. Level: Stage 4. Rank 1. Growth rate: 0%. Other related data appeared accordingly. Skill: Ice Spear upgraded to. Ice Burst condenses a massive amount of ice blades above the target area and unleashes them like a waterfall. It deals massive area of effect damage, and the Ice Shield has evolved into Crystal Ice Mirror. It keeps the defensive capabilities of the original Ice Shield but now adds a reflection ability. The extreme cold domain has evolved into blizzard, increasing both the damage and duration of the domain. Inside the domain, a raging blizzard now forms. Lin Ze watched the scene unfold, unable to help but exclaim, "Even the skills have leveled up." The rock demon quickly regained its senses and shifted into an attack stance. However, before it could move for long, it was restrained by the ice. Lin Ze said coldly, giving the order, "Snow Spirit, Ice Burst." Immediately, a barrage of sharp ice spears shot toward the rock demon. In an instant, it was taken down by just one attack from the Little Snowball. Lin Ze's voice rang out, "Since we've signed a master-servant contract, you have to follow my orders completely. But if your nature doesn't change," Lin Ze warned with a sharp gaze, "I won't hesitate to kill you." Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you finally submitting?" Without a second thought, the demon stood up and nodded repeatedly, which satisfied him. "Good." Lin Ze continued to threaten, "There won't be a next time." No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock at the door. As Lin Ze stepped up to open it, a voice boomed from outside. "Open up." His neighbors started complaining. "Hey kid, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Do you have any idea how you've ruined the wall of my house?" Lin Ze heard this and quickly said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I was just training. I'll compensate you for the damages." The guy shouted, "It's not just one, but 2 walls. Plus, you need to pay for my emotional distress at least 300,000. Hearing the absurd amount the neighbor demanded, Lin Ze was stunned. 300,000? The greedy guy pointed his finger at Lin Ze and said, "That's right. You've got 3 days to pay me back." Suddenly, the neighbor's voice became quieter by the second. "Otherwise, I'll." At that exact moment, the rock demon stepped up, ready to strike without hesitation. The guy had been aggressively cussing, but as soon as he saw the beast, he was struck dumb. In that life-or-death moment, Lin Ze casually said, "Stop." The neighbor's voice began to tremble. This is your pet? What kind of monster is this?" Lin Ze shrugged and said, "Sorry, this younger brother of yours didn't train it well, so it must have scared you." Then he asked calmly, "So, what do you think about that compensation money now?" The guy shook like a leaf and replied, "No, forget it, forget it." The neighbor added, "A real man shouldn't sweat the small stuff, right?" A moment later, things settled down. The surroundings went quiet, and before long, the sun began to peek over the horizon. Lin Ze woke up from his daze, startled. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard In Ning's voice. "Hey, today is the entrance exam for the Jiangning Beast Taming Academy. You forgot, didn't you?" Lin Ze felt like he'd been struck by lightning and froze in place. Then he heard her yelling, "You idiot. Hurry up and get to the school gate for the assembly." Not long after, he rushed to the meeting point. Lin Ze arrived. And Ning scanned the area, spotted him quickly, and waved. "Hey, over here." The other candidates also saw Lin Ze and began to scowl. They started whispering heatedly. "How can this guy be late for such an important event? He thinks way too highly of himself." "What are you talking about? He's the one who passed that super difficult trial." While he wasn't paying attention, the teacher rushed over and scolded him. "You overslept again, didn't you?" Lin Ze rubbed the spot where he'd been hit and replied slowly, "I've been a bit tired lately." She said helplessly, "Fine, whatever. But are you still practicing your soul techniques diligently?" And Ning saw the two of them whispering and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. A moment later, the teacher's voice rang out. "Students, gather round. You are all the elite of the elite from Pinghai." She added, "This entrance exam for the Jiangning Beast Taming Academy will be much tougher than usual. I hope everyone does their absolute best, but don't pressure yourselves too much. Whether you pass or not, you're all still my best students. I'll be waiting here for your good news. Everyone, let's do this." All the candidates shouted back excitedly, "Let's go." Meanwhile, a quiet thought echoed in the teacher's mind. "Lin Ze, I hope you can become the pride of our Pinghai #1 high school." As soon as the bus started moving, Ning asked, "What have you been up to lately? I sent you messages, but you never replied." Lin Ze thought to himself, "I've been so busy lately that I forgot to check Ning's messages." He replied, "I've been on some missions, so I lost track of time." She smiled and said, "It's okay. My magic swallow successfully evolved too. Don't you think that's impressive?" He joined in excitedly, "Really? That's amazing. This competition definitely won't be a problem." Shortly after, the bus arrived in Jiangning City, and Ning suddenly leaned toward the window, observing the scenery outside. "Is this a big city? It's so beautiful." At the same time, Lin Ze was stunned, at a loss for words. Seeing his expression, she hesitated and stopped. Then, realizing the situation, she went quiet. The noisy chatter of the other candidates in the back began to mask the awkwardness. A while later, everyone finally gathered at the Jiangning Beast Taming Academy and couldn't help but be amazed. "This place is magnificent. Everyone looked around at the scenery and sighed. It's incredible. If I could study here, it would be a life well spent. Lin Ze was strolling when a voice suddenly came from right beside him. Watch out, move aside for a second. As he glanced over, he heard Le Bangyun say, the 17 people from Tanping High School are here for the exam. At the same time, footsteps from the opposite side sounded out. Tan Yang reported, the 17 people from Shanghai No. 3 High School are here for the exam. Liu Xian looked firmly at Ning and reminded her, you're our team leader, so don't let them beat us. Lin Ze gave her a thumbs up, and Ning quickly regained her momentum and shouted, the 12 from Pinghai No. 1 High School have arrived for the exam. As soon as she finished, a mocking sound came from nearby. A bunch of country bumpkins. They were comparing Pinghai City to the more remote Shanghai Tanping. Right then, Qin, he appeared unexpectedly. He greeted them warmly. Great, that's the spirit. Hello everyone, I'm Qin He, the instructor in charge of this exam, he added. First of all, congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the trial. But don't get too happy just yet. Qin, his expression suddenly darkened. Because the difficulty of this academy entrance exam is in a whole different league compared to a standard beast taming trial. Based on stats from previous years, the failure rate is a staggering 80%. That means only 10 of you will actually pass and get into the beast taming academy. Right after that, he started riling up the crowd. So, does that mean those of us who only manage the lower difficulty levels are basically guaranteed to fail? Hearing this, the guy deliberately rolled his eyes and scoffed. So what? None of you from Pinghai High School are going to make it. So don't even worry about it. Liu Xian couldn't hold back and snapped back immediately. Just looking at you is already getting on my nerves. Dam Dung spoke up. Xin Dai, out of all these people, besides the two of us, who else do you think could actually make it? Xin Dai's gaze swept across everyone one by one. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto Lei Bangyun, and she silently judged. This one is strong. Xin Di continued her quiet observation, but when she looked at Lin Ze's back, she suddenly froze. She was a bit confused by him and kept watching. There was something strange about him. Seeing she was distracted, Dam Dung called out, Cindy, what's wrong? She replied calmly, it's nothing. I just get the feeling that guy's actual strength is a bit hard to pin down. He heard that and immediately let out a scornful laugh. That country bumpkin? The overall level at Pinghai High is a step below ours, so there's nothing to worry about. Qin, he announced. Everyone, first you'll check into your rooms at the Academy Hotel. I hope you all get some good rest. To prepare for the entrance exam over the next few days, the Academy cafeteria will provide free meals throughout your stay. The food is great, and for now, you're free to do as you please. Hearing this, Liu Xian couldn't hide her excitement. I'm already starving. And Ning walked up to Lin Ze and said, Brother, let's go eat. Not long after, they arrived at the cafeteria. Brother, sit over here. Suddenly, a crude voice rang out from behind her. Look over there, that girl is hot. Check out those curves, that's exactly my type. The guy sitting across from him followed his gaze. Keep your voice down, don't embarrass our Chinping High School, even though I think she's great too. And Ning didn't seem to hear the trash talk behind her and calmly picked food for Lin Ze. Here, brother, eat a bit more. He looked at the mountain of food in front of him and helplessly said, That's enough, really, that's enough. Right at that moment, Liu Xian walked up. And Ning, the food for us two isn't enough, why don't you share some with us? She was stunned. Hey, Ovan, Liu Xian? The other girl said happily, So sweet, you two look like a real couple. And Ning's face turned beet red immediately upon hearing that. Don't talk nonsense. The guy behind them, still eavesdropping, couldn't hide his shock. That music-loving punk actually has 2 more girls with him, he said with overflowing confidence. Damn it, how is he so popular? He's not even as handsome as me. Just then, Chu Hung suddenly walked over to start a conversation. Mind if I sit across from you guys? And Ning looked up at him warily before lowering her voice to say, Go ahead. Chu Hung introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm from Chinping High. Name's Chu Hung. Lin Ze bluntly turned and asked, What do you want? He chuckled. I heard there's someone from Pinghai City who cleared the legendary difficulty level. I was wondering if he came this time. Hu Van frowned and asked, Why do you want to know that? Liu Xian chimed in, The exam hasn't even started yet. Are you here to scout information? Are you trying to get as much intel for your high school as possible so you can beat us? Chu Hung hurriedly waved his hands. Oh no, I just want to make some friends. For small fry like us, if we want a shot at succeeding in the upcoming exam, intelligence is everything. And I'm pretty good at that stuff. And Ning said flatly, We have nothing to say to you. Please go back. He scratched his head awkwardly. Don't be so hostile. It's not about showing off. But out of all the exam candidates, anyone with even a little bit of talent, I have some knowledge about them. Chu Hung added. That guy over there is the boss of our Chinping High, Le Bangyun. He continued. He's known as a high school genius. 2 months ago, he passed the college-level internship assessment, and he owns a lovely plant-type pet that's already reached the 3rd stage. Hugh Van couldn't believe her ears and was stunned. 3rd stage? How can a high school student have a 3rd stage pet? Chu Hung continued. Almost forgot, his family is extremely famous locally, so they provided him with a ton of high-grade evolution resources. Liu Xian muttered, a genius plus a rich kid. Our 1st stage pets definitely can't compete with that. Ning suddenly remembered something. 3rd stage, music. Her own phantom bird is only at the 2nd stage. 7th grade, there's definitely a gap there. He smiled cheerfully and continued his introduction. That over there is Song Ma Vai. Chu Hung added, Quach Sin Di, the girl from Thuong Ha City. She's considered a bit of a weirdo. She signed her first pet contract in her freshman year, but in just 1 month, she passed the high-grade internship assessment. Her pet is a stone-patterned dragon, currently at the 2nd stage, 8th grade. Liu Xian jumped. Only half a year and she's already raised a pet to the 2nd stage, 8th grade. Hugh Van's voice trembled. That means when she signed the contract, the pet was already at the 2nd stage, 7th grade, right? Lin Ze glanced over calmly and listened as he continued. If a person's soul power is high enough, they can directly contract even more powerful beasts. Cindy keenly sensed someone looking at her and turned. She saw it was him and immediately gave a wink. Lin Ze, who was eating normally, suddenly choked. On this side, Chu Hung added, besides that, Thuong Ha City has one more powerhouse. Damn done, he's the guy with a dual attribute pet. Liu Xian and Heo Van looked confused and said in unison, a dual attribute pet? And Ning explained. Teachers previously mentioned that there are extremely rare beasts with dual attributes found only in extremely dangerous areas, and most are impossible to tame. Lin Ze pondered to himself. If he remembered correctly, the rock ghost could be both ghost type and rock type. Looks like this attribute combination is definitely worth developing. After finishing his piece, Chu Hung asked again, guys, I've told you everything I know. So, could you tell me who the guy is that cleared the legendary difficulty? Liu Xian, appearing completely off guard, blurted out, the person you're asking about is. Before she could finish, you cut her off. That person isn't here today. The 3 girls were taken aback by what Lin Ze said. You added, I'm sorry, but the person you're looking for isn't here, and we aren't close with that guy. As soon as Lin Ze finished speaking, Chu Hung stood up. Fine. If you guys don't want to talk, I won't force it. See you around. He started to walk away, still filled with unanswered questions. They definitely seemed to be hiding something. The one who cleared the super elite difficulty level was probably among them. Chu Hung calmly walked past his group's table, then lowered his voice, telling them to probe that kid later. Liu Xian frowned, confused, and asked, Lin Ze, why didn't you tell him the truth? This is something to be proud of, isn't it? You wiped your mouth and replied, it's better to be humble. I don't want to be targeted by others this early. Besides, the intel that guy mentioned might not even be true. And Ning, standing to the side, observed quietly and sighed. Brother is truly thorough. Not long after, they finished eating and left. You turned and said, Liu Xian, Zhang Xiaoyun, let's practice a bit tonight. We can't lose to the students from the other high schools. Both of them firmly replied in unison. Understood. And Ning stepped forward and asked Lin Ze, Brother, why don't you come to our room tonight? The 4 of us can stay together. Hearing that, your imagination started to run wild. At that exact moment, someone suddenly approached her from behind. Xu Rui flashed a wicked smile. How about we join you ladies in your room tonight? Then, his expression instantly shifted. Little sister. And Ning didn't say a word and launched a direct attack. He was quick enough to block her punch. Fiery temper, I like it. His lackeys on the side laughed out loud. Before anyone noticed, Lin Ze had appeared behind Ning. You tried to control your boiling anger and negotiated. Take your hand off her. She realized things were getting ugly and thought that fighting here would surely lead to trouble. Then she said, Brother, let it go. Xu Rui goaded you. You guys from Ben High. The girls are decent, but the men are spineless cowards. He stared casually at the fist Lin Ze had pressed against his face, but you didn't hesitate to land a solid blow. Xu Rui's subordinates were stunned. Boss Xu Rui. They hurried to shield him. You brat, you want to fight? A powerful aura began to radiate from you. You can say whatever you want about me, but you dare to bully my little sister? Both of them felt the immediate danger and didn't know how to respond. Lin Ze warned him with a sharp glare. I will absolutely never forgive you. Xu Rui stood up to challenge you. You bastard, then let's settle this here. Just as he prepared to attack, Le Bangyun stepped in. Stop. He coldly reminded them. Don't embarrass our people here. Xu Rui froze. Brother Yun, Lei Bangyun looked toward you and negotiated. That punch of yours didn't lack power. Let's call it a draw. Lin Ze's expression didn't seem to improve much. This isn't over yet. You heard him add. As for that guy, when he gets back, I'll discipline him myself. But if you keep saying things that don't sit well with me, you can come for me instead. Two forces seemed to be emerging, silently probing one another. Finally, Ning spoke up. Let's go. Lin Ze quickly suppressed his aura and then calmly uttered a silent declaration of war. Fine, see you at the trial then. As soon as you turned to leave, Liu Xian immediately praised you. You were so cool back there. While they were chatting happily, they didn't notice Le Bangyun behind them, revealing his true colors. So it was you, after all. Not long after, it grew dark outside. Inside the room, the bathroom was filled with the sound of the girls' playful laughter. And Ning asked, disgruntled, "You guys are annoying. Why did you all come in here?" Liu Xian slowly approached her and replied, obviously, to thank you for helping us train. Zhang Xiaoyun followed up. Our pet beasts have reached the second stage. Isn't that a huge credit to you? To thank you, we're going to give you a massage. And Ning sensed they were up to no good and warned, don't you dare touch me. In the auditorium, everyone had gathered. Chen He's voice rang out. Is everyone here? He slowly announced. First, I'd like to share some news regarding the standard of this year's first group of applicants. I've analyzed your past performances and reached a conclusion. Chin He pointed at everyone and said disappointedly, you are the worst group of candidates yet. I have zero expectations for any of you. Hearing that, Liu Xian angrily shouted, what kind of good news is that? A guy pointed at her and said, it's because of them that we're being held back. Seeing this, Liu Xian yelled, hey, during the test later, you'd better hope you don't run into me. Ignoring the noise, he continued his announcement. Next, we will conduct the test on the primal stone tablet within the illusion. There are no difficulty settings. This exam is called the Deep Wilderness Mystery Realm. Instantly, the stone tablet erupted with magical light. The scene shifted to a mysterious, deep forest. A wild boar with red eyes was growling in anger. Nearby, a dinosaur roared deafeningly. Returning to the auditorium, the instructor gave his instructions. Everyone will enter the illusion after meditating. You will each have a scorecard on your arm. The display will add points based on the number of beasts you kill. He explained, there are 3 stages of beasts, each worth different points. Then he added, sometimes you are the hunter, but you are also the prey. If your pet beast or your own body dies within the illusion, you will be eliminated. Additionally, there will be a stone tablet in the center of the illusion forest, which records the scores and coordinates of the top 10 players. Hearing this, everyone started murmuring. There are even 3rd stage beasts. If we run into those, won't we just get eliminated? He continued to announce. The exam duration is 4 hours. After 4 hours, we will select the 10 candidates with the highest scores based on the instructor's leaderboard. In the crowd, Le Bangyun stood lost in thought and asked, can we only kill beasts? A great question. Hearing that, he replied in a low voice. The winner who kills other candidates will receive all of those candidates' points. As soon as he finished, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What? Why would there be such a cruel rule? Isn't this just encouraging us to slaughter each other? If we all just team up and hunt those from other schools, we'll definitely make it into the top 10. At this moment, Tan Yong cracked his knuckles and said confidently, looks like we can finally let loose and fight. Standing in the background, Quach Tam Di casually blew a bubble with her gum while watching. He clenched his fists and said, keep it shut, you kids. Real battlefields are far more brutal than this. If anyone wants to back out now, speak up. By the way, the top scorer on the leaderboard will be named freshman class president and will receive plenty of perks once enrolled. He narrowed his eyes and added slowly, go on then, let me see what you've got. Glancing over the freshmen, Lin Ze was there. He wondered who among the newcomers would turn out to be the real king. And Ning was lost in thought. If she could just find Lin Ze, it would be great. Even if she didn't make the top 10, she could still help him. Just then, Lin Ze instructed her. And Ning, once we enter the illusion, use the Malia Diu's flight ability to find and reunite with me as fast as you can. With determined eyes, and Ning nodded. He said in a low voice, everyone, please sit still. The scenery shifted and swirled as they entered the illusion. Lin Ze was dropped into a deep forest. He scanned his surroundings. Lin Ze saw a towering stone stele in the distance. He pulled up his sleeve to check the information on his arm. He wondered to himself. The data on his arm only showed his current points, but it didn't indicate if he was in the top 10. In other words, eventually, everyone would have to head to the central stela to check their ranking, and it was very likely that this would become the most dangerous area in the later stages. He calculated in his mind. The biggest catch was that if you didn't mark the steal and just focused on scoring, even if your points were in the top 10, your coordinates would be exposed, which would definitely invite attacks from other players. Lin Ze's eyes sharpened as he analyzed the situation. It seemed the real goal of this exam was for players to PK each other, but as long as you had enough strength, you could completely ignore all the rules here. No one could steal points from the strong, while others' points would eventually end up in the pockets of the strong. Images of the NMQ and Little Snowflake popped into his head, and he said confidently, "But since it's just a game, having fun is what matters most." Suddenly, a strike shattered a beast's fang. Lin Ze was standing inside a barrier, and outside was a Tier 1, Level 9 beast-type two-headed python. As they prepared to attack, he calmly said, "First, I'll temporarily hide my strength to test just how high this NMQ can really go. This so-called dual attribute is definitely worth developing." Then Lin Ze called out, "NMQ." It immediately appeared and knelt down. Looking at the NMQ, he silently calculated, "I'll temporarily hide my power for now to see what this NMQ is capable of. Those dual attributes are worth investing in." It stood silently, watching the python scurry away. Seeing this, Lin Ze said, "Forget it, don't chase it. A Tier 1, Level 9 is only worth 10 points, but its strength isn't much different from a Tier 2, Level 1 worth 20 points. So, killing one at the high end of each tier is the least efficient move." Hearing him, the NMQ clapped its hands in excitement, as if to say, "If we want to test our strength, let's go find a stronger beast to challenge." After that, Lin Ze became gloomy and worried. The only real thing on his mind was whether Ning would be able to find him. Meanwhile, Ning had just taken down a giant centipede. Lin Ze's words still echoed in her mind, and she hoped things would go smoothly. She looked at the info on her arm and let out a sigh of relief. Ning gave the order, "Ma VM, let's go." It immediately flew toward the stele while she watched with a worried expression. "Lin Ze, where are you?" Ma VM was still soaring in the sky, scouting. Suddenly, Ning's eyes lit up. The scene switched to a freshman using his pet to fight a monster snail. Another freshman gestured for his pet to follow after finishing off a monster. A pack of monkeys appeared simultaneously. Just then, Ma VM returned to Ning. She realized her pet couldn't stray too far from her. She analyzed the situation. "It looks like I have to just keep moving forward and try my luck. With Lin Ze's strength, getting into the top 10 shouldn't be hard. Maybe I can find him through the coordinates on the stele." Suddenly, behind Ning, an ostrich lunged at her with lightning-fast reflexes. She jumped to dodge. The ostrich suddenly tucked its legs and ran for its life. Seeing that, Ning guessed, "Based on what I remember from the pet library, this golden-backed ostrich is probably around Tier 2, Level 5. As she confidently thought it shouldn't be a match for her Tier 2. Level 7 Ma VM bird. The bird surged with spirit and charged at the ostrich. With just a burst of flames, the ostrich was defeated instantly, and 20 points were easily secured. Suddenly, something smacked her in the head. Ning was startled and turned, shouting, "Who's there?" An arm holding a boomerang was raised high. It was the pet of a freshman guy. He smirked. "What a coincidence. We meet again." Ning angrily snapped, "It's you? Don't you think it's despicable to steal from others?" He laughed shamelessly. "The rules don't say I can't. And I'm not just here for your points." He added lecherously, "I want the girl too." "Oh, do, finish off that stupid bird." Oh, do followed the order and launched the boomerang forward. She shouted alertly, "Dodge it." While Ma VM quickly evaded, the weapon flew toward Ning instead. She realized, it was aimed at me the whole time. Ning agilely dodged to the side. The guy had been waiting. He lunged, grabbed her, and covered her mouth. "Nice dodge, but now you can't command that fire bird anymore. Can you?" He bragged that, compared to regular pets, the greatest advantage of human-tamed pets was their higher intelligence. They could act on their own will, and his command was just to disrupt her control. Over there, Odu had already grabbed Ma VM's wing. The creep said, "Before I eliminate you, I'm going to enjoy myself a little." On the other side, Lin Ze kept checking the info on his arm, while his NMQ was enthusiastically dealing with a hog. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. In front of him, a giant demon ape caught a monkey and, without hesitation, tossed it into its mouth, chewing loudly. A freshman's voice rang out, "Easy points. That's Chu Hung," he said happily. "Isn't this just way too easy?" Across the way, Lin Ze waved. Chu Hung called out, "Is that you? We met at the cafeteria." He replied with a smile. "That's right, Chu Hung." In his heart, he calculated that this guy probably didn't know his true identity yet. He knows a lot of information. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. Looking at the NMQ, Chu Hung shouted, "Is that a rare beast? How come I've never seen one before?" He thought to himself as he walked over, looking at him. This guy clearly isn't the Lin Ze who passed the super difficulty challenge. According to the intel, That guy is using an ice-type beast, Lin Ze said. Chu Hung, my pet isn't exactly rare either. He scratched his head and said, it's just a normal D-rank beast that just reached the second stage. Chu Hung showed off his beast and said, well, you should take a good look at my wide-mouth monster here. It belongs to the rare grotesque type, and it's already reached the second stage, 7th segment. Hearing that, Lin Ze put on an excited face and exclaimed, brother, you're amazing. He shyly suggested, since we hit it off, why don't I help you score some points? Just follow my lead, and I guarantee you'll make it into the top 10. Lin Ze exclaimed excitedly, that would be fantastic. Despite his happy exterior, Chu Hung was cursing in his heart. What a fool. This brat wants me to stick around to help him. Once you've outlived your usefulness, I'll just find a chance to finish you off and take your points. The forest remained silent under the clear sky. Suddenly, a hand was firmly grabbed. It was Ning. She neatly tackled the despicable guy to the ground. He lay there, grimacing, and shouted, damn it, you son of a bee. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as if he saw something. And Ning's killing intent flared up as she gritted out. Last time, it was because my brother intervened first. Do you really think I'll let you off easily this time? Seeing that aura, the guy screamed, demonization. Suddenly, the demon flame changed form, and its body began to emit a purple mist. Wu Duo cried out in a panic. Help me, quickly. It trembled, speechless. And just like that, Wu Duo turned tail and ran for its life. Trapped under Ning's feet, the guy begged and shrieked, come back. Seeing this, she sneered. Looks like your beast, having its own mind, isn't such a good thing after all. The coward tried to negotiate. I have one last request. Don't hit me where your brother did. Then, a miserable scream echoed deep within the forest. And Ning turned her back, checking the information on her wrist, ignoring the man gasping for air. She thought to herself, 70 points. Looks like this guy's score has gone up. The scoreboard appeared. First, Le Bangyun with 170. Second, Kwok Shin Di with 120. Third, Lu Gang with 100. Fourth, Ning with 70. Fifth, Chu Hung with 60. Standing in front of the stone tablet, Chin, he calculated. Looks like this batch of candidates isn't as bad as I thought. In less than an hour, someone has already broken 100 points. He calmly entered the forest realm. In front of Chin, who was a massive flower-maned tiger. Seeing it, the poison vine beast went into a state of high alert. The flower mane lunged at Kinhe with a roar. The poison vine's eyes flashed, and it extended its branches to bind the flower mane's arms tightly. It struggled, throwing the poison vine away. Then the flower mane pounced, sinking its teeth into it. The flower mane landed heavily. Bangyun closed his eyes and said lazily, Poison vine, stop playing around. It's time to find the next prey. Suddenly, the flower mane's body shifted. It let out a gurgling sound. Its eyes bulging as veins began to pop out all over. Unexpectedly, the flower mane's body was pierced through by the poison vine's vines, spraying blood everywhere. The poison vine slowly walked toward the corpse of the flower mane. It extended its branches, emitting vapors into the flower mane's wounds. Waves of vitality flowed into the poison vine's body. Bangyun looked at the carcass, then back at the info on his arm. 210 points. He gave a sinister smile and confidently declared, the top freshman spot is mine alone. In the distance, a glowing redstone tablet floated in the middle of the forest. The leaderboard updated first, Le Bangyun, 210. Second, Kwok Shin Di, 120. Third, Lu Gang, 110. Fourth, Ning, 90. Fifth, Chu Hung, 70. 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining. Tan Yang smiled coldly and said, just as I thought, you've ranked second. Seeing that, Cindy replied, it's all because you let me have them on the way here. All the beasts were ceded to me, while you still have 0 points. Is that really okay? He calmly replied. As long as we kill those on the leaderboard and take their points, isn't that enough? She wondered. So, who do we start with? Tan Yang said slowly, that Lei Bangyun guy. It's too early to mess with him, and Lu Gang goes to our school. Mentioning this, his expression darkened, revealing a sinister look, while Ning and Shindi were curious. I remember there was a genius named Lin Ze, but why don't I see his name? Hearing this, Tan Yang brushed it off. Genius? I think he just cheated somehow. He's nothing but a fraud with no substance. Let's go. And Ning isn't far from us. An arm pointed to the east, and the demon flame sped through the air, blurring the vision. It landed right in front of Ning. Looking into the demon flame's eyes, she muttered, to the left, there's a windblade mantis, and to the right is a man eating flower. And Ning then anxiously asked herself, brother, where exactly are you? Which way do I go to find you? On the other side, Lin Ze and Chu Hung were walking leisurely. In front of them stood a withered wood beast, which turned to look at them. Chu Hung said, I'll leave this one to you. I'll stand by and provide backup. He calculated in his heart, once he's almost done, I'll strike it down and take the points. Without hesitation, the rock ghost quickly defeated the withered wood beast. It was easily beaten and lay motionless. The rock ghost gave a smug smile. Suddenly, Chu Hung paused, then shouted out loud, "You one-shotted it." The system displayed 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. The leaderboard clearly showed first Li Bangyun, 290, second Quach Sindi, 200, third Lu Gang, 170, fourth and Ning, 140, fifth Liu Dahong, 100, ninth Lin Ze, 120, 15th Chu Hung, 70. 17 people eliminated. Qin, he stood watching, silently evaluating Lin Ze. This kid passed the legendary super difficulty challenge in under 2 hours and climbed from 33rd place to 9th. He actually has some talent, he realized. So that's how it is. They're teaming up over there. Chu Hung said sadly, "Look, brother, I told you to go first. I didn't say to one-shot it. You've got to leave at least one for me." Lin Ze looked apologetic and said, "My bad." Then he spoke clearly. "Since the exam relates to our future studies, I always instruct my beast to attack with full force. If you want points, Chu Hung, I'll leave the next one to you." Seeing Lin Ze's attitude, Chu Hung thought annoyingly, that brat is acting all high and mighty. "Just you wait. I'll kill you later and take all your points." Suddenly, the system chimed with a notification. Rare grade beast detected nearby. Lin Ze muttered, "Rare grade. I wonder if I can earn extra points from this." They moved forward and a massive golden tree came into view. As Lin Ze walked up, the trunk appeared unimaginably enormous. "A golden tree!" Chu Hung exclaimed, "I can't believe it's actually here. This must be some kind of jackpot reward." Suddenly, 2 vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around him. Lin Ze managed to dodge just in time. Now, Chu Hung was left dangling upside down, struggling desperately to break free. The golden tree's grotesque face began to reveal itself, and its body started moving with sluggish, deliberate motions. Chu Hung squinted his eyes and gasped, Is this a withered golden beast?" Even with his mouth being clamped shut by a vine, he kept muffled cries for help. "Hey, wide-mouthed freak, get over here and save me." In an instant, Chu Hung felt his energy draining away. He whispered to himself, "Wait, this thing is draining my power." Then he begged Lin Ze, "Bro, you've got to help me out." Lin Ze replied calmly, "But didn't we agree? One beast for each of us?" Chu Hung put on a fake, sycophantic tone. "Don't be so stubborn. This situation is totally different. This thing is clearly way too strong. We have to team up." But Lin Ze just turned away coldly. "Chu Hung, stop joking around. I know you've got a way to take this thing down. I'll be heading out now." Chu Hung let out a desperate scream. "No, brother, don't do this. I'm begging you." Lin Ze glanced back, setting a condition. He could save him, but what was in it for him? Chu Hung felt a surge of bitterness, thinking, that bastard actually has the nerve to blackmail me. "Just wait until you get me down, I'll make you pay." Outwardly, he acted submissive. "Fine. I know some secrets about the others. I'll tell you everything." Lin Ze told him to speak up. With a face as pale as a sheet, Chu Hung shouted, "Lei Bang and Van Kwok have been training exclusively in soul arts. Oh God, big brother, can you please save me first?" Lin Ze pondered for a few seconds. "Soul arts? Like Luo Da's enhancement techniques? That's some valuable intel." He summoned his rock demon and commanded it to use crushing impact on the beast's stomach. With that, the rock demon lunged forward. The golden beast tried to defend itself with vines erupting from the ground, but the rock demon swiped through them in an instant. It closed in on the beast's midsection, but just as the rock demon was about to strike, the beast launched more vines, dragging the demon away as thick creepers lashed out. They bound the rock demon tight, rendering it helpless. Watching this, Lin Ze thought, looks like a rank 2. Stage 9, rock demon is still struggling against a rank 3. Stage 9, withered golden beast. Seeing his demon immobilized, he had to come up with a new plan. If the rock demon couldn't break free, he'd have no choice but to summon Little Snowball to end this. Suddenly, something caught Lin Ze's eye. The rock demon was straining against the vines. Lin Ze shouted, "Rock demon." It turned its head at the call. Lin Ze roared, "Is that all you've got? Break out of there right now." The golden beast summoned even more vines. The rock demon became increasingly constricted until it suddenly dissolved into a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Chu Hung went ghostly pale, screaming in panic. "It's over. It's going to get drained dry." The timer continued to tick down. 1 minute and 54 seconds remaining. Total eliminated, 27. Deep down, Chin, he thought. Let's see just how strong this genius kid who cleared that insane difficulty really is. A dark mist appeared, and then something vanished. The dark aura swirled and converged. Lin Ze watched this scene in absolute shock, his face filled with disbelief. Skill unlocked. Spirit state. Duration, 30 seconds. A voice filled with panic echoed. What is this? In his heart, Lin Ze realized, dual attributes really do have some unique perks. Let's see how strong this spirit state really is. The golden beast turned around and let out a fierce roar. It attacked with roots, but they passed right through. Lin Ze realized, in spirit state, the rock demon has no physical form, so it can avoid all physical damage and crowd control. He commanded, Stone Bullet Barrage, Crushing Impact. Can't use them? Earth Spike. He pointed at the rock demon. Use the Stone Bullet Barrage. Aim for its eyes and stomach. The rock demon glared at the golden beast, using telekinesis to launch a fierce assault. The rock demon attacked the beast and everyone around it. Lin Ze thought, the level gap is just too massive. If I want to take down a withered golden beast, this kind of damage still isn't enough. A voice shouted, hurry up and run. Why are you just standing there? Chu Hung thought, if this brat dies here, all the points he gathered will go down the drain. Lin Ze just watched his retreating figure in silence. The golden beast opened its mouth, eyes flashing with rage, and charged. Lin Ze called out, summon, Snow Maiden. Little Snowball appeared with her eyes closed. She slowly opened them, her gaze clear but calm. She gently raised her hand to draw upon her power, casting Blizzard. The rock demon stepped out now, fully materialized, and lunged forward with a wild, crazed look. Rock demon, now. Crushing Impact. It struck the beast in a devastating, lethal blow. The Snow Maiden's gaze remained cold as she reached forward and commanded, Rock Demon, enter spirit state. A burst of power surged forth, freezing half of the golden beast's body. Lin Ze smirked, not done yet. He lunged in for a killing blow, soul power impact. The golden beast was knocked down, lying on the ground like a hollow shell. The system notification popped up. You have slain the withered golden beast. The system continued, Rock Demon has leveled up to rank 3. New skill, Spirit Doppelganger. In spirit state, it can instantly split into 2, both dealing 100% of the original's damage, and it can mimic all actions and skills of the original. Duration, 10 seconds. Cost, 100 achievement points. Lin Ze smiled. If a skill is this useful, it's worth the price. I just unlocked spirit state, and after splitting, my combat power effectively doubles. Plus, I just ranked up from the last fight. This is totally worthy of a king tier path. This was a massive score. The score display updated, 180 points. Time remaining, 1 minute and 20 seconds. His face darkened. This is incredible. Especially that ice-type pet that just showed up. If I'm not mistaken, that's a pet with god-tier potential. How on earth did this kid manage that? Lin Ze thought to himself. Seems like a rare rank 3 beast grants 60 extra points. Guess I can't keep a low profile anymore. A voice rang out. What was that? Chu Hung's voice was hesitant. The withered golden beast? He gaped, eyes wide with pure shock. You beat it. He pointed directly at Little Snowball. Who is she? Is she a contestant too? Which school is she from? Lin Ze thought, damn it, I forgot to recall Little Snowball. He pointed straight at Little Snowball. Who is she? Is she a contestant too? Which school is she from? Lin Ze was cursing under his breath. He completely forgotten to call Little Snowball back. Being spotted by him, how am I supposed to keep up this act? He pointed at her and exclaimed, I don't know what's going on either. That looks like a humanoid ice-type ferocious beast, doesn't it? It's the one that defeated the golden withered beast. He wondered, another ferocious beast? Why would they turn on their own kind, or is it someone's contracted beast? Could its master be nearby? He grabbed his head and shouted, no, it's ice-type. Could its master actually be the legendary Lin Ze? If it could take down the golden withered beast, its strength must be way beyond ours. If we're next, we're definitely dead meat. Lin Ze felt incredibly helpless, hearing that, not knowing what to say. The system prompt appeared, pretend to attack us. Snowball stared at them with a look of pure confusion. Chu Hung yelled, she's staring right at us. She swung her arm, attacking in his direction. Ice burst, he shrieked. She's really trying to finish us off. We're doomed. Scene change. Snowball raised her hand and launched an attack. Chu Hung thought to himself, if both of us get eliminated here, that's a huge loss. Maybe I should just kill this guy next to me and run. She kicked him, and he stumbled. Why did you swallow me? He demanded. He replied, obviously to protect you. The system appeared, I'm fine, you go back first. The rock demon's system replied, you go back too. A moment later, Chu Hung and the beast had run quite a distance. He felt great, he had escaped the pursuit and even earned some points. He asked, hey, are we safe now? Are you okay? Lin Ze replied calmly, with soul defense, what could possibly happen to me? Shouldn't you let me out now? He blocked him. Wait, that monster is still chasing us. Just hang in there a little longer. Something's not right, he thought. This brat should have been digested by now. How is he completely unscathed? At that moment, Big Mouth felt very uncomfortable. It clamped its mouth shut, taking a deep breath, then spat, causing Lin Ze to stumble and nearly collapse. Chu Hung asked curiously, "How did you manage to get out?" He continued, "Bad digestion, maybe," he went on. "I think if that monster keeps chasing us, we could work together to defeat it." Chu Hung smirked, thinking, "This kid is terrifyingly stupid," he replied. "But it doesn't look like it's chasing us anymore, does it? Can you tell me about unique soul techniques now?" He pointed into the distance. "Let's head to that stone stele first, to see if we've made the top 10. We can talk on the way," he continued. So-called unique soul techniques are essentially one-of-a-kind abilities, awakened by only a select few beast tamers. These techniques can't be learned from books, and others can't mimic them. It depends on each tamer's constitution, and because they're so rare, normal teachers can't really instruct on them. Lin Ze wondered, "Then what are the unique soul techniques of Guo Xin Di and Li Bangyun?" Chu Hung replied, "Those are pretty intense. Let me go check the rankings first." The leaderboard appeared. Names flickered by. He was disappointed. His name wasn't there. But Chu Hung still had hope. There was only 1 hour left, and the 10th place spot only had 100 points. "If I can take this idiot's points, I'll definitely make the top 10. He addressed the boy. "Hey, kid." He seemed to see something and his eyes went wide with shock. A number appeared on Lin Ze's hand. 180 points. Chu Hung panicked. 180 points. This brat actually has 180 points. The leaderboard displayed his name, Lin Ze. 180 points. He trembled and asked, "What is your name?" Lin Ze replied with a calm expression, "Lin Ze." Chu Hung pointed at him, trembling. "Damn it, you've been playing me this whole time," he thought. "I forgot that the one who cleared the super difficulty level has 2 contracted beasts. This kid was hiding his strength, so that ice-type beast was his too. I've been played." Lin Ze spoke up. "Did you forget? If it wasn't for me, you'd have been killed by that golden withered beast long ago. Now, it's time you tell me what you know." Chu Hung ordered. "Damn you, don't even think about it. Big Mouth, kill him," he screamed at the top of his lungs. The rock demon appeared out of nowhere and attacked Big Mouth. Snowball raised her hand and shouted. The 3 of them cornered Chu Hung, who crawled on the ground, retreating constantly. Lin Ze said, "Your points aren't much, but they're equivalent to a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. I'll take them," he begged tremblingly. "Don't. I'll talk. I'll say everything. Just please spare me," he continued. "I've changed my mind. Actually, whatever their unique soul techniques are, it's all the same to me." He was terrified. "What do you mean? It's all the same?" He spread his arms. "None of them are a match for me." He continued, "Snow Maiden, Ice Burst." Chu Hung yelled, "You bastard." Before he could finish, he was sent flying. Chu Hung, having been attacked, collapsed. A voice echoed. Bang Yun stepped out from somewhere. He said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chu Hung, as if finding a lifeline, shouted, "Boss, this guy is Lin Ze. Watch out for his ice-type contracted beast." Lin Ze thought, "I didn't expect to run into him here. Looks like it's time to settle our old score." He commanded, "You can step back and rest now." Chu Hung laughed bitterly. His points were stolen by the boss, but he supposed it was worth it. The monster beside him raised its hand, using magic to dispel the ice. The leaderboard updated. At the top was the name Bang Yun with 430 points. He stated, "Come here, show me your true skills. Let's see who's really worthy of the #1 spot in this novice ranking." Lin Ze was calm. "I'm not interested in being the leader of the novices. If you want it, go ahead and take it." Bang Yun sneered. "So, you're giving up?" He laughed loudly. "I didn't expect you to be such a pathetic coward. Once I finish you, I'll take down everyone else on the leaderboard. Guo Xindi, Tan Yang, Lu Gang, and Ning, I won't leave a single one of them." He looked frantic. The pleasure of complete domination. It makes me want to never stop. Lin Ze realized something. Right, and Ning, he thought. Tan Yang, Guo Xindi, and Ning are all in the same place, and Ning is in danger. With that thought, he bolted toward the east. Bang Yun sighed. "Command, you actually ran? Stop him for me." It reached out its long hand, wrapping tightly around the rock demon, giving it no chance to resist. Lin Ze created a shield to protect himself. Li Bangyun sneered, "Caught so easily again. What a total joke, you're not half as good as the rumors say. Poison Vine Beast, drain their energy dry for me. Come on, let's see you run now." Lin Ze frowned and cursed him. Damn it. Suddenly, a snow maiden appeared behind him. "I don't have time to play games with you." Li Bangyun turned around, eyes widening. A second later, his body was completely frozen. Seeing its master in that state, the creature reached out toward the girl. Little Snowball didn't hesitate and froze it solid immediately. The rock demon swung its arm hard, shattering the ice. Lin Ze glared at them coldly. I told you. With that, he turned his back to leave. I don't have time to play with you. The layer of ice slowly melted, leaving a trail of water on the ground. Lu Gang stepped out from somewhere and remarked, such incredible vitality, to still be alive after all that. He continued, they say the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He forgot to land the finishing blow. This is my perfect chance. He reached out toward Lei Bangyun. Lei Bangyun, your points belong to me now. He ordered an immediate attack on Lei Bangyun. Lu Gang thought to himself, your pet can be revived, but what about you? He figured. To catch the bandits, catch the king first. Lei Bangyun smirked. Having reached first place, luck is a part of one's strength. After all, he looked at his hand, curious. Why hasn't the score changed? He felt extremely confused. It was really strange. A sound from behind grabbed Lu Gang's attention. A whip wrapped around his neck, and he was shoved hard into the distance. Lu Gang couldn't believe his eyes. What is wrong with you? Why? Le Bangyun smirked. I don't mind revealing this to someone about to be eliminated anyway. He continued. This is my own personal soul art. Synchronized simulation, he shouted. Iron Scale Dragon, attack him now, he bellowed at the creature. The scene shifted, and 3 figures sped through the forest. Lin Ze thought to himself, Quach Shin Dai Tan Yang, if you dare lay a hand on my sister, then you're dead men walking. Ahead stood a team of people. A drake stood watching the scene before them. And Ning cursed, damn it, I can't break free. A voice echoed, don't waste your energy. And Ning. Tan Yang smirked. The undead mage's water prison cannot be escaped from the inside. He turned to tell Sin Dai, leave him to you. As long as we take his points, we have a chance to take the top spot for the freshman. She spoke up. What? Because she's too pretty. You can't bring yourself to strike. He frowned. You know it. I have no interest in any other girl. She continued. Wait, hold off a little longer before you act. He was curious. Wait for what? Shindi's eyes widened with a cunning look. Wait for the big fish to bite. A gust of energy flew in from somewhere. Tan Yang panicked, reacting by summoning his water serpent. The drake angrily flicked its small tail. 3 people walked out from somewhere. Lin Ze's voice was icy. Quack Shindi, Tan Yang, I suggest you let her go right now. Tan Yang stared straight at him, feeling the presence of 2 spirit beasts. And Ning thought to herself, brother Lin Ze's pet. Something's not right, but now isn't the time to be surprised. She called out, brother Lin Ze, those people are very strong. You have to be careful. He reassured her. Don't worry, I'll get you out of there right now. Tan Yang was curious. Are you really Lin Ze, the legend who cleared the super difficulty challenge? Shindi looked on with disdain. It's really him. No wonder I felt like he wasn't a normal person before. He stepped forward, wanting to see just how strong this guy was. He'd face him to find out. She added, you better be careful. I can sense that this guy isn't simple at all, he said in a condescending tone. Once I beat him and hand over his points to you, you'll be the top-ranked freshman. If I lose, then you can just take my points instead. Tan Yang commanded, Undead Mage, go. Subdue him for me. A circle immediately surrounded Lin Ze. He reached out and shattered the circle instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, how is this kid's soul power so strong? The rock demon lunged toward him, and he immediately used his power to control it. Water pillar imprisonment, the rock demon was lifted high by the force. Tan Yang calculated that he could capture one first. Lin Ze spoke coldly. Phantom spirit music mode. The rock demon escaped safely in an instant. It angrily unleashed a blow, its whole body radiating a terrifyingly cold aura. Tan Yang laughed like a madman. Sorry, but my undead mage is also a phantom spirit type, which means it's immune to physical attacks. Shindi shouted, you idiot, watch your back. A surge of power appeared behind him, knocking him flying. Tan Yang turned back in pain to look at it. The rock demon didn't hesitate. Phantom spirit clone. Lin Ze sneered. It's a pity you aren't immune to physical attacks. Tan Yang couldn't believe it and gritted his teeth. Damn it, is greater than music, is greater than. He shouted in frustration. Damn it, use the undead seal. A gloomy aura flowed out the undead seal, trapping the rock demon's clone so it couldn't move. Lin Ze thought, this guy is actually a bit of a handful. I guess I'll have to let Little Snowball handle this. He commanded. Return to normal state, so you don't get suppressed by his undead mage. Tan Yang laughed loudly. The legendary genius turns out to be nothing special. His voice was cold. Shut your mouth. Now, I'll show you what true power really is. Shindi opened her eyes wide, disbelieving what she saw. A powerful source of light erupted from Lin Ze's body. Tan Yang panicked. No, This guy is definitely not someone we can deal with. If we go on like this, Shindy said with a dark expression, we're definitely going to be eliminated. The scene changed, and Shindy suddenly spoke up, her face full of fear and guilt. She waved her hands. Wait, maybe we can still negotiate a little bit. Lin Ze felt that the statement was truly meaningless. He huffed coldly. Negotiate? She nodded hurriedly, explaining breathlessly. Yes, actually, we've all already made it into the top 10 on the leaderboard. There's no need to fight each other anymore. We'll be classmates soon. The Snow Maiden didn't want to hear her excuses and raised her hand, ready to strike. Cindy screamed in panic at Tan Yang. Don't. Wait. Tan Yang, release that girl now. Tan Yang said in a cold voice, full of calculation. Release her. If they team up to deal with us, it'll be even worse. She ignored his explanation and screamed. Just do what I say. He had no choice but to compromise. Fine, she shouted, dispelling the water prison. Immediately, the thing restraining Ning was removed, and she escaped safely. A small creature suddenly dove from high above, causing the firebird to spread its wings in momentary shock. Ning stepped to Lin Ze's side, voice excited. Brother, thank you for coming to save me. He comforted her. Don't worry. With me here, no one dares to lay a finger on you. He turned his cold gaze toward Tam D and Dam Dung. As for you guys, even if I deal with you, I can still save my sister. But whatever you're offering just isn't enough to satisfy me. Dam Dung's eyes turned bloodshot. He screamed like a madman. Then sorry about that. Damn it, you little punk. I'm gonna end you. Tam D, you run first. Tam D was confused by his words. She turned to Lin Ze and said, I have it. Lin Ze stared at her coldly, as if he were appraising an item. She gave a stiff smile, her face incredibly tense, and said, I specialize in soul arts. I can use my sensing abilities to help you awaken your own power. Lin Ze let out a non-committal sound, his expression unreadable. That was definitely a bargaining chip worth considering. Dam Dong was baffled by Tam D's words, and he shouted at her, Hey, Tam D, there's no need to help that little punk. He seemed to realize something, thinking to himself, Tam D, don't tell me. Tam D's face flushed with shyness as a faint smile appeared on her lips. From afar, a voice called out, Sorry to interrupt, but mind if I join in? Lin Ze remarked. Oh, so you really aren't dead. Le Bang Yun stepped forward with a devious grin, scanning the area. The fact that you're all gathered here makes it easier for me to round you up in one go. Dam Dung was trembling with rage, pointing a finger at him, spitting out each word. It was infuriating. Tam D whispered to Lin Ze, we can team up to take his top spot. Lin Ze sensed something was off, thinking, things are starting to get chaotic. A timer showing 10 minutes appeared on the screen. He had been watching the situation unfold from behind the monitors. He felt he wanted to keep all these freshmen, and if they really fought, he might miss out on some geniuses. He spoke up. It's your turn to make an appearance. I'm giving you 10 minutes to completely crush their spirits. Dam Dung stepped forward, saying, Tam Dai, you aren't actually going to help that kid, are you? I have a way we can use Le Bang Yun to keep that brat in check, and then we'll be the ones to benefit. She coldly refused. Sorry, but I genuinely want to help him. Rebuffed, Dam Dung felt his world crumbling. Did Quach Tam D actually like that guy? He shrieked crazily. Damn it, I'll defeat you all myself. Le Bang Yun's expression was cunning. Come on then, let's all attack together. Suddenly, a booming voice commanded, Stop. The voice continued, There's no need to fight anymore. You've all been accepted, but there's one more trial mission specifically designed for a few of you. A gate from another dimension appeared, and someone stepped out as the voice continued. Since your strength far exceeds that of your peers, let's see just how far your limits go. These 4 are second-year academy students with average rankings. Go ahead and test your skills against them. Whoever wins gets a purification ritual. Those who lose still keep their spots. And Ning countered, That's not fair. We aren't even officially first-year students yet. How could we possibly beat second-year seniors? She added. Besides, we've already been through so many battles, our spirit beasts are exhausted. Lin Ze gave a faint smile and waved his hand. Bring it on. Le Bang Yun said mockingly, It's a real shame, since we can't eliminate. You guys, I guess we're classmates from now on, plenty of opportunities to compete. Dam Dung yelled, You bastard. Just try to get past the second-year trial first. Tam D trotted over to Lin Ze. So, can we be considered allies now? She looked at him with hopeful eyes, but he met her gaze with cold detachment. And Ning chimed in. He hasn't agreed to that yet, you know. The scene shifted. Lin Ze was calculating things in his head. The purification reward is a must. It can boost both soul and physical strength. He looked at his opponents, thinking, They only sent 4 people, while there are 5 of us. Looks like they're underestimating us. He told Tam D that if she wanted to be an ally, he continued, She would have to team up with his sister and take on one of them. Tam D and Ning spoke in unison, but I want to be with you. Lin Ze patted Ning's head and said gently, Ning, I'll handle one of them myself. If the two of you can handle even one, that's already a huge win. At that moment, Sing Tao spoke up. Newbies, are you done discussing? Who's going to fight me? Or feel free to come at me all at once. Dam Dung stared straight at him, grinding out, I'll take you on. This is my chance to prove my strength to quash Tam Dai. Xing Tao laughed heartily. Good, you've got guts. Just make sure it's not only guts. Zhang Man approached Lei Bangyun. Hey, handsome, I've got my eye on you. Come be my opponent. Lei Bangyun gave a twisted grin. I'm not the type to go easy on the ladies. She summoned a beast, a thunder lion beast type. She sneered. Fine then, hurt me as much as you can. Tam Di's eyes flashed with an eerie reddish-pink light. She said, that leaves the other two. That girl is relatively weak. Just then, a deep probing voice from Zetian sounded out. Kid, are you pointing fingers at me? Your face is starting to really annoy me. Lin Ze readily agreed. Sure, why not? He smiled until his eyes crinkled. Senior, please go easy on me. Tui Tui approached from a distance. All the freshman girls this year are pretty cute, aren't they? Her face was unfriendly, her voice dripping with arrogance and disdain. But I hate girls who are cuter than me, so I won't be holding back. Tam Di and Ning were stunned by her words, completely bewildered. He stood up, frustrated, scratching his head and cursing, damn it. Tu Yen ran over, sobbing and shaking Hugh Van's shoulders. Hugh Van, we really got eliminated. Hugh Van shook his head with a sad smile. Can't be helped, he continued. There are too many geniuses here. Unless a miracle happens, we're definitely out. He panicked. Damn it. I played dirty the whole time, but I still lost. He turned pale with fear. Why does it still feel like I'm in pain? Chin, he stood in the corner with a smirk, thinking, this batch actually has a few interesting characters. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Wenba smiled brightly at Qin He. Leave the next round of examinees to me. Qin He felt it was strange. Teacher Cao, he continued, you're here to poach students already? It was hard enough for me to pick these out. He added, your testing method is too extreme. You're going to miss out on quite a few talented individuals. I've still got 10 spots left here. Chin, he remarked with a sigh. It wouldn't be too harsh to cherry pick from the ones who didn't make the cut, would it? The teacher was fired up. All right, you arrange it then. Wenba spoke to the students. For those of you who didn't make the top 10, I have some good news. I still have 10 spots available. If you can pass my test, you'll be admitted. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up, and they were all visibly excited. What? For real? That's amazing. Lu Xian teared up and grabbed Zhang Xiaoyun's hand. Looks like a miracle happened. We have to give it our all this time. Still a chance to make the top 20, he told himself. I have to grab this opportunity. On the other side, someone was kneeling on the ground. Dan Yang clutched his head in disbelief. Damn it, this is clearly a suppression of rank. Sing Tao looked down at him from above, pointed directly at his face, and sneered. You lost. At that moment, a brilliant green light appeared around Le Bangyun. John Man exclaimed, your stamina is truly impressive, handsome. But you've already lost. If we keep fighting, it's just going to be a one-sided slaughter. Le Bangyun's eyes slowly turned a deep green, his expression eerie. She scoffed. Can't you hear me anymore? Tui Tui stepped forward and mocked them. You call this genius? How laughable. Let me tell you, the one thing we aren't short of at this school is geniuses. Ah, I uttered. Be sure to spend your own time training more. Understand? The girls were curious about Wenba. Teacher Qin, what's with your methods? I didn't dare ask, but doesn't this complete suppression just strip them of their confidence? Qin, he replied calmly. Teacher Gao, I just want to temper their arrogance. If they enter the school thinking they're the best, that won't do. They need to know that there is always someone better out there. Hearing this, you smiled with your eyes squinting. Teacher Qin, you continued, looks like someone hasn't had enough of your training yet. The war horse flame emerged, looking majestic, as a panicked voice rang out. Zetian couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, impossible. From the distance, Lin Ze's voice echoed. You fixed a cold gaze on him and spoke indifferently. I've gone easy on you, but the countdown is over. Chinny looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. This is a real treat. We've seen plenty of geniuses, but in this situation, he continued, it feels like I'm seeing the Federation's 8 great beast tamers back when they were young. How truly interesting. Wenba excitedly added, even at this age, I doubt the Federation's 8 greats possess such terrifying strength. His name is Lin Ze, right? When the time comes, assign him to our class. He looked at you with a helpless expression. Teacher Gao, don't go stealing my students like that. The top 10 students from each class should be distributed among different classes according to the regulations. The system announced that the war horse flame had been defeated. Ztian stood stunned. I lost. And Ning cheered excitedly. Ah, you actually won. You're amazing. Quach Tam Di couldn't believe her eyes. I never expected him to be this strong. Dan Yong, refusing to accept defeat, punched the ground hard. There's still a gap. There's still a gap. When I get back, I'll turn this grief into motivation. You just wait for me. Xing Tao felt confused. Is this Ztian guy an idiot? How can a freshman who hasn't even enrolled yet defeat a sophomore? I don't buy it. Lin Ze mocked them. Still want to go? Seniors. He had hit a sore spot. You little brat, don't think that just because you pulled off some tricks and won, you can look down on us. Your eyes were cold and unreadable. So, all three of you want to come at me? Dern Lang charged forward, followed by Xing Tao's curses about him being a braggart. Dern Lang and Nam Kui lunged at each other, neither willing to back down. Wen Ba hurriedly intervened. All right, stop it. Xing Tao is clearly no match for him. If this keeps up, the sophomores are going to lose face. This will only make the kid, Lin Ze, gain more enemies before he even arrives. Chin, he pondered and nodded in agreement. True. Chin, his voice resonated. That's enough. Students, stop. The test is over. Hearing the voice, Xing Tao whipped around and called out, Teacher Chin. The teacher's voice was steady. The only person to pass the test is Lin Ze. The other students also performed very well. I believe that after entering Jiangnin Academy, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds, he shouted toward Lin Ze. Damn it, kid, wait until you enroll, then we'll continue our duel. Without thinking, you gave a thumbs up in agreement. No need for that, senior. You're definitely the strong one. He gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. You just wait for me, brat. Xing Tao spat out one last line before disappearing. I've marked you. You replied coldly. Next is the reward for the baptism. The system appeared. Congratulations, Lin Ze. You have been accepted into Jiangnin Academy. System. Increasing strength for Nam Kui. Nam Kui's growth rate has increased. Tuit Nu also gained power. Tu Tuit Ko's growth rate has increased. By now, Lin Ze and the others had returned to the hall, and hundreds of eyes were locked onto them. Who exactly is he? He's seriously strong. He's back. Is he the one who cleared the super difficulty level? Lin Ze pointed at himself, looking helpless, thinking, every time I wake up, this atmosphere feels so familiar. Suddenly, Quach Tam Di reached out and grabbed your sleeve, whispering, Lin Ze, I can sense your Nam Kui. It has other forms that can be unlocked. You were curious. Really? She winked mischievously. It even includes soul techniques. I can show you how to activate them. If you want to know more, come see me after the exam. Lin Ze was curious but didn't ask further, just gave a soft nod. Chin, his excited voice rang out. Order. Students who scored in the top 10 this time will be admitted directly. He continued, and I would like to announce that the top student of this year's exam is Lei Bangyun. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause. Le Bangyun stood there, listening to the crowd's buzzing. This isn't right. Why is it that guy? He frowned angrily, cursing to himself. Damn it, he really did perform better than me. This is so humiliating. The assistant turned to ask Kinney. That kid clearly deserved the top spot for the freshman. Isn't this a bit unfair? The teacher replied, we can't bet everything on one person. Besides, the rules clearly stated that the top position would be decided based on total points. The assistant understood the issue and stepped up to announce it to everyone. Revival Challenge participants, follow me. Those in the top 10 are dismissed and can await the enrollment ceremony in 10 days. Security reassured the two girls. It's all right. I believe all of you can pass the Revival Challenge. Do your best. Just then, Chu Hung stepped up and called out to Lin Ze. He scratched his head and asked, So, you're Lin Ze? I guess my info was a bit off, but I just watched your match against the second-year students. You're so cool. I have a proposition. Lin Ze cut him off. Oh yeah, what do you want? Chu Hung asked eagerly. Can I be your underling? He started buttering him up. My respect for you flows like an endless river. Lin Ze flatly refused. Sorry, I don't take underlings. He pointed ahead and added, Besides, you haven't even qualified for enrollment yet. Chu Hung bolted off, shouting, I'll definitely make it. Wait for me, boss. Van Yoon also quietly took his leave. On the street, security's voice echoed, Incredible. To celebrate passing the challenge and officially becoming freshman at J. Angling Academy, don't rush home today. Why not enjoy a full day in the city? Lin Ze replied to himself, True, those 4 hours were exhausting. We definitely need a break. And Ning blushed and said, Then let's come back tomorrow. We're staying in the city tonight, okay? A soft voice whispered, Let's stay the night in the city. Lin Ze smiled and replied, "That works." And Ning bowed her head and smiled happily, but she suddenly jumped when she checked her phone, seeing the high prices on the screen. Oh crap. Lin Ze immediately remembered. He'd spent all his money last time buying materials to level up the rock demon. Seeing his measly balance made him anxious. Balance, 300. Noticing Lin Ze looked distressed, she asked, "What's wrong, brother? Let's go get something to eat first." He reluctantly agreed. They went to a high-end restaurant, a premium spot that allowed beasts to dine too. Lin Ze was stunned. Looking at the bustling space inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "There's really a place like this?" And Ning, on the other hand, was thrilled. "I've been wanting to come to this restaurant for so long. Brother, let's summon our beasts, too. They've been fighting for us for so long, they deserve a good meal, too." He helplessly replied, "All right." The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment. Then, she was surprised by the change in Little Snowball. "Brother, last time I saw her, she was still just a little girl. She evolved so fast, and she's so beautiful. How did you do it?" Lin Ze lowered his head and answered in a low voice. "Maybe it's because the bond level between me and my beasts is quite high," but he smirked to himself. The story about the system was too long. He'd tell Ning when the time was right. The most important thing now was, Ning smiled, raised the menu, and suggested, "Big brother is so amazing. You have to teach me later, but for now, let's order." Lin Ze picked up the menu. "Let me see," but he quickly gulped. There were way too many zeros. The rock demon beside him was already waiting, fork and knife in hand. The snow spirit waited gently with her magic flames. A waiter walked up with a pad. "Would you like to order anything else?" And Ning generously ordered, "This and this too." 5 minutes later, a table full of food was brought out. Everyone was amazed, except for him, who looked miserable. "Oh, it's over." In a flash, the table was cleared. Lin Ze was now sweating profusely, panicking. "What do I do? Should I run for it?" The waiter smiled and handed him the bill. "Sir, your total is 35,000 yuan. How would you like to pay?" And Ning smiled and stepped forward. "Let me handle it. I've saved up quite a bit of allowance." He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Saved. As they walked down the street, she mused, "The big city is so beautiful at night." And Ning clutched her hands. "I hope I can study in the city with you later." Just thinking about it made her excited. Lin Ze hung his head sadly, thinking, "I need to make some money quickly. Taking a mission now probably isn't fast enough." Suddenly, shouting erupted from a nearby building. "Great hit. That's insane." Everyone inside was cheering. "So cool. The four-armed monster is the champion." Inside the ring, the four-armed monster was celebrating its victory. The referee calmly spoke into the microphone. "Does anyone else want a challenge?" He introduced seriously. "If you can defeat the four-armed monster, you get the entire pot of prize money. You only need to pay a 300 yuan entry fee to qualify. The winner receives a reward of 50,000 yuan from the prize pool." Hearing this, Lin Ze felt happy. The way to make money was right there. He raised his hand to summon his beast. The referee continued explaining the rules. "Our rules strictly forbid the use of any soul techniques or magic spells. It is purely hand-to-hand combat to give the audience the thrill of a brawl." Lin Ze had already summoned the rock demon and asked, "You got this?" It responded confidently, "Of course. Once you step into the ring, you have to sign a death waiver. If your beast accidentally kills the opponent's beast during the match or gets killed by the opponent's beast, neither side will be held responsible." He turned to Ning. "Do you want to watch the match?" She asked in surprise, "Brother, are you planning to participate?" Lin Ze smiled. "If they want to give away money like that, then I won't be polite." He looked at the four-armed monster and analyzed it. Through the system's observation, the four-armed monster was level 3, stage 1, while his rock demon was currently level 2, stage 9. To be safe, it's best to upgrade the rock demon first. Lin Ze reached out and upgraded the rock demon. It immediately surged with power. The rock demon leveled up to level 3, stage 3, consuming 780 achievement points, leaving him with 400. He thought to himself, the higher the level, the more points needed to upgrade, and Ning was surprised. "It leveled up already? How did you do that?" Lin Ze replied softly, "Maybe because it ate something delicious." She cheered excitedly, "Brother, I believe you can definitely beat it." The referee grabbed the microphone, intrigued. "A new challenger has appeared. Let's cheer for his courage." He introduced them trembling. "This guy looks a bit weak, with a strange red-haired stone beast I've never seen before. Why on earth would you want to join this death match?" The crowd immediately burst into mocking laughter. "This kid, is he drunk or something? Where did he even come from? Doesn't he know his own limits? This red-haired guy doesn't look so tough either." Rock Demon gritted his teeth in annoyance. The massive four-armed beast let out a scoffing laugh. Hung Kot disdainfully chimed in. "Hey kid, If my four-armed beast accidentally crushes your little creature into a pulp later, don't go crying to me. Lin Ze just smiled and replied, please, give it everything you've got. Hung Kot let out a mocking laugh. What a kid who doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth goes. Then the referee told them both to sign the papers. Come here and sign and seal this. The deathmatch agreement was signed. The referee yelled at the top of his lungs. The match begins. Hung Kot immediately ordered his beast. Four-armed beast, show him what you're made of. The beast charged in immediately, but Rock Demon dodged it with ease. Lin Ze silently judged that in terms of speed, Rock Demon still held the upper hand. Then the beast threw a kick, but Rock Demon's arm instantly caught it. Rock Demon followed up with a punch, but the beast effortlessly blocked it with its hand. Now, the beast had a firm grip on Rock Demon in mid-air and threw it away with brute force. The impact was so strong the stone floor shattered, and the referee couldn't help but exclaim, "That's some serious strength." Hung Kot boasted with a grin. My four-armed beast might not be using any skills, but with raw power alone, it can defeat many pets that are supposed to be stronger. Seeing this, Lin Ze finally understood. The rules here were clearly biased in favor of the four-armed beast. No wonder they were so confident. The four-armed beast raised both arms high, but Rock Demon quickly jumped back to retreat. Unfortunately, it was grabbed by the leg by the beast, then slammed down hard with the other two arms. Hung Kot stood behind, arms crossed, mocking. Is that all you've got? The crowd roared, what a great punch, and Ning watched in constant worry. Lin Ze is greater than music, is greater than Lin Ze contemplated the situation. If he could use skills, Rock Demon in its undead form could play around with this giant monster at will, but it was a shame the rules didn't allow it. Using pure strength alone, it was clearly outmatched, especially since the opponent had four arms, basically the perfect weapon made of flesh and bone. Remembering Tamdi's words made him think. The last time Rock Demon unlocked a new form was when it faced extreme danger. If what Quach Tamdi said was true, this was a gamble worth taking. Either it unlocks a new form, or it gets beaten to death by the four-armed beast. Lin Ze gave a serious command. Rock Demon, show me you haven't given it your all yet. Looking at Rock Demon's pathetic state on the ground, he continued to provoke it. Do we have to rely on Little Snowball to decide every single victory? The four-armed beast raised its foot to crush its head. Suddenly, Rock Demon lifted its head and leaped up at lightning speed, striking the beast's stomach. The blow was so powerful that the beast's skin began to crack and fall off. Unexpectedly, Rock Demon evolved into a new form, just as Lin Ze had predicted. Sure enough, there's always a surprise. It turned out the stone armor attached to its body could be shed depending on the battlefield situation. The four-armed beast attacked with force, but Rock Demon dodged it easily. Hung Kot didn't realize the shift and grinned. Forgot your lesson already? The four-armed beast suddenly swung its other two arms backward, but Rock Demon had vanished. He stared in disbelief. What? What just happened? Then Rock Demon suddenly appeared behind the beast. When the four-armed beast attacked with its hands, it vanished again and then suddenly struck from behind. Rock Demon couldn't help but laugh excitedly. In the end, the four-armed beast could only helplessly cover its head. Lin Ze stood on the sidelines, anxiously calling out, time remaining. 10 seconds. Rock Demon, stop playing around. Finish it. Rock Demon obeyed and dived down from above, immediately activating its power, Lightning Pulse. The result was the four-armed beast collapsed to the ground. Rock Demon had now completely leveled up, reaching the third rank, 4th stage, and unlocking Lightning Pulse, which could only be used in the Spirit General form. The Spirit General form ended. Hung Kot yelled in panic. This is impossible. The crowd was also in an uproar. What happened? The four-armed beast was actually beaten. How terrifying. The referee stepped forward and spoke. I declare the winner is, but the result immediately shocked Lin Ze. The four-armed beast. The stands were buzzing with confusion. Clearly, the four-armed beast lost, didn't it? Why is it like that? Isn't that absurd? That kid ignored the rules and used his skill. But the referee immediately shouted to explain, because this player's pet used a magical skill, according to the rules, he is disqualified. Everyone was puzzled. It was true that its form had changed, but it was just shedding armor, so it couldn't be called magic. And Ning protested, this is completely unfair. Hung Kot wiped his sweat and said, Kid, do you think you can easily take the money with just a few tricks? Suddenly, Lin Ze made a proposal. I have a new suggestion for the pet battle. I lost. I accept that, but let's have a one-on-one duel ourselves. If I win, the prize money is mine. He exclaimed in shock. Huh. Hung Kot laughed and asked, Are you saying you want to challenge me? The referee was stunned, hardly able to believe it. I can't believe this. This player actually wants to challenge a real person. This is a professional free wrestling champion, Hung Kot, ladies and gentlemen. The audience immediately cheered. Fight. We want to see it. We want to see blood run like a river. Lin Ze added, this is even more exciting than the pet battle. Rock Demon was hanging its head in sadness, but Lin Ze turned and patted its shoulder in comfort. You lost. This time, just watch me. It suddenly lifted its head. Hung Kot nodded in agreement. The referee excitedly announced, great. You are the first person in history to dare challenge Hung Kot. I admire your desire for a death wish. Next, if you can beat Hung Kot, you can still take the prize. Hung Kot, teach him a lesson. Let the blood flow. He rubbed his fists and stepped forward. Lin Ze nodded slightly, reassuring and Ning behind him. Hung Kot took his stance. Come on, kid, let's have a fun match. In another corner, a voice rang out. Hey, Tam D, did you actually fall for that kid? Tam D replied impatiently. So what? Didn't I tell you I only see you as a brother? Dam Dung shouted in frustration. What do I lack compared to that punk? Besides, you don't even know him, right? I don't want you to get hurt. She turned away, not caring at all. All right, I'll handle my own business. You should head back and get some rest. He could only watch helplessly as Tam Dai's figure faded into the distance. Tam D. Dam Dung roared in frustration. Damn it, Lin Ze, I'll definitely surpass you, you just wait. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Help me. Nearby, a young girl was being attacked by a fierce beast. Someone, please, save me. Dam Dung lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the creature flying. Anxiously, he scooped the girl up and asked, Are you okay? Where did that beast even come from? Suddenly, a man standing on the rooftop spoke up. In this world, there's no such thing as a fierce beast, is there? He landed right behind Dam Dung. Dam Dung asked guardedly, Who are you? Is this creature your pet? The member of the symbiosis organization smiled faintly. A beast? Let me ask you this. If something is labeled evil, but a pet is used by someone else, is that called good? Who exactly defines these things? Dam Dung retorted, annoyed. What are you trying to prove? The man continued, Don't you know, pets have much longer lifespans than humans. However, because of the Dragon City humans love so much, some pets stop obeying their owners. After their masters pass away, they are forced to live lonely lives for a long time, uncared for, ignored, and eventually labeled as beasts. Dam Dung, furious, summoned his spirit. Nonsense. If you're using it to harm people, I, Dam Dung, will never let you get away with it. The man immediately countered, So, you're the famous Dam Dung. Dam Dung was stunned for a moment. How do you know my name? If you're so confident, why don't you surrender? I'll take you to the Beast Taming Association to face justice. The beast paused, and the man gave it an order. It stepped back, and then the man gently touched its head. A hallucination flashed by, and the creature let out a chilling roar, its form suddenly ballooning to a massive size, leaving Dam Dung stunned. What the hell? The symbiosis member smiled. Truth be told, I was planning to find you guys, but since you've come to me yourself, let's see if you're worth using. Dam Dung was momentarily dazed, and then he and his spirit had to defend against the beast. The commotion inside the house caught Tam D's attention. Hung Kot, teach him a lesson. Make the blood flow. She walked quietly toward the crowd to watch the spectacle. Teach that brat a lesson. Hung Kot, show him your real power. Tam D's eyes widened in surprise when she saw Lin Ze's back in front of her. She and An Ning cheered excitedly. Go Lin Ze. They locked eyes for a second. Hung Kot was showing off. In the year 3241, I won the championship in my very first freestyle match in Thuong Ha City. In 3243, I defeated the heavy artillery Thunder Dragon of Ain Hoa Kingdom in Tam Bin City, and for the next 3 years, I won the championship of the martial arts freestyle tournament in Jiangnin. I go by the nickname Hung Kot, the Muscle Man. He secretly sized up Lin Ze. An average person's physique is around 2 to 4, but this guy is probably somewhere between 4 and 8. He was surprised by Lin Ze's calmness. An ordinary person should have been shaking by now after hearing his story. So this brat isn't easily intimidated, huh? He then gave a sinister laugh. Hey kid, so people don't say I'm bullying you, I'll let you throw the first punch. Come on, hit me. The referee bowed and advised, since he's already yielding, go ahead and make your move. But be careful not to dislocate your bones. Hung Kot laughed confidently. Everyone, watch me. Look at this. Lin Ze simply said, then I won't hold back. He immediately landed a punch square on the guy's face. Hung Kot was sent flying by Lin Ze, sliding across the ground as the crowd watched in stunned silence. Hung Kot had been defeated miserably. The referee gasped, unable to believe it. Wait, what just happened? Hung Kot was defeated with a single punch, and Ning and Tam D high-fived to celebrate. But then they immediately realized what they were doing, crossed their arms, and turned away from each other. The referee tried to be clever and argued, "Hold on. Since I hadn't signaled the start yet," Lin Ze attacked prematurely, violating the rules. Lin Ze glared at him threateningly. The referee panicked, scratched his head, and quickly backtracked. My apologies. I misspoke. This young hero did not violate any dueling rules." The referee announced Lin Ze as the winner. Soon, his phone chimed with a notification. "You have received 50,000. Lin Ze couldn't help but smile inwardly. This is finally enough for a hotel room. And Ning and Tam D happily walked over. "Brother," Lin Ze asked, "what's wrong with you two?" Tam D patted his shoulder, praising, "You were amazing. I didn't expect you to be able to beat him." And Ning snapped, "We aren't exactly close, are we?" Tam D replied cheerfully, "Don't forget, we were on the same team, so that makes us teammates, right?" Then Tam D confidently continued, "Plus, we'll be schoolmates later on, so let me reintroduce myself. I'm Quash Tam D. I look forward to working with you." And Ning puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Lin Ze asked, "What are you here for?" Tam D replied, "To help you activate your specialized soul power, obviously." And Ning asked, surprised, "Specialized soul power?" She nodded happily. "That's right. If you guys consider me a friend, I can help you out." And Ning suggested seriously, "Let's find a quiet place to talk." They moved to a hotel. And Ning and Tam D sat on the bed, confused. "Why are we in the same room?" Lin Ze immediately urged. "Let's start." Tam D replied, "Oh, okay." She explained seriously, "My specialized soul power is called perception. At the age of 7, I could sense information that is usually impossible for ordinary people to discover, such as breath, location, or even what someone's future might hold." And Ning couldn't help but be amazed. "Wow, a power like that exists? That's incredible." Lin Ze asked, "Then how will you help us?" She calmly requested. "Close your eyes." He did as he was told and closed his eyes. Then Tam D closed her eyes and leaned in close, and Ning felt uncomfortable seeing that, but Tam D quickly explained, "Sheesh. This is the only way I can perceive his energy and help him stay on the right path of cultivation." And Ning could only pout and agree. "Fine, I'll trust you this time." Tam D continued her work. Her eyes widened in surprise at the brilliant spirit hidden deep within Lin Ze. A towering figure appeared ahead. Cindy gasps, speculating, "I've just seen a very strange pet. It doesn't seem to be your rock demon, nor is it Little Snowball." Looking at that majestic blue silhouette, Cindy shared her thoughts. Or rather, it's more like they fused together. Lin Ze repeated the words, "Confused, fused?" But Cindy remained firm. "That's right," though she couldn't explain it clearly due to exhaustion. "I'm not feeling well, so I can only sense vague information." Suddenly, Cindy pointed to the person beside her. "Next up, it's your turn." And Ning, caught off guard, asked nervously, "Do we really have to touch to do this?" "Yes." She leaned in close, expressing what she felt. "Of course, this is the only way to sense the potential hidden deep within someone." Quach, Tam D's sister, then slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them, her pupils were tinted a soft pink. Cindy was startled by what she saw. A shadow had fixed its gaze upon her. Cindy instinctively recoiled. Seeing this reaction, Ning was incredibly curious. "What's wrong? What did you see?" She gently recounted what she had witnessed. "It's nothing, just a lot of dark shadows. Maybe your potential hasn't been unlocked yet, or perhaps you need to cultivate for a while longer to sense it." Even so, Cindy remained on guard. Regardless of what she saw, she had a bad feeling about it. She decided not to tell her for now. And Ning, oblivious, simply told herself she had to keep working hard. The clock struck late at night. As she sat on the bed, she began to drop subtle hints. "Oh, is it already this late? A girl like me has nowhere to go right now. Who knows what kind of bad people I might run into out there." Then, Cindy playfully revealed her intentions. "You guys will definitely let me stay the night, right?" Lin Ze was in a difficult spot. Before he could even answer, she lunged at them in gratitude. "Thank you both for letting me stay." That night, he couldn't get a wink of sleep, stuck in the middle. And Ning wasn't asleep either, peeking with one eye, while Cindy was doing the same. Both were secretly watching. Caught in the middle, Lin Ze turned pale. Finally, he pondered what Cindy had mentioned. Fusion. "I guess I need to get the rock demon and Little Snowball to get along." Lin Ze's thoughts echoed through the quiet hallway. "I have to stimulate that specialized soul technique as soon as possible." Time flew by, and everyone gathered together. 10 days later, everyone was excited to see the class placement list. They've posted the classes. "Let me see." He looked toward the admission notice board for all groups. Lin Ze quickly scanned the detailed information. And Ning was overjoyed to be in the same class. "That's great. We're in the same class again." Lin Ze was just as happy. "That's awesome." Seeing D walked over to greet them. I have some good news for you both. I'm in the same class as you guys." Upon hearing this, Ning couldn't hide her dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Damn Dung called out, "Shin Di." Shin Di immediately recognized the acquaintance. Damn Dung. She was shocked by his bruised appearance. "What happened to you? Did you get into another fight?" He spoke softly, trying to explain himself. "I ran into a bunch of thugs." Information about Damn Dung's class placement was noted. Class 2. Huh? He didn't say anything more about his own situation. That's enough for today. Behind him, Lu Bangyun whispered. He was furious. He hated that he wasn't in the same class as that guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resist finding an opportunity to take him out. Damn Dung understood that feeling well and empathized. "You're right. I want to take a swing at him too." Over there, Ning ran over, beaming. "This is amazing. You guys passed too." Hugh Van replied kindly and brightly. "We were assigned to Class 4, but only Class 1 and Class 2 are the elite classes with much better benefits. But thanks to our hard work, we barely reached our goal." Tu Yen playfully reached out and teased. "Of course, we still have to thank Ning for training us." Outside the lecture hall, the teacher's voice still echoed. "I'm sure you've all seen me around." Chen, he stood at the podium and introduced himself. "Starting today, I will be the head teacher of Class 1, and I will guide your cultivation for the next 3 years. We have many courses, and you can choose whether to attend or not. But my requirement is that, whether you come to class or not, you must never stop your cultivation." And Ning and Lin Ze listened intently. Furthermore, there will be an evaluation every so often. Those who don't pass will be reassigned to a regular class. He added information about the scholarship students receive. "Oh, right. The top 3 students in each evaluation will receive a scholarship of about 100,000. Upon hearing this, she finally understood her question. "No wonder Jiangnin Academy's scholarship is so high. If I get it twice, I can buy a new high-level pet." Chen. He continued his presentation to the students. In addition, there are many clubs on campus. Entertainment programs and cultivation categories can be explored after school. Among them, there is one category I want to emphasize, and I hope everyone will participate after class. He meticulously described the simulated combat events. There is a specialized simulated combat building behind the teaching block that can hold thousands of students at once. You can accumulate practical experience through simulated battles and level up yourselves as well as your pets. Chin, he knew the procedures for the matches well. Of course, since this is a comprehensive virtual cyberspace battle, the opponents you face are not just students from this academy, but all beast tamers in the entire federation. He added that rankings there not only bring high rewards, but are also crucial. Your point ranking, which determines your bronze, silver, or gold level, is the most important condition for a beast tamer. Lin Ze felt a growing sense of urgency. "I have to upgrade the rock demon to the same level as Little Snowball as soon as possible." He stood there with the rock demon and Little Snowball. Lin Ze commanded the fusion seriously, but they both just blinked and stood still. Fusion failed. Levels are incompatible. The bell rang throughout the classroom, and the atmosphere became chaotic as class ended. Lin Ze thought to himself, "I have to go to simulated combat and level up quickly. It doesn't just bring big rewards. More importantly, your point ranking, which determines whether you're ranked bronze, silver, or gold, is the most critical requirement for a beast tamer." A sense of urgency gripped Lin Ze. He had to evolve his rock demon to the same level as Little Snowball as soon as humanly possible. He stood there with his rock demon and Little Snowball. Lin Ze gave a serious command to fuse them, but they just stared at each other, frozen in place. The fusion failed, their levels weren't compatible. The school bell rang throughout the classroom, and the atmosphere turned chaotic as class ended. Lin Ze thought to himself, "I need to get to a combat simulator for some grinding fast." Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from outside, and a group of people appeared, eagerly trying to recruit him. "Hey, student Lin Ze, are you interested in joining the Ice Society? We're the most prestigious club for ice-type beasts. Come join us." "Or how about our club? We're the big shots when it comes to rock-type beasts. We can train together and grow together. Hey, you girls, go check him out. Come join us, kid. We're the Ghost Spirit Club. Don't let the name scare you, we've got plenty of beauties here. And on top of that, we have plenty of funding for our activities." Lin Ze felt a bit awkward. "Seniors, my apologies, but I'm not planning on joining any clubs for the time being." The noisy space suddenly fell silent as someone appeared. "People from the Gao Shan Club are here. Man, they look imposing." He furrowed his brows. A girl explained that this was one of the top 5 clubs at Jiangning Academy. Everyone in the club was an elite. The second-year student leading the Gao Shan group had been admitted to Jiangning Academy, ranked in the top 3. Everyone watched as the 4 of them approached, stepping aside as if they were facing the devil himself. This man was Luo Han. He spoke coldly. "So, you're Lin Ze?" A junior next to him shouted out, "That's him, boss. That's the guy. Zindi thought to herself, looks like they're going to be a problem. I never expected that guy Xing Tao from last time to be a member of the Gao Shan Club. Lin Ze smirked. Yeah, I'm Lin Ze. What do you want? Luo Han spoke as if giving an order mixed with a warning. I'll give you one chance. Join the Gao Shan Club and we'll wipe the slate clean on that old debt. You should know that our Gao Shan Club doesn't just recruit anyone. Don't be a fool, don't throw away a chance when it's handed to you. Lin Ze offered a friendly smile and waved his hand to decline. Thanks for the offer, but sorry, I don't intend to join any clubs right now. Lin Ze thought to himself, joining a club right now would just cause me a lot of trouble. It wouldn't help me level up at all, even if I joined the Gao Shan Club. Seeing the rejection, Luo Han's eyes darkened and whispers began to break out. What? He actually turned down the Gao Shan Club? Such a golden opportunity. Xing Tao pointed aggressively and yelled, Kid, don't be ungrateful. If you don't join today, you're going to become an enemy of the Gao Shan Club. Their anger wasn't worth his time, so Lin Ze turned and walked away decisively. Doesn't matter. Luo Han was so angry the veins popped out on his forehead, his teeth clenched tight. Cindy squeezed her hands together. No wonder he's the guy I've got my eye on. And Ning was a bit worried. Won't doing this cause you trouble? He answered without hesitation. Joining those clubs would be more trouble than it's worth. If they're actually that talented, they should show it with their strength, not by trying to change my mind. Afterward, the two went to the training hall, where it was strangely quiet. And Ning looked at everyone sitting silently, training, and couldn't help but sigh. Wow, there are so many people here. Lin Ze urged her. Let's get started quickly. 2. She closed her eyes and smiled faintly. I absolutely have to keep pace with Lin Ze. He quickly immersed himself in the training program. Lin Ze's eyes went blank. A teleportation gate appeared in front of him. The information displayed surprised him, and he covered his mouth in doubt. There are this many people doing the simulation battles. He tapped the screen, setting himself a small goal. Crack the top 10,000. A notification popped up. Matchmaking successful. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare. Suddenly, a man with orange hair appeared in front of Lin Ze. He thought, did the scenery change to a prairie already? The man looked around and spoke. The man pointed a finger. First time in the simulation battles, right? Are you a student? Lin Ze didn't know what to say, so he just gave a slight nod. The man bared his rough teeth and gave a sinister grin. He channeled power into his fist, saying, every year, at the start of the semester, they drop a few newbies in here. Looks like I'm pretty lucky today. I'll be taking those points. He summoned a beast, a 2-stage, first-level wild Kang wind boar. He clenched his fist and shouted, let's have a good fight. Lin Ze's expression remained indifferent. 2-stage, first level? No wonder I got paired with a newbie like me. Lin Ze summoned his beast immediately. Kang Feng stared at him provocatively. This really annoyed Lin Ze. The man pointed and said, I'll teach you what an age gap really means. But before he could finish, Lin Ze moved, delivering a direct kick that left Kang Feng dizzy and sprawled out on its back. The owner watched, sweat pouring down his face, clutching his head in disbelief. Successive beasts were wiped out by Lin Ze, raising his rank to 573,541. A wild-type spirit cat was also taken down in one hit, raising his rank to 572,494. The stats kept climbing. His rank reached 548,325. 2 days later, notification windows popped up. The rock demon had reached 3-stage, 7-level, and Little Snowball had reached 4-stage, 2-level, hitting the top 100,000 and earning 1,000 achievement points. Lin Ze looked at his rock demon, which was panting hard after the grueling battles, and thought, the high intensity. Combat over the last 2 days helped the rock demon level up by 3 whole stages. Let's stop here for today. It must be exhausted. The live stream screen was filled with countless impressed comments. What a legend. He's got a 100% win rate. I heard this guy is a freshman. I've met him already. He totally annihilated me. And he's so handsome. Does anyone have info on this guy? And Ning sighed. Lin Ze? When did you wake up? Suddenly, Le Bangyun appeared. Isn't that Lin Ze? Lin Ze scratched his head. And aren't you this year's freshman valedictorian? He smirked slightly. You're really diligent. You've been battling until late at night, but let me tell you some news, don't be shocked. He pointed a finger. Did you drop out? Le Bangyun held up 3 fingers. 3 days. It only took me 3 days to break into the top 150,000. What do you think? And Ning was a bit surprised. What? However, she then pulled out her phone. My brother already hit the top 100,000. Just finished it. Hearing that, he couldn't help but look shocked, his jaw dropping. A few minutes later, the two walked outside, and Ning asked, Lin Ze, my rank is stuck around 180,000. No matter how hard I try, it's tough to go any higher. So, I'm thinking of signing a contract with another beast. Do you have any good suggestions? Lin Ze looked confused. Since when did you qualify to sign a contract with a second beast? She playfully punched him on the arm. Lin, did you forget I'm the only one in class who signed up for the advanced difficulty and actually passed it? Lin Ze, though baffled, played along. Of course I remember, he asked curiously. So, tell me, how are you planning to choose your second beast? Ning shook her head. I haven't figured it out yet. I have to consider its maturity and rarity. Plus, it has to have good synergy with my demon flame crow. Lin Ze smirked. Don't worry. When it comes to picking beasts, I've picked up quite a few tips and tricks. Let me help you choose. He thought to himself, it's time to help Ning find a beast with a hidden evolutionary path. She clasped her hands together. That would be amazing. Let's head to the beast shop this weekend, then. Lin Ze nodded immediately. Deal. Just then, Lin Ze noticed Cindy standing not too far away. He gracefully said goodbye to Ning. The moment she left, Cindy walked over. You two are pretty close, aren't you? Stuck together like glue. Lin Ze turned to Quat Shin Dai, but before he could finish, she cut him off. Training together, I suppose? Shindy walked up, sounding a bit annoyed. Studying together, eating together. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship now? Lin Ze scratched his cheek. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back to get some rest. No sooner had he said that than Shindy grabbed his arm. You two might be in trouble. Her gaze turned serious. Tan Yang was attacked by a mysterious man. From Tan Yang's memory, it seems like all of us candidates are his targets. Lin Ze was baffled. Who was this guy? And what was his goal? She shook her head. I don't know. Cindy spread her hands. All we know is that he's incredibly strong, and he possesses a special soul technique that can demonize beasts. In short, I'm warning you to be very careful. Lin Ze turned around and waved. Thanks for the heads up. I'm off. After he left, Shindy's expression turned thoughtful. Demonization. And the strange feeling about Ning's future. Could they be connected? It was all deeply unsettling. The scene shifted to the next day. Lin Ze sat on the training ring, reflecting. His goal for the day was to break into the top 10,000. Little Snowball's ranking climbed to 10.02. Meanwhile, a man sat in front of a screen reviewing data. Lin Ze, freshman, age 18. Simulation battle ranking 10.02. 102 wins. Win rate 100%. Ice-type beast, unknown. Rock-type, unknown. Special abilities, unknown. The man from the Symbiosis organization sneered. Interesting. Looks like I need to find someone to pay him a visit. A notification popped up. Matchmaking successful. Moments later, Lin Ze found himself facing a masked guy who looked like a total thug. This made him wonder, since when did wearing masks become a trend in battle? The guy summoned his beasts, a Stage 4, Level 1 Spiked Tortoise Earth type, and a Stage 4, Level 1 Dragonfish Water type. The guy stood behind his two monsters and mocked. Don't think you're the only one with two beasts. Lin Ze's hand glowed. 2 versus 2, then. Time for Rock Demon and Little Snowball to show what they've got. Lin Ze looked at the two beasts, thinking 2 Stage 4 beasts. It seems those in the top 10,000 really are strong. I wonder how powerful the top 10 must be. The guy continued. I know who you are, Lin Ze, right? I didn't expect you to reach this rank so quickly. Not bad. Then, he pointed mockingly. The weaklings you've faced before were just small fry. Only by beating me and entering the top 10,000 can you be considered a true top-tier powerhouse. Only then will you be qualified to work with us. Lin Ze picked at his ear. Work with you. Don't go deciding things for me. Quit the chatter and let's go. The guy was annoyed by the insult. Then I'll show you that there's always a bigger fish in the sea. The dragonfish spat out a massive stream of water. However, Little Snowball immediately countered, freezing the entire wave of water instantly. Rock Demon charged forward. The spikes on the spiked tortoise's back suddenly grew out, shooting off like darts. Rock Demon's eyes glowed, staring ahead, nimbly dodging every single one of the spiked tortoise's attacks. Rock Demon curled into a ball, spinning rapidly, and smashed directly into Little Snowball's ice wall. But the spiked tortoise was sent flying backward. Suddenly, Little Snowball noticed something. The dragonfish was spraying another stream of water at her, but the spiked tortoise was also spinning toward her. However, Rock Demon launched his attack, unleashing a barrage of spikes. Even as the spiked tortoise rolled in and sent thorns flying everywhere, Rock Demon kept his momentum and charged at the ice spirit. She flicked her hand with a serious look, and a massive burst of ice erupted. The spiked tortoise was pinned under a block of ice, while the dragonfish remained behind it. The guy laughed dryly. Not bad. You've got some skills. Lin Ze clenched his fists. Even though we have the upper hand for now, we're still on the defensive. The opponent's two beasts worked perfectly together. It looks like I need to let Little Snowball and Rock Demon get to know each other better to improve their coordination. The guy waved his hand. The real battle starts now. The spiked tortoise seemed to melt like an ice cream cone. The dragonfish sprayed water onto it, and from within its body, tentacles emerged. The guy spread his arms and shouted, "Combined skill. Water-earth burial." Lin Ze was shocked. They have this kind of skill? This is a real eye-opener. The beast quickly unleashed its power, swirling toward them. Rock Demon immediately braced himself, preparing to attack and charged straight at the creature. Lin Ze's hand glowed with a blinding golden light. Extreme Cold Domain, the ice spirit didn't hold back and unleashed an icy blast. The creature was frozen solid, and Lin Ze seized the chance to attack. Smoke from the frost cleared. The guy laughed loudly. The defensive capability of a spiked tortoise isn't something your average beast can compare to. Plus, it's reinforced with hardened mud. It's solid as steel. Kid, you still got a lot to learn, he shouted. High-pressure water bullet. Lin Ze was surprised. This fish can even shoot hot water? He watched the beast charging at them and felt a wave of anxiety. This is bad. I can't use the extreme cold domain again so soon. Lin Ze raised his hand and yelled, "Back off." A massive explosion followed, accompanied by a blinding light. "Little guy," the man said softly, "you're done for." Little Snowball couldn't help but be shocked. "All right." Lin Ze sat on the ground, surrounded by dust, holding his head. "I'm fine. We really did lose this time, but we still have time to train and get stronger. You've dropped in rank to 1081 and will be kicked from the match in 30 seconds, the guy said, spitting out his words like a demonic ghoul. He continued, "At such a critical moment, you didn't hesitate to risk your life to protect your beast. No wonder the boss has his eye on you." You raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's that supposed to mean?" He gestured with a crooked hand. "Lin Ze, join our symbiosis group. We have ways to help you unleash your inner potential and take you to a whole new level." Lin Ze asked curiously, "The symbiosis group doesn't sound like a typical school club. What are you people really after?" He replied that you only need to tell him yes or no. He added that time was running out, so what would it be? A smirk played on Lin Ze's lips. "Obviously, I refuse. I only want to defeat you on my own." The guy nodded. "Very well, then I'll be here waiting for you." Elsewhere, the gossip mill was already churning. The freshman war god has stopped at the 10 to 1000 rank. Is a freshman who fails his first match really that strong? That kid is way too arrogant. Sooner or later, he's going to crash and burn when a real pro teaches him a lesson, right? Does anyone actually know anything about this little guy? Le Bangyun walked up from behind. "Lin Ze, you ran into the symbiosis group too, right?" Lin Ze asked, "Did you join them?" He gave a side eye. "Don't underestimate me. If that guy tries to pull that crap with me, I'll make sure he pays for it." You asked with curiosity. "So you know their background?" Walking alongside, Le Bangyun replied, "I know them all too well." Lin Ze scratched his chin and muttered, "There aren't many of them, so what exactly are they trying to do?" The people, Kwok Shindi, mentioned that day must be them. You thought back to that guy. Maybe you could squeeze some information out of him later. If you just ignored it, you felt something big was about to happen. Lin Ze walked and pondered. His Earth Ghoul was currently at Stage 3, Rank 7, and his Snow Girl was Stage 4, Rank 2. The remaining 1000 achievement points were enough to upgrade the Earth Ghoul to Stage 4, but without the right materials, it wouldn't be able to break through. The notification displayed the next evolution for the Earth Ghoul. Earth Soul required it to be at Stage 3, Rank 9, and meet the following conditions. Growth rate increased by 100%, 3 pieces of high-grade Earth Essence, and 3 Spirit Concealment Stones. You calculated that buying these things with money would cost at least 400,000. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Big brother Chu Hung came waddling over. "I saw the news on the forums. I heard you were defeated, so there really is an opponent you couldn't beat." Lin Ze looked annoyed. "I'm not invincible. You were slightly curious. By the way, you're always on top of the news. Do you know how to get high-grade Earth Essence and Spirit Concealment Stones?" He nodded. "Those are rare items, man." "Big brother, how many do you need?" "You said 30 units of high-grade Earth Essence and 3 Spirit Concealment Stones." Chu Hung gasped. "Big brother, you couldn't even steal that much." He pointed and laughed. "Wait, big brother. I know a place where you can get these materials. Let me take you there." A smirk appeared on Lin Ze's lips. "Good. Let's go." Chu Hung was surprised. "Right now?" Then, they both quickly headed to Lingyun Mountain. He stepped forward and spread his hands. Before the ancient war, many spatial rifts appeared across the world. These rifts connect to another world, and they say our beasts come from there. Chu Hung continued, Decades ago, the Beast Taming Association and many universities secured some safe entrances to these secret realms, which gave them a steady, endless supply of resources, but some areas have yet to be explored. Many people went in to get resources and never came out, so those areas were sealed off. Lin Ze pointed, "Are you sure going into this secret realm will get me what I want?" He pulled out a book. Of course. Some powerful folks showed up and brought back some of those resources. I had to go through a lot of trouble to dig up this info. Xu Heng added that this realm contained both high-grade earth essence and spirit concealment stones. You threw an arm over Xu Heng's shoulder. You did good. Let's go take a look. They quickly reached the source of the light. Lin Ze looked excited and impatient. Let's go. But suddenly, Xu Heng pulled his sleeve back. Big brother, he warned, think about this carefully. If you run into any danger in there, you won't be able to escape. He turned back and looked. As long as I can get these two materials, it's worth the risk. If you're scared, just go back first. Xu Heng's hands clenched into fists. I'm going too. The final goal of his intelligence gathering was for this very moment. He was determined. With you by my side, big brother, I feel like we can definitely snag some good loot. We're gonna be rich. Lin Ze gave him a satisfied thumbs up. All right. Immediately, they both jumped down. The scene below was wild and desolate. As soon as Xu Heng landed, he spotted some glowing rocks. The wide-mouthed beast popped out immediately. It reached for the stone. Xu Heng shouted, "That's a crystal earth fragment. It can be used to level up earth-type beasts, and even though it isn't worth much cash, things that used to cost money can now be found easily in this secret realm." He cheered, "Grab more." Lin Ze's gaze suddenly tightened. "Something's wrong," you shouted. "Stop." Suddenly, lizards emerged from the quartz crystals. These were Stage 2, Rank 4 lava crystal lizards. Lin Ze thought to himself, so these materials actually grow on the beasts themselves. Turns out these evolution materials are just body parts of other beasts. You asked, Stage 2, Rank 4, are you sure you can handle them? Xu Heng was confident. Big brother, don't look down on my wide-mouthed beast. He put his hands on his hips and grinned. Next, we just wait for it to digest them in its stomach. The wide-mouthed beast spat out a distorted-looking lizard, which began to wail. Xu Heng explained, the wide-mouthed beast is saying it's too hard. It can't eat it. Lin Ze was slightly surprised. This guy can actually understand beast language? Just then, the lizard let out a shrill cry. All three looked around. They were now completely surrounded by lizards. Xu Heng said, Big brother, my wide-mouthed beast isn't really cut out for fighting this many. Lin Ze commanded, back off. The snow girl launched her attack, Blizzard, and the earth ghoul joined in with consecutive strikes. Xu Heng excitedly grabbed the crystal blocks. Big brother, we're rich. Xu Heng clenched his fists. Big brother, let me have my wide-mouthed beast carry these for you. When we get out, you take 7, I'll take 3. You said coldly, throw them all away. He couldn't believe it, clutching his hands over his ears and screaming, why? This is all money, man. Even though glass isn't worth much, there's a ton of it, Lin Ze explained. The big-mouthed beast's capacity is limited, so don't bother picking up this low-tier junk. There's bound to be better loot deeper in the secret realm. You can stuff your pockets then. Xu Heng nodded, realizing he was right. He turned and started walking deeper in. As they ventured further, more creatures and glowing rock formations appeared. Lin Ze pondered. It seemed the high-grade earth essence and spirit essence stones weren't on these small bugs. Suddenly, a turquoise light emerged ahead, making the ground below glitter like crystal. Xu Heng panicked. What is that? A monster burst from underneath, biting onto his big-mouthed beast, making him scream. Big-mouthed beast. Lin Ze lunged forward, kicking the creature hard. The rock demon also launched its attack. A notification popped up. He realized, these freaks strike and run. Playing defense like this is too passive. Lin Ze's voice turned stern. Track their movement patterns and prepare. The moment they pop their heads out, we hit them with a lethal strike. Xu Heng charged in, you bastards. Let my big-mouthed beast go. He rushed toward the rock serpent. I'll risk it all on you guys. However, Xu Heng was immediately grabbed by another one and lifted into the air, sobbing. Big brother, save me. Lin Ze felt annoyed. Why does this scenario feel so familiar? Just as he let his guard down, another one attacked, but luckily, his defense layer absorbed the hit. At that moment, the rock demon had already grabbed the rock serpent. The snow spirit demon also charged up, unleashing an ice explosion. A massive blast erupted, and he jumped aside just in time. Xu Heng's jaw dropped. Big brother, can't the rock demon use the demon spirit form? Why choose to jump away instead? The rock serpent's tail whipped up, but the rock demon's hand caught it, pinning the serpent down. It tried to snap at the rock demon's head, but a fist struck it down immediately. The serpent's tail thrashed on the ground, but Xu Heng screamed from behind. Another one's charging. Dodge. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. He didn't move, waiting. The rock serpent dove straight at the rock demon. Now, Little Snowball unleashed its attack. Blizzard. Icy mists swirled violently, completely freezing everything around the rock serpent. Chu Hung broke into a cold sweat, so Big Brother was using the rock demon as bait. The rock demon channeled power into its fist and used crushing smash. System notification: you have killed a rock serpent and obtained 2 high-grade earth essences. Looks like 28 more to go. Meanwhile, Chu Hung was still being held captive, screaming as the rock serpent dragged him completely underground. They entered a dark space, leaving him frantic. Where is this? He saw red eyes staring at him and began to wail in terror, hugging his big-mouthed beast. I shouldn't have come. We're not tasty, I swear. Above them, a hole opened, letting in a blinding light. Chu Hung shouted desperately, Big Brother. He was overjoyed. Big Brother is here to save us. Lin Ze pointed and smiled faintly. 28. That's exactly enough. Chu Hung raised his hands, cheering, Big Brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. But then, a swarm of rock serpents lunged toward his big-mouthed beast, making him cry out, I'm dead. Lin Ze, do something. Lin Ze spoke softly. Snow Spirit. She immediately extended her hand. Ice explosion. Countless ice daggers rained down on both sides, but Chu Hung was still paralyzed with fear. Big-mouthed beast, do you think we're going to die? The beast let out a cry. No, please. Notifications popped up. High-grade earth essence obtained. He mused. Even though it's only one material, these immature rock serpents are way weaker than the adult ones. Notification: 9 high-grade earth essences obtained. After being rescued, Chu Hung felt incredibly lucky as he scrambled up. I'm alive. He was overflowing with gratitude. Lin Ze, you're the brother I never had. Suddenly, another rock serpent burst from below, knocking them both aside. Chu Hung shrieked, Why is it always me? Lin Ze commanded, Rock Demon, save him. The rock demon immediately leaped into action. It pulled Chu Hung and the big-mouthed beast to safety, tossing them into the secure zone. The rock demon turned back. A rock serpent stared it down. Lin Ze smirked, angry, Lin Ze spoke up, Snow Spirit, Rock Demon, it's time to show off the results of your team training. The rock serpent charged at high speed, whipping toward the rock demon. Extreme cold shackles. The Snow Spirit threw her hands out, unleashing a powerful attack. Icy chains wrapped tightly around the serpent. The rock demon seized the opportunity, soaring into the air as he shouted, Go. The rock demon shifted into its demon general form, unleashing a powerful lightning shockwave. A notification displayed, Rock Demon upgraded from 3rd stage, 7th level to 3rd stage, 8th level. Maturity, 24%. Achievement unlocked, cleared the Rock Serpent Den. Received 500 achievement points, 10 high-grade earth essences, and 1 spirit essence stone. Lin Ze's lips curled in satisfaction. 30 upgrade materials, and the Rock Demon leveled up. Later, I'll use the achievement points to gain experience and meet the breakthrough requirements. Chu Hung shouted from behind, You're amazing. Let's hurry down and find the treasure. There's got to be plenty of good stuff in this den. Suddenly, clapping and cheering came from behind. What a spectacular fight! A member of the Symbiosis organization gave a middle finger. Lin Ze, no wonder you're the target I've been tracking. Lin Ze pulled back. Who are you? How do you know who I am? The man let out a mocking, sneering laugh. The organization member smirked. Who am I, you ask? He spread his arms. Surely you've heard of us. Lin Ze's brows knit together. The Symbiosis group. It's them. Chu Hung yelled, You're the Symbiosis group. Lin Ze turned to look. You know them? Chu Hung nodded. Of course I do. Chu Hung gritted his teeth and explained. 2 days ago, Boss Lei told me to investigate this organization. They frequently ambush beast tamers and steal their pet beasts. Chu Hung clenched his fists. They claim to protect beasts, with the dogma of freeing them claiming that freedom is symbiosis. Suddenly, a surging aura flared up, and a monster appeared behind him. The Symbiosis group, an extremist beast protection association. The member pointed a finger. Ever since the catastrophe hundreds of years ago, beasts have flooded this continent through spatial rifts. He looked coldly at the rock demon and the snow spirit. Those tamed by humans are called pets. His eyes fixed on the rock serpent lying miserably on the ground. Those creatures that refuse to be tamed by humans are called savage beasts. His face darkened, and he scoffed. What makes you think you're better than us? His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Human society isn't just obsessed with making high and mighty distinctions between themselves and everyone else. He continued. Other species have to be categorized into different levels, too. He threw his arms wide. This world has never been fair. So the existence of the Symbiont organization is meant to shatter that injustice. He locked eyes with Lin Ze. Lin Ze, you have incredible talent. Join the Symbiont organization. We won't just help you unlock your inner potential, he added, but we can also unleash the true nature of your two pets and help them evolve into true kings. Lin Ze thought to himself, kings? Does he actually know about the hidden evolution paths for Rock Demon and Little Snowball? Lin Ze's brow furrowed. No, that's not right. This guy is just manipulating emotions. He clenched his fists. But he's not wrong. A strong prey on the weak. The world isn't fair, but I refuse to join an organization and be controlled by others. Chu Hong shouted from behind, Boss, don't listen to a word he says. I've looked into them. They use this kind of rhetoric to scam people everywhere. They're just a terrorist group hiding in sheep's clothing. He warned. If they really had that kind of power, they would have crushed the Beast Taming Association and taken over the world long ago. The symbiote member sneered. It seems you don't believe me. He reached behind him, and that demonic head shifted, summoning a Tier 2, Segment 7 rock serpent. He caressed it, and the space around them began to distort. The serpent went wild, emitting a piercing, hissing sound. Lin Ze's face sank, and even Chu Hung looked stunned. The symbiote member gloated. See that? The rock serpent has fully transformed, breaking its chains and gaining a new life. He added, unleashing their true nature is just the first step of evolution. The creature shifted into a Tier 5, Segment 1 corrupted rock serpent. Lin Ze gasped, his eyes wide. The serpent's tier had jumped by 3 whole levels. Soul arts that can corrupt savage beasts and pets. It's definitely him. He's the one who attacked Tan Yong. The man pointed, attack. Show them what you're truly capable of now. Suddenly, the rock serpent erupted with earth spikes. It launched a massive attack, and after the explosion sent dust and debris flying, Little Snowball barely managed to block the blow. Ice Mirror. Chu Hung grabbed Lin Ze's leg in terror. Boss, we're in real trouble now. If I'd known, I would have let my big-mouthed monster finish its meal before we left. He suddenly went blank. Ouch. Chu Hung let out a whimpering cry. It hurts. It hurts so much. My whole body is in pain. He pointed at the rock serpent. It's saying it hurts. Lin Ze muttered, feeling confused. What? Lin Ze roared. They preach about equality, but their actions are all about controlling the weak and exploiting them for their own gain. Is this the fairness he was talking about? As the beast charged, the man laughed. You can't escape. The Snow Queen used a blizzard to freeze it in place, while the rock demon seized the chance to find a weak spot. Little Snowball's gaze turned icy as she froze the rock serpent. This caught Lin Ze's attention. Little Snowball was only Tier 4, Segment 2, while the corrupted rock serpent was Tier 5, Segment 1. He thought, ice versus earth. There's no elemental advantage. Lin Ze clenched his hand. Unless I have another trump card, winning against a full-tier gap is nearly impossible. He realized, wait, this rock serpent isn't a true Tier 5, Segment 1. If I'm not mistaken, this kind of soul art drains a pet's potential and must carry a massive backlash. A notification popped up, confirm use of all skill points to upgrade Rock Demon's growth level. The Rock Demon's growth jumped from Tier 3, Segment 8 to Tier 3, Segment 9. With 100% growth, the rock demon lunged straight at the serpent. Chunks of rock shattered and flew off. Lin Ze analyzed the situation. The demon general form can boost the rock demon's speed by 300%, but it drops defense by 100%. It's essentially a glass cannon. He shouted, Little Snowball, coordinate with the rock demon. Little Snowball threw her hands up. Countless ice shards rained down. Both the rock demon and Little Snowball locked their gaze on the target. A notification appeared. Fusion levels increased. Frozen core impact unlocked. It was a powerful attack that infused ice properties into a rock core, overloading it with freezing energy. When it hits, it explodes. The power and energy consumption depend on the charging time. Lin Ze was taken aback. A combo skill? More notifications flooded in, leaving him surprised. I unlocked the combo skill board. It seems unlocking fusion soul arts requires more than just both pets being at the same tier. Lin Ze realized it requires a deep, unspoken bond. The rock demon leaped onto the rock serpent's head. It radiated a crimson, smoke-like aura. Aim for its weak spot, Lin Ze yelled. Instantly, the rock serpent stiffened, writhing in pain. Its rocky armor shattered. The rock demon took the chance to tear into it. The Snow Queen suddenly looked agitated, as if she'd reached her limit, catching Lin Ze's eye. This isn't working. The serpent's attack power is too intense. Little Snowball can't keep maintaining the ice mirror to defend the rock demon forever. The symbiote member sneered, Come on, give it everything you've got. Don't die so easily now. Lin Ze shouted, Snow Queen, Rock Demon, use the combo skill. Lin Ze thought, this guy is just toying with us. Who knows what else he has up his sleeve? We have to end this fast. He turned to Chu Hung. You and your big-mouthed monster, find a way to distract that serpent. My pets need time to charge the skill. Sweat was pouring down Chu Hung's face. Lin Ze turned back. Don't just stand there. If the 5 of us die here, there won't be anyone left to even bury our bodies. Chu Hung covered his face. No, I don't want to die. He pointed. Big Mouth, use acid spray. Immediately, the Big Mouth monster leaped up and spat a stream of green acid. It landed squarely on the serpent's head. The burning heat made the rock serpent shriek. A massive block of ice, radiating intense cold, emerged. It let out a blinding flash that lit up the area. A fierce blizzard erupted around the beast. The Snow Queen's presence surged, and the rock serpent picked up speed. Chu Hung clutched his face. No, I don't want to die. He pointed his finger. Widemouth, use your acid attack. Immediately, Widemouth leaped up, spewing a stream of green acid. It landed with a splat right on the rock giant's head. The burning heat made the rock giant wail in pain. A block of ice radiating intense cold suddenly appeared. It erupted in a blinding, piercing light. A freezing mist surged violently around the beast. The Snow Maiden had appeared, stronger than ever, and the rock giant's speed increased as well. Lin Ze glared and shouted, "Make your move." A massive, powerful block of ice slammed down, and when it cleared, shimmering ice crystals remained scattered everywhere. All 3 of them were shielded within the circle. Chu Hung groaned. Ugh, this is awful. Is that interference still going on? I can hear its voice. Lin Ze's brows furrowed tightly. Let's go check it out. Do we really have to go over there? Big brother, wait for me. The groaning continued. It hurts so much. The rock serpent cried out again and again. It was unbearable. It hurts. Help me. Chu Hung stammered. It sounded like it was in agony and asking for our help. He urged, Lin Ze, we need to end its suffering now. He closed his eyes, held up 2 fingers, and a notification popped up. Achievement unlocked. Defeated the super-tier corrupted rock serpent. You received 1,000 achievement points, 10 high-tier earth element essences, and 1 bug-type card. Achievement unlocked helped the corrupted rock serpent find release. You received 500 achievement points, 2 soul-nourishing stones, 1 soul crystal, and 1 soul fortifying potion. Lin Ze mused, 2 more soul-nourishing stones, plus the ones I had before. The requirements and materials for the rock demon's breakthrough are all set. Plus, I got a soul potion and a bug-type card as a bonus. But why did his face look so grim? Why wasn't he happy at all? The Symbiosis Organization member laughed out loud, pointing at him. That look on your face. Are you angry? He continued with a mocking tone. Usually, beast tamers like you just rely on killing beasts to strip them for materials, right? Lin Ze was so angry he gritted his teeth, but he forced himself to calm down. Lin Ze spoke up. Beast tamers do indeed hunt beasts for materials. By that same logic, if a tamer runs into a beast, the tamer becomes the meal. He pointed back. This world is full of injustice and conflict, but compared to that, I despise people like your lot even more. The Symbiosis members stood there listening. They act all high and mighty about equality and freedom, yet their own ideology is to bully others and exploit those weaker than themselves. Lin Ze sneered. You Symbiosis freaks a bunch of hypocrites who call yourselves righteous. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Fine. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. His lips curled into a smirk. But, would the girl who knows the corruption technique care to chat with me for a few minutes? He taunted. Your little sister is so skilled at corruption, soul arts, I think she'd be willing to share a few words with me. Lin Ze snapped and roared. What do you want? And Ning was in danger. The guy turned around and waved. Guess. Lin Ze reached out and ordered, Little Snowflake, lock him down. Little Snowflake unleashed an attack immediately, but when the dust settled, there was nothing left but a mess of broken chains. Lin Ze cold snorted. He got away. Scene shift to Jiangning Beast Taming Academy. He walked around the academy showing a photo of a Ning. Have you seen a Ning? Hey, classmates, have you seen this girl? Lin Ze was frantically searching. Have you seen this girl? Cindy walked up. Lin Ze? He seems so anxious. Tan Young frowned. Why is he paying so much attention to her? She ran off. I'll go ask what's going on. He reached out and called, Hey. Shindy ran up, breathless. Lin Ze, what's wrong? Lin Ze turned around. Quack Shindy, I met the guy who attacked Tan Young. His next target might be a Ning, she recounted. After class, a Ning said she was going to the combat simulation room to train. Upon hearing that, he spun around and bolted. The combat simulation room. I'm heading there. She ran after him. I'm coming with you. Tan Yang was confused. Hey, what is actually going on? This is so strange. Chu Hung walked over to explain. Lin Ze and I met someone from the Symbiosis Organization in the secret realm. They said they wanted to go after a Ning. He was shocked. What? Tan Yong scrambled to run. Why didn't you say something sooner? I won't let this happen again. I'm going to help. Inside, everyone was calling out. And Ning, where are you? And Ning. Just then, Le Bangyun appeared. You're looking for a Ning? I know where she went. He gave a vile laugh. Want to know? Beg me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll tell you. Before he could finish, Lin Ze grabbed Le Bangyun by the throat and roared. He was startled and panicked. I said, let go. Le Bangyun cleared his throat. I just happened to run into her. He claimed her friend, Zhang, said they were going to buy some materials. So, I assumed they went to the beast pet shop together. Zhang Xiaoyun had mentioned, I want to buy some breakthrough materials. And Ning was interested. Sounds good. I'll go with you. Lin Ze frantically made a call. No good. Zhang Xiaoyun's phone is unreachable too. He turned to Chu Hung and ordered, notify the school immediately. Everyone went to search. He obeyed at once. Meanwhile, Ning woke up in a daze. She saw Zhang Xiaoyun lying nearby. Where is this? Zhang Xiaoyun. Suddenly, Ning was shocked to realize she was being held captive. A member of the symbiosis organization appeared. Awake already? She screamed in terror. Who are you people? Why are you kidnapping us? He waved his hand. It's not kidnapping. We just want to make friends. He added, we are the symbiosis organization. And Ning shouted hysterically, symbiosis organization? Who makes friends by kidnapping people? Let us go. She thought to herself, the fire attribute of the magic flame bird can counter plant types. I just need to summon it to burn these vines. And Ning struggled, feeling sharp pain. The symbiosis member said, my poison vine demon has already injected poison into you both. If you don't want to end up crippled, don't use your soul power. And Ning's brows knitted. I'll stall for time and wait for the toxin to wear off. She said coldly. Cut to the chase. What do you want? He spread his arms wide. Simple. We want to invite you to join the symbiosis organization for a greater purpose. We need your power to break this unjust world together. He pointed at her. I heard you know a special soul art that can corrupt beast pets, right? The tentacles of the vine demon curled toward Ning. I hope you'll cooperate and give us a good answer. She retorted. My pet can indeed be corrupted, but that's the magic flame bird's own ability. He crossed his arms and sneered. Looks like you don't want to tell the truth, he said softly. Then we'll just have to use some special methods. And Ning shrieked in fear. Stop. I really don't know anything about any special soul art. Suddenly, the door burst open. Lin Ze appeared, radiating killing intent. Let her go. And Ning saw him and was overjoyed. Brother. She beamed. Thank goodness. The symbiosis members were stunned. Lin Ze, isn't the boss supposed to meet this guy in person? Why is he here? At this moment, Lin Ze also realized, isn't this mask the same one I saw in the simulation battle? He was shocked, so that was it. He looked down at the spirit hound below. No wonder they could track him all the way here. The system displayed that the spirit trace olfactory skill could bypass visual camouflage and track the scent of a designated target. The fresher the trail, the clearer the tracking effect. He scoffed. Isn't this a tracker beast raised by the Beast Taming Association's search team? Looks like this stirred up quite a lot of people. Huh? The symbiosis leader ordered. Since he's already run here, we'll catch him too. Beside him, the guy stretched his arms and powered up. The poison vine beast immediately received the order and lunged. And Ning screamed, Lin Ze, watch out. Its poison will stop your soul power from flowing. Its vines extended in a grotesque fashion. It knocked Lin Ze aside with brute force. He reached out his hand, and Little Snowball and the rock demon appeared. He summoned his beast. This wasn't a simulation anymore. Lin Ze knew that getting hurt meant real pain, and dying meant real death. Water-earth combo, quicksand. He pointed his finger. Slime oozed from the mucus turtle's body, thick smoke billowed, and heat scorched the air. He sneered. Both my beasts are stage 4. You're no match for me. Little Snowball narrowed its eyes if he just surrendered. Maybe his sentence could be reduced. Lin Ze pondered. The hot environment will hold Little Snowball back, so the rock demon has to be the main attacker. He mocked. Is stage 4 really all you've got? Lin Ze's palm glowed, thinking to himself. Before coming here, the rock demon was already ready to evolve, but I was in such a rush to find Ning, and I was still missing one spirit essence stone. The rock demon stood tall. My beasts are at stage 4 now, too. Its eyes glowed intensely. The rock demon had finally met the requirements for evolution. A notification appeared, Soul of the Earth evolution initiated. And Ning looked on in surprise, his beast. It evolved so quickly. Furthermore, she noticed that, as she watched the rock demon and the mucus turtle, the turtle suddenly seemed terrified to fight. Seeing this, the symbiosis members were struck dumb, as if hit by lightning. What's going on? I've never seen a thorn turtle act like this before. We're the same element, so there shouldn't be any type suppression. Lin Ze sneered. Is that so? No suppression between the same element? Let me tell you, my Earth Soul is no ordinary rock element beast. New skill, Earth's Majesty. The system identified it as an area of effect control skill. Enemies within range would feel divine pressure emanating from the Earth's core. All enemy rock element units in the area would feel the pressure based on the difference in their stages. The guy pointed and yelled, "This is bad. A head-on clash is unwise. Take the girl and retreat." He was startled, poison vine beast. The vines wrapped around Zhang Xiaoyun, and Ning was also tightly bound, her brows furrowed in distress. "No, I can't be a burden to him. The poison must be wearing off." And Ning shouted. A massive explosion erupted from the magic flame bird, clearing the dust. And Ning hugged Zhang Xiaoyun. "Zhang Xiaoyun, stay strong. She's just asleep. We're okay." She stood firm. "We have to catch them." The two guys were terrified and scrambled to escape. "We need to bail now. The investigation team will be here any second. Go, poison vine." Poisonous fog spread. The poison vine spewed a deep purple gas, and Lin Ze's eyes turned icy cold. Trying to run? The two cowards started blaming each other. "It's all because of a loser like you dragging us down. You couldn't even catch one girl." The guy screamed. "Isn't your beast just as useless? It didn't even attack when faced with the enemy, you coward." The leader thought, "After that beast of Lin Ze's evolved so strangely, what choice did I have but to retreat?" He urged, "Stop yapping. Run. The poison from the poison vine will dissipate soon, and they'll catch up." Outside, the sky was already blanketed by 1,000 stars, and Ning spoke with a grave expression. The magic flame bird chirped in agreement beside her. She continued to press them. "What exactly is this demonic soul art you keep talking about?" The black-haired and blonde-haired men, their mouths stuffed with rags, could only grunt, and Ning kept the pressure on. "And another thing, what is this great goal of yours?" Lin Ze recalled the cloaked figure from the Symbiosis organization and their demonic soul art. "Isn't that what the hooded guy was using? How could such an evil soul art be related to a Ning?" He stepped up and ripped the rag out of one of their mouths. "Give me one chance to answer honestly." Lin Ze frowned, radiating a threatening, murderous aura. Otherwise, the blonde guy turned pale and shrieked a confession. "I'll talk." A scout said the new students at Jiangning Beast Taming Academy had a lot of potential. He started spilling everything. The guy next to him tensed up, his veins bulging as he signaled him to stop. "What are you trying to pull?" But the blonde guy didn't care. "Most of us in the symbiosis group are low-level beast tamers with crippled, low-level beasts." He screamed at the top of his lungs. "If we want to be stronger, we have to gather as much power as possible." And Ning stood to the side, stunned by what the blonde man was saying about her. Especially about her. She had accidentally used demonic soul art on her own beast during the exam. And this soul art is crucial to us. Demonization can boost a beast's combat power. "Do you have any idea what that means?" she asked suspiciously again. He repeated, "I told you, that's the power of the magic flame bird." Lin Ze interjected, surprised. "You guys haven't even mastered the demonic soul art yet. Then why were you trying to find a Ning?" The blonde guy fell silent for a moment before continuing, ignoring the guy next to him who was struggling to shout, "Our demonization isn't actually a soul art. It uses a type of parasite." Lin Ze asked, confused, "A parasitic item?" The man spoke quickly, while the black-haired guy continued to struggle. "Yes, loosen my bonds, and I can give it to you." Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the black-haired guy's head, knocking him out with a single blow. Lin Ze said, annoyed, "You still want to negotiate? Little Snowball, search him." The Snow Maiden quickly rushed over to frisk him, making the blonde guy jump. "Mom, it's so cold. It's in my pocket. Stop searching." She pulled out a cracked fragment. These mysterious crystals appeared. Hundreds of years ago, when the dimensional rifts first opened, they came with the invasion of the alien beasts, and they contain a powerful energy used as an evolution material for beasts. Or perhaps there are other purposes. And Ning and the magic flame bird leaned in, curious. "What is this, exactly?" "I haven't seen anything like this in your collection of artifacts." Lin Ze picked up the crystal and stayed silent for a moment, while the system's voice echoed in his mind to explain. Artifacts refer to supernatural items with bizarre powers. He visualized that source of energy. They originated from the Great Catastrophe period and were the product of a collision between space-time rifts and this world. There are many other types of crystal artifacts with diverse uses. Some even possess vast internal space. Far exceeding their actual physical size, they can be used as storage tools or as rare treasures that boost the combat power of beast tamers and their pets. Things like spirit ores or medicinal herbs. After hearing this, Lin Ze pondered. According to the system's description, the main use of this crystal is as an evolutionary material. As for the other use, it's likely for corrupting pets, right? Seeing how interested the flame bird was in the crystal, he weighed the pros and cons. And Ning's flame bird was very drawn to this material. It might just be related to its evolutionary path. Without hesitation, he handed the crystal to Ning, who hopped with joy. Ning, you take this. It's probably some kind of evolutionary material. Lin Ze turned to the blonde guy and continued, as for the flame bird's corruption ability. Suddenly, a voice called out, making everyone turn their heads. Lin Ze. Quach Shindi walked in and asked loudly, is everyone all right? Tan Yong followed close behind, worriedly asking, are you guys okay? Lin Ze pointed cheerfully at the two guys on the ground. We're fine. We've already caught the culprits. The blonde guy grumbled. Are we, though? Looking at Zhang Xiaoyun, who was fast asleep, he added, Zhang Xiaoyun is fine too. She was just knocked out by the poison vine beast's venomous thorns. Once the toxin wears off, she'll wake up. The spirit mastiff suddenly jumped out, sniffed around, and ran toward the others. Wu Yan and Mo Jingfu stepped in, ordering their subordinates to secure the scene and check on the injured. Understood. Wu Yan walked up to Lin Ze and asked, are you Lin Ze? He stammered in response, and you are? Wu Yan calmly introduced himself. I am Wu Yan, captain of the A23 search team under the Beast Taming Association of Ningjiang City. I spoke with your principal, and he mentioned you. He said you were an outstanding student among this year's freshmen. Thank you for providing information about the symbiosis group. I will put in a request for a reward for you. Hearing there was a reward, he eagerly shook hands and agreed. Thank you, sir. The captain continued his instructions, leave this place to us. During the follow-up investigation, we may need your cooperation. Lin Ze readily agreed. No problem. The captain turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyun being carried away. In that case, I will have my team take you all to the treatment center for a checkup to avoid any hidden injuries. The dark-haired guy in handcuffs struggled. My mask. Transition to the main hospital. Zhang Xiaoyun had regained consciousness by now, listening to everyone's story. So, that much happened, huh? She offered a soft, rose-like smile. I only felt a bit dizzy while walking. By the time I opened my eyes, I was already at the treatment center. It's a good thing Lin Ze realized something was wrong, or he wouldn't have saved us in time. And Ning looked down, blaming herself. They came because of me. It was me who dragged you into this. Zhang Xiaoyun reassured them, not at all. Tan Yan and Lin Ze ran into members of the symbiosis group too, so how could it be your fault? Lin Ze stood outside the door, organizing his thoughts. Just now, they mentioned the symbiosis group was hunting for Ning because of her soul corruption technique. He visualized his past memories. Could this technique be related to the scene he saw? Suddenly, Quach Shindi called out, Lin Ze, Ning, I need to speak to you too in private. Ning and Lin Ze followed Quach Shindi outside. He asked, what's wrong? She turned around, her expression somber. Do you still remember when Quach Shindi said the next part? Both of them froze. When I helped you probe your soul technique potential, Quach Shindi hesitantly confessed. Back then, I said I only saw a few dark shadows. The truth is, I didn't tell you the whole story. She recalled that eerie vision. I saw Ning developing characteristics of a demon, not human. Countless demon-type beasts were kneeling at her feet. Quach Shindi bowed her head sincerely, apologizing. That scene was truly too grotesque. I had originally planned to find some research documents to get a rough idea before telling you too. And Ning thought for a moment, then said, I've only ever heard of demon-type ferocious beasts. Quach Shindi explained in detail. The demon race is a very special branch, characterized by an extremely fast growth rate. However, these beasts are usually cruel and tyrannical. Once contracted as a pet, they have the ability to slowly corrode the tamer's mind. She imagined a person becoming distorted. The beast tamer gradually becomes aggressive, dark, and twisted. In the end, they become fallen ones, lost, directionless, and capable of any evil. Quach Shindi calmly continued sharing what she knew. Under the crackdown and control of the Beast Taming Association, the breeding and trading of demon-type beasts are now banned. Documents related to the evolution of the demon race are also strictly controlled and prohibited. Lin Ze understood. The person I met also had a demon-type beast, but he still seemed to be in his right mind. He deduced the scene of someone being devoured. The fallen ones are tamers, devoured by their pet's power. Conversely, the symbiosis group is using beasts that have to endure the backlash of their own power. He turned to ask Ning, how did you manage to corrupt the flame bird? She answered without hesitation. After my blaze bird evolved into the flame bird, it gained this skill. Ning analyzed it carefully for him. After corruption, it generally works in 3 stages. It lasts for 1 minute. Based on my current soul power, I can only use it once a day. Lin Ze was confused. I've seen beasts corrupted by the symbiosis group, but the effect was very unstable, and the backlash was massive. It seems they want to control this power, which is why they are targeting a Ning. Kwok Shin-di dismissed this theory. The world is vast and full of strange things. Current human knowledge of soul techniques is just the tip of the iceberg. She happily grabbed Ning's hand to comfort her. All right, stop scaring yourself. The most urgent thing now is to strengthen your power. Who knows? After signing a contract with your second pet, you might gain new insights into this power. If this is truly a soul technique that can enhance pets, you'll be incredibly powerful in the future. And Ning felt a bit uneasy hearing that. If this really was a completely new soul technique, the symbiote group wouldn't give up so easily. She clenched her fists, spirits soaring. No matter what, getting stronger was the only real solution. When the enemy arrives, meet them with a strategy. When the water rises, build an earthen wall. She needed to grow up to master her own destiny. And Ning turned to him and called out softly. Brother, she said with great excitement. The first trial after the new semester starts is coming up soon, but the flame bird is still stuck at stage 7, phase 2, and can't evolve further. I want to quickly sign a contract with a second beast to boost my strength. Could you take a look for me? Lin Ze gladly agreed. No problem. His eyes reveal a profound look. He thought to himself, this is a perfect opportunity to observe the flame bird's situation in more detail. Tam D approached them tentatively and asked, it's already late. The pet shops are probably all closed by now. Why don't we go tomorrow? We still have 3 days until the trial. Anyway, Lin Ze suggested enthusiastically. I know a shop that's open 24 hours a day, and they provide basic materials as well as preliminary pet appraisal services. Let's go check it out. The scene shifts to a street corner with a large sign hanging in front, 2-4. Our pet shop. Walking with a Ning and the flame bird, Lin Ze thought to himself, these are still some pets without special evolution routes. It seems that even for the same species, it's not guaranteed that there's a hidden evolution path, and Ning observed each one in the glass display cases carefully, feeling slightly disappointed. They all seem so ordinary, don't they? He turned to look at the flame bird standing quietly behind them. He reached out to stroke its beak, and it seemed to enjoy it. The system prompt echoed. An evolution path could be selected. The system analyzed for a moment and displayed the results. One route, the Raging Ember Hawk, reinforces power and basic stats, focusing on explosive strength while sacrificing agility. The next evolution form, the Scarlet Flame Hawk, can reach up to stage 5, phase 2. The route for the Demon Emperor Flame Eye is an evolution method that awakens an ancient bloodline within the body, pursuing the sublimation of life, focusing on upgrading fire control abilities but weakening melee attributes. The next evolution form, the Scarlet Demon Flame Owl, can reach up to stage 9. The immediate route, the Demon Phoenix Hellfire. Lin Ze stared at the system screen in deep thought. The common path for the Flame Bird is the Raging Ember Hawk, while the hidden route is the Demon Emperor Flame Hell. So, how did a Ning manage to trigger this path from the very beginning? Based on what Kwok Tamdi saw, this route is likely related to the demon attribute. He rubbed the Flame Bird's head while still calculating. Once on the path of the Demon Emperor Hellfire, there's no turning back. Either let the Flame Bird continue to evolve, or stop at this stage and train a second pet from now on. The system then displayed the next evolution method. Any ancient medium could be used to awaken the bloodline. He was quite surprised, as he didn't need these types of medium materials when evolving his Little Snowball or the Strange Rock. Could it be because of the special demon attribute? Lin Ze turned and called En Ning. She responded quickly, brother. And he continued, I have something to tell you. He held out his hand and began to explain. I've actually awakened a special soul technique. Sometimes, I can vaguely perceive the potential evolution paths of certain pets. Really? And Ning was incredibly surprised. There's such a soul technique? She praised him. No wonder Little Snowball was able to evolve like it did. This ability is just too amazing. He felt helpless before his little sister. It's not that exaggerated. It's just a vague perception, and it consumes a lot of soul power. Lin Ze imagined himself being dragged away. In short, he couldn't say he had a system. Furthermore, if this heaven-defying ability were discovered, he would likely be dragged into the Beast Tamer Association and worked to death. He pushed that aside and got to the main point. Just now, I felt something on the flame bird. It seems like there's a type of abnormal power sleeping inside its body. This evolution path is extremely powerful, far surpassing the common Raging Ember Hawk route. And Ning listened seriously, paying close attention to every word. But this path is also unusually dangerous. I can feel that this power is extremely wild and unstable. Moreover, the next evolution form seems to be related to the demon attribute. She stepped forward to stroke her flame bird. Could it be that a pet can evolve into a dual attribute form? Fire combined with demon, while very rare, isn't impossible. He didn't find it convenient to explain in detail and spoke tactfully. The information I sense is quite vague, but it seems like it needs an extremely ancient catalyst to awaken that kind of power. And Ning stood up, her expression determined. Even if it couldn't evolve before, no matter what, this is a power that both me and the flame bird must face and control. As for the medium to activate the potential, she suddenly remembered something. Could it be? And Ning took a purple crack fragment out of her pocket. Seeing it, Lin Ze was quite surprised a rift fragment. He stared at it, breaking into a sweat. The system stated that any ancient medium could be used, so this rift fragment would definitely meet the requirements. But how should he tell a Ning? Use the soul technique as an excuse for sensing the evolution path. Suddenly, Ning spoke up first. I can vaguely feel the energy fluctuations inside this crystal. It seems there's really some kind of resonance with the flame bird. Her eyes were serious as she corrected herself. Not a resonance. As soon as she finished her sentence, the flame bird lunged forward and swallowed it. The flame bird was clearly craving this. Both of them were stunned on the spot. She stammered. It. Suddenly, a purple aura radiated from around it. A purple flame flared up, covering the entire body of the flame bird. Ning panicked and shouted, "Brother, it's burning." Lin Ze created a protective layer to reassure her. Don't be afraid. The purple flame gradually changed, taking on a bewitching hue. Ning watched the flame bird flap its newly evolved, powerful wings with joy. The flame bird has evolved. She rushed over and hugged it tightly. Both were extremely excited. This form was truly majestic. He stood to one side, watching this warm scene, feeling quite happy. As long as the evolution goes smoothly, that's fine. Lin Ze continued, "Next time it evolves, I'll help you look at it." She replied happily. "Okay." Suddenly, Ning froze, turning to stone instantly. "Brother," she stammered, looking at the scene of destruction around the shop, "I think we caused some trouble." Outside, the sky was perfectly clear, but two people were feeling heartbroken. "Two valued customers," the store clerk said, waving the cash register machine to remind them. "Next time you want to spoil your beast, I suggest you head to a professional training facility." Both of them hugged their credit card and cried silently, their own private funds. Lin Ze walked home, calculating. The reward he'd just received from the Beast Taming Association had vanished in the blink of an eye. Gotta make money fast. The scene shifted to a simple, secluded cabin deep in the forest where a hooded boss had his hand on a large crystal, sensing its power. Suddenly, a henchman rushed in to report. "Boss, those two had been nabbed by the investigation team." The boss didn't overreact, he just replied dismissively. "I know." The henchman, unfazed by his indifference, pressed on anxiously. "What should we do next?" The boss thought for a long moment before giving his orders. "Nobody is to make a move for now." He reached toward the crystal, his voice turning sinister. "Once the time is right, they'll come looking for us themselves." Meanwhile, Lin Ze was sitting at his magic desk. He was meditating and calculating, realizing that once the Secret Realm training ended, there would be the first exam of the semester. If he got a good result, he could snag a scholarship worth 100,000. At the same time, climbing the ranks on the simulation battle board could also earn him cash prizes and valuable rewards. He entered the system world. After a quick look, he felt discouraged. He hadn't played in a few days, and his rank had already dropped nearly 2,000 places. Lin Ze pressed the matchmaking button, determined. It looked like he had to push hard to reach the middle of the leaderboard. As his mind wandered, his small goal before the exam was to break into the top 100. In a secret realm, a solo battle ended. The rock demon sent his opponent packing in one hit. The system notification chimed, and the winner's rating increased by 10.38. The Snow Maiden was also incredibly fierce, climbing the ranks by 8,890 points. The rock demon was like a war machine, climbing at breakneck speed, gaining 5,903 points. System notifications kept dinging as his rank soared, hitting 37 in no time. On the system's message board, comments about the pair were flooding in constantly. The forum was buzzing with excitement. "Holy crap, this guy wins a match on average every half minute. Even the slowest ones take only a minute. He's insane. At this rate, won't this big shot reach the top 10 by tonight? No way, that's too exaggerated. Do you really think the top 10 is a joke? Anyone got info on him?" In the next match, Zhang Liang said with a sarcastic tone, "I knew you were some famous newcomer. I heard you climbed all the way here from the bottom ranks today." He stood in front of Lin Ze, continuing, "You got some skills, I'll give you that." Zhang Liang looked arrogant as he pointed at the system board. "But this is where it ends. I'm the one who's going to break your win streak." Lin Ze picked his ear, looking indifferent. "Let's start." His attitude made Zhang Liang roar in anger. "What's with that attitude, kid? You think you can beat me with just one beast? Who are you challenging? Call your other one out." A moment later, he was frozen into a block of ice, defeated. Lin Ze praised her. making Little Snowball glow with joy. Well done, you worked hard. At the same level, Little Snowball could completely suppress her opponent. Seeing her cuddling obediently in his arms, he opened the system panel. Her win rate was 100%. Lin Ze felt quite proud of her. The high-intensity battles had finally maxed out her growth progress. Now, as long as he had the right materials, he could evolve her. Suddenly, 3 honorary bronze rank system panels appeared. He was surprised, his mood shifting to excitement. He triggered an achievement reward, and there was even an extra mission. Lin Ze clenched his fists, determined. Tomorrow, I'll go buy materials for Little Snowball and use the Soul Crystal to boost my own base stats while I'm at it. Back at the Longshan Society, Zhang Mammon walked out, waving enthusiastically. Shindi, babe. She scurried happily towards Shindi. We've got a team trial next week. Want to come with your senior? Shindi replied quickly. Yes. I was worried I couldn't find a suitable team and was planning not to go. Who's in our team? She thought excitedly for a moment and started listing them. Lan, Yan, and Zhang Mammon leaned in close, whispering excitedly, we're still missing 2 people. Why don't you invite Lin Ze? Cindy caught onto her intentions. Senior, are you asking because of Lin Ze? She playfully struck a pose, flashing a dramatic idol-like smile. He's the heavy hitter who just caused a stir in the simulation. After a successful session of rank climbing, his stats had increased accordingly. Lin Ze was walking down the street, feeling excited. Great, my soul rank has finally leveled up. My soul power limit is higher now too. At this rate, the combined power of Little Snowball and the Earth Soul will be even stronger, and I can boost the power of my soul techniques too. He stepped into his shop, and the clerk greeted him. Welcome, sir. He replied cheerfully. Hi. I'd like a Snow Maiden's tear. She responded quickly. Just a moment. Let me check. After a moment, the clerk said, looking a bit disappointed, I'm really sorry. The last Snow Maiden's tear in our shop was just sold. This material is very rare. The next shipment won't arrive until next month. Lin Ze showed his annoyance, feeling frustrated inside. A month? That long? Suddenly, Cindy came running from afar. Lin Ze, you're here? What a coincidence. He looked surprised. Guo Xin. What? She quickly stepped forward to probe. The trial starts next week. Are you looking for a team? Lin Ze replied, yeah. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Cindy spoke up. She gestured toward Zhang Mammon. Why not join our team? Zhang Mammon also greeted him happily. Heard a lot about you, Junior Lin Ze. She introduced herself and then gestured to the person behind her. I'm the president of the Longshan Society, second-year student Zhang Mammon, and this is our vice president. Gu Lanyan, also a second year. Lanyan waved. Hello. Lin Ze stepped forward to shake Zhang Mammon's hand. Hi, senior. But I wasn't planning on joining a team. He was calculating the benefits in his head. Splitting rewards, it's all just a hassle. Besides, being in a team with strangers, if I just take a Ning, wouldn't it be better to just sneak into the secret realm together? Hearing this, Shindi asked curiously. Don't you plan on going to the secret realm? She explained. To ensure safety, the Academy's trials require a team of at least 5 people. Lin Ze felt like he'd been struck by lightning. There's a rule like that? She crossed her arms, exposing his intent. Don't tell me you were planning to go alone? Lin Ze scratched his head, admitting, you saw right through me, didn't you? Suddenly, Lanyan stepped forward and asked, was that you wanting to buy the Little Snowball's tears earlier? She held out a sparkling, crystal-clear teardrop. Lanyan immediately offered an extremely enticing deal. Join my team, and you'll get a reward. After the trial ends, I'll give this to you, plus 10 ice attribute materials. Lin Ze was stunned. It was hard to turn down the Little Snowball's tears. His eyes were locked on that teardrop crystal, but he still tried to act like he didn't really need it, saying it wasn't all that great. Hearing this, Lanyan didn't hesitate to add, on top of everything else we'll give you an extra share. Lin Ze made his decision on the spot. Fine, but I have one small request. Before he could even finish, Lanyan already knew. You want to bring in a Ning along, right? No problem. He chuckled and went over to shake her hand. See you next week. The senior, Lanyan, was very cooperative. See you next week. Fast forward to the day of the trial. All the groups were gathered in front of the secret realm entrance. A Ning followed behind Lin Ze, looking incredibly impressed. This is so grand. Zhang Mammon spoke up, acting like a pro. Pretty impressive, right? The first time I saw this huge gate, I was also stunned for a long time. Lin Ze raised a question. Senior, what kind of beast is on this? Look, the gate is carved with complex runes and emitting a faint golden light, she explained. According to the Beast Taming Association and the Alliance, no one has ever seen the beast on this gate before, but among beast tamers, it's known as a void beast. He rubbed his chin, looking intrigued. Avoid beast. Suddenly, a voice from above cleared its throat to quiet everyone down. Everyone, quiet down. Chin. He stepped into the center and began to outline the first secret realm trial of the semester. To all the students who have registered for this trial, get ready for the challenge. He raised his voice so everyone could hear. In this trial, any materials you collect will be yours to keep. You don't need to hand them over to the school. Everyone cheered and applauded the school as being so generous. It was great news. Chinny continued his brief explanation. The rarest secret realm is divided into 5 rings. The closer to the center, the higher the danger. Each ring has a portal leading to the next one. Furthermore, every ring has a different environment and different types of fierce beasts. He stood with one hand on his hip, carefully warning them, and gave a final alert. You are strictly forbidden from entering the deepest part. Finally, he concluded, this trial will last for 7 days, and you can choose to withdraw at any time. Now, you may begin. Cindy happily grabbed Ning's hand, excited to start. Stepping inside, they found a vast, endless golden desert. In the 5th ring of the Red Earth secret realm, Lan Yan summoned her 2 strongest monsters, Foot Dragon and Shallow Jump. Let's go. Jiang Mammon summoned her Dragon Lion Vanguard and said, my pets will handle the outer ring. Then, she also summoned Crimson Red and Silver Shade. Lin Ze was incredibly surprised. She actually had 3 4th-rank pets. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mammon smugly remarked, I'm a top-tier sophomore. After all, don't worry, I'll make sure to protect you guys. When she saw Little Snowball and Rock Demon, she rushed over excitedly. Their appearance is so cool. She's a real beauty, and this edgy-looking one seems to follow the rock-type path. Suddenly, Shin Dai's hair clip emitted a faint pink-purple light, and Ning stepped forward, eyes full of admiration. Her hair clip turned out to be a rare artifact. She gently clipped it back onto her hair and explained, this clip is a spatial storage item, and this next one is a rare artifact I keep inside. It's called the Spirit Feather, a combat-type artifact. A magical light enveloped Sing Di. It can attach to its owner. Besides protecting them from harm, it can also control them to launch attacks. Thanks to it, I can unleash power comparable to a 4th-rank pet. And Ning was extremely impressed. Offense and defense all in one? That's definitely a powerful artifact. It must be very expensive. Jiang Mammon chimed in, praising her. Our Shindi is a direct descendant of a wealthy family. She has plenty of nice gear on her. Shindi scratched her head, shyly saying, it's nothing, really. Lin Ze and Ning were practically frozen in place. A rich girl right by my side. Lin Ze thought about the glowing clip, pondering that with the strength boost and the increasing time spent in the desert and later in the secret realm, a spatial storage tool was a good thing to have. He definitely needed to find a way to get one. Lan Yan stepped in to settle things. All right, is everyone ready? Let's get moving. In the vast desert, there were mummies scattered everywhere. They weren't whole, their limbs were lying in different places. Lan Yan walked over to examine the situation and analyzed. These are mummies of 2nd-rank beasts, common in the 5th ring area. There are 15 in total, basically one-hit kills. She noticed the footprints around the area. There are also quite a few human footprints on the ground. He thought again, a spatial tool is good. I should get one. Cindy, full of energy, said loudly. Then they've basically saved us the trouble of clearing out the beasts. Let's move. Jiang Mammon and Lan Yan watched as Lin Ze and Ning took the lead. Jiang Mammon asked, what's wrong? You look like you're worried about something. Lan Yan frowned, silent for a moment before saying, I've never seen Lin Ze and Ning's pets before. Jiang Mammon was surprised she was the beast encyclopedia, and even she didn't recognize them. Seeing those 3 pets with their strange, bewitching forms. Doesn't that mean they're extremely rare? Perhaps they haven't even appeared before? Lan Yan answered, sounding slightly annoyed. I'm not sure. The evolution paths of pets are still a subject being studied to this day. Some major families even have exclusive evolution paths. She felt frustrated. Pets were a beast tamer's most important secret and a deeply personal bond, so it was hard to ask. Even though she was very curious, it was better not to ask recklessly. They quickly moved on and headed straight for the 4th ring. In front of them stood an undead mummy beast, one hand holding an iron chain, the other a skull. Lan Yan ordered Shallow Jump to advance. It was an evolution of a mummy. The undead master, Shallow Jump, crawled forward rapidly like a gust of wind. It rammed straight into the undead, catching it off guard. Just as it fell, Lin Ze stepped up and said, Senior, let me handle it. I want to accumulate some real combat experience. It's rare to have a chance to practice soul arts. The undead struggled to stand up, but Ghost Flame immediately lunged, knocking it out cold with one hit. Lin Ze praised him. Well done. He felt happy inside. It was a perfect chance to increase his own strength. Jiang Mammon and Lan Yan stood by, both thinking, this junior student is actually pretty handsome, isn't he? About an hour after pushing deeper inside, Lin Ze, Ning, and Quash Tam Di were staring in shock. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Mammon explained, "Rumor has it this wall was passed down from the Cataclysm era. It separates the third and fourth rings and is called the Gray-White Wall." She started explaining for everyone that everything from the third ring down to the deepest part of the first ring is enclosed by this gray-white wall. You have to pass through here to enter the third ring. Lan Yan led everyone close to the wall, adding, "There are 4 entrances in total. We'll find a gate if we follow the wall." After walking for a bit, they finally found it. Found it. Ma Yan growled a few times after a quick look. It lunged forward, using its raw strength to slowly push the gate open. Jiang Mammon cheered happily. So convenient. Having a strength-type beast really is a lifesaver. It saves us all that trouble. In the past, it took our group forever just to push this piece of junk gate open. Lin Ze stepped inside. Before him lay a primitive forest shrouded in thick fog. Lan Yan warned everyone, "Be careful. The third ring has way more ferocious beasts than the previous 2, and they're at a much higher level too. Furthermore, the third ring is home to a type of undead beast called the Gray-White Overlord." While she was speaking, Lin Ze looked a bit stunned. A single Gray-White Overlord wasn't too much trouble, but what made it truly terrifying was its ability to command troops. Imagining a dense wave of death energy, countless undead skeletons appeared. Lan Yan continued explaining, "The Gray-White Overlord can summon low-level members of its kind. Every time it shows up, it's always followed by a horde of Gray-White guards." Everyone moved forward quickly, following Lan Yan's instructions. "Our target is the second ring, so it's best not to waste too much energy here. Avoid them if we can and push through quickly." Jiang Mammon reassured her, "No need to be too worried. The Gray-White Overlord spends most of its time sleeping underground. It rarely comes up." Her next sentence left all 3 of them stunned. "Unless you're incredibly unlucky, you usually won't run into a Gray-White Overlord." Lin Ze sighed helplessly. "Senior, your words are a bit too ominous." She laughed cheerfully. "Just pretend I didn't say anything. Bottom line, we aren't that unlucky." Before she could finish, a loud noise erupted from the forest. Jiang Mammon glanced over, panicked and on high alert. Piercing, bone-chilling shrieks echoed from the forest as they headed toward them, a massive, overwhelming swarm of undead gray-white soldiers. And Ning screamed in terror. "Senior, is your mouth jinxed?" Jiang Mammon said helplessly, "I really didn't mean to." Quach Tam Di asked anxiously, "What do we do? Should we run?" Lan Yan explained, "The gray-white guards aren't slow, and undead-type beasts don't have the concept of physical exhaustion." She ordered Kuo Klong and Fen Duok. "Running away from them in the wild isn't smart. Our best bet is to face them head-on." A group of gray-white soldiers charged in with weapons drawn. Thien Duok lunged to the front, taking one away instantly. Jiang Mammon wasn't about to be outdone. Ordering, "Giant Spirit, Red Crimson." Red Crimson received the order and unleashed its skill, bursting Fireball. Its flames continuously blasted several gray-white soldiers away at once. Quach Tam Di also stepped up, unleashing a purple-pink beam of light to attack. "I'm here to help." The moment the soldiers touched the pink light, they slumped over and collapsed. Snow Maiden jumped up, casting her extreme cold domain skill, freezing a large area of monsters. Earth Demon seized the momentum, jumping in to punch the frozen monsters into shards. Jiang Mammon stood on the side in awe, too strong. "I can't believe she has such a large-scale area of effect attack." Lin Ze didn't pay much attention, lost in thought about what the senior had mentioned earlier. A gray-white overlord has powerful commanding abilities. With a massive riot of gray-white guards like this, there's definitely a gray-white overlord behind it. He scanned the area for a moment, confused. "Strange, why can't I see it?" And Ning seemed to understand what he was thinking and ordered Ma Yan, "Go find the gray-white overlord's location." It obeyed, soaring high into the sky above the swarm to search. In the distance, there was one much larger than the rest, its aura reeking of death. "That's the gray-white overlord." Found it southeast, less than 100 meters away. It seemed to realize it was being watched and charged forward in a fit of rage. And Ning shouted to alert Lin Ze, "Brother, it's heading straight for us." He ordered the Earth Demon, Earth Spirit's heavy press. "Stop it." The Overlord, riding its horse, braked hard in front of the Earth Demon's skill, keeping a safe distance. Lin Ze observed it and was shocked. "Wait a minute. Look at the deep, jagged wounds all over its body." He realized. The gray-white overlord is injured. No wonder it didn't join the fight earlier. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly burned system points to upgrade his skill. The gray-white overlord was injured and had to defend against the pet beast's attacks. Watching Little Snowball and the Earth Demon struggling to hold the overlord back, he thought to himself, "Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit have managed to distract the gray-white overlord. I can use this chance to launch a sneak attack. I might even be able to kill it in one shot. Suddenly, Lan Yan felt a surge of mana and turned around, sensing a fluctuation in soul power. Seeing Lin Ze, she shouted a warning. Soul Arrow. Junior. The base power of a soul arrow isn't enough to kill it. We could use a war of attrition. He didn't stop, continuing to chant while explaining, we need to go deeper into the second ring. A prolonged battle will weaken our pet's combat strength. Besides, this gray-white overlord is already wounded. There are definitely other teams nearby. We have to end this fast. Lin Ze reached back, preparing himself, analyzing in his heart. For a normal person, using a soul arrow that consumes several dozen points of soul power is nothing. But using it in this situation is just a waste of precious soul power. His hand quickly converted the energy into a super-compressed soul arrow. His efforts reached 1,500 points. 400 points of soul power were compressed into a 6th-tier soul arrow, enough to slay this wounded overlord. His eyes widened. Go. Unleash everything. The arrow struck the overlord square on, and it howled in agony. With just one strike, Lin Ze had completely defeated it. The other 4 people all stood there with their mouths agape in shock. A single soul arrow had one-shotted a gray-white overlord. Lan Yan was terrified, panicking as she thought. Before, when he used a soul arrow to fight a 3rd-tier undead, the power wasn't anywhere near this strong. To be able to freely control and infuse soul power to increase damage, one must have cultivated the soul arrow to at least the 6th level. Lin Ze is just a newcomer. How is this even possible? The remaining gray-white soldiers saw their overlord defeated and fled in a panic. Lin Ze stepped forward, his voice cold. Don't even think about running. You unleashed your skill, sending ice chunks and boulders raining down from the sky, a barrage of ice and stone projectiles. With a massive explosion, the entire White Pale army was wiped out. Zhang Mammon stood there in a daze, unable to believe it. It's already over? Tam Di and Ning cheered happily on the side. That's absurd. You're so incredibly strong. Lin Ze turned to remind everyone, hurry and collect the loot. We need to get out of here. A group of people approached from the distance, shouting annoyingly, Lin Ze, why is it you again? Everyone was startled and turned to look as Hin Dao pointed at Lin Ze, barking, do you even have a shred of shame? Your squad. How dare you steal the prey from our Gao Shan society? Zhang Mammon recognized them and stood in front of Lin Ze. Isn't that our classmate, La Han, an officer from the Gao Shan society? What a coincidence to run into them here. Hin Dao flared up, shouting, cut the friendly act. Hand over the loot to us right now. His teammates chimed in. That's right. Hurry up and hand over the materials dropped by the White Pale leader. Zhang Mammon's face darkened, her voice laced with a threat. Are you suggesting that everything from the White Pale Lord belongs to you? La Han scratched his head and spoke up. Leader Trong, it's forbidden to steal others' prey within this secret realm. Have you forgotten the rules of your Long Tam society? Zhang Mammon refused to back down. That's just an unwritten rule, and besides, there's a second half to that rule. Looking at the skeleton lying on the ground, she continued, if the prey escapes, the hunt is considered a failure. From the moment you let the White Pale leader escape, it was no longer your prey. Tam Di also refused to yield, sticking her tongue out playfully. Exactly. You didn't have the skill to hold onto your prey and let it get away. Now you have the nerve to come and claim it. Hin Dao was enraged, clenching his fist and lunging forward. What did you say? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. La Han held him back, advising, don't get into a conflict now. Hin Dao was furious. What for? He argued back, we're just going to let them off like that. That White Pale Lord was clearly our kill. La Han snapped back angrily. Then what would you do? Take it from their hands by force? He lowered his head, his eyes full of schemes. We can't win a direct confrontation. We're in a secret realm. There are other ways to make them suffer. And that guy, Lin Ze, he's disrespected us time and again. If he won't be an ally, then there's only one other option. Hin Dao calmed down. He wiped his nose and asked, what do you mean? La Han's face twisted into a sneer. First, we wait for an opportunity. Then we'll give them a big gift. Meanwhile, Lin Ze watched as Zhang Mammon gathered the items. She pulled out a circular object and shouted happily, a white pale bone orb. This could sell for at least over 120,000. Lin Ze looked at the round object in her hand and asked suspiciously, Dan Tri, is there bad blood between the Long Tam Society and the Gao Shan Society? Zhang Mammon explained, our two societies are like fire and water. We've had plenty of conflicts. Today's situation is just like what's happened many times before. Lan Yan stepped forward to probe. Given Hin Dao's attitude just now, do you have a grudge against the Gao Shan Society, too? Lin Ze scratched his head and answered vaguely. You could say that. Let's not talk about it. Let's keep moving. She pulled out a device and said, If we cross the gloomy wall of the second section, we'll be through the second round. Lan Yan continued about their next target. Our goal is the Gray Valley. This area is rich in a rare mineral called gray bloodstone. Each kilogram is worth up to 5,000. Cut to 3 hours later, the group arrived at the Gray Valley. Lan Yan instructed everyone, with Tam Dai's spatial tool here, we can carry quite a lot of materials, but be careful. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Looking at the odd-shaped objects in front of them, she warned them carefully. From this point on, large numbers of southern-grade fierce beasts will appear. Lin Ze looked at the rock demon and thought, the level and density of fierce beasts in this secret realm are indeed much higher than in the wild. Not even half a day has passed, and my Earth Spirit's growth rate has already increased by 12%. He was contemplating, the school's secret realm has a minimum member requirement, but the Beast Tamer Association doesn't. Even with the entry fee, one trip seems well worth it. Everyone ventured deeper to explore. Zhang Mammon walked up to a large boulder, humming happily. Found it. Gray blood stone. The rock demon, Cao Tran True, lunged forward, using its overwhelming strength to punch the rock. Seeing it shatter into pieces, she cheered happily. Amazing, Junior Lin Ze. Your pet is so strong. Zhang Mammon happily gathered the red stones. Let's keep them all in one place for now. Tam Dai, standing by, agreed. My spatial tool still has room. Let's pick up some more. While they were happily collecting items, a group of people was observing them from behind the mountain. Hin Dao whispered, it looks like they aren't prepared to go any deeper. What should we do next? La Han replied with a cunning look. Getting into the second round is enough. Follow the plan and lure something troublesome toward them. The group wore malicious grins. There was a good show coming up. Suddenly, 2 beast shadows flew down from the sky. Teen Duck felt it first and couldn't stop trembling. Lan Yan's 2 pets were also shaking uncontrollably. She said urgently, something's wrong. Our pet states aren't right. Zhang Maman panicked and hurriedly defended herself. Not again. I didn't say anything this time. Lin Ze looked at his own pets and saw that both were acting normally. He wondered, Tiu Tuyet and my Earth Spirit are showing no signs of abnormality. Enning looked through the eyes of her Ma VM and was terrified. Lin Ze walked over, patted her shoulder, and asked, Enning, what's wrong? Her face was pale, beads of sweat rolling down as she stammered. A dragon. A purple dragon is flapping its wings, flying right toward us. Enning quickly screamed. Ma Diem Sish Qiu sees a dragon heading our way. What? As soon as it arrived, the dragon opened its mouth to charge mana. It fired a massive energy orb toward the group. Everyone watched in utter panic. Oh no, it's going to attack us. The purple dragon charged the orb, making it grow larger and larger. Enning was pale with fright. It's bad. It's aiming right at us. Lin Ze also shouted in a panic. Everyone get behind me. The purple dragon fired the orb at their group. He immediately activated 2 skills, Soul Protection and Ice Mirror Shield to defend against it. The system notification chimed. Expend 1,800 achievement points. Soul Protection has been upgraded to level 8. New feature, can continuously infuse soul power. In addition to 80 points, the base cost to strengthen defensive effects. Note, the maximum soul power that can be infused at this level is 600 points. Everyone saw the terrifying power and was absolutely horrified. Lin Ze felt his face go pale, panic rising in his chest. Level 8 soul power, and it was barely enough to block that energy shockwave. Without giving anyone a chance to react, the dragon gathered energy to create small spheres. It swung its arms, hurling them one by one at the group. A terrifying attack slammed into their protective barrier. The stone ghost activated its ghost clone skill, sending a spectral duplicate rushing forward. The ghost clone collided head-on with the massive attack. A thunderous explosion rocked the sky, releasing a wave of terrifying demonic energy. The stone ghost seized the chance to activate lightning collision, darting upward. It surged right in front of the purple dragon. The dragon locked its gaze onto it, refusing to look away. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive force rose up, pinning it down. The stone ghost unleashed its Majesty of the Earth skill. The dragon's pupils contracted rapidly. The system explained, Majesty of the Earth subjects enemies in range to divine pressure emitted from the planet's core. All rock-type enemy units in the area will feel the suppression based on their tier difference. The suppression effect is determined by the rank gap. The dragon let out a frustrated roar, its tail whipping around and striking the stone ghost's spectral form. Lan Yan observed for a moment before speaking. A mature rock-solid demonic dragon, dual rock type, at least level 8. Lin Ze turned around, his face looking terrible. Level 8? That's nearly double our rank. No wonder Majesty of the Earth had no effect. She thought for a moment before analyzing further. The rock-solid demonic dragon is the overlord of the first ring. It would never leave its den under normal circumstances. If there's no reason, they must have been lured here. Just now, some flying pets appeared in the sky. They must have come from the other teams. And Ning spoke up, voice full of anger. Only students from our academy can enter this secret realm. So, who's the mastermind behind this? Jiang Maman and Lan Yan exchanged a look, both thinking of the same name, the Gaoshan Society. Xin Di shouted in extreme rage. It's definitely them. This is clearly a vicious plot, meant to lure us here just to kill us. On the other side, the other team wasn't doing any better. One member had been hit by an attack and needed a rescue. A few others fell behind, paying the price for their own stupidity. La Han was sweating buckets, running for his life. Behind them, another pink demonic dragon was hunting them down. And Ning shouted to alert everyone. There's still another rock-solid demonic dragon. It's chasing the Gaoshan Society's group. It's not far from us. It's rushing in our direction. Jiang Maimon understood immediately. Then they definitely lured this dragon here on purpose. Lan Yan said calmly, I see. Looking at the purple demonic dragon surrounded by their summons, she realized, we've run into a dragon couple. She turned to look at the pink demonic dragon, the female dragon chasing the Gaoshan Society. Lan Yan adjusted her glasses and continued to analyze. Dragon clans are usually solitary, but there's one exception, when they are breeding. She continued explaining, during this stage, the male and female dragons will live together until the dragon eggs hatch successfully. She added, the reason they appeared in the second ring is because they chose this place as their nesting ground. While she explained it in detail, it was clear the Gaoshan Society had targeted the dragon eggs. The eggs share a deep bond with the parents, which is why they wouldn't stop the chase. Meanwhile, Xing Tao was running for his life. Damn it. Why did it turn out like this? He sprinted toward Lin Ze's group in the distance. Seeing Jiang Mammon standing in front of Lin Ze, he was surprised. The Longshin Society members are still alive. Xing Tao bit his teeth, his expression one of reluctance. He collapsed on the verge of life and death, thinking to himself, if it's like this, if I'm dying, I'm taking you all down with me. And Ning issued a warning, causing Lin Ze to prepare his defenses. The guy wanted to drag the dragon right to them. Lin Ze threw a punch towards Xing Tao, sending him flying backward. The pink demonic dragon had already lunged forward while he was still furious that bastard actually dared. With just a light swipe of its claw, it sent him spinning dozens of times through the air. Lin Ze grew cautious, feeling a sense of dread. There was no time left. Seeing Xing Tao fall down, covered in blood, he thought, the dragon eggs have been disturbed. They won't spare any humans. He looked at the two dragons glaring at their group with pure killing intent. We're in big trouble this time. Lan Yan commanded her beast, frost-footed dragon. Let's go. The frost-footed dragon lunged, and the feathered-winged beast joined the fray. Seeing this, she commanded her pet. Lan Yan combined the healing feathered-winged beast and thunderburst moves, the shockwave rocking the entire sky. The feathered-winged beast was wounded, crying out in terror. The pink demonic dragon's eyes were bloodshot with rage. It opened its mouth and blasted a massive torrent of fire. The feathered-winged beast was hit and turned into a stone statue. The dragon swung its hand, shattering the statue into tiny pieces. Lan Yan coughed up blood in pain, worrying everyone, and Ning quickly stepped forward to support her. It's the backlash from the pet's death. Lan Yan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and spoke. The blood mist stoning is the most powerful skill of the rock-solid demonic dragon. Looking at the dragon breathing out clouds of smoke, she continued, unless you have a high-tier status-resistance skill, any creature with a lower rank than it will turn into a stone statue upon contact with the blood mist. At the same time, the two vanguard pets began to turn to stone. In the blink of an eye, both were completely petrified. Jiang Mammon also suffered the backlash of the contract and coughed up blood. This is bad. At this rate, we're all going to be wiped out. The flame-winged owl, high in the sky, easily dodged the smoke. It darted through the air, drawing the attention of the two dragons below. Ning supported Lan Yan and urged, the flame-winged owl can't hold on much longer. We have to go. Lan Yan replied, looking somewhat broken. We can't escape. In terms of speed, we absolutely won't be able to outrun these two giant dragons. Jiang Mammon's eyes filled with determination as she spoke. No, I still have a way. She pulled an item shaped like a bell from her storage pouch. Jiang Mammon stood in front, shaking the bell, and urged everyone, I'll hold these two dragons back. You guys take the chance to run toward the exit. Cindy stared at the golden bell, stunned. It's the heavenly bound bell artifact. She looked at the bell, which was emitting a faint, magical golden glow. Using the heavenly bound bell can bypass certain rank restrictions and forcefully imprison a target. Everyone heard her explanation and felt incredibly worried for Jiang Mammon, but the user would also be immobilized on the spot, unable to move. Jiang Mammon spoke sternly, refusing any objection. Sacrificing just me is better than all of us dying. Lan Yan hesitated, unable to bring herself to leave. Lin Ze and Ning were both hesitant, but Zhang Mammon was losing her patience. She turned and snapped. "What are you dragging your feet for?" "Lin Ze, take them and go," she shouted urgently at Lin Ze. "Little Snowball already agreed to help you. After we get out of here, Lan Yan will give it to you. Just go." He stiffened and replied, "Sorry, Zhang Mammon, I can't just abandon my teammates." He pulled out a card and said seriously, "Besides, things haven't actually reached that desperate of a point yet." He called his two spirit pets over, Snow Maiden, Earth Soul. Lin Ze immediately activated the Fusion Soul skill, and both of them erupted in a brilliant glow. Everyone else had to squint from the shockwave, and Zhang Mammon stood there, stunned. A moment later, Little Snowball and Rock Demon merged into a new form, the Underworld Spirit Giant. The giant appeared in a massive form with a surging aura, and Zhang Mammon, still holding the bell, was speechless. "This," Xindi cheered in excitement. "That's a pet I've never sensed before. This is Lin Ze's exclusive soul skill." Lan Yan frowned, beads of sweat forming. The aura was powerful, at least tier 6. But even so, how could it possibly fight two tier 8 petrified magic dragons? Lin Ze pulled out another card, his gaze determined. It's not over yet. He used the tier 9 overdrive card, and once again, a bright light shone. Streams of mana swirled around the giant, and its power spiked to a new level. And Ning had never seen anything like this and was left speechless. "Oh my god." Zhang Mammon felt like she had been hit with a pause button, staring in amazement. From tier 4 to tier 6, and now jumping up to tier 8, it had doubled in power. "Is that card some kind of rare relic that can upgrade tiers?" Lin Ze frowned, his eyes sharp. "Underworld Spirit Giant, finish them." He gave the order without hesitation to wipe out the two dragons. The giant lunged straight between the two dragons, who were caught off guard. Its hands began channeling the Absolute Zero skill. As a skill attached to the Underworld Spirit Giant, Absolute Zero, it dealt massive ice attribute damage and inflicted a deep freezing effect on the enemies. The wings of the two magic dragons were instantly frozen, sending them into a panic. With no other choice, both of them plummeted to the ground, crying out in pain. The purple magic dragon roared in ferocious frustration, but suddenly, its eyes constricted, as if it had seen something truly terrifying. The giant simultaneously unleashed the Underworld Spirit Frozen Domain, a skill that accompanied the Underworld Spirit Giant's Underworld Frozen Prison. The two dragons were quickly frozen as they tried to charge at the giant, which used its strength to leap straight toward the dragon in front of it. The giant pulled its fist back to wind up. It unleashed a barrage of punches onto the body of the magic dragon before it. Everyone standing on the sidelines could only watch in stunned silence. Even Ning was just as shocked as the others. Soon after punching the two dragons full of holes, the system notification sound chimed. Remaining duration of the overdrive card 0. Suddenly, the giant swayed slightly, its eyes dimming. The fusion soul skill faded, and the Underworld Spirit Giant separated back into its two original forms. The rock demon fell backward, quickly caught by another magic pet. As for Little Snowball, Lin Ze caught it from behind. He spoke up, "You've worked hard. You both did great." He reached out and recalled his two spirit pets. "The toll from the fusion soul skill is too high. Get some good rest." Zhang Mammon was still frozen in place, muttering to herself. The petrified magic dragons were really killed just like that. Lin Ze. That card from earlier. Lan Yan shook her head, trying to regain her composure. Lin Ze pulled out a card and started explaining. "Most combat-type relics can only increase a pet's strength by 3 or 4 small stages, but the relic I use can allow a pet to break through the limits of a major tier." Lan Yan countered after hearing this. "But this amplification effect is terrifying. Even those with a deep foundation might not be able to possess such a powerful relic." Xindi, standing to the side, chimed in, "That's right, I've never seen such a heaven-defying relic before." Lan Yan spoke up with a suggestion that made everyone nod in unison. "Because of this, we need to keep this a secret. Do you understand?" Lin Ze smiled and changed the subject. "Zhang Mammon, can we take these materials with us?" High-level items lay scattered across the ground. Dragon teeth, dragon blood, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon skin, and dragon meat. And Ning and Xindi's eyes lit up with desire. Watching everyone happily collecting the items, Lin Ze stood to the side, puzzled, feeling like something was missing. He suddenly realized what it was. Right, the dragon egg. Lin Ze stepped toward the shape, lying flat on the ground. And Ning saw him searching and walked over to ask, "What are you doing?" She leaned in to look and cried out in complete surprise. There, in Lin Ze's hand, was a gleaming ring, a space relic. Seeing the magical item before her, Ning hurriedly urged him, "Is it a space relic? Quickly, put it on and see what kind of effect it has inside." Lin Ze looked at the ring in his hand and replied, "All right." With that, he gently stroked the ring until it glowed brightly. The relic didn't require any blood-binding restrictions. If it fell into someone else's hands, they could still use it. Lin Ze slowly closed his eyes, a thought flashing through his mind as he focused his consciousness to probe it. After opening his eyes, he found himself floating in a completely different space filled with many familiar items. A few seconds later, Lin Ze landed on the ground. He couldn't help but feel amazed by the sight before him. It was less than 20 square meters, about the size of a bedroom, but much larger than he had imagined. This is truly a surprise. Lin Ze kept turning his head, glancing around, when suddenly, a purple egg caught his eye. He happily walked over and lifted it high. Got it, the petrified magic dragon egg. At that moment, the system notification panel appeared, showing information about the egg. Petrified magic dragon egg, dark element. Rock-type bloodline path, utilizes bloodline strength for evolution, continuously improving physique and strength while strengthening the ability to control dark elements. Next stage of development, hatching. Not only that, the notification panel provided additional notes. The development process of pure-blooded dragons differs from ordinary pets and is divided into the following stages: dragon worm, dragon hatchling, youth, adult, prime, ancient, high ancient. These titles are merely terms for different stages of development, not their actual age. After reading those lines, Lin Ze gently hugged the egg to his chest and closed his eyes to change locations. With this, my third main pet slot won't be empty anymore. Once I leave this secret realm, I'll sign up for the Beast Tamer rank assessment. Before long, he returned to the real world, where Ning was already waiting for him. They had hidden the dragon egg inside a spatial artifact. No wonder that female dragon wouldn't stop chasing them. As the two were talking, Lan Yan suddenly approached him and spoke up. "Junior Lin Ze, thanks to you this time, let's work something out. Including this egg, everything from this trip belongs to you. I'll still give you the materials I promised earlier." Facing such a generous reward, Lin Ze really couldn't just take it all. "How could I do that? Having this dragon egg and the Snow Maiden's tears is more than enough for me. The rest belongs to everyone." Without waiting for Lan Yan or Lin Ze to say anything else, Zhang Mammon stepped out from the crowd and grabbed his hand. She offered a gentle smile and said, "The secret realm can be entered again, but we only have one life. Without you, we wouldn't have survived at all. These materials, as precious as they are, don't compare to you saving our lives." Behind Zhang Mammon, Quach Xindi nodded repeatedly, having absolutely no objections to the share. Even so, Lin Ze still felt awkward, not knowing what to do. He firmly insisted on refusing the group's kindness. No, this won't do. But he hadn't expected Zhang Mammon to be just as stubborn as he was. "It's fine, really." Just like that, the two started going back and forth, refusing to yield. "This really won't work, you have to take it." After a while with no clear winner, they finally decided to split the total loot, with him receiving 80%. And Ning suddenly had a new idea. "Right, don't dragons love collecting treasures? How about we take a quick detour to their lair?" As soon as she suggested it, someone else in the crowd agreed. Ma Yanqi Xiao, who had just found the location of the dragon's lair, chimed in, "I want to go see it, too." Lin Ze agreed with everyone. It was a great idea. A moment later, the five of them reached the dragon's lair and slowly ventured deep inside. Quach Xindi suddenly stopped, sighing in disappointment. Unlike little Xue, these dragons don't like hoarding treasures at all. Contrary to her, Lan Yan was very interested in the crystals in the cave. Since nests are used for breeding, the dragon race usually stores these crystals to replenish energy. Lin Ze thought for a few seconds and spoke up. "We can take some of those energy crystals for the dragon race." As they went deeper, Ning felt increasingly strange. "Why does this energy feel kind of familiar?" Quach Xindai, standing next to her, quickly interjected, "Does it? I don't sense anything at all." And Ning slowly placed her hand on a section of the wall to better sense that familiar aura. "I'm not lying to you guys, it seems to be in this direction." While she was still confused about what was happening, the wall actively split in two directions, revealing a massive door. Not only that, under Ning's touch, the door suddenly opened, leaving Quach Xindi exclaiming in surprise, "Dragons even know how to build hidden doors." But after observing for a few seconds, Lin Ze had a different thought. "Why does this look man-made? Could someone be living here? Is this secret realm not just for our school's students?" His eyes suddenly widened, as if he had just seen something terrifying. In the room, talismans were plastered everywhere, and on top of that, there were layers of sealing chains, making the atmosphere here more eerie than ever. In the center of the room, a dragon egg sat neatly inside a magic circle. It was constantly radiating a dense, murderous aura. Lin Ze suddenly noticed Ning's expression and called out to her. She stood frozen in place, her eyes vacant, and said to him, It's calling for me." Before Ning could react, Lan Yan appeared in front of them and reached out toward the dragon egg in astonishment. "Isn't this a demon-type dragon beast egg? It's not safe to stay here. Let's take it and get out of here first." As she spoke, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted. All 5 of them, Lin Ze, Ning, Jiang Meimin, Kwa Qindi, and Lan Yan stepped out one by one. The light of the secret realm faded away after the 5 of them exited. Seeing them appear, "Qin," he said with a hint of disappointment. "You're out already? I thought you'd stay for the full 7 days." Lan Yan didn't care about his attitude and coldly reported, "We've all returned safely." Watching the group walk away, Qin, he couldn't help but feel curious. Why the rush? Back at the academy, Lan Yan politely spoke on behalf of everyone. "Junior Lin Ze, we have agreed to convert these materials into cash, and then we will transfer Ning's and your share to you." Furthermore, she personally handed Lin Ze the item she had promised. "Here are the Snow Maiden's tears that I agreed to give you, along with 10 ice element essences." Lin Ze took the items and quickly said, "Thank you." Lan Yan's expression suddenly grew distant. She cautiously warned him. Also, regarding the egg found in the dragon's lair, Lan Yan changed her tone to a serious one, intentionally emphasizing every word. "That is a demon-type pet egg. It is best not to hatch it in a rush. That dark room. It might be connected to the Red Moon Society." Hearing this, both Lin Ze and Ning gasped in panic. The Red Moon Society, seeing their shocked expressions, Lan Yan slowly explained, "You must have heard of the Fallen Ones in the Red Moon Society, right?" Pausing for a few seconds, she continued, "It is an evil faction comprised of core members who are all Fallen Ones." Along with Lan Yan's words, various images simultaneously flashed through everyone's minds. If the symbiotic group were a type of parasitic pest, then the Red Moon Society was a demonic force plotting to drag the entire world into the abyss. There have been many large-scale terrorist attacks that shocked the entire alliance, with their shadow lurking behind them. The number of civilians and beast tamers who have died in their schemes is countless. Very quickly, Lan Yan brought her explanation to a conclusion. Demon-type beast eggs can only be obtained through special, forbidden summoning rituals, yet it appeared in the school's secret realm. Hearing this, Lin Ze vaguely guessed what she was implying. "Do you mean there might be a member of the Red Moon Society in our school?" Lan Yan gently adjusted her glasses, her tone uncertain as she spoke. "This is just a worst-case scenario. It is also possible that the remnants of a ritual accidentally drifted into the secret realm." But remembering something, she carefully warned him, and Ning, and specifically mentioned that demonic egg again. "It's probably best to find an opportunity to report this upstairs." Hearing this from Lan Yan, both of them nodded with a smile and replied, "Understood." Noticing the tension in the air, Jiang Meimin laughed and spoke up, "All right, let's stop talking about such serious matters. Junior Lin Ze, let's stay in touch often from now on. Long Tam Society welcomes everyone to visit anytime." Tam Dai, standing beside her, also chimed in happily. "Feel free to look for me whenever you need anything." Lin Ze quickly strode away, leaving behind a farewell to everyone. "All right, Lan Yan, see you next time." As for Ning, she enthusiastically turned back and waved at them. "We'll be heading out first. Goodbye." On the way back, she asked with some curiosity, "So, brother, do you have any plans for what's next?" Lin Ze hummed for a moment and then replied, "Xiao Sue is ready to evolve, so I'm going to find the missing materials." Before long, night had blanketed the entire city, including the towering skyscrapers. In Lin Ze's bedroom, a superior-grade ice element essence block was sitting comfortably on the bed. He just brought over a spirit crystal and called out softly, "Xiao Sui, come here." Hearing Lin Ze's voice, Xiao Sui quickly appeared and happily accepted the spirit crystal from his hand. A few seconds later, it unexpectedly transformed into an incredibly beautiful young girl and teased Lin Ze with a smile. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "You're acting mischievous again." Looking at the massive spirit crystal block, Lin Ze suddenly felt something was off. Why did it feel like something was missing? Just then, he realized what that feeling of lack was. "Right, I haven't claimed the achievement rewards yet." Lin Ze fell silent for a moment and muttered to himself. After defeating the 2 magma dragons, the Earth Spirit had unlocked a new achievement, but he had been in such a rush to leave that he hadn't checked it carefully. Just a few seconds later, the system panel displayed a series of rewards for him. Achievement reached, Dragon Slayer. First time killing a dragon-type ferocious beast. Reward, 500 achievement points. Level 10 low-grade ice element essence. Dragon Fang X1, Dragon Blood X1, Dragon Heart X1. It didn't stop there. The system panel also displayed Ant Shaking the Tree. Defeated a beast of a higher rank. Reward, 1,500 achievement points. Beast Burst Card X1, Recovery Potion X1, Evolution Stone X1, Growth Crystal X1. Looking at the dense lines of text on the system panel, Lin Ze couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, "These rewards are amazing." He slowly walked in front of the system panel. his thoughts racing. The rewards from the Dragon Slayer mission were basically materials for dragon-type evolution. They might be useful when hatching the magma dragon. And even though he used a Beast Burst card back then, Ant Shaking the Tree rewarded him with another one. In the next few seconds, the system panel showed more reward information. Recovery Potion, a magical item containing immense life force. After consumption, it can heal all wounds in an instant. Effective for both Beastmasters and their tamed beasts. Growth Crystal, a unique crystal that can stimulate a beast's potential. It speeds up growth. After use, it increases the growth rate of the designated beast by 10%. This effect only applies to beasts below the 7th stage. Another type of strange crystal containing evolutionary power. After absorption, it can stimulate the evolutionary potential within the beast's body, causing it to reach maximum growth immediately and evolve. The stage cannot exceed the 5th stage. The more he read, the happier Lin Ze became. Just in time, as he was preparing to form a contract with his third beast, this evolution stone was incredibly useful. His eyes widened involuntarily, and his mouth couldn't help but utter a single word: "Whoa." Inside the room, Xiao Shui suddenly exploded in a burst of light, causing Lin Ze to cry out in alarm. Amidst the swirling ice and snow mist that hadn't yet dissipated, a new form of Xiao Shui was gradually taking shape. Before long, she appeared in an incredibly gorgeous form. Ice Attribute Snow Maiden. Level: Stage 5. Rank 1. Growth rate: 0%. Next evolution form: Polar Ice Queen. Required conditions: increase growth rate to 100%. Level 13 low-grade ice elements, 1000-year polar ice. Xiao Shui suddenly looked at him and smiled. After processing everything, Lin Ze calmly asked her, "Xiao Shui, was there anything unusual after the soul resonance fusion between human and the earth spirit?" At the same time, he secretly wondered if, because her rank exceeded the earth spirits, the soul fusion wouldn't work. Receiving this question, Xiao Shui began to look over her hands and feet. After confirming nothing had changed, she nodded slightly. Lin Ze felt much more at ease. That's great. It seems that once the fusion form is unlocked, even if they aren't at the same rank, fusion can still be performed. He kept rambling on while the system panel continued to display new information. Xiao Shui is at stage 5 now. The Earth Spirit is almost ready to evolve too. Earth Spirit, Rock Attribute, Ghost Spirit Type. Level: Stage 4, Rank 5. Growth rate: 73%. Next evolution state: Rock God Soldier. Required conditions: increase growth rate to 100%. Level 10 low-grade Earth Element Stone, Boundless Earth X1. But this strength is enough to pass the assessment. At the Beastmaster testing arena, a voice suddenly echoed in the air. "Keep order, everyone." Seeing that the testing arena had gone quiet, Ye Zuping made an announcement to the students. "Now, choose your test difficulty. As usual, I want to give you all a piece of advice. Base your choice on your own strength and pick the most suitable test difficulty. Do not be arrogant and waste this precious opportunity." A moment later, he turned to his bodyguard and asked, "Has it been selected yet?" The man replied immediately, "Yes, sir." The number of people choosing each difficulty gradually appeared in full on the massive spirit crystal block. Super-grade difficulty, 1 person. High-grade difficulty, 4 people. Medium-grade difficulty, 34 people. Low-grade difficulty, 24 people. Seeing that only 1 person had signed up for the super-grade difficulty, Ye Zuping asked with curiosity, "Someone actually chose the super-grade difficulty?" The bodyguard nodded slightly. "That's right. His name is Lin Ze, a first-year student at Jiangning Academy." He carefully provided more information to him. 2 months ago, the Ping Hai branch reported news that a student had passed the super-grade difficulty assessment. That kid's name seems to be Lin Ze. Hearing this, Ye Zuping nodded, understanding. "I've heard of his accomplishments. Calling him a genius youth wouldn't be an exaggeration. But this is the bronze-level super-grade difficulty. I hope he can truly pull it off." A few seconds later, he began announcing the time to the students. "Students, get ready. The test is about to begin. 3, 2. When the count stopped at 1, the battlefield environment shifted completely. Looking around at the empty, desolate space, Lin Ze sighed in frustration. Still, in the simulation arena, a notification voice suddenly echoed through the room. The test is about to begin. The Super Elite difficulty consists of 5 stages. Participants, please prepare yourselves. As the voice faded, a swarm of rats surged forward like arrows. Abyss Fire-type Savage Rats, Tier 3, Stage 9. The moment they spotted their prey, the savage rats lunged with razor-sharp teeth and crimson eyes, looking as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. Before they could get close, Xiao Shui appeared in midair, unleashing a wave of chilling frost toward the swarm. The mist instantly crystallized, freezing the rats solid before they could reach Lin Ze. Within seconds, The entire pack had turned into blocks of ice. A new skill for Xiao Shui appeared on the notification board, Ice Empress's Sigh, which creates a zone of freezing mist, dealing massive ice-type damage in a frontal fan-shaped area. Before long, the notification chimed again. First stage cleared. Proceeding to the next challenge. The next stage opened quickly. A new creature slowly entered the room, a beast-type multi-headed sand lizard, Tier 4, Stage 2. The moment it saw the enemy, Xiao Shui prepared to strike. Without a word, she effortlessly wiped out the sand lizards with a blast of ice. Just like that, the stages kept opening, but were cleared by Xiao Shui within minutes. Dark-type Shadow Wraith, Tier 4, Stage 5. Third stage cleared. Proceeding to the next. Then came the Dark-type Demon Ghost, Tier 4, Stage 8. Fourth stage cleared. Proceeding to the next. Watching Lin Ze breeze through the stages in such a short time, Yi Zuping couldn't hide his shock, his eyes widening. How is this possible? The Demon Ghost is a powerhouse, yet it was taken out in a single hit. He kept watching, his attention shifting from Lin Ze to Xiao Shui. It wasn't just the Demon Ghost. Every other beast met the same fate, one shot, one kill. Could his pet already be past Tier 5? But he's only 18 this year. Noticing Zuping's confusion, the bodyguard nearby quickly explained. He was like this when he first joined the assessment. He cleared the super elite difficulty with ease. The Pinghai City Beast Tamer Association sent him an invitation, but he turned it down. Hearing this, Zuping began to understand Lin Ze's personality. No wonder he dared to choose the super elite difficulty. But the final round is a Tier 5 bronze dragon that won't be so easy to handle. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zuping gasped at the scene before him. Even the Tier 5 bronze dragon was frozen instantly. Lin Ze was truly taking him from one surprise to the next. Wait, he just cleared it like that? With only his second summoned pet, he actually won? Behind Zuping, other students who had finished their own tests were constantly complaining about the difficulty. Damn it. I was so close to finishing that beast off. I can't believe the low-tier difficulty is this hard. The final opponent was a Tier 7, Stage 3 beast. In contrast to them, another student was absolutely thrilled. I did it. From now on, I'm an official bronze-rank beast tamer. He didn't stop there, boastfully showing off. I'm going to choose the high-tier difficulty next. Looks like out of the 4 people attempting it, I'm the only one who passed. Huh. Suddenly, a student next to him shouted, "Wait, something's not right." He pointed at Zuping's screen and continued, "That bronze dragon. It looks like it's Tier 5. Why would a beast of that level appear in a bronze assessment?" Realizing its immense power, another person chimed in. "That's the guy who picked the super elite difficulty. He looks so familiar." Lin Ze. That's right. I saw him during the testing in Pinghai City. Back then, he crushed the super elite difficulty too. Every word hit the loudmouth like a shockwave, leaving him frozen in disbelief. What did you say? Inside the simulation arena, Lin Ze had officially cleared all stages of the super elite difficulty. Congratulations. Assessment complete. You have successfully passed the bronze rank assessment at super elite difficulty. At the same time, the stats floating around him began to rise. Lin Ze, physique from 13.5 to 18.5, soul power from 15 to 23. Pet growth rate increased by 30%. Snow Maiden's current maturity is 30%. Current level, Tier 5, Stage 3. Seeing the results, Lin Ze chuckled softly. Not bad at all. A moment later, at the training grounds, Lin Ze stepped out of the simulation arena to the cheers of other students. Zuping approached him directly. Congratulations, Lin Ze. After saying that, he didn't forget to introduce himself. My name is Yi Zuping, the examiner for this test. When I was your age, I only had 2 Tier 3 pets. Zuping looked straight into Lin Ze's eyes as if scrutinizing him. You're the first Beast Tamer to clear the bronze assessment at super elite difficulty. Are you interested in joining the Beast Tamer Association? Lin Ze politely declined the offer. Sorry, I'm only focused on my training right now. Seeing that he had no interest, Zuping didn't force the issue. He slowly handed a business card to Lin Ze. Forgive my forwardness. You're right. You did turn down the invitation in Pinghai City back then. If you're ever interested in the association later, or if you need our support, feel free to reach out. This time, Lin Ze couldn't help but accept the card. Thank you. Back at his apartment, Lin Ze sat on a small chair. Not far away were Xiao Shuichu and the rock god. In Lin Ze's hand was a dragon egg, constantly emitting a chilling aura. He gently held the egg and whispered to himself, "My senior said that as long as I infuse soul power into the dragon egg, I can hatch it and form a contract." Having said that, Lin Ze began to channel his soul power into the egg. But after only a few seconds, he realized it was much tougher than he thought. The consumption is actually huge. With his 2300 soul power, he already felt exhausted. If it were any other regular bronze beast tamer, they would have been drained in an instant. After a long while, the dragon eggs suddenly began to shake. Both Xiao Suiqiu and the rock god leaned in, curious to see. Lin Ze stared intently at the egg, wondering, is it time? Do I need to help it break the shell? After shaking for a moment, the eggshell began to crack, revealing a powerful aura from within. After waiting a little longer, it suddenly burst open. A baby dragon slowly crawled out of the shell. It stood in the middle of the room, powerfully stretching its newly hatched body. Ningxi was carefully nibbling on its broken eggshell. A few seconds later, the system board displayed basic information about it. Ningxi, the rock demon dragon, a dark and rock-type infant dragon, rank 1, stage 1, growth rate 0%, skills, dragon breath, rock-crushing claw. Following that, more detailed information about Ningxi appeared. The bloodline excavation path evolves from source bloodline power, constantly improving physical condition and strength, while also strengthening its dark element control ability to the maximum, potentially reaching the king rank. For the next evolutionary form, the small rock demon dragon needs to meet the following conditions. Growth rate must reach 100%. 15 low-grade dark element essences. 1 dragon tooth. Looking at the tiny creature in front of him, Lin Ze found it a bit hard to believe, thinking to himself that he didn't expect such a hidden evolutionary path. But it didn't matter. Its base potential could reach the king rank, but even with a hidden path, it might not necessarily be a good thing. He continued to calculate. Although it was only at stage 1 right now, the growth rate of a pure-blood dragon clan in the early stages would be very fast, and he happened to have the materials needed for evolution. Lin Ze stood before the system board, mulling it over for a while before making a decision. First, use achievement points to increase the growth rate, add the existing materials, and just bring it straight up to stage 3. He suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. Wait, no! Lin Ze quickly moved to a different space, and naturally, little Ningxi appeared there with him. There was a reason why Lin Ze brought it here. If it leveled up in the room and its form suddenly grew huge, wouldn't the room just explode? The system board was displaying confirm consuming achievement points to increase the growth rate of the pet rock demon dragon, and Lin Ze's answer was, of course, to confirm. He had already fed it the evolutionary materials. Now, only the growth rate remained. The very next second, Ningxi began to change shape. All the beams of light focused on it, causing the area around Ningxi to be filled with an intense aura. Lin Ze hadn't expected this either. This was the Dragon Clan's energy fluctuation, like a storm. At that moment, all he could see before him was thick, murky smoke. When Ningxi appeared again, it had grown much larger than before. Evolution successful, the young rock demon dragon had reached rank 3, stage 3. Ningxi glanced around, and seeing it look toward him and let out a cry, Lin Ze happily waved. Hello. He gently stroked its small face and praised it. You've grown quite a bit, haven't you? Good job. Lin Ze suddenly produced a crystal. Here, eat this. The information about it was basically Evolution Stone, a strange type of crystal containing evolutionary power. After absorbing it, it can activate the hidden evolutionary potential within the pet, instantly pushing the growth rate to the maximum and triggering evolution. After evolving, the rank cannot exceed 5. After eating the crystal, Ningxi's power increased significantly. The young rock demon dragon was now rank 4, stage 4, with a 0% growth rate. A flicker of light flashed in its eyes. Dragon breath, unleashing a blast of potent dark element energy, dealing heavy damage to enemies within range. Rock-crushing claw, swinging massive claws to crush enemies. Against metal and rock, it deals extra damage. Dark Shadow Bind, controlling dark elements, binding the target and dealing dark attribute damage. This skill cannot be blocked by physical defense. Death's Pressure, controlling dark elements to form a giant hand of death, dealing dark attribute damage to the target and adding curses of corrosion, fear, and weakness. Seeing Ningxi becoming more and more mature, Lin Ze was extremely satisfied, thinking to himself, it still hasn't unlocked the blood mist. Perhaps the level isn't high enough yet. 2 rank 4 pets and 1 rank 5 pet were now strong enough. He tried making a request of it. Hey, can you control your size? As if understanding Lin Ze's intent, it quickly followed suit. When Ningxi became tiny in his palm, he happily burst into laughter. Very good. Lin Ze carefully stroked its small body. Being able to control your size is good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to summon you in the room. A few days later, in the Academy Lecture Hall, the teacher stood at the podium and said loudly, Next, I have an announcement. Seeing the students below had fallen silent, she made the official announcement. In 1 week, the annual Academy Championship will be held. Upon hearing this, the students below began cheering endlessly. So cool. Awesome. Lin Ze was also somewhat interested in this Academy Championship. Right at that moment, the system board suddenly popped up. A new notification appeared on the screen. Unlock achievement task, obtain the championship. Lin Ze looked at the system board. Win the championship in the upcoming academy tournament. Become the #1 student of Jiangning Academy. Upon achieving this, he would receive 1,500 achievement points, a soul technique scroll, and one random rare item. Seeing the generous rewards from the system, he couldn't help but feel delighted. A new achievement meant it could be unlocked, and the rewards were very rich. Lin Ze hurriedly raised his hand to ask, "Teacher, can first-year students register to participate as well?" She smiled slightly and replied, "Of course." According to the Academy's rules, any student can register with no restrictions on year level. But as she finished speaking, her tone became much more serious. The Academy tournament will use a single elimination format. Most first-year students only participate in the competition as a formality, with a few exceptions. Finally, she concluded with a sentence. However, everyone is still encouraged to actively register to gain experience for future competitions. After receiving the announcement, the atmosphere in the lecture hall suddenly became much more lively. A few exceptions. That new student named Lin Ze, he's straightforward, isn't he? We're both first years, and he's even in the same class. So why is the difference in strength so large? Have you heard? A few days ago, he finished the highest difficulty bronze exam incredibly fast. After the class ended, Cindy and Ning immediately followed him, pestering him. "Lin Ze, are you sure you want to participate? Let's go register together. Come on. Let's go register together." The similarity between the two of them made Shindy and Ning look at each other in surprise. Huh. Then, without saying a word to each other, both of them clung to Lin Ze and wouldn't let go. "What are you doing? Why are you sticking to my Lin Ze?" Just then, Tan Yang appeared in the distance, having overheard their entire conversation. "Damn you, Lin Ze," he thought, his mind full of nothing but pure resentment. "Tam D? What Tam D?" Li Bangyun suddenly appeared right behind him. "Lin Ze, this time, I'm definitely going to beat you." In another space, where candles flickered, skulls constantly emitted a cold, green glow. In a gloomy chamber, a group of people in black cloaks sat around a long table, whispering secrets. A loud voice suddenly boomed. It sounded like the voice was coming from Engin's direction. "One of the Moon Council's deacons, that guy Hen Dao, has gone missing." A member of the Red Moon Society spoke up suddenly. "Lord Ngan, the Jiangning Academy is currently conducting its secret realm training, so losing contact with that kid is perfectly normal." The next second, he was lashed hard by Engon's whip, screaming in pain. "Fool." The man clutched his face in agony and cried out, "My lord." Engan paused for a few seconds, thinking to himself that a loss of contact might indeed be normal. He stepped away from his seat and walked toward the man. "If I recall correctly, you said that." The Red Soil's secret realm was extremely safe and in the incubation test phase, so it would absolutely not be discovered. The man still tried to make excuses. "My lord, please, let me explain." Engon smirked. "Explain?" He asked everyone in the room a serious question. "The energy signature of the test subject has completely vanished. Even the progenitor can no longer sense its existence. Tell me, why is that?" No one answered, and Gan spoke directly, his tone heavy with blame. "The test subject has been stolen. Do you understand now? If it were still in the secret realm, why wouldn't the progenitor be able to sense it? There is only one possibility. It's hidden inside a space artifact, or perhaps it's already been destroyed." Everyone stood up in unison. The Lord was furious. He glared at the group with contempt and cursed, "A bunch of losers." Immediately after, Nan turned and walked away, but not before leaving them with a mission. "Find them for me. Everyone who participated in the training, and anyone who came into contact with the test subject. The Jiangning Academy is huge, but I don't believe I can't find them." Everyone answered in unison, accepting the order. Time flew by. 1 week later, looking at the massive crowd in front of him, some students exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many people." At that moment, Ning walked beside Lin Ze and kept asking, "Brother, have you been training for this whole week? Did you form a contract with your third beast? Is it the magic stone dragon?" Lin Ze responded to Ning, "Wait until the competition starts, and you'll see." Hearing Lin Ze say that, she pouted and replied, "Really? Why are you making me so nervous?" A very familiar voice suddenly rang out behind the two of them. Ning. Lin Ze turned around and found himself facing Lan Yan and Zhang Mammon. Senior Zhang Mammon smiled and spoke. "I knew you'd sign up for sure." She placed a hand on Lin Ze's shoulder and teased him. "Good luck, I believe in you. The rewards this year are much better than last year's. There's a $100,000 prize and an extremely valuable artifact." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "A prize artifact from the school. That's another achievement I can bag. As long as I can take the championship, I can get 2 of them." Just then, a group of other students started whispering about his presence there. Look, it's Lin Ze. I hope I don't run into him early on. A large man suddenly bumped into the student. Get out of the way. It turned out the group walking in included the current president of the Gaoshan Society, Li Ning, a third-year student, and the former president, Luong Quan, also a third year. Seeing people he knew, Luong Quan took the initiative to step forward and greet them. President Trong, long time no see. Zhang Mammon asked with a hint of disgust. Luong Quan, what do you want now? He acted heartbroken. That hurts, really. You treat me like I'm the bad guy. I just haven't seen you in a while and wanted to say hello. Luong Quan's gaze suddenly turned strangely serious. A few seconds later, he continued, I also wanted to ask, when you were in the secret realm training recently, did you happen to run into Lahan and his group? Zhang Mammon smiled faintly and countered. Why? Did members of the Gaoshan Society go missing, and you're coming to our Long Tam Society to report it? She didn't stop there, adding with contempt, it seems your eyesight is failing you. The people you chose to succeed, you are quite mediocre, aren't they? You can't even look after your own members. You really have no eyes. Li Ning heard this and couldn't help but shout, what did you say? But Luong Quan didn't seem annoyed. He just said it was a casual question, and if they hadn't seen them, forget it. After saying that, he and his group turned and walked away. Let's go. And Ning looked at her. Lan Yan, they're already suspicious of us. Lan Yan pushed up her glasses, her tone calm, showing no signs of worry. It's fine. Besides, we're the victims. In that situation, no one can prove we had any conflict with Lahan and his group. Zhang Mammon lowered her head slightly and said in a low voice, that guy Luong Quan always likes to cause trouble. We're already used to it. But she suddenly thought about the fact that Li Ning had signed up for the competition. Even though he was arrogant, his strength was formidable. He was the top student in his third year. There are 3 beasts in total, 2 at stage 4 and 1 at stage 5. Zhang Mammon warned him carefully, saying that if he encountered that guy in the tournament, he absolutely had to be on guard. He loves playing dirty, she added. Lin Ze nodded, taking it to heart. Got it. I understand. In another part of the academy, Li Ning slammed his hand against the wall in a fit of rage. Damn it, are we just going to let them off like this? Liang Jun shot him a look. What else can we do? We don't have any evidence. Even if it was them, what could you possibly do about it? After thinking for a moment, he said to Li Ning in a serious tone, instead of wasting your time on this, you should be thinking about what to do with that kid, Lin Ze. He comes from such an ordinary background, yet he has this kind of strength, and he even dared to reject the Gaoshan Society. Plenty of people are using him to make fun of us now. If we let him keep stealing the spotlight in this tournament, it's definitely going to hurt our reputation. Just like everyone else, Li Ning didn't think much of Lin Ze's abilities. So what if he has some talent? He's dirt poor. Where on earth would he get the money for expensive evolution materials? I think that's all the skill he's got. If I run into him, I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson. Just then, an announcement suddenly echoed throughout the arena. Preliminary round, Group 11. The following contestants, please prepare. Li 53 versus Lin Ze 51. Hearing that, Su Lining couldn't hide his delight. He laughed smugly. Look at that. Didn't he just hand himself over to me? Shu Lining promised himself, Lin Ze, I'm going to teach you a lesson. At that moment, the referee looked at the 2 standing on the arena stage and spoke up. In match group 11 of the qualifiers, Shu Lining was set to face off against Lin Ze. At the same time, Lin Ze's teacher suddenly turned his head to call out to the academy dean. Immediately, several voices chimed in. Hello, Dean, Dean. The people present couldn't help but look astonished. The dean was actually here. Wasn't it said that the dean never came to watch the academy matches? They stared at the elderly man with a thick beard and bushy eyebrows as someone added, Our dean is in the top 10 of the Federation. It's normal that he doesn't have time to watch matches. It seems the academy is taking this year's tournament very seriously. Just then, Wu Yan, sitting next to Qiu Chenchu, asked, Why did Dean Lu come to watch the match this year? Hearing this, Kai Tian immediately broke into a wide grin. The overall strength of the students this year is much higher than last year. I heard quite a few hidden gems have appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yan and Qiu Chenchu crossed their arms in front of their chests and laughed along. Dean, you're usually so busy with work, you hardly have time to pay attention to the students. You don't know this, but a genius teenager has appeared this year. If you don't keep an eye on him, I'm afraid someone else will poach him. Seeing this, Kai Tian slowly leaned over and whispered, Could he be talking about the student who passed the elite difficulty test and was rated as bronze rank? Seems his name is Lin Ze. Wu Yan heard this and openly admitted it. That's right. He even assisted the investigation unit in capturing a member of the symbiont organization earlier. He looked at Lin Ze's back and continued. His timing is perfect. The kid is already out on the stage. Meanwhile, the crowd of students standing below was buzzing with constant discussion. Who do you think will win? Hard to say. Xu Lining is the top student of the third year, but Lin Ze's strength isn't weak either. Speculations kept flying. The odds are still better for Xu Lining, right? After all, Lin Ze is just a freshman. That's true. Xu Lining has 3 spirit beasts, including one at the 5th rank. At that moment, Xu Lining, standing opposite Lin Ze on the stage, spread his arms and spoke confidently. I'll give you one last chance? His face was full of contempt, his brows slightly furrowed as he tempted him. Join our Gaussian society, and when we eat meat, you might just get a taste of the soup. However, Lin Ze wasn't easily swayed. I told you, I'm not interested. Besides, I can't agree with your opinion of bullying the weak and looking down on commoner beast tamers. These words made Xu Lining furious. He gritted his teeth and growled. What? A bit interesting. After the announcement sounded, the match began. He didn't hold back and quickly made his move to summon the sand lizard. You shameless piece of trash. Today I'll let you, a frog in a well, open your eyes and see just how deep the gap between us really is. As soon as they saw the scene on the stage, everyone below the stands couldn't help but gasp. It was a mature stage sand lizard, the strongest spirit beast in Xu Lining's hand. That brat Lin Ze is done for. At the same time, Xu Lining continued to taunt him while controlling his beast. To deal with you, one spirit beast is enough. Sand lizard, desert wave impact. Instantly, the beast charged toward Lin Ze with terrifying speed and uncontrollable ferocity. When he saw that he was still acting indifferent, Xu Lining was slightly surprised. Why isn't this brat summoning his spirit beast? He couldn't help but sneer to himself. Scared stiff, to the point where he can't even summon his beast? A loser is a loser. I guess this saves some energy for my beast. Xu Lining couldn't stop mocking Lin Ze. Remember this is the price for challenging the Gaussian society. He didn't realize that Lin Ze had already struck the sand lizard, making it lose its momentum. The sand lizard quickly tumbled onto the arena floor in pain. Only then did Xu Lining notice. His face twisted into an expression of horror. What? Xu Lining still couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. My sand lizard was taken down by a single soul strike. At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but look completely stunned. They pointed at Lin Ze in total shock. Did you all see that? Are you kidding me? This kid didn't even summon his spirit beast and instead used a single soul strike to finish off the sand lizard. Meanwhile, the girls couldn't hide their excitement and cheered. So cool. He really lives up to being the junior I admired. That guy is amazing. Seeing this, Kai Tian also seemed a bit surprised. He watched Lin Ze for a moment and commented, the rank of this kid's soul strike is likely already past level 6, right? Opposite him, Xu Lining gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. What the hell? A thought flickered slowly through his mind. This kid didn't summon a spirit beast. Does he think so little of me? Then, appearing slightly panicked, he warned, don't get cocky. I was just being careless earlier. It was a fluke, definitely a fluke. He just got lucky and hit a weak spot. Following that, Xu Lining began to summon his battle beasts, the Earth Element Rock Giant, 4th rank 8th stage, and the Ice Element Lightning Ape, 4th rank 6th stage. Xu Lining shouted hurriedly, tear him apart. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he yelled, so what if his soul strike rank is high? Condensing a soul strike consumes spirit power. That one strike earlier probably drained more than half of your spirit power. Xu Lining seemed to lose his patience and screamed even louder, summon your spirit beast and fight me for real. As soon as he finished, both of his spirit beasts were struck by a heavy hit from Lin Ze. They lay flat on the ground without moving a muscle. At that same moment, Xu Lining lost his balance and tumbled onto the arena floor. He immediately wore a look of sheer terror. No, how is this possible? Opposite him, Lin Ze didn't rush. He extended his hand and said coldly, there truly is a gap between you and me. His tone dropped as he continued. With your strength, you aren't even worthy of me summoning a spirit beast. The referee spoke up once again. Match Group 11 of the qualifiers, Xu Lining versus Lin Ze. After hearing the result of the match, Lin Ze won. Xu Lining immediately gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed in anger. Meanwhile, Zhang Meimin couldn't help but cheer. Amazing. It looks like my worrying earlier was completely unnecessary. And Xindi followed up, winning a match against an opponent of a higher rank grants extra accumulation points. It looks like you might be able to advance directly to the official tournament. Then, and Ning's eyes sparkled as she added, Big brother, do you want to watch the match together? However, Lin Ze quickly refused. Forget it. I'm planning to head to the pet shop to buy some materials. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Liang Zhang was absolutely furious and began spewing insults. Damn it. He stared down at Li Ning, his brows furrowed. That little brat actually dared to humiliate members of my Gao Shan society like that. He's incredibly arrogant. I must make him pay. As soon as he finished, his opponent seemed extremely embarrassed and admitted, Lin Ze, he only used 3 soul arrows to defeat me. His soul power wasn't bad, and his whole body was shaking with rage. He must have used some kind of artifact. Where would a commoner get their hands on such high-quality items? He definitely stole it. At the same time, 2 burly hands repeatedly covered his face, his eyes turning hollow. I want to report him. I have to report him. But before the words could even leave his mouth, Liang Jun mercilessly slapped him across the cheek. His voice dropped, cold and icy. Enough. Are you not embarrassed enough already? Then, Liang Jun dusted off his hands and warned, Everyone, pull yourselves together and focus on fighting well. He lowered his voice even further and added, The Academy tournament isn't just about one-on-one arena matches. I need to find a way to personally teach that brat a lesson. The scene shifted to a city street bathed in bright streetlights, with not many people passing by. Just then, Lin Ze stepped out of a doorway, muttering to himself with a sigh, so expensive. He looked at the pile of items in his small bag with a heavy heart. After the evolution materials turned from essence into primal stones, the price of just one material jumped 5-fold. Compared to distance, the biggest obstacle on the path to becoming stronger is actually the scarcity of natural materials. Without the necessary evolution materials, even the best pet talent will end up stuck right where it is. He shoved both hands into his coat pockets. Lin Ze walked aimlessly into a dark alley, thinking, I still have to find a way to make money. If only I could go directly to his secret realm to find materials, that would be great. He paced slowly but rhythmically. Suddenly, something caught Lin Ze's attention. He started looking left and right, feeling suspicious. I remember this alley isn't a dead end. It's impossible to be this far. Is it a hallucination? Then, Lin Ze instinctively turned his head and asked softly, Have I been noticed? Behind him, without him even realizing, 2 people, a man and a woman, had appeared, their expressions extremely calm. After a moment, Mo, who had the appearance of a beautiful girl, displayed sharp, piercing eyes and asked, Hey handsome, your name is Lin Ze, right? Ma Yu, standing nearby, heard this and quickly reminded her, Hey, try to be a bit more serious with your attitude. As soon as he spoke, Mo immediately agreed and adjusted her stance. All right, you're always in such a hurry. She didn't hesitate to approach Lin Ze at an astonishing speed. A while ago in the Red Earth secret realm, you took something you shouldn't have. However, he remained completely calm and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. You're fast, though. Who are these people? Lin Ze looked at Mo, scanning her, beginning to probe. Since they're involved with the Red Earth secret realm, they must be from the Red Moon Society. At this moment, Mo seemed unable to hold back any longer and spoke up. Don't bother pretending anymore. We've already investigated. That thing on your chest, isn't that the spatial tool belonging to that grave robber? She tapped her fingers against her fair face and continued. But for someone your age to have such strength, the deacon is very interested in you. As long as you are willing to join the Red Moon Society, no matter what you've done or what you've taken, everything can be wiped clean. Mo stared at Lin Ze and praised, You are smart, and your talent is good. But in this world, talent requires resources to fuel it. The Red Moon Society can give you things that no academy can offer. But he didn't hesitate and bluntly refused. Hearing this, Mo put on a regretful expression and said in a low voice, It seems you don't see the situation clearly. Then she suddenly raised her voice. We have placed a restriction on this area. No one will come to save you. Mo took slow steps toward Lin Ze, threatening. Option 1. Join the Red Moon Society. She placed her hands on her hips and added coldly, with countless subordinates escorting you in the back, or Option 2. Die right here. Now, Mo furrowed her brows tightly and continued. Choose one of these 2 options. Then she began looking toward the girls following Lin Ze and gave a friendly warning. The people involved in this aren't just you. Join us, and the deacon might consider sparing them. As soon as she finished, his face darkened instantly, his eyes filled with rage. However, Lin Ze quickly regained his composure. Threatening me? He asked in a serious tone, giving me 2 choices. Lin Ze didn't hesitate to summon his subordinates. I choose the 3rd option, killing you all. Upon receiving the command, the fiend and the other beasts attacked fiercely. At this moment, the fiend immediately plunged its fang-covered proboscis into the ground. Seeing this, Lin Ze whispered, calling out to Little Snow. Instantly, she waved her hand, unleashing her signature technique. Countless icy currents erupted, firing everywhere. They pierced straight into the middle of the muscular red-haired monkey. Afterward, it couldn't hold on and collapsed to the ground. Behind them, the Ravager stood silently, its eyes revealing a savage killing intent. The scene immediately hit Lin Ze's eyes. At the same time, the sky suddenly appeared, filled with eerie purple lights. On the ground, the Ravager and the Centipede slowly approached the spot where the red-haired monkey had fallen. The Ravager, neither fast nor slow, used its mandibles to bite into the opponent's flesh and enjoyed it like a delicacy. Seeing this, Lin Ze couldn't help but look stunned. They were actually eating their own kind. Meanwhile, after a full, satisfying meal, the Ravager tilted its head toward the sky and let out a long breath. Then, its eyes turned an even more terrifying shade of crimson. It seemed as if it had been infused with power. Its hands clenched, and it couldn't stop growling. This scene immediately struck Mo's eyes. She instinctively drooled with greed. As expected of a grade B test subject, absolutely wonderful. Look at that cool appearance, that body overflowing with a sense of power. Then her voice suddenly sharpened into an order. Ravager, go tear this human to shreds. Let him know how foolish it was to oppose the Red Moon. As for Lin Ze, he couldn't believe his eyes, his face dazed, while the Ravager opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and let out a delighted cackle. Suddenly, Lin Ze sensed something once again. He stood face to face with the Ravager at a very close distance. Lin Ze slowly lifted his foot, wondering what on earth that disgusting thing was. At the same time, his system was quickly scanning, still in the middle of an analysis. However, the person opposite him, Mo, didn't hesitate to reply, "Disgusting? This is a creation of our Red Moon Society, an experimental specimen that far surpasses your average pet, which is why you find it so baffling." An experimental specimen meaning this thing wasn't a standard abyssal-type pet. Just then, the system quickly identified it. Carnivorous, abyssal type, abyssal parasitic worm, abyssal bloodthirst centipede. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately broke into a cold sweat. The system couldn't pull up any data on this thing. Forget its evolutionary path, even its name and attributes were non-existent. He looked at the situation before him, thinking that this guy's strength clearly increased after eating the magic orb. The more carnage it caused, the stronger it got. His intelligence assessment was probably close. He had to wipe it out decisively now. At that moment, a figure with long white hair suddenly appeared, tearing the centipede's body apart, and a new thought stirred in Lin Ze's mind. But Xiao Sui and the others had been tied up, and his soul power had been drained quite a bit in the previous fight. Simultaneously, Xiao Sui used her ice powers to lock the centipede down, but it only needed a slight movement to shatter most of it. Seeing this, Lin Ze slowly looked at his pet, gently stroked its head, and said, "In that case, it's the perfect time to show me what you're capable of." Opposite him, Mo still looked incredibly confident, resting his chin on his hand, still trying to resist. It's useless. No matter how much you struggle, you can't change your fate. Meanwhile, standing nearby, Ma crossed her arms and spoke coldly. "Even though you're not bad, you can't defeat us with just 2 pets. I heard you just passed your bronze rank assessment not long ago." She stared mockingly at Lin Ze's pet. "That contract for the rock-binding magic dragon, it came from the Red Earth ruins, right? Judging by its size, it's only in its infant stage." But Lin Ze immediately narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Who said it was only an infant?" As soon as the words left his lips, the small dragon perched on Lin Ze's shoulder suddenly transformed into a giant. At the same time, the sky grew even darker and more purple. The giant dragon behind Lin Ze opened its massive maw, revealing sharp teeth, leaving Mo completely stunned. "What?" She widened her eyes, her mouth hanging open. "How is that possible? A mature stage rock-binding magic dragon? How did you do that?" But Lin Ze just smirked slightly. "Sorry, I'm under no obligation to tell you." Then, he quickly ordered the dragon to use its signature move. "Rock-binding magic dragon, take them down." A moment later, the purple aura that had blanketed the space began to disperse, revealing a bright golden full moon. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the wall. Wu Yan walked over and calmly gave orders. "Seal the scene, evacuate the civilians, and check quickly to see if anyone is injured." Just then, someone shouted in surprise, "Captain Wu Yan." Upon seeing the opponent, he couldn't hide his curiosity. "Lin Ze, what are you doing here?" Then Wu Yan looked at the man and woman who were tied up. "Did you catch these two?" Immediately, Lin Ze lowered his voice, speaking unhurriedly. "Captain Wu Yan, there is something important I need to report to you. Members of the Red Moon Society have infiltrated the academy, and it seems they are conducting some kind of dangerous experiment." In the investigation office of a high-rise building, Wu Yan gently set his teacup on the table and warned, "Careful, it's hot." Seeing this, Lin Ze quickly replied, "Thank you." As soon as he spoke, Wu Yan got straight to the point. "We received reports of suspicious individuals lurking near your university. We never expected it to be the Red Moon Society, and even less that they were targeting you." His brow furrowed immediately, his tone becoming extremely serious. "You're saying members of the Red Moon Society have already infiltrated the academy?" Hearing this, Lin Ze didn't hesitate to reveal, "I suspect they even have people inside the school." As he spoke, he gently placed a small trinket on the table. This spatial ring originally belonged to someone named Xing Tao from our school's Gaoshan Society. Lin Ze slowly recounted the entire incident. Not long ago, I encountered them during a training trip in the ruins, and a conflict broke out. Flashes of memory flooded back as he spoke. They infiltrated the ruins and attracted the attention of a rock-binding magic dragon that was in its breeding period. The dragon attacked me and my teammates, trying to steal the dragon eggs. Lin Ze didn't hesitate to mention the outcome, but they didn't succeed. On the contrary, they were killed by a rock-binding magic dragon. He recalled the time he spent with his friends entering the cave. After I killed the rock-binding magic dragon, I went into the dragon's lair to investigate. We discovered a secret door within the cave. After hearing the final detail about it being a dark room belonging to the Red Moon Society, Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What?" Meanwhile, Lin Ze remained extremely calm. At that time, I was very curious why would Red Moon Society members appear in a ruin managed by Ningjiang Academy. He added, lowering his voice instinctively. It wasn't until just now when that woman discovered this spatial item belonged to Xing Tao. Hearing this, Wu Yan cleared his throat. "You mean?" Lin Ze immediately continued. "I believe Xing Tao is in collusion with the Red Moon Society." Once he finished, Wu Yan lowered his gaze. "I understand. I will send people to investigate." He looked at the handcuffed man and woman waiting for interrogation. We should be able to get quite a bit of intelligence out of those two. Suddenly, Lin Ze shifted the topic. "What about the experimental specimen?" "I killed one. Can the corpse be used for research?" He was met with a dead silence. A moment later, Wu Yan slowly knitted his brows and said, "This matter was supposed to be strictly confidential, but you are a hero. Listen, the Red Moon Society is secretly incubating a type of artificial abyssal pet." Hearing this, Lin Ze offered his opinion. "Artificial pets. I recall the Pet Tamer Association also cultivates pets." Immediately, Wu Yan crossed his arms over his chest and replied seriously, "That's correct. For example, the spirit mastiff from our investigation unit is a unique breed artificially cultivated years ago, but abyssal-type pets are not like that. Perhaps there are some pets that carry a trace of abyssal bloodline, but pure-blooded abyssal types can only appear through one method: the scene of everyone kneeling and worshipping something rising from a sudden, mysterious mark." At this, Wu Yan slowly clutched his head in his hands. "To sum up, we're still investigating this step by step and have already destroyed several secret egg hatching sites." He didn't hesitate to remind me that the Red Moon Society has you in their crosshairs, so you need to be extremely careful. I'm going to give you a special communication device. If you run into this situation again, contact me immediately. Lin Ze accepted the offer calmly. "All right," he said, slowly standing up to say goodbye. "I'll head back to school now." Wu Yan kept a very stern expression. "Right, no problem. I'll let you know as soon as there's any progress in the investigation, and I'll handle the paperwork for your reward. Just remember, this matter must be kept strictly confidential." Meanwhile, as Lin Ze walked down the street, he kept a close eye on his wrist. He couldn't help but give it a quick assessment. Is this a Beast Tamer Association communicator? They say if you hit the button in an emergency, it sends out your coordinates immediately. Pretty slick. Let's get back to school first and prepare for tomorrow's tournament. The scene shifts to a large courtyard with a man holding a microphone. In a secluded corner, Ning asked, looking a bit irritated, "Hey, why didn't you reply to my messages last night?" As soon as she finished, Lin Ze raised his hands, looking completely unbothered. "I was busy practicing soul techniques last night. My phone died and turned itself off. Sorry about that. I'll pay more attention next time." Hearing this, Ning's mood softened. "That's a relief. I was worried you'd been harassed by the Gaoshan Society. Today is the official match. Let's go check your bracket." Everyone was staring toward the arena, and Ning was super excited, pumping her fist in the air to cheer him on. "You've got this. Go get him." At the same time, Lin Ze and Little Snowball stood together on the front lines. Opposite them was his opponent for this round, a second-year student named Zhao Ji, with a level 4, Phase 1 rock-armored turtle. After a moment of preparation, the referee signaled for the start. The match began, and in less than 5 seconds, the result was decided. Winner, Lin Ze, advancing to the round of 116. This outcome left everyone with their jaws on the floor. What just happened? That move was so fast, I couldn't even see how that ice-type beast attacked. How did the rock-armored turtle's absolute defense get frozen like that? Next was the match between Lin Ze and another opponent. A pair of long legs and high heels appeared before him. It was third-year student Li Yunyun, accompanied by a level 4, Phase 2 Shadow Leopard. Seeing Lin Ze's powerful aura, Yunyun looked genuinely intimidated. I surrender." This scene left the audience feeling nothing but disappointed. That girl just gave up? Honestly, if it were me, I'd surrender too. The aura of his two beasts is just too terrifying. Why is his beast's strength so overwhelming? You gotta be kidding me, right? He won using nothing but soul techniques. Meanwhile, Deng Ru stood on a high balcony, whispering to herself, Lin Ze, her eyes filled with intense interest. Now, that's an interesting guy. After Little Snowball froze the level 3, Phase 3 plant-type tree spirits, the referee quickly declared the result. Lin Ze advanced to the round of 128. Next, Lychee. Use its peerless strength to take care of a group of level 3, Phase 9 rock monsters. The referee announced once again, Lin Ze advanced to the round of 64. Finally, Little Snowball used chains made of freezing ice to bind a level 4, Phase 1 rock-type desert lizard. The judges made another quick call. Lin Ze advanced to the round of 32. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, another one-hit knockout. That's so cool. Is he really just a first-year student? They immediately raised their hands and began to cheer. Lin Ze, Lin Ze, Lin Ze. At that moment, a notification popped up in front of his eyes. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament. Advance to the top 128. Reward, 50 achievement points. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament. Advance to the top 64. Reward, 100 achievement points. Achievement unlocked. Academy Tournament. Advance to the top 32. Reward, 200 achievement points. Seeing this, Lin Ze thought to himself, unlocking these achievements is nice, every bit helps, and I'll probably unlock even more in the remaining matches. Suddenly, something distracted him. Lin Ze stared in amazement at the countless system panels appearing one after another. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, asking himself, what is this? The scene shifts to a more crowded area. A chubby boy spoke up happily. As expected of our big brother, he scared those 3rd and 4th years into surrendering. You're really making us first years look good. At the same time, Quach Tam Dai stepped forward without hesitation. You're the first year in the school's history to make it into the main tournament bracket and even into the semifinals. Go for it. I believe in you. Meanwhile, the players who didn't make it sat blankly in their seats. The gap between us and him is just getting bigger and bigger. My Quach Tam Dai. I'm so frustrated. And Ning was staring intently at her phone screen. He got a pass through all 3 rounds because his opponents withdrew. So his opponent in the semifinals is. She seemed to see something unusual, and Ning hurriedly shoved the screen in front of Lin Ze. Lin Ze, look at this. The semifinal brackets for this afternoon are out, and your opponent is Liang Jun. Looking at the text on the screen, Lin Ze couldn't help but say, well, isn't this a coincidence? Running into someone from the Gaoshan Society again. The chubby boy asked out of curiosity, Liang Jun. The president of the Gaoshan Society, he said to Lin Ze, looking terrified, Big brother, you've already had conflict with them, and now you're facing Liang Jun? This is bad. He's an incredibly dangerous guy. Lin Ze was also very curious. Tell me more. The chubby boy immediately spilled all the details without leaving anything out. Liang Jun is the 2nd-ranked 4th year, a bronze-tier beast Tamer, and he has 3 level 5 fire-type beasts. His tone suddenly turned serious, but the weirdest thing is, people say he has a secret, family-inherited soul technique he's never shown anyone. It can instantly boost a beast's level. Meanwhile, Kai Tian sat high up, watching Lin Ze. This kid, Lin Ze, is even more outstanding than I imagined. After listening, Wu Yan, who was sitting next to him, added, that goes without saying. You old geezer just didn't want to believe me before. Are you kidding me? Lin Ze captured 2 dangerous criminals by himself, the kind of fugitives that are on the government's wanted list. He looked at the audience below, thinking, compared to the battle against the fallen ones, this academy tournament is probably just child's play for him. Just then, a few people in the crowd began to argue. Who do you think will win, Liang Jun or Lin Ze? I'm betting on Lin Ze. Just then, Xiao Yan slowly looked over at the person next to her and asked, Xiao Ru, who do you think will win, Liang Jun or Lin Ze? Without hesitation, she replied cheerfully, Liang Jun. Of course, Lin Ze is talented, sure, but he's still just a freshman. Xiao Yan then put on a genuinely surprised expression. You really don't think Lin Ze has a chance? Deng Ru immediately stared straight at Lin Ze and replied, it's obvious, Lin Ze hasn't even used his full strength yet. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh. If you think he can do it, then I'm on Lin Ze's side too. After all, you're the top student of grade B. I trust your judgment. She then started spinning a scenario in her head. If those two met in the finals, wouldn't it turn into a battle between a beautiful genius girl and a monstrous freshman? Deng Ru, feeling helpless, could only mutter a reminder. All right, just focus on the match. Meanwhile, Liang Jun suddenly spoke up. Kid, I've got this match in the bag. However, Lin Ze wasn't scared in the slightest, countering, you can't win just by rushing in like that. Do all you guys in the Gaussian society just love running your mouths? This remark made Liang Jun furious. Oh, is that right? Very well. His anger seemed to ignite his subordinates standing behind him. I really hope you can keep that attitude up. Seeing this, one of the men in the group looked thrilled. My God, is Liang Jun actually going all out? Then the sounds became even more intense. Look, his blazing lawman seems to be evolving again. Lin Ze's 3 beasts are finished for sure this time. Meanwhile, Lin Ze remained extremely calm. 3, you say. With that, he casually snapped his fingers. 3 figures radiating immense power appeared behind Lin Ze as he confidently said, what a coincidence. I happen to have 3 beasts as well. This scene left everyone with their jaws on the floor. Holy crap, is that a rock-congealing demon dragon? Oh my God, he actually formed a contract with a rock-congealing demon dragon. Both Ning and Xin Di couldn't help but shout. At this, Lan Yan gently adjusted her glasses and whispered, judging by its size, that's a mature rock-congealing demon dragon. He managed to hatch it in such a short amount of time and form a contract with it, raising it to this level. Just how many secrets is he hiding? She wondered, staring intensely at Lin Ze. Following Lin Ze's order to attack, don't hold back. Little Snowball and the Blazing Flame didn't hesitate to unleash their ultimate moves. Opposite them, the dragon also quickly opened its massive maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth. The two sides approached each other with terrifying speed and power as a powerful red blast of fire flew toward Liang Jun's group. Ice shards shattered into tiny fragments in midair. The Blazing Flame and the Blazing Slashers stood face to face at a very close range. At the same time, immense power flared around Liang Jun, and his beast's body began to crack in large chunks. This scene instantly struck Liang Jun's eyes, leaving him slightly shocked. He couldn't help but point forward an order. Take out that dragon first. Immediately, chains radiating an intimidating aura lunged toward the rock-congealing demon dragon. The dragon flashed its deep purple eyes as if determined to obliterate its opponent. Simultaneously, the figure wrapped in flames kept launching attacks with scorching fireballs. However, Little Snowball managed to block them with a defensive wall of ice. Her eyes displayed a solemnity that was hard to put into words. Opposite them, Fei Hong watched in silence for a long time. Meanwhile, Liang Jun, standing below the arena, gritted his teeth. What kind of joke is this? To block Fei Hong's attack like that? This invisible ice-type humanoid beast has already reached the high tier of the 5th stage. He's just a commoner freshman. How can his beasts be this monstrous? He tried to gather energy in his palm, planning to take out the ice-type beast during the match, thinking that if he did, the 4-stage dragon would be nothing more than a sitting duck. Then, like a cowardly villain, Liang Jun swung his hand toward Little Snowball. Just then, the two sources of energy, hot and cold, slowly closed in on each other, instantly creating a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Seeing this, Lin Ze held his ring-adorned hand forward, reminding him, Senior, using underhanded tactics to interfere in a beast battle will only make others look down on you. He didn't hesitate to insult him, but I suppose that behavior fits the style of you, Gaussian society losers, perfectly. This left Liang Jun speechless. You. A surge of extreme rage rose in his mind. Damn you. If you're looking to die, then don't blame me. Suddenly, Liang Jun's beasts seemed to have their life force drained, turning into 2 glowing orbs floating in the air. A moment later, the two merged, creating a much higher-level beast. Seeing this, the crowd gasped in awe. What is he doing? What just happened? Li Bangyun asked from behind, did his other 2 beasts just get absorbed by the blazing lawman? Are you kidding me? The chubby boy couldn't help but chime in. This must be his family's forbidden spirit technique. As soon as he finished, Kai Tian stared fixedly at Liang Jun. So that's it. A spirit technique that boosts power by absorbing the life force of other beasts. This is absurd. I must stop the match immediately. However, Vung Jian, sitting next to him, remained calm and advised, don't be so hasty. Lin Ze can handle it. But Kai Tian quickly retorted, absurd. That's a 6th-stage beast. That kid Lin Ze is in real danger. At this moment, the 6th stage, 2nd-grade blazing lawman, which had a 3-minute duration, started trembling uncontrollably. Liang Jun turned his head, his face bulging with veins, his eyes cold as ice. Soul fusion will drain my soul power directly, plus the sacrifice of 2 other beasts. He kept observing Lin Ze, thinking, no matter the price, I am going to kill this guy today. Meanwhile, Lin Ze remained incredibly calm and mocked. Is this the trump card you're so proud of? The effect feels pretty mediocre. Sacrificing your teammates' lives for fusion, that's nothing more than dark magic. Little Snow, Earth, Spirit. Suddenly, Little Snowball began to dissipate, and the blazing slasher beside her did the same. Both turned into countless tiny particles that merged together, then reshaped into a different, more powerful form. As soon as he saw Ming Shui, a series of thoughts immediately surfaced in Lin Ze's mind. With Snowy evolved, the fusion form has leveled up completely. Lin Ze quickly assessed the Min Snowy version. 1 minute is all it takes to end this fight. Meanwhile, the crowd couldn't stop screaming. How did Lin Ze's beast fuse too? This energy. It's way stronger than Liang Jun's blazing spellcaster. A chubby guy nearby couldn't help but mutter, "Boss, how is he using Liang Jun's ancestral soul technique?" And Ning spoke up proudly, "My brother's soul technique is way more powerful than Liang Jun's." Nearby, Kai Tian and Wu Niem looked on in sheer amazement. "See, I told you this kid could handle it." Liang Jun's brow furrowed in rage, his voice dripping with pure frustration. "Enough. Quit bluffing and just die." The flames in the insect beast continued to swell. Seeing this, Lin Ze just stood there with his arms crossed. Generally, fire counters ice, but against this level of absolute freezing, those flickering sparks were like a candle in a gale. As he spoke, the shards were drawn together by a magnetic force. A moment later, they fused into a massive sphere in Min Snowy's hands. When Liang Jun saw the ice sphere plummeting from the sky toward him, he couldn't believe his eyes. No, this can't be. But it was too late. Liang Jun sank into despair, watching his beast get destroyed. My soul fusion, my trump card. Suddenly, massive plumes of white steam billowed out across the arena. Liang Jun fell to his knees, trembling. Damn it, it's the soul fusion backlash. He stared at his two beasts, realizing the blazing spellcaster was out of the fight. The growth stats of the flying rainbow beast and the hell giant were reset to 0. Veins bulged on Liang Jun's forehead, twitching uncontrollably. Did I really lose? I can't accept this. What exactly is this kid relying on? The referee announced in a stern voice, Liang Jun and his beasts have lost the ability to fight. The winner of the semifinals is. When the crowd heard Lin Ze, the place went absolutely wild. He actually did it. He beat Liang Jun. Lin Ze is the GOAT. Screw those guys from Gaoshan Society. They're always looking down on people. Great job, Lin Ze. Meanwhile, Min Snowy and Lai Qi suddenly split back into two separate beings. Seeing this, Lin Ze stepped forward and pulled Min Snowy into his arms. You've worked hard. You three did great. He then stared at the girl standing before him. Since they didn't collapse immediately after the fusion ended, it seems the stronger they get, the less energy the fusion consumes. Lin Ze thought to himself, I should let them go back to recover and get some rest. Suddenly, the system flashed. Achievement unlocked. College tournament. Top 8. Reached the finals. Reward, 600 achievement points. Lin Ze realized that winning the finals was all that remained. Suddenly, Dang Nu, who was sitting high up, raised her hand and said, Referee, I forfeit. She seemed to have made up her mind. Dang Nu, senior year, voluntarily withdrawing from the competition. Little Diem was in shock, her eyes wide, body trembling. Little Nu, why are you giving up? I was looking forward to seeing you two fight. Without hesitation, Dang Nu spoke frankly. My trump cards are for real enemies, not for sparring with a junior like Lin Ze. This Academy top student title is just the starting point for him. I'm more excited to see him crush those guys from the prestigious schools in the upcoming beast taming tournament. She then slowly walked down the stairs. Dang Nu approached Lin Ze. Seeing her, he quickly turned around and whispered, Senior, you're letting me have this. Hearing that, Dang Nu calmly held out her hand. Congratulations on the win. You deserve this title completely. I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Lin Ze tilted his head slightly and replied, I really look forward to fighting side by side with you, Senior. They touched palms, and the system immediately popped up. Achievement unlocked. College tournament champion. Reward. 1,500 achievement points. Soul technique. Scroll X1. Random rare item pack X1. A moment later, Lin Ze put his hands in his pockets and wandered through the crowd. Kai Tian gently picked up the medal from the tray. As he placed it around Lin Ze's neck, he praised him. Well done. You've truly stunned me. Kai Tian's voice was full of pride. You have the talent to reach much higher stages. The Academy will do everything to support you. He held the pin for a moment before slowly attaching it to Lin Ze's chest. Congratulations. Starting today, you are the top student of Ningjiang Beast Taming Academy. This medal is proof of your status. If you need to request leave or want access to restricted secret realms, your request will have priority approval. Lin Ze could only express his gratitude. Thank you, Dean. Kai Tian continued with a cheerful tone. Naturally, there are other champion rewards, including prize money and mystical artifacts. Come to the administrative office tomorrow to claim them. I prepared a few good items. You can choose one for yourself. Finally, the 3-day school break had arrived. One student stretched happily. Finally, I can rest. Ning ran up to Lin Ze and said, Brother, Tam D and I already planned it. We're going to the nearby Qingmu's secret realm to train, to improve our combat experience. Lin Ze was curious, just the two of them. Since when were they so close? A thought suddenly crossed Lin Ze's mind. The Qingmu's secret realm might be low level, but the terrain is complex and easy to get lost in. The two of them, one impulsive, the other energetic. At the same time, Tam D walked over to Ning and added, Don't worry, it's just the Qingmu's secret realm. We can handle it. After we didn't even make it past the preliminaries at the tournament, we really need to step up our training. Hearing this, Lin Ze could only agree. All right, but I'm still a little worried. As he walked slowly, he remained deep in thought. Given his current strength, many artifacts aren't very useful to him. If Ning happens to pull a rare item from the system's rewards that fits her, at least it'll be like having a safety net. Lin Ze tapped his finger on the screen, selecting the random artifact option, and received the Shadow Shield Orb. The system description was incredibly detailed. Once activated, the Shadow Shield Orb allows for instant teleportation to any spot within the user's line of sight, for up to 3 consecutive uses. It has a 24-hour cooldown. Seeing this, Lin Ze immediately commented, Very nice, this should suit you perfectly. He then called out, Ning, take this. She turned around, puzzled. What is it? Lin Ze held the item up between 2 fingers. This is a Shadow Shield Orb, he explained. It can teleport you short distances. It's perfect for saving your life in a pinch, keeping contact, or escaping dangerous beasts without needing to fight. Understand? Hearing this, Ning was thrilled. Thank you, big brother. I got it. I'll be careful. While she and Cindy stared at the item knowing how expensive artifacts could be, Cindy thought, Lin Ze is so good to her. I'm jealous. He's my brother too. Meanwhile, Lin Ze thought, giving them a trump card like this makes me feel a bit more at ease. Next, he needed to prepare upgrade materials for the Earth Spirit and the Stone Coagulating Magic Dragon. Elsewhere, a voice kept echoing, reminding him that Stone Coagulating Magic Essence was too expensive on the open market, so buying it at the source was the best bet. A chubby guy, busy eating noodles, added, The Myriad Insect Realm is loaded with dark element materials, but that place is incredibly twisted. High-level insectoids and dark-type beasts are everywhere, and the environment is bone-chilling. Are you really planning to go alone? In the bustling lobby of the Beast Tamer Association, Lin Ze stepped inside, quietly wearing a mask. A beautiful receptionist with glasses leaned over, smiling. Welcome. How can I help you today? Without hesitation, Lin Ze handed over his ID card. I'd like to register for an exploration pass for the Myriad Insect Realm. As soon as he spoke, the receptionist stared at the card and said, Certainly, please wait a moment. However, she suddenly realized something. She compared the photo on the card and the computer to the person standing in front of her. It was Lin Ze. Noticing her look, he quickly raised a finger to his lips. She got the message immediately. I understand, she whispered, her face suddenly filled with admiration. I watched your matches. You were absolutely amazing. I'm a huge fan. Could you secretly sign something for me? Lin Ze remained perfectly calm and replied, I appreciate the praise, but could you please process my request first? She quickly agreed. Of course. I'll take care of it for you right now. Nearby, 2 others seemed to realize who he was. Lin Ze? Where? Where is he? Lin Ze maintained his composure. The Jiangning Academy tournament was open to the public. After all, Lin Ze posed for a commemorative photo with a girl. Geez, he thought, never expected to become a celebrity just by finishing a competition. Everywhere I go, people recognize me and want photos. Meanwhile, the receptionist was diligently finishing his paperwork. A moment later, she held his ID with both hands and said happily, All done. The permit has been uploaded to your card. Just head out the door and turn left to reach the building below. That was the entrance to the Myriad Insect Realm. Lin Ze took his ID back and said, Thank you. Down in the underground section of the Beast Tamer Association building, a crowd had gathered around a massive wall, all standing still, waiting for something. Lin Ze wondered to himself, quite a crowd, isn't it? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Hey kid, are you heading into the Myriad Insect Realm too? A man asked kindly. Want to join our team? Lin Ze quickly declined. No thanks, but I appreciate the offer. The man just shrugged. All right then. At that same moment, Li Hao asked, confused, Captain, what are you looking at? But Fu Qing replied coldly, nothing. An abrupt announcement echoed through the area. The Myriad Insect Realm is about to open. All adventurers, please be prepared. The tone was grave and unrelenting. This realm is dangerous. Please be careful. Once you enter, the waiver agreement takes effect immediately. Any losses incurred inside the area are the responsibility of the adventurer. As soon as the voice finished, everyone began to slowly walk through the gates. Elsewhere, Lin Ze stared into the distance. So this is inside the myriad insect realm? He recalled what the chubby guy had said. According to Chu Hung's intel, the destination for this trip was a place called Split Mountain Valley. It was filled with dark-type beasts and a rare material called blood snow crystal, which was worth a fortune. Lin Ze opened his map. To reach the valley, he had to cross the entire myriad insect realm, and he figured he might as well hunt some beasts along the way. Without a word, he snapped his fingers, hopped onto the back of the stone coagulating magic dragon, and gave the order. Observing the terrain and swarms from the sky was far easier than walking. Little Zhue needed to practice control, the earth spirit needed to sharpen its direct attack skills, and the stone coagulating magic dragon needed to get used to aerial combat. Everyone had areas to improve. A moment later, he said aloud, "Let's go. We're off." Just then, a swarm of third stage, fourth tier, common type razor-backed insects appeared. Lin Ze immediately summoned Lai Chi to defend and counterattack. As the earth spirit's maturity increased, night began to fall, and a campfire was lit to roast some meat. Lin Ze stared at the meat skewered over the fire, deep in thought. Even though I can use achievement points to directly boost their maturity, without real combat experience, the pets will become dependent. The stone coagulating magic dragon fought during the day, so it was the earth spirit's turn at night. It fit perfectly. At the same time, Ming Sue didn't hesitate to chime in. The beasts we've encountered so far are too low level. They won't help increase your maturity at all. Once we run into higher level beasts, I'll let you take the lead. Meanwhile, Lai Chi was still locked in a constant battle with the razor-backed insects. It glanced down at the remains of one lying in the grass. Lin Ze suddenly sensed someone approaching. In the distance, a voice called out upon seeing the glow of Lin Ze's campfire. There's a fire ahead. Could it be another adventurer? A group of people who didn't know better spoke up. Our luck isn't bad at all. We found a free campsite. Captain's right. We, the Green Forest Squad, have claimed this spot. Let's see who dares to take it. When they caught sight of Lai Chi, one of them looked particularly excited. There's a pet I've never seen before. It looks like a giant rock. Is it a rock type? He started making threats. This spot was claimed by us, the Green Forest Squad. Why don't you get lost and tell your master to scram? From a distance, Lin Ze asked, "What's going on?" He and Ming Sue slowly approached Lai Chi with a solemn expression. Suddenly, Dai Hao's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Ming Sue's head in admiration. A human-formed pet. How beautiful. Hearing this, Lin Ze hurriedly stepped in front to shield her. A moment later, Lin Ze asked in a low voice, "What do you guys want?" As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Shan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I told you to get lost. This cave belongs to us." But Dai Hao stopped him, saying, "Don't be so hasty yet." He started playing mind games. "Hey, friend, it's late. We're looking for a place to stay the night. I see you're alone. Would you mind sharing this spot?" However, Lin Ze remained completely calm and replied, "I would mind." Hearing this, Dai Shan seemed to lose all patience. "You brat, do you know who we are? We're the Green Forest Squad." But Lin Ze just put on a feigned look of surprise. "Oh, are you famous? Never heard of you." This only made Dai Shan more furious. When one of his teammates held him back, he grimaced, teeth clenched, and snarled, "Why are you stopping me?" Meanwhile, the one called Green bowed his head, his voice low. "Don't you find this guy a bit familiar?" This left Dai Shan confused. "Huh? Is he really that strange?" Right after he spoke, Green asked again, "Did you miss the Jiangning Academy tournament back then?" He began listing some strange details. A female human-formed pet, a weird-looking rock pet, plus a stone demon dragon. His tone was deadly serious. This lineup is exactly the same as the legendary genius who became the pride of Jiangning Academy in his first year. Hearing this, Dai Hao seemed to hesitate. Staring at Lin Ze, he muttered, "Now that you mention it, it really does look similar." However, the reckless Dai Hao still pointed his finger threateningly. "Listen, kid, if you're not going to show us even a little respect, then I don't need to be polite either." Then, he summoned a giant spider to attack. "Take your pet and get as far away as you can. This cave belongs to us, the Green Forest Squad." Dai Hao looked incredibly smug. "Or, you can just leave your human-formed pet behind for us to have some fun. Since you're alone, you better know your place." No sooner had he finished speaking than a freezing force pierced the spider's body, catching it off guard. At the same time, Dai Hao couldn't help but clutch his mouth. His brows furrowed as blood began to seep from his palms. Staring at the scene before him, he wondered, how is this possible? Dai Hao couldn't help but cry out in agony. "My rank 5 needle-faced spider. It just died like that." At this moment, Lin Ze's eyes were cold and hollow. He pointed forward, his words sharp. "Then it's useless." Seeing this, Green grabbed Dai Hao's arm and urged, "Brother, wait, our team didn't mean it like that." Looking toward the other side, he added, Our team is just like this sometimes. Please, brother, forgive us. We'll leave right now. Just pretend we're nothing but a fart, Captain. Are you okay? Then Green whispered, Captain, this guy is Lin Ze. He's become very famous lately. This left Dai Hao stunned. What? Dai Hao immediately scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Oh, Lin, I've heard so much about you. This is all just a big misunderstanding. He put on a cheerful, fake face. We're leaving now. Won't bother you anymore. However, Lin Ze had no intention of letting them go. I'll let you go. He gathered all his strength into his palm, preparing an attack. If it were someone else here today with less power than you, would you have spared them? I want an answer. What do you say? Seeing this, Dai Hao's group panicked. Don't. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the air. It turned out to be a swarm of 4-stage bloodline mosquitoes. Xiao Qiang screamed in a panic, damn it. Why are there so many blood mosquitoes? He scrambled to find a place to hide. Oh God, hundreds of them. Even Green couldn't help but be shocked. A dozen would be one thing, but these are hundreds of 4-stage beasts. Even if we summon our pets, it's useless. Run. On the other side, Xiao Qiang was suddenly grabbed by one of the swarm, its sharp legs piercing his body and drawing blood. Seeing this, Dai Shan didn't hesitate to flee. Damn it, I don't want to die yet. Let's get out of here while we can. But Lin Ze was extremely calm. Is this a lucky break? A mocking smile crept onto his lips. Hundreds of sound-type beasts. The materials I need have delivered themselves right to my doorstep. A high combat power mosquito charged at him, but Lai Chi was one step faster and knocked it away. Then, Lai Chi didn't hesitate to fight the entire swarm of bloodline mosquitoes bravely. Lin Ze slowly turned to look at Ming Sui. 4-stage bloodline mosquitoes. They can still be handled by the Earth Spirit. Fighting opponents of the same rank yields plenty of growth. Watch closely. Only step in if it really can't handle it. Suddenly, Ningxi didn't hesitate to appear at the critical moment. It quickly transformed into its giant form to assist Lin Ze. Elsewhere, seeing him jump onto Ningxi's back, Dai Hao screamed in terror. Wait, don't go. He kept running after him, trying to apologize. I'm sorry for what I did. Please, let me come with you. We're all adventurers. You can't just leave me like this. But those words were useless because Lin Ze was already far away. Stop right there. Back to Ningxi, Lin Ze sat on its back and began to analyze. Bloodline mosquitoes are beasts from the Lia Mountain Valley, and were nearly 100 kilometers away from there. He kept analyzing their behavior. A swarm of foraging ants shouldn't travel this far. Then, Lin Ze didn't hesitate to mention the exception. Unless something abnormal is happening at the valley. Suddenly, he realized something. Lin Ze slowly pointed into the distance. Wait, let's head there first. Below them, another swarm of bloodline mosquitoes was waiting for prey. They gathered in a dense, massive crowd. One of them raised 2 long, sharp pincers toward the sky. There was a full moon in the night sky. Ningxi was carrying Lin Ze on its back. Seeing the moonlight, the mosquito's eyes suddenly emitted a blinding, hypnotic light. This action caused Lin Ze to fall into a state of uncontrollable mental shock. He realized that this was a mental-type attack. Both he and Ningxi felt their energy completely drained. That invisible mental attack was incredibly difficult to block. Even though bloodline ants have nearly invincible long-range mental attacks, they're extremely weak in close combat. Yet, Lin Ze didn't back down. He gave the order, let's go down there and fight them in close quarters. Instantly, a streak of light shot toward the lead ant at lightning speed, striking the center of the enemy pack as if to crush everything in its path. At that moment, the bloodline ant's eyes lit up again, ready to attack. Meanwhile, Lin Ze landed on the ground, bracing himself with lightning-fast reflexes. The system immediately popped up a notification. 5th stage, 2nd rank. Lin Ze couldn't help but conclude, looks like that one is the leader of this bloodline ant swarm. He quickly commanded Ningxi, it's your time to shine, buddy. Wiping out these bloodline ants will give your growth rate a nice boost. Without hesitation, Ningxi lunged forward with unmatched ferocity, grabbing the ants one by one. Ningxi crushed them mercilessly, one after another. Their mangled bodies fell onto the weeds continuously. After a while, only the leader remained. It tried to use its innate ability to attack his mind again, but this time, Lin Ze seemed to have figured out a countermeasure. He cast a defensive barrier around himself. Don't worry about me. The same trick won't work on me twice. Lin Ze furrowed his brows. Pretty clever, knowing the tactical advantage of a beast tamer. This intelligence is much higher than the average bloodline ant. Hearing this, Ningxi replied, even if this ant isn't as high-ranked as you, it doesn't stand a chance against you in melee combat. Lin Ze quickly commanded, finish this quickly so we can head back to pick up Little Snow. Ningxi immediately opened its massive jaws wide. It ruthlessly crushed the bloodline ant's body with its powerful feet. Elsewhere, the scene had become far more devastated. One bloodline ant was still alive, though bleeding heavily. Little Chiang wiped the blood from his face, struggling to speak. "Captain, there are too many of them. The eastern defensive line isn't going to hold." Hearing this, Fu Qing ordered coldly, "Even if you can't hold them, you must hold them." She didn't hesitate to assess the situation. Bloodline ants are beasts that don't fear death. They only retreat when the swarm suffers heavy casualties. We're surrounded. There's only one way out now. Hold our ground and fight to the death. We keep killing until they decide to pull back. Just then, Lin Ze casually walked across the battlefield. Seeing the members of the Green Forest team lying unconscious, he cast a look of utter disdain. Lin Ze sighed and walked past them leisurely. Perhaps this outcome was just karma for those who usually bullied the weak. Then, he gently signaled, "Little Snow, let's go back." Immediately, Little Snowball and Earth Spirit excitedly showcased the results of their breakthroughs. The Snow Spirit, Little Snowball, 5th stage, 3rd rank, 40% growth rate. The Earth Spirit, 4th stage, 6th rank, 82% growth rate. Lin Ze gave them a thumbs up in satisfaction, noting the results exceeded his expectations. "You two worked hard." His expression then turned serious. "However, the things I found near the campsite and the ant nests along the way don't look right. We need to go deeper into Lai Shan Valley to investigate further." Following his orders, Ningxi spread its wings wide, carrying both Lin Ze and Little Snowball into the air. Sitting on the back of his pet, he carefully deduced, "On the way here, I encountered 4 or 5 beast leaders leading these swarms of bloodline ants. What exactly happened in Lai Shan Valley to make so many bloodline ants rush out at once?" In the darkness, Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. A spark. He patted the beast's back and directed, "Let's go check it out." In another direction, a life-or-death battle was raging fiercely. Bright red blood splattered onto the shattered rocks. Li Hao panted heavily as he reported, "Captain, something is seriously wrong." He added with concern, "We've wiped out so many of these ants, but they show no signs of retreating. My last beast has fallen. What do we do now? These bloodline ants can heal their wounds by eating their own kind, and we don't have any way to recover." Just then, wild bolts of lightning tore through the air, crashing down into the middle of the dense insect swarm. Fu Qing screamed inwardly in frustration. "What do I do? I don't even know what to do." They had barely cleared one wave of ants, and the next was already on its way. Looking at the massive numbers, she calculated internally that thousands of 4th-stage bloodline ants had killed or injured more than half of their team's beasts. They were only holding on thanks to the 6th-stage rune golem. Seeing the cracks on the golem, Fu Qing felt like her heart was on fire. It could only hold on for another 30 seconds at most. Without it, the final line of defense would collapse immediately. The beasts in the team that possessed area of effect skills were already dead. A swarm this large could never be completely wiped out. Her soul power was also running dry. "Am I really going to die here?" Without much talk, Li Hao pleaded earnestly, "Captain, we can't hold them back anymore. You go. Don't let everyone die here." Lebo agreed. "He's right, Captain. Don't worry about us. Both of your beasts have already sacrificed themselves in the fight, but the rune golem still has some fighting power left, so hurry and get out of here." However, she firmly refused and summoned her weapon. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I am your captain." Suddenly, Fu Qing caught sight of a beam of light descending before her. Looking at the sky glowing white, she exclaimed in shock, "Snowflakes." The others watched in confusion, wondering where would snow come from in Lai Shan Valley. "Is this just a hallucination before we die?" Bao Zheng cried out in excitement, "No, it's not an illusion. Someone is here. Look over there. Someone is riding a dragon." In front of them, Lin Ze and Little Snowball were, continuously condensing and unleashing volleys of freezing ice and snow. She locked onto the target below, her eyes flashing with a cold, powerful glare. A second later, the entire swarm of insects froze into statues of ice. Seeing them immobilized, Fu Qing rejoiced, "We're saved." Lebo recognized him and quickly shouted, "This person looks familiar." He screamed with joy, "I know him. It's Lin Ze, that genius beast tamer who passed the bronze difficulty assessment and won the Ningjiang Academy tournament." Li Hao cheered, "It's Lin Ze. That's the genius who confused with his beasts. We're saved." Spotting a glimmer of hope, the members of the Fo Ting team cry out for help. "Master Lin Ze, save us. We can't hold on much longer." Without hesitation, he orders Snowy to clear the area. The Snow Maiden obeys, instantly condensing a massive crystalline snowflake. In the blink of an eye, the ice shatters into tens of thousands of frostbone arrows, raining down like a storm. Once the threat is cleared, Ningxi carries her master back to the ground. Fo Ting hurriedly expresses her gratitude. "Thank goodness we ran into you. Otherwise, we'd likely have been wiped out. Li Hao nods in agreement. Exactly. Thank you for saving us. She shakes his hand solemnly. Lin Ze, thank you so much. Fo Tin shyly introduces herself. My name is Diep Fo Tin. I recognize you at the entrance to this secret realm, but I didn't dare to approach you, fearing I might offend you. Lin Ze calmly cuts straight to the chase. Captain Diep, no need for formalities. We've also been attacked by waves of bloodline ants. Do you know what's happening at Liat Sun Valley? She looks around cautiously before lowering her voice. This isn't the place to talk, but we followed a suspicious trail here. I suspect the disturbances in Liat Sun Valley are related to the Fallen. Hearing this, he gasps. The Fallen? Lin Ze thinks to himself, confused to think that the Fallen would appear inside a beast-taming association-managed reserve. Fo Tin points ahead and reports honestly. We found this while collecting samples, along with some very unusual footprints and drag marks that lead straight to Liat Sun Valley. We didn't expect that, just as we found a place to set up camp. We'd be attacked from both sides by 2 waves of thousands of bloodline ants. Their behavior was bizarre, as if something was agitating or driving them. Then you showed up and saved us just in time. He ponders this, realizing the Fallen weren't exactly working in the shadows anymore. It's entirely possible that the instability at Liat Sun Valley is what lured them there. Lin Ze flashes back to a past memory. Captain Vu had said, the 2 fallen subordinates from the Red Moon Society captured last time didn't reveal any useful information. Cutting to the point, he curiously asks, how far does that trail go? She explains seriously. It goes about 2 kilometers northwest to a mountain pass, but we didn't dare to go any deeper. Just then, Fo Tin asks skeptically, wait, are you planning to go in there? Lin Ze replies nonchalantly, I want to go check it out. Li Hao panics, no way, God knows what they're plotting. What if you get into danger? Loi Ba and Tan Than chime in, urging him to stop. Exactly, it's way too dangerous. You should just leave with us first. Once we're out, we can report this to the Beast Taming Association and have them send someone to handle it. Facing their concerns, he calmly analyzes the situation. If they leave to report it and wait for the association to send help, it'll be too late. Given the disturbances here, it looks like their plan is almost complete. Waiting any longer will only increase the danger. She hesitates, looking worried. Lin Ze waves his hand to reassure her. Don't worry, I've already notified my group to investigate. I'll head in first to create a distraction, pin down the Fallen, and stop them from escaping. Upon hearing this, Fo Tin firmly insists that I'm coming with you. Li Hao exclaims in shock, Captain, don't let a subordinate sway your judgment. She turns to instruct them. You guys take the injured and retreat along the old path. If you run into any search teams, bring them here. He desperately tries to advise her, but this is just too dangerous. Fo Tin confidently asserts, I absolutely cannot watch the person who saved my life walk into danger. Besides, I have experience in tracking and scouting. It's always better to have 2 people supporting each other than 1 person facing the risk alone. Or do you think I'm too weak? Faced with a challenge, Lin Ze quickly waves his hands, denying it while inwardly admiring her. Of course, that's ridiculous. A level 6 beast tamer wouldn't be weak at all. She has rich investigative experience. Having someone like her along is a good thing. He nods in agreement. Then I'll be troubling you. Getting the green light, she smiles contentedly. That's more like it. The next second, Lin Ze tosses an item to Fo Tin and urges, this is spirit power medicine. Take it and get yourself ready. We leave in half an hour. Taking the bottle, she thanks him with a smile. All right, thank you. Scene shifts to a dark, remote cave, the air thick with death energy. In the corner, the remains of star insects are piled up, creating a gruesome mountain of flesh. Amidst the ruins, Kakao is devouring them one by one. His underlings scatter, gorging themselves on the insects. Right then, Engan sternly asks, how is the cultivation experiment coming along? The subordinate stammers, reporting to you. My lord, most of the weeping hatchlings have matured. In just a few hours, they will be fully developed and ready for battle. He narrows his eyes, pressing for details. What are the numbers? The subordinate bows respectfully. As of now, there are 425 in total, with 389 already matured. Engan is displeased and barks, too few. Speed up the incubation process. I want to see 1,000 beaked, weeping creatures mature by the day after tomorrow. The underlings look at each other, confused. A representative has to grit his teeth and step forward to explain. Nan, my lord, the bloodline ant colony has undergone a massive migration, and our shadows aren't enough to sustain them. He flies into a rage, cursing wildly. A bunch of idiots. If there aren't enough, go find some new ones. Do I have to spell everything out for you? The underlings tremble and kneel, begging for mercy. My lord, please calm your anger. We will go find more right away and ensure we meet all your requirements. Hearing this, Ngan threatens them coldly. You better finish the task, or I'll use you as nutrients for those weeping beaks. The underlings reply in unison. Left alone, he grits his teeth in frustration. Those two idiots, Macken and Gu. They couldn't even handle an 18-year-old student. Not only did they fail, but they also got caught by the investigation team. Ming frowns and clicks his tongue. Trash. Truly trash. Now that things have reached this point, I'll have to teach the Beast Taming Association a lesson myself. Though, that kid named Lin Ze is actually quite interesting. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in, panic-stricken. Ngan, my lord, we have a situation. He looks up, blankly asking, what is it? The subordinate's face turns pale as he stammers. We have intruders. The enemy is very strong. Most of the outer guards, the flesh-eating horrors, are being wiped out. Ngan shouted in shock. What? Just then, a bone-chilling frost suddenly slammed down onto the spot where the horror lay. As the snow spirit gracefully glided past the corpses, the system notification popped up. Snow spirit maturity level increased. New skill unlocked. Extreme Ice Burst, a powerful area of effectability. Elemental ice attacks can now trigger massive area explosions. Unlock cost, 500 achievement points. Bone Piercing Ray, a high-damage, single-target skill that also inflicts a weakened status on enemies. Unlock cost, 500 achievement points. Ice Dragon Break, a multi-lock targeting skill. It condenses ice energy into a frost dragon to deal massive damage while locking onto multiple enemies. Unlock cost, 800 achievement points. Looking at his stats, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel satisfied. These creatures really were the best catalyst. 3 brand new skills, and they all looked incredibly powerful. He still had 4,650 achievement points left. Without a second thought, he hit the confirm button. Seeing the horror lying limp on the ground, Fu Qing gasped. It wasn't easy to find this place. And the moment we stepped into this cave, we were attacked by this thing. She cautiously stepped closer. Benefactor, what do you make of this? Lin Ze's expression turned serious. Never seen it before. But I have my suspicions. The Red Moon Society has been trying to breed artificial, demon-type beast pets. Hearing this, Fu Qing was horrified. The Red Moon Society? Oh, God. This is way more serious than I thought. Just then, he felt something behind them. Lin Ze warned her. Something's coming, and there are a lot of them. A swarm of monsters flickered in the shadows before them, then charged out with aggressive momentum. In the blink of an eye, the swarm was fully revealed. Seeing them, Fu Qing cried out in fear. 5th-rank demon-type monsters. Careful. The Red Moon Society members sneered with bloodlust. Found you too, you damn rats. The leader didn't hesitate to give the signal. You walked right into your own graves, and you even dared to touch our precious test subjects. He stared greedily at them. Just in time, we're short on fat for our experiments. The leader mocked arrogantly. You should be honored to become part of the horror's flesh and blood. As soon as he finished speaking, she launched a fierce soul shock attack. Fu Qing gave a firm command. If we're going to fight, quit stalling. We came here on purpose. What are we afraid of? The leader cursed. You bitch. How dare you? In the chaos of battle, Lin Ze silently pierced the leader with a soul arrow. The man dropped dead to the ground immediately. Pointing at the crackling energy, Lin Ze realized, that symbol. So you guys really are from the Red Moon Society. Just then, he was startled to look down. A notification flashed, achievement unlocked, Slayer of the Fallen Eye. First kill of a fallen one. Reward, 500 achievement points and a soul force potion. Looking at the reward, Lin Ze thought to himself, there are series achievements for this too. He didn't hesitate. Snowy, wipe out these demon-type monsters, then tie these 2 up for me. The Snow Spirit heard the command and instantly unleashed the Ice Chain and Ice Dragon Break skills, binding the Red Moon members in a flash of extreme frost. They struggled in shock, screaming, how is this possible? This guy looked like just a brat. The Red Moon members wailed in desperate pain. Watching this, Fu Qing praised him in awe. Such a powerful skill. Your beast pet is amazing. This power is definitely on par with my 6th-rank lightning pattern beast. Lin Ze walked calmly toward the Red Moon members. He asked coldly, what are these monsters? And what's your goal? The man cursed stubbornly, piss off. I'm not telling you anything. Lin Ze flicked his finger, firing a sharp magical bolt that grazed the man's forehead. Lin Ze glared at him. Are you going to talk or not? The other Red Moon member panicked and begged. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. We were ordered to come here to raise the experimental flesh-eating horror. He blurted out the secret. The flesh-eating horror we just finished cultivating is a demon-type beast pet. Its reproduction and growth methods are completely different from normal beast pets. It can increase its numbers through self-division. To expand the colony, a mature individual can reach a maximum level of 6th rank, 5th stage. The higher-ups were thrilled and ordered us to cultivate and test them. Because the horrors need a huge amount of meat and blood to multiply, we chose this location. Lin Ze pondered this. It made sense. A large number of blood-eating ants could satisfy their reproductive needs. However, the disappearance of their kin had triggered a crisis among the blood-eating ant colony. Fu Qing nodded in agreement. No wonder so many blood-eating ants are fleeing Lai Shan Valley and attacking people like crazy. Lin Ze pressed him. What is your goal for doing this? The Red Moon member trembled. Ngan's plan is to wait until enough horrors are hatched, then attack the Ningjiang City Beast Taming Association branch. Lin Ze's eyes widened in shock. What? She frowned and cursed. A bunch of lunatics. Just then, the man began sobbing, begging for mercy. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? The words were barely out of his mouth when a tentacle suddenly pierced the man's chest. Nian stepped out, furious. A bunch of trash. You couldn't even guard a door. He roared like a madman. How dare you break into our Red Moon Society's territory? You damn animals, I'm going to skin you alive. Just then, Nan saw the horrors scattered across the floor. Seeing his hard work destroyed, he ground his teeth in rage. Fine. I invested so many resources, so much manpower, just to cultivate the horrors to this scale. Ngan stared at them both and asked himself in fury, because of you two animals, everything has gone down the drain. Recognizing the familiar face, he spat with hatred. Lin Ze, it's you again, you cursed brat. First you captured our Red Moon members, and now you're trying to ruin our plan again. Nan commanded his beast, old grudges and new ones. Let's settle them all today. Immediately, the octopus tentacles lashed out toward them. The snow spirit reacted quickly, summoning small ice orbs, and in a blink, an icy shield enveloped the tentacles, trying to freeze them solid. Suddenly, the tentacles unleashed bright red flames, blasting away the thick layer of ice. Seeing this, Lin Ze frowned and analyzed the situation. Fire counters ice, and with the difference in rank, a head-on clash would only put Little Snow at a disadvantage. Just then, Lei Wen decisively unleashed a move. Thunder Spirit's secret, lightning burst. The lightning bolts quickly closed in on the flames. When the thunder and fire energies collided, a deafening explosion erupted. Sensing the danger, Fu Qing turned and suggested, I'll handle the flame spirit incarnation. Leave that octopus to you. Lin Ze nodded apprehensively. Got it. He then gave a clear command to his beast, Earth Spirit. As soon as it appeared, the Earth Spirit had to endure a massive sweeping attack from the opponent. At the same time, Li Hao's group heard the intense noise from Yu Zhen's side and couldn't help but be shocked. Curiously, they turned around. What just happened? It was the guild president and Lin Ze. Back at the main battlefield, the explosion was so powerful that it carved a giant hole in the cave ceiling, opening it up to the sky. Standing on the back of his rock spirit, Lin Ze quickly mapped out a strategy. The cave is too narrow and its tentacles have the advantage. We can't use our long-range skills effectively. Fu Qing agreed, praising his wit. A larger battlefield will definitely give us more options. Right then, Lin Ze urged them aggressively. Don't give them a moment to breathe. Attack. Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit skillfully executed their skills. Ice Dragon shattering frozen chains. A violent, chaotic storm of energy surged from the center. The pressure from the strike was so immense that even a defensive tank like the Rock Spirit was heavily shaken. Watching from above, Lin Ze thought anxiously, even though my soul sight could help Little Snow, they rarely get to fight such high-level enemies, so I'll let them handle it for now. In the center of the fray, Little Snow stood firm, holding her hands across her chest without hesitation. She unleashed her power, targeting the octopus with an icy beam. In just a few seconds, it was tightly bound by chains. Seizing this golden opportunity, the Earth Spirit activated its battle state and lunged forward. Demon General form. It savagely punched the octopus's head. At that moment of victory, the system sent a flurry of notifications. Growth increased, new skills unlocked, and evolution requirements met. Ice Mountain Crush, a single target damage skill, deals massive damage and inflicts a shatter effect. Unlocking costs 300 achievement points. Rock Guardian, a single target defensive skill, summons rock crystals to surround the target, providing a defensive barrier. Unlocking costs 500 achievement points. Earthquake Shockwave, an area of effect skill, creates a shockwave centered on the user, forming an earthquake zone with a slowing effect. Unlocking costs 800 achievement points. Lin Ze didn't hesitate, immediately clicking to unlock them all. Recalling earlier, he felt smug. Before they even set off, the Earth Spirit had already consumed the necessary materials for evolution. Now, as long as the growth conditions were met, it could evolve instantly. A second later, the Earth Spirit officially shifted into its evolved form. Rock God Soldier. The Rock God Soldier, Rock Ghost Spirit Type, Rank 5, Stage 7, 0% growth. The next evolution form, Rock God General, requires meeting these conditions: 100% growth and a mid-level Earth Element Origin Stone. Seeing this, Yan was stunned and jealous. Evolving in the middle of a battle? Damn it, how is this guy's luck so good? Feeling the terrifying pressure, Fu Qing exclaimed in awe. Its aura is nearing rank 6. After evolving, it practically jumped an entire rank. How is that possible? Lin Ze looked on calmly, then quietly explained. When the rock spirit first evolved, I discovered it had incredible potential. Even with the same evolution, it always ends up significantly stronger than Little Snow. No time to waste, Lin Ze commanded clearly. Rock God Soldier, show me what you've got now. Following the order, it channeled its strength into its fist and slammed it down. Earthquake shockwave. The octopus was immediately struck, crashing into the sinkhole. At the same time, Lei Wen landed the finishing blow on the skull. Seeing the overwhelming power, Yan panicked, his limbs trembling. He refused to give up, struggling to the end. You brat, don't think this is enough to take me down. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse of the wailing beast suddenly began to convulse. Clumps of rotting flesh began to shift, quickly gathering and morphing into a disgusting, viscous pool of liquid. Within just a few breaths, the grotesque mass of flesh ballooned, mutating into a towering monster. Yan shouted excitedly, "There's no way you're leaving here alive today." He slowly pulled a small box from his robes. Seeing this, Fu Qing warned him urgently, "Lin Ze, keep an eye on that wooden box in his hand." Looking at the item inside, Fu Qing gasped in horror. "What the hell is that?" Yan proudly explained. The Blood Origin Heart was originally intended as a trump card for the assault on the Beast Taming Association branch. I never expected to use it on you too. Without hesitation, he crushed it, releasing thousands of vengeful souls that swarmed the sky. Smelling the stench, Fu Qing covered her nose in disgust. "It reeks of death." Lin Ze frowned, sensing something wrong with the mist. At that moment, the wailing beast absorbed all the evil spirits into its body. Thousands of strands of black mist writhed and crazily pierced through its skin. After absorbing the massive amount of energy, the wailing beast suddenly froze. Next, its body began to rot and melt into liquid. The limbs of the beast were suddenly consumed by an invisible force from within. Realizing what was happening, Lin Ze shouted, "It's undergoing a reconstructive evolution. Disrupt it." Fu Qing immediately agreed. "All right, unleash your magic on it." Soul Strike. The attack pierced straight through the wailing beast. However, it wasn't phased and simply regenerated. Within seconds, the wailing beast had completed its reconstruction perfectly. Witnessing this transformation, Fu Qing gasped, "That healing speed is insane." Lin Ze calmly corrected her. "That's not healing. It's a flexible state of structural reconstruction. The effectiveness of physical and energy attacks has dropped significantly." He firmly suggested a plan. "To defeat it, we need a single, fatal strike." Yan arrogantly and crazily retorted, "Don't hold onto such naive hopes. The Blood Origin Heart is an enhancement relic. It can break the rank limit of a beast. Under its influence, my wailing beast can reach rank 7, stage 4. Hearing this, Fu Qing cried out in terror, "Rank 7 combat power? That's absurd. With its effect, my carnage beast can reach the 4th phase of stage 7. Hearing this, Fu Qing gasped in shock. "Stage 7 combat power? Is that for real? What are you going to do now?" Lin Ze curled his lip in a mocking sneer. "Is that all? Just rank 7, stage 4? She froze, eyes wide with shock. "What did you just say?" "Just." A moment later, he let out a furious roar. "You brat! What do you think you're doing?" Standing under the moonlight, Lin Ze calmly exposed their scheme. "You lot used the Netherstone Demon Dragon to guard the entrance and secretly built a hidden room to raise devil-type beasts. If you think the Red Soil Realm has anything to do with me, you better get this straight. Even 2 fully grown rank 8 demon dragons couldn't take me down. So what makes you think I'd struggle with a failed man-made experiment like yours?" Without a second of hesitation, he gave the order to fuse his soul. Instantly, Snowball and his divine weapon merged into one, creating an overwhelming entity. Once the fusion succeeded, the system reported, Netherbone Giant Spirit current level, rank 7, stage 4. Duration, 60 seconds. Lin Ze smiled with satisfaction. With the Netherbone Giant Spirit also boosted to rank 7, stage 4, it looks like I won't need to waste a rampage card after all. Yan, refusing to accept the reality, screamed in rage. How can his rank possibly increase that much? The report clearly stated that this brat's beast fusion form was only at rank 6. He ordered bitterly, "Catch him. Take him down." Yan quickly turned to run, muttering to himself, "As long as the green hills remain, there's no lack of firewood. Once I get out of here, I'll definitely report this bizarre behavior to the higher-ups. Right at that moment, he froze mid-stride, noticing his feet had been encased in ice. Yan panicked, stammering, "Why? Why can't I activate my abilities at all?" He looked up in a daze. Within seconds, Yan and his companion were completely frozen by the nether bone ground-binding ice field technique. Then, a massive boulder from above came crashing down. The nether bone ice core heavy strike, smashing into the ground and unleashing a terrifying explosion that wiped them out. As time passed, the warm light of dawn began to break. Just then, Li Hao led the way. "It's this direction." As soon as they arrived, they were met with a valley filled with thick, swirling smoke. The team carefully peered down. Before them lay a brutal battlefield, with countless shattered giant boulders piled on top of each other. Lei Bo covered his mouth, blaming himself. "Are we too late?" Looking at the devastated scene, Wu Yan gasped in horror. Could this level of destruction have happened just now? Lin Ze waved at them cheerfully. "Good morning over there. Captain Yu." The commotion was a bit loud. "Sorry to bother you with having to come out here." Seeing the scene, Wu Yan spoke in shock. You actually caught one alive? And isn't this Zhao Yan, a deacon of the Red Moon Society who's at rank 6? Looking at the carnage, Wu Yan pointed, his hand trembling. What do you mean?" he asked, bewildered. "This flat mountaintop. All over the ground are thugs and experimental subjects. Plus this high-ranking member of the Red Moon Society. Did the two of you do all this?" Fu Qing quickly clarified. "Mostly, it was Lin Ze. I didn't really do anything." Wu Yan rubbed his forehead, feeling dizzy. "This is just too outrageous. If we had been even a step later, the entire secret realm might have been destroyed." Without hesitation, he ordered the operation to begin. The site is to be sealed off according to protocol, and all physical evidence must be recorded one by one. Don't miss a single thing. Everyone immediately got to work collecting evidence. While waiting for the results, Wu Yan stroked his chin, lost in thought, then expressed his sincere gratitude. So that's how it was. The Red Moon Society actually dared to conduct experiments like this in the secret realm. It's a good thing you two stopped their plan in time. Otherwise, the whole of Ningjiang would have fallen into chaos. As per protocol, I will submit a request for your commendations. He then made his intentions clear. "Captain Ye, the precise location of the Red Moon Society's secret base is primarily thanks to your team's efforts in tracking them along the way. Your contribution will never be forgotten." Wu Yan solemnly handed over a business card. "On behalf of the Beast Taming Association's investigative branch, I would like to extend a formal invitation to you and your team. Your team's ability to counter-track and conduct covert investigations is exactly the core expertise that our special investigation team desperately needs. We would love to have talented people like you join us." Li Hao whispered urgently, "Captain, that's the Beast Taming Association's special investigation team. Many people would do anything to get in. Just say yes." Wu Yan watched Lin Ze's expression quietly. Seeing that everything seemed stable, Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a normal reaction. Being tormented by that kid, Lin Ze, had me doubting if the investigation team even had any appeal left. Seeing her hesitate, he softened his tone. "What do you think, Captain Ye? We would be delighted to have you join us." Lin Ze calmly said, "This is your opportunity. You can decide for yourself. Don't worry about me. Besides, I don't have any interest in the Beast Taming Association." Hearing that straightforward declaration, Fu Qing nodded. "I understand." Then, she smiled and accepted. "All right, I agree to join the Beast Taming Association's investigation team." Before leaving, Fu Qing said earnestly, "Lin Ze, if you ever need any help in the future, don't hesitate to reach out to me." Lin Ze nodded. "Sure, I won't be polite when the time comes." At that moment, Wu Yan patted him on the shoulder. "Since we've reported the situation to the investigative team, this trip to the secret realm has ended earlier than expected. Leave the rest of the processing to us." Lin Ze waved goodbye as they left. "Take care." The scene shifted to the trading station. He quickly gathered his loot, exchanging the materials he had collected at the station for their equivalent value in cash. Then, he used the money to buy the evolution materials he needed for his dragon beast. There were so many supplies that even his spatial ring couldn't hold them all. Returning to his home, Lin Ze collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. "Finally, it's done," he mumbled, dazed. "I have enough materials. Next is to push for a growth breakthrough." The 3-day holiday has just ended. Time to head back to school. The next morning, at the school lecture hall, Lin Ze looked at the empty room, confused. Where is everyone? Did I go to the wrong lecture hall? Right then, Ning scolded him indignantly. "Big brother, I knew you didn't check your phone again." Lin Ze turned his head back. "Ning?" She held up her phone's screen and frowned, questioning him. The school issued an announcement the day before yesterday about adjusting the class schedule and extending the break, Did you not see that notification? Hearing this, Lin Ze explained helplessly. I was in the secret realm for the last few days. I didn't check my phone, so I missed it. A sudden schedule adjustment. Perhaps it's because the school needs to cooperate with the investigation into the collaboration between the school board and the Red Moon Society. Just as he finished speaking, he wondered out loud, blankly, suddenly have more time off. What should I do now? Should I hit up another secret realm? And Ning and Shindi could only sigh helplessly and look at each other. Then Tamdi mischievously suggested, stop thinking about the mystic realm. Why don't you join us on an expedition to the ruins instead? And Ning nodded in agreement. That's right. Two seniors, Zhang Mammon and Ko Lan Yan, were also coming along. Lin Ze asked about the ruins with a confused look. As Mr. Sia was getting ready to take the bait, she excitedly explained that ruins are locations left behind in the world after a great catastrophe. Mystic realms require a portal to enter, whereas ruins exist directly in the real world. Explorers just discovered a new site in Dawn City. Some people have found keepsakes inside, and others have even found rare beast eggs. Plus, the environment inside is very beneficial for beast development. Tam Dai took his hand and sweetly provoked him. Well, Chief, do you want to take us with you? Don't just think about it, let's take action. Lin Ze shrugged and finalized the plan. All right, I'm down. When do we leave? The two girls excitedly high-fived. We can head out tomorrow. The scene shifted to the busy central train station. At this moment, Lin Ze's group began boarding the train. At that very second, he instinctively turned to take a peek behind him. Lin Ze locked eyes with a man who had a scar on his face. At the same time, the train conductor respectfully asked, Colonel Man, this route usually only requires one silver rank beast tamer on guard. So, why did you have to go through the trouble of coming here this time? Is there some kind of danger along the way? Mant, Long, sternly instructed. Recently, there have been frequent, irregular attacks by ferocious beasts along this route. Have the armor system, weapon system, and emergency response plans for the train been thoroughly checked? He reported honestly that all systems had undergone 3 rounds of rigorous inspection and there would definitely be no issues. On the train, Lin Ze's group chatted happily, while he stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. Lin Ze reminisced about the past and made a silent comparison. Unlike the world he used to live in, trains aren't very common in this world. There are only a few routes connecting major cities, making them a luxury form of transportation that ordinary people can hardly afford. Looking at them, only beast tamers and the wealthy can afford to ride. Furthermore, since driving through uncontrolled wild areas can lead to anything, the train is equipped with special armor to protect the passengers. Just then, a sense of unease rose in his heart. Lin Ze nervously scanned the desert, a high-risk wild area, feeling an intuition that something was about to happen. The armored train had only been traveling for a short while, but it had already covered a fair distance. Lin Ze felt restless from sitting, so he stood up and said, I'll go to the canteen to buy some drinks for everyone. Zhang Mammon covered her mouth and giggled. Thanks. That's a hassle for you. Tam Di, sitting next to her, happily chimed in. That sounds great. As soon as he left the table, he bumped into Lu Hoa, who was stomping over. The guy wasn't looking where he was going and still caught an attitude. Bad luck. Hey kid, watch where you're going. Lin Ze silently glanced over, knowing full well who was at fault, but he didn't want to make a scene. It was clear the guy bumped into him on purpose. His eyes then accidentally fell on the guy's lapel. A silver rank beast tamer. No wonder he's so arrogant. Thinking this, Lin Ze turned away coldly. Since it was a long trip, there was no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Better to just go buy the drinks. Outside, the giant train continued to screech, tearing through the wind at high speed on the tracks. After buying the drinks, Lin Ze returned to the compartment. Just as Lu Ho was about to touch a Ning, Zhang Mammon slapped his hand away. She didn't hold back at all and yelled, We've already rejected you 3 times. Don't you understand human language? He pretended to take a few steps back and raised his hands. Don't be so angry. I just wanted to get to know you. We're all heading to the ruins in Dawn City, so let's travel together. Lu Ho reached up to stroke his badge and raised his chin arrogantly. I'm a proper silver rank beast tamer. With me around, I guarantee you girls will be safe and sound in the ruins. Lan Yan, sitting at the edge of the bench, slowly closed her book. She then coolly tilted her head and coldly shooed him away. We don't like forming groups with strangers, especially people like you who have no concept of boundaries. Please leave. And Ning huffed. Does this guy not understand plain English? But the moment she saw Lin Ze return, her attitude changed instantly. You're finally back. Come over here. Lu Hoa gritted his teeth, looking at him with extreme envy. 4 pretty girls, and they're hanging out with this brat? What makes him deserve that? Lin Ze didn't give him any face and shoved his shoulder. Move it. You're blocking the way. Lu Hoa immediately snapped and lunged to grab his shirt. Kid, you dare touch me? I'm a silver rank beast tamer. Before Lin Ze could even say anything, the train suddenly slammed on the brakes. The guy lost his balance and fell flat on his face, looking completely confused. The person in charge of the trip immediately made an emergency announcement to the passengers. The train has entered an area with a high risk of thunderstorms. We expect to leave it in 10 minutes, so please stay in your seats, fasten your seatbelts, and do not move around unnecessarily. Failing to pick up the girls and looking like a fool, he sulked back to his seat. So unlucky. Once we pass this storm zone, I'll settle the score with you, kid. Just as he sat down, Hugh Kwan came from behind. Lu Hoa? What happened? Lu Hoa stepped aside to let her in, covering it up with a smile. Nothing. The train just entered a storm zone, a minor incident. You weren't scared, were you? Hugh Kwan wasn't suspicious at all and smiled. I'm fine. I travel this route often, so I'm used to it. He squinted and laughed along. It's good that you aren't afraid. Lu Hoa continued. Only high-class heiresses like you could afford to use the train like public transport. Seeing Hugh Kwan in a good mood, he leaned in closer. What are you looking at? Why so happy? She replied softly. The latest news about my idol, Lin Ze, the chief of Ningjiang Academy. He's really amazing. Lin Ze heard this and narrowed his eyes with a proud smile. Only young girls like you would admire students who haven't even seen the real world yet. I'm a silver rank beast tamer. I'm too busy training to level up to waste time on this nonsense. Before he could even finish his sentence, the whole train compartment suddenly shook violently. Tamdi lost her balance and nearly fell. Zhang Mammon immediately grabbed her arm in a panic. Hold on tight. On this side, Lin Ze quickly pulled in Ning towards him. And Ning held on tight, her voice full of worry. Is this really normal? Lan Yan, managing to steady herself, spoke up firmly. Tamdi lost her balance and nearly fell, but Zhang Mammon panicked and grabbed her hand, shouting, hold on tight. On the other side, Lin Ze quickly pulled Ning toward him, and Ning held on tight, her voice laced with worry. Brother, is this really normal? Lan Yan, having just regained her footing, raised her voice to cut in. This definitely isn't normal. I've traveled this route 5 times, and even the worst storms couldn't cause this kind of destruction. Then she said, in a grave tone, that the train must have been attacked. And sure enough, outside, a swarm of giant insects appeared. A rank 8, stage 4. Lightning tech creature was flying above, while below, a pack of rank 4, stage 1 magma rock scorpions were crawling toward them. The flying beast called down lightning, slamming into the train and tipping it halfway over. The passengers inside were sent tumbling everywhere. What the hell is happening? That section of the train slid off the tracks. As half the carriage overturned, the insects and scorpions swarmed it immediately. A terrified passenger screamed, It's the beasts! The beasts are attacking us! His panic shouting set everyone else off. Where's the military? Where are the train's beast tamers? Someone help us. Lin Ze, who had been acting so tough just moments ago, was now trembling under a table. Damn it, where the hell did the soldiers go? Xiao Jun hurried over, hunched down, and urged him. Liu He, aren't you a silver-tier beast tamer? Do something. We're going to die here. Just then, one of the rock scorpions started breaking through the carriage roof. People in the car shrieked in horror it was getting in. Unfortunately, Xiao Jun became the closest target. She stared at the scorpion, lunging at her, frozen with fear, and let out a terrified scream. No, just as it was about to grab Xiao Jun, a flash of light blinded it. She turned around, bewildered, as Lin Ze shouted to reassure them, Don't be afraid, everyone. Just get behind me. Lin Ze observed the situation calmly. The cabin is too cramped. The Guardian's soul can only provide passive defense, which limits our offensive options. With that, he quickly decided he had to deal with these beasts and then move outside the carriage. Lin Ze shouted, Little Snow. The Snow Maiden immediately charged in, unleashing a violent blizzard that froze the rock scorpions solid in their tracks. Then, she clenched her fist with immense force, causing them to shatter into pieces from the freezing pressure. Xiao Jun stared at Little Snow, stunned. That's incredible. And Ning immediately walked over to check on her. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, did you? Xiao Jun, helped up by her, looked at them with pure gratitude. I'm fine, thank you. Liu He, now crawling out from under the table, reached out and stammered. Xiao Jun, are you okay? I was just trying to observe the beast's weak points so I could find the right moment to protect you. Xiao Jun looked at him with disgust and pulled away, refusing to let him touch her. She ignored his pathetic excuse, her face showing complete disappointment. And Ning found him eyesore and called him out directly. Observing weak points. Huh. When that beast lunged at us, you were curled up under the seat, trembling like an idiot, and now you have the nerve to say that. Stung by the truth, Liu He stood there, speechless. The carriage rocked again, making Xiao Jun stumble. And Ning shouted immediately, "Don't worry, just stand firm." Lin Ze quickly stepped outside to assess the situation. This was bad. A high-ranked beast was trying to flip the carriage. Sure enough, a rock scorpion was latched onto the side, pulling with all its might. Right then, a loud roar echoed out. "Stop right there." A beam of light shot straight up from below. He had already summoned his rank 8, stage 2, light-type radiant silver dragon. These damn insects actually dare to launch a fire-based ambush on a train? As he finished his sentence, bam! Someone came running up in a panic. "General Meng, the number of insect-type beasts is increasing. We can't kill them all." He reported the situation anxiously. The train's defensive system can only handle low to mid-level insects. The scale of this attack has already exceeded our defense limit. If this keeps up, the defensive line will collapse completely in 10 minutes at most. Facing the crisis, Man Long decisively ordered a large-scale counterattack. Such organization, this has to be led by a leader-class beast. With that, he leaped onto his dragon's back. "I'm going to take out the leader. Everyone, stay put and hold your ground. Do whatever you can to protect the passengers. Wait for me to return." The officer quickly saluted. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Zhang Mammon was busy helping an old man. "Grandpa, take it slow. I've got you." Elsewhere, Xindi was also doing her best to comfort a mother and child. "Don't be afraid. We're beast tamers from the Ningjiang Academy. We will definitely protect you. Don't be scared, little one." And Ning gently guided Xiao Jun inside the barrier. "Stay here, sis. With the guardian soul, those beasts won't be able to hurt you." Before she could reply, she happened to look at Lin Ze. Xiao Jun instantly recognized him, her idol. She blushed, staring at him. He was the one who had saved her just moments ago. Ningxi stayed close to Lin Ze, growling fiercely at the approaching beasts. Lin Ze gently patted its head. "The guardian soul is enough to fend off low-level beasts. This is the perfect chance to grind for some growth points." Thinking this, Lin Ze commanded, "It's your turn to shine. Protect the perimeter, keep everyone safe, and let's use these pests to boost your growth." In an instant, Ningxi transformed into a massive form. It opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar, forcing the scorpions to back off in fear. One of the passengers standing nearby gasped. "A dragon!" Another woman exclaimed with joy. "He's a beast tamer who has bonded with a Ningxi magic dragon. We're saved." Ningxi opened its mouth again, gathering an energy orb, waiting for the beasts to swarm so it could unleash a devastating blow. The energy orb hit the beasts and instantly exploded into fireballs. The conductor, watching from a distance, was overjoyed. "That's great. We have another powerful beast tamer on this train." The young man next to him cheered. "Conductor, I recognize him. That's Lin Ze, the genius beast tamer from Ningjiang Academy." But at that same moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The radiant silver dragon was hit and plummeted from the air. Man Long, riding on its back, coughed up blood. He and the conductor screamed, "General Meng." The conductor quickly jumped into the crater to catch Man Long. "General Meng, are you all right?" Seeing him coughing continuously, his expression turned grave. "Given your strength and a rank 8, stage 2 radiant silver dragon, how could you be this severely injured? This is impossible." Man Long struggled to stand up again. "This giant insect, the leader class 1. Its strength is even greater than my rank 8, stage 2 radiant silver dragon," he added firmly. "And it's not just one. There are 2 of them." The conductor was horrified. "What? 2 rank 8, stage 4 beasts?" In the sky above, more black clouds began to gather. Just as the radiant silver dragon tried to fly up again, another bolt of lightning struck it. But this time, the dragon held its ground. Man Long looked up, his teeth gritted in frustration. "Damn it." Thiem Hui took another hit and went down hard. Man Long rushed over immediately. Thiem Hui, the silver dragon, is formidable when attacking a single target, but now it has to deal with 2 8th rank, 4th stage beasts. He lifted it up, his heart aching, his eyes filled with distress. With injuries this severe, it looks like it's lost its ability to fight. Just then, Lin Ze spoke up. "Maybe this can help." He walked up from behind and slowly held out a potion. It was a recovery potion. It could heal a beast's wounds instantly and restore its combat capabilities. As Man Long reached out to take it, he glanced over. Realizing this young man was one of his subordinates, he blurted out, "That's Lin Ze, the top student of Jiang Nin Academy." He looked back toward the chaos. "Colonel Man, look. Thanks to his help, the beasts attacking the train from the rear are under control." Man Long looked at Lin Ze again. "I've heard about you, but you're much younger than I imagined." Note, the source text sequence seems to have a slight dialogue overlap regarding the introduction. I have translated the narrative flow as requested. Lin Ze smiled gently and replied, "Colonel Man, let's focus on taking out the enemy first." He added, "My teammates, have gone to help guard the gap in the front line, so there's no need to worry about the rear. He gave a brief update on his situation. However, maintaining the soul guard is draining me, Lin Ze said in a low voice. There are 2 giant atlas worms. Let's take one each and finish this quickly. Man Long was stunned for a moment, then his eyes crinkled into a smile. All right, good kid. With that, Man Long went to Thiem Ho and gently helped it drink the potion. At this point, he had no choice but to trust him. As soon as it drank, Thiem Ho sprung back up. It soared into the air with renewed vigor. The exhaustion from before had vanished completely. Man Long shouted, "Kid, the one on the left is yours." "I believe in you." Lin Ze nodded quickly. "Got it." He shouted to the rock dragon, "Rock dragon, redirect your attack to the giant worm and disrupt its aerial assault." With that, Lin Ze continued to command the Divine Soldier, the Rock Divine Soldier in Ghost General form, to charge ahead and clear a path for Little Snow. He turned to Little Snowball. "Little Snow, move into optimal range and find an opening for a heavy strike." Just then, an atlas worm suddenly erupted from the ground, the horns on its head glowing brightly. A sphere of energy formed, and it unleashed a powerful blast at the rock dragon. Their energies collided, triggering a massive shockwave. The system reported, "Rock dragon's growth increased. Skill, Rock Blood Mist. Unlocked, costs 800 achievement points. It's an area of effect skill that creates a blood mist, causing petrification curses. The greater the strength gap, the faster the petrification. Terrifying Roar unlocked, costs 1000 achievement points. Another area of effect skill. Emits a roar filled with terrifying psychic energy that causes targets with weaker wills or those 5 stages lower than the user to fall into a state of panic, losing combat ability until they are attacked." Lin Ze's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, the signature skill of the rock dragon, Rock Blood Mist. Without hesitation, he tapped to confirm. The system quickly processed it. Skill, Rock Blood Mist unlocked. High above, the rock dragon activated the skill, waiting for the atlas worm to petrify. Lin Ze seized the moment. "Little Snow, now." The Snow Maiden received the command and unleashed her strike. Little Snowball's lament quickly froze the creature. The system's cold voice rang out again. Synchronization rate between Little Snowball and the rock dragon has increased. Combined skill, Blood Crystal Osmosis unlocked. A crowd control skill that forcibly freezes the target while applying a curse effect. Lin Ze exclaimed in surprise. A new combined skill. And it's a coordinated attack between Little Snow and the rock dragon. He looked at Little Snowball, then at the rock dragon. Does this mean Little Snow and the rock dragon can also unlock a fusion form? Lin Ze gave a decisive order. Little Thunder, Rock Dragon, Blood Crystal Osmosis. As he spoke, a wave of red mist surged from nowhere, thickening until the beasts were swallowed whole. The flying atlas worms suddenly began falling, thudding to the ground. Lan Yen pushed up her glasses, and Tam Di quickly exclaimed, "This must be Lin Ze's new dual beast combo skill." The ones that didn't fall had their wings beginning to rot away. Watching from afar, Lin Ze looked slightly concerned. Blood Crystal Osmosis can only control the situation for a short time and clear out the fodder. Little Snow is 5th rank. The Rock Dragon is 4th rank. The gap between them and an 8th rank leader beast is too massive. They can't finish it off directly. He weighed his options carefully and summoned the Berserk card. The Atlas leader worm was incredibly vengeful. If it escaped control, every passenger on the train would die. He had to use this opportunity to finish it off completely. Lin Ze shouted, "Little Thunder, Rock Divine Soldier, Fusion Soul Technique." The system quickly recorded it, using one Berserk card. As the fusion completed, its power skyrocketed. Underworld Crystal Giant, Spirit Current Level, 8th rank, 8th stage. The Berserk card effect is active, lasting 60 seconds. The horns on the Atlas worm glowed again, unleashing a 10,000 thunder explosion at the Divine Soldier. The Divine Soldier took a combat stance, its arms trailing a powerful light. With a single punch, it neutralized the attack, and the Divine Soldier charged forward, swinging its fist again. The Atlas worm couldn't dodge in time and took a critical hit. It let out a deafening screech. Lin Ze said quietly, "It's over." He summoned a boulder and launched it with immense force toward the Atlas worm. A massive explosion followed, shaking the entire area. The force of the blast sent the scorpions reeling. The heroic Divine Soldiers stepped out from the swirling smoke, and the passengers watching were left with their jaws dropped. The middle-aged man and the woman soothing her child looked over at the commotion. Lu Hoa was terrified now. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. "What the hell is this?" he stammered in shock. "This kid could kill me with one move, and I actually dared to provoke him. His strength, is he even human?" Man Along looked at him with an appreciative gaze. "Good kid, well done." Just then, he noticed a few Atlas worms trying to flee. Manchlong roared, "You want to run? Did you ask my theme Hui Silver Dragon for permission first?" He immediately commanded, "Radiant Silver Dragon, Sacred Light Earth Blast. You're trying to escape. Are you? Take this hit." It plummeted heavily, unable to keep flying. But the beast still struggled to stand up. Instantly, the divine soldier summoned its weapon and thrust it powerfully toward the beast. The spearhead pierced straight through its skull. This time, it finally collapsed for good. With the monster eradicated, the space around them was a complete mess. The passengers were still in shock. "It's over." Someone beside him trembled. "Oh my god. We survived." The divine soldier retracted the spear's energy and zoomed over to Little Snowball. Lin Ze reached out and cradled the tiny crystal. "You did great. Get some rest now." The system pinged with a notification, "Achievement unlocked. Hero of the disaster. You saved over 1,000 lives. Reward, 3,000 achievement points. Hero certification. Rank 1. Lin Ze stared at the text, beaming. A brand new achievement chain. Just the first stage and I've already got 3,000 points. The rewards for the later stages will definitely be even better. He excitedly tapped the virtual screen. "And there's this hero certification too." Lin Ze muttered, "Hero mode." The screen displayed the icon for the certification, proof of heroic deeds, a reward for the brave and kind-hearted. Activating it unlocks hero mode, capable of drastically boosting all attributes of the beast tamer and all their pets. Initial cost, 1,000 achievement points per minute, with each subsequent minute costing an extra 500 points. Lin Ze's eyes widened in amazement. A permanent item. This was a far superior replacement for the Berserk card. Seeing his 3,450 achievement points, he officially made up his mind. If that's the case, he'd have to be more careful with his points from now on. He couldn't just use them casually unless it was absolutely necessary. Manhwa slowly approached. "Kid, we were lucky to have you this time." He and the others bowed deeply. "If not for your intervention, all 1,000 passengers on this train would have ended up in that monster's belly. On behalf of the Federation and all the people you saved, I express my deepest gratitude." Manhwa looked at Lin Ze with admiration and thanks. To be able to defeat an 8th-ranked beast while being lower-leveled, you must have used your ultimate trump card. The Federation will never forget this favor. I've sent an emergency report to the military headquarters. I'll make sure you receive the highest honors and rewards. Lin Ze smiled calmly. "I appreciate your kindness, Colonel Meng. Thank you." Just then, a child quietly walked up and offered Lin Ze some candy. "Big brother, thank you for saving us. This candy is for you. You're a hero." As the kid spoke, the other passengers on the train began bowing as well. "Thank you all for saving our lives. You are true heroes. Truly, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, our family would be gone." Zhang Mammon quickly stepped over to help an old man up. "No, please, you're being too kind." Xin Di also went over to a woman who was crying with emotion. "This is just what we had to do." Lan Yan was gently helping someone who was still bowing. "I really thought we were dead for sure. Thank you all." Lin Ze glanced over and noticed, and Ning smiling mischievously, so he asked, "What's up?" She smirked, clearly enjoying herself. "I didn't think we'd save this many people. Being a hero actually feels pretty good, huh?" Lin Ze heard her and thought it made sense, squinting his eyes with a smile. "Yeah, you're right." Lin Ze looked at the crowd again. The feeling of being able to protect others wasn't half bad. After Cindy finished comforting the passengers, she went over to poke fun at Ning. "All right, stop clinging to Lin Ze." Ning glared at her and huffed in annoyance. "Like I'd cling to you?" Lin Ze stood to the side, taking it all in. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Protecting the people important to him, perhaps that was the true meaning of constantly growing stronger. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Mr. Lin Ze, please wait a moment." Liu, he walked over, his face filled with gratitude. Back in the train car, "Thank you all so much for saving me." "Thank you." He hesitated, then admitted, "I'm not a beast tamer, so I won't get in the way of your journey. I just wanted to ask, would it be rude of me to ask to be friends?" And Ning reached out her hand proactively. "Of course." She introduced herself. "I'm a Ning, and you?" "Liu," he thought fast. "I'm Li Xiaojun." He continued to act friendly, asking, "Are you all heading to Dong City to look for clues about the ruins?" And Ning nodded generously. "That's right. That's why we're here." Liu, he reached into his coat and, with great sincerity, handed over a card. "This is my father's business card. He's been doing business here for many years and has a wide network. If you run into any trouble in Dawn City, this card might be able to help you out." Lin Ze took it with a neutral expression and replied politely, "Thank you. That's very kind." But Ning's eyes were already glowing like gold coins. Because of the monster attack, the train was severely damaged. Everyone had to stay put and wait for reinforcements. After the repair team arrived, it took an entire night to fix the engine. Fortunately, the train didn't encounter any more monster attacks after departing, even though they were a day late. Compared to the plan, everyone arrived safely in Doan City. As the armored train pulled into the station, an announcement came over the speakers. Dear passengers, this train has finally arrived at Doan City Station. Please gather your luggage and exit the train in an orderly fashion. We wish you a pleasant journey. After getting off the train, Ning waved goodbye. Xiao Jun, we're going to find a place to stay first. See you later. Liu, he waved back, playing along perfectly. Sure, feel free to contact me anytime. And Ning excitedly threw her hands up. Finally here. It's not often we get to travel to another city, so we have to experience all the local food and customs first. She turned around grandly. Treats on me today. Let's just have a blast playing around today and then look for the ruins tomorrow. Cindy cheered excitedly. Long live the benefactor. The meal that followed was extremely lavish and diverse, and Ning announced with enthusiasm, let's dig in. Nobody better worry about staying slim tonight. Zhang Mammon was happily taking a huge bite. Here we go. Cindy's eyes sparkled. Just looking at this makes my mouth water. I'm not holding back. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. Lin Ze sat there sipping fruit juice, thinking to himself, the tension has been high lately, but it's nice to be able to relax like this for a change. He then looked off into the distance. A massive building with incredibly strange architecture stood tall right there. Lin Ze stared at it, stunned. The building was quite unique, nothing like a typical office tower. Lan Yan noticed it too. Senior, do you know what that giant green tower in the city center is? She softly explained that it was the landmark of Doan City, the Spirit Soul Tower, belonging to the Beast Taming Association. Lin Ze lifted his eyes, looking calmly at Lan Yan. The Spirit Soul Tower. Inside the towering building at the heart of the city, a voice suddenly echoed, a relic from the Great Cataclysm. The Spirit Soul Tower, a 7-story trial zone, is on par with the heaven-reaching tower in the capital, officially recognized by the Federation as the benchmark for gifted young beast tamers. Everyone gathered around the table, listening intently to Lan Yan. The Spirit Soul Tower has 2 core challenge rules found nowhere else. Her gaze turned serious. She bowed her head slightly and spoke in a low voice. The first requirement is an age limit. Only beast tamers under 25 years old are eligible. Suddenly, Lan Yan looked straight at everyone and exclaimed, second, and most importantly, summoning any pet beast inside the tower is strictly forbidden. Challengers can only rely on their own soul arts to complete the trials. Hearing this, they all shouted in surprise, huh? Zhao Mammon couldn't hide her curiosity, leaning her hands on the table to look at her. Banned from using pet beasts? Is there really such a bizarre rule? Wouldn't a beast tamer's advantage be cut in half? And Ning slowly put a spoon in her mouth, her expression listless as she muttered, only soul arts? If that's the case, I couldn't even defeat a rank 3 savage beast. Quach Shindi pondered for a moment, lowering her eyes before slowly speaking. Same here. Soul arts aren't really a beast tamer's forte. We're considered decent for our age as it is. But Lin Ze, sitting right next to them, silently looked at Quach Shindi. He knew he didn't just have rank 6 soul techniques, his soul defense had even reached rank 8. This rule was clearly made for someone like him. He looked straight ahead, lifted his drink, and said, since we're already here, why don't we go check out the entrance to the Spirit Soul Tower? Even if we don't challenge it, we can at least see what it looks like. Lan Yan silently pushed up her glasses and replied, sure, I actually have some interest in the Spirit Soul Tower myself. Hearing that, everyone became incredibly excited. Let's go see how many levels Lin Ze can climb. All right, let's finish eating and head out. The sky was clear and calm, without a single cloud. Beneath the towering building, a large crowd was lining up, waiting for their turn to enter. Everything was very orderly. Numerous security guards stood strictly on duty all around. Everyone was standing in a neat queue, waiting to register with the staff. Just as they were queuing, a flustered voice suddenly called out from afar. Young master, my little ancestor, please slow down. Don't be in such a hurry. Song Qingxuan walked with his hands in his pockets, pushing through the crowd waiting in line. Song Qingxuan, a silver-ranked beast tamer and heir to the Song family, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the person behind him. Uncle Yuan, based on my strength, how many levels of the Spirit Soul Tower do you think I can clear this time? Hearing this, Yuan Wei immediately showered Cheng Xuan with praise. Young master, you have innate talent. This time, you will surely surpass the 6th level and climb directly into the top 10 of the Spirit Soul Stele. Yuan Wei, a gold-ranked guest tamer of the Song family. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xuan became even more arrogant, clasping his hands behind his head. I suppose you have a good eye. I think so, too. Immediately after, Cheng Xuan looked at the long line of people ahead and commanded, why are there so many pieces of trash in line today? Go clear these scumbags out of my way. This young master doesn't have the energy to wait in line with the likes of them. The old man behind him, Yan Zhuang, quickly responded, "Yes, young master." Yuan Wei stepped forward and shouted at the top of his lungs, shocking everyone. "Everyone in front, move aside. Make way for our young master." Hearing the old man's voice, a man standing nearby turned around and asked, "Who's being so unreasonable?" Shouting for people to move, the person next to him frowned and spoke up. With that attitude, he's probably from one of the big families here in Dome City. Suddenly, a tall, burly man stepped in front of Yuan Wei, pointing at him and scolding, "On what grounds should we move for your young master? The Spirit Soul Tower has its own rules, and everyone is queuing. Does your young master think he's the king of heaven himself?" Immediately, people around them started pointing and cursing. Exactly. If you want special treatment, go back home. The Beast Taming Association and the Federal Army are right here, and you dare to cut the line so blatantly. Do you think your family built Dome City? At this, Yuan Wei radiated a murderous aura. His eyes glowed as he said angrily, "This gentleman is the eldest young master of the Song family. I hope you all show some consideration." Zhao Zi appeared behind Yuan Wei holding a sickle. He wasn't afraid of the crowd's threats. Is this really such a difficult request? He suddenly appeared, wielding a long sickle. He was a rank 8, stage 1 ghost soul type summoner. Everyone who had just been shouting loudly became stunned and gasped. That's a rank 8 ghost type pet. He was a gold rank tamer for the Song family, a man of the Dome City Song clan. That young master was none other than Song Cheng Xuan. A man who had been keeping his head down in frustration muttered, "No wonder he's so arrogant. Even his personal servant is a gold rank tamer. Who would dare mess with them?" Having no other choice, everyone had to step aside to clear the way. If we can't mess with them, just let them go first. Relying on family power and special privilege like that is just disgusting. Keep your voice down, don't let them hear you. Just like that, Cheng Xuan walked through as everyone watched in silence. The clerk's expression showed her annoyance, but she remained silent, not daring to speak up. He pointed arrogantly at the sky, raised an eyebrow, and said with high-handed disdain, "See, wasn't that easy? Is a bunch of losers like you even worthy of lining up with me?" When Cheng Xuan saw Lin Ze's group standing ahead, he shouted to chase them away. "Are you blind? Can't you see this young master is entering? Get lost." But they stood their ground. At this moment, Lin Ze's group was in the middle of registering and didn't understand the commotion. "Didn't you hear that this young master wants to challenge the tower first? Hurry up and get out of the way." The clerk finally couldn't take it anymore, stood up, and tried to advise him, "Young Master Song, the information for these challengers is already half registered. Why don't you wait a moment? It'll be finished very quickly." Cheng Xuan frowned, deeply annoyed, and screamed, "And if I don't?" The staff member didn't hold back at all, waving her hand dismissively as she replied sternly, "The Soul Tower has clear rules that everyone must follow. You have to wait in line to register. Even if you are the heir to the Song family, you cannot break the rules here." Seeing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Yuan Wei, who was standing behind, hurriedly intervened. "Young master, this is a staff member from the Beast Taming Association. We shouldn't get into a direct conflict with them. We can't afford to offend them." He shifted his focus to Lin Ze's group and sneered mockingly, "I won't touch the people from the Beast Taming Association, but that doesn't mean I can't touch you lot. You guys look like country bumpkins just by looking at you. I'm only letting it slide because I don't know you, and I don't want to waste my time with the likes of you." Faced with Cheng Rui's harsh words, the group looked visibly annoyed. "You look poor and pathetic. I doubt you've even heard the name of the Song family. This young master won't lower himself to your level today." He kept running his mouth, pointing his finger directly at the 5 of them as he barked orders. "If you know what's good for you, get your people away from the registration desk immediately. Don't waste this young master's time. Otherwise, don't blame me when I have you all thrown out of this plaza." Lin Ze closed his eyes slightly and bowed his head with a faint smile at Cheng Rui's antics. Seeing him smiling at him so naturally, Cheng Rui shouted in a rage, "What are you laughing at? Do you want to die?" Lin Ze crossed his arms, looking at Cheng Rui with amusement as if accepting a challenge. "Nothing at all. But I am curious, just how exactly do you plan on throwing us out of here?" Everyone around them grew panicked and worried for Lin Ze. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to confront the young master of the Song family head-on. He's finished. He's definitely going to be in big trouble this time. No matter how noisy the surroundings were, he kept his calm gaze locked on Cheng Rui. At this moment, Yuan Wei spoke up, and a dark, menacing aura began to radiate from the old man. "Kid, you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Envoy Zhao, teach him a lesson." As he spoke, Yuan Wei suddenly froze, his eyes widening in complete shock. Yuan Wei immediately whipped his head around, scanning his surroundings while thinking to himself, that overwhelming pressure, who could it be? Suddenly, A powerful voice echoed, grabbing everyone's attention. The Soul Tower is under the direct management of the Beast Taming Association. Fighting and disrupting public order are strictly prohibited. Han Thu walked through the crowd with dignity, with Tai Yang perched on his shoulder, slowly approaching. Everyone, those who disturb the trials or the order here, will be severely punished. Upon seeing him, the old man immediately retracted his aura and shouted in surprise, "Ren Han Thu, why are you here?" Cheng Rui, standing behind, said irritably, "Why did this old geezer have to show up just now?" Han Thu turned his gaze toward the two of them and warned them firmly, "There are no exceptions. If you dare to cause trouble here again, your trial qualifications will be revoked immediately." Afterward, he happily turned to look at Lin Ze's group and asked, "Are you guys from out of town?" Lin Ze quickly replied, "That's right. May I ask who?" Han Thu's expression softened, and he smiled as he introduced himself. "I am Ren Han Thu, an elder of the Beast Taming Association in Doan City. Since we met like this, let me give you a brief introduction to the Soul Tower." Han Thu turned to the towering structure in the distance and slowly began to explain the rules. The Soul Tower only allows a person to enter for a challenge once. Every time a challenger passes a floor, the corresponding light on that floor will illuminate. People outside can monitor the progress in real time. Immediately after, he and Lin Ze arrived at the base of the tower. Han Thu waved his hand, and a massive stele gradually appeared. "This is the Spirit Stele, the ranking board for the Soul Tower." Words began to appear on the surface of the stone. He continued, "The names of the top 100 challengers will automatically appear on the stone stele." And Ning stepped forward curiously. She looked up at the stele and asked, "The top-ranked person has only passed the 6th floor? Does that mean since the Soul Tower appeared, no one has ever managed to pass the 7th floor?" He unexpectedly stepped behind Ning and said, "That's correct. Summoning Beast Companions is forbidden inside the tower, which is like cutting off both arms for most beast tamers. Being able to pass the 6th floor is already considered the mark of a top-tier genius among the younger generation." After chatting for a while, Han Thu turned to look at Lin Ze. "Once you complete your registration, you can begin the challenge. I wish you all the best in achieving a result you are satisfied with." He nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you for the advice, senior." Ning stepped forward, nudging Lin Ze's shoulder coquettishly. "You better get first place. Show us what you can do." Tam Di also came up to his side, pushing him forward as well. "That's right. When you come back out, make sure to share it with us." Lin Ze turned his head and smiled, humoring them. "All right, I'll go in first then." Suddenly, the staff member walked over to Han Thu and asked curiously, "Old Ren, why did you come to the Soul Tower in person today?" His gaze fixed straight ahead, his face impassive as he said, "I heard from that kid, Vu Niem, that there was a young genius from their side who arrived in Doan City. I guessed that this kid would definitely come to the Soul Tower, so I came to see." The staff member also looked in the direction Han Thu was watching, hesitating. "Is the person you're talking about the one who just walked in?" A smile finally appeared on his face. Han Thu whispered, "I am truly very curious to see what kind of results that boy will be able to achieve." On Lin Ze's side, as soon as he stepped into the tower, the system interface flashed a notification. "First floor, Soul Tower. Challenger, welcome to the Soul Tower trial. Current floor, 1. Requirement to pass, ascend the stairs leading to the 2nd floor." He silently looked around and muttered to himself, "Just walking up the stairs? The trial definitely wouldn't be that simple." From out of the darkness, flashes of lightning suddenly appeared, and a dragon's might manifested, looking fierce. It stepped out, roared a loud, threatening warning, and stood blocking the stairs. Facing the pressure created by the dragon's might, Lin Ze didn't flinch at all. He chuckled and whispered, "So it's a soul test in front of a dragon's might. Funny enough, my soul intensity is the one thing I'm most confident in." Outside the tower, Cheng Rui was sitting comfortably on a chair, mocking him. "A poor wretch from out of town dares to challenge me. I doubt he'll even be able to pass the 1st floor." The moment he finished speaking, one floor of the tower suddenly glowed brilliantly. Yuan Wei, standing next to him, and Cheng Rui himself were both so shocked that they shouted out, "That fast?" The old man quickly composed his expression and looked down at Cheng Rui to reassure him. "Young master, don't panic. The 1st floor is just a test of dragon's might to measure soul intensity. As long as you are a bronze-level beast tamer, it's basically easy to pass. There's nothing unusual about this." Hearing this, he sat back up and laughed as if it were nothing. "Of course, I knew that. What's the big deal? Honestly, getting through this should be a breeze. There's nothing unusual about it." Hearing that, he sat up straight, grinning as if it were nothing. "Of course, I knew that. What's the big deal, anyway?" Just as Than Thu was smugly daydreaming about what would happen next, another floor lit up. Only on the 1st floor could you get that lucky. The 2nd floor is where you actually start fighting beasts. Let's see how he dies. The light from that floor shone intensely. Lin Ze cleared it with ease again. Yuan Wei and his companion dropped their jaws in shock. Then Thui's eyes widened as he shouted, "It's only been a few seconds, for God's sake." He passed the second floor too. Everyone there couldn't believe what was happening. The atmosphere instantly erupted into a buzz. Am I seeing things? He cleared the second floor in under 10 seconds. The second floor has rank 3 beasts. Even a silver-ranked beast tamer would need more time than that. Inside, Lin Ze had already finished off the beasts and was preparing for the next floor. He didn't look tired at all, glancing over and muttering to himself as he calculated. A rank 3 beast only takes 1 soul spike to handle, and I didn't even have to use the first floor's dragon pressure. The system's digital board appeared right before Lin Ze to announce, "Congratulations, Challenger. You have cleared the second floor of the Soul Tower. Time taken 0 minutes and 3 seconds. Would you like to proceed to the next floor?" He slowly climbed the stairs, stepping forward with anticipation, wondering what challenge awaited him on the 3rd floor. As soon as Lin Ze stepped onto the next level, the black rock beasts were already lying in wait. The moment they spotted his silhouette, they lunged at him, trying to tear him apart. Lin Ze stood completely still, his gaze cold as he watched the black rock beasts. As one lunged forward, it was suddenly struck by an unseen force. Just like that, with a single move, he took down the black rock beasts and headed to the next floor. Congratulations, Challenger. You have cleared the 3rd floor of the Soul Tower. Time taken 0 minutes and 5 seconds. Would you like to proceed to the next floor? Stepping onto the next floor, the ruins of an amusement park appeared. Lin Ze walked in calmly, glancing around and muttering, "The scenery has changed completely compared to the training mode of the first 3 floors. It seems the test on the 4th floor won't be simple." While he stood there, a hand suddenly shot out from behind to attack. The chain-throat beast behind him raised its sharp claws, trying to ambush Lin Ze, but he turned around just in time and activated his protective layer. Before the beast could do anything, it was sent flying away. At the same time, the system displayed relevant information. Current floor, 47. Requirement: survive the beast's attack and complete the kill. Lin Ze brushed off the dust while reciting the important facts. The chain-throat beast, a rank 5 dark-type beast. Its specialty is using complex environments for ambushes. The core of this floor is to test the challenger's defensive reaction and adaptability to the environment. He stood perfectly still, despite the beast moving constantly. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would likely have been severely injured by that sneak attack. Lin Ze wasn't bothered at all by the beast's increasing speed. If a challenger couldn't block the chain-throat beast's ambush, they would be shredded by its claws before they could find an opening to kill it. As the chain-throat beast confronted him head-on, he pointed out its weakness. However, the chain-throat beast's own defensive power isn't high. With just one blow, Lin Ze easily finished it off. He spoke about his feat quite casually. Back then, even hundreds of insect beasts couldn't penetrate my defenses, let alone one measly chain-throat monster. In an instant, the system board appeared again. Congratulations, Challenger. You have cleared the 4th floor of the Soul Tower. Time taken, 0 minutes and 18 seconds. Would you like to proceed to the next floor? Previously, Lan Yan had seriously warned him. Once you pass the 5th floor, you can earn soul points, which can be used to trade for treasures in the tower. Lin Ze recalled her words accordingly. According to Senior Ko Lan Yan, the rewards start from the 5th floor. So, he folded his arms, looking very interested in the final reward. If they want a challenger to rely on soul techniques to pass the trials, then the reward must be related to soul techniques, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Than Thui, standing elsewhere watching, found it hard to accept. This brat actually cleared the 3rd floor. Fine, I underestimated you. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. But this is as far as you go. Than Thui also had to go through the floor Lin Ze was currently on. The 4th floor test required killing the chain-throat beast. 90% of those challenging the 4th floor for the first time are eliminated in the first round. The further you go, the higher the difficulty, even if you dodge the first ambush. After that, you'll be killed because your soul defense level is too low. Even I struggled a lot to get through. Even a genius like me failed many times. I don't believe this kid can pass. The staff member standing next to them probed Han Thursday. Nam Lao, do you think he can successfully clear the 4th floor? He calmly countered with a question. What do you think? Hearing that, she expressed her own opinion. I just reviewed Lin Ze's file since he joined the competition. His soul master level is very high. The staff member began analyzing the situation on this floor. High offensive capability doesn't necessarily mean his soul defense level is also high. If he wants to cultivate both soul techniques to a high level at his age. She was still talking when a light flashed down from the sky. The staff member screamed in surprise. Lin Ze had passed the floor, and it hadn't even taken him a minute. Immediately, and Ning and Quach Tam Di hugged each other in celebration. Brother Lin Ze is so amazing. Jiang Maman was also very proud because the results were so good. Nicely done. No wonder he's our junior. Fan Thu trembled, unable to believe the truth. How is that possible? He began to lose his usual self-confidence. The previous floors were one thing, but even the fourth floor? Suddenly, the light flashed again. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in shock. The fifth floor, too. People around them began to chatter incessantly. You really can't judge a book by its cover. That kid looks so young, yet he's that powerful. True, I think we are witnessing history today. They were eager to see the recorded results. Come to think of it, he cleared the fifth floor. His name should be on the Soul Stela by now, right? And Ning, raise your hand to check the ranking board. Rank 41, 24 minutes and 45 seconds. Rank 40, 23 minutes and 33 seconds. She shouted when she found Lin Ze's result. Found it. Rank 39. Lin Ze cleared the fifth floor in under 52 seconds. Another buzz of excitement rose because everyone was so stunned, clearing the fifth floor in just 52 seconds. This record has clearly shattered the Soul Stela's fastest record. Out of the top 40, he is the only one who finished in under a minute. What kind of monster is this? Inside the arena, he keeps taking down monsters. Lin Ze only needs to launch an attack to clear the levels. So, after the defensive phase, it's time to test the challenger's attack power. No opponent has been able to give him any trouble. Even the mobile Fortress Diamond Giant statue is no match for his Tier 6 Beast Soul. An information panel appears, updating Lin Ze's rewards. Congratulations to the challenger for successfully clearing the fifth level. The maximum reward is 500 soul points. It displays a prompt for his decision. Please note, rewards can only be claimed once. Claiming now will prevent you from accumulating rewards for higher levels. Do you wish to claim them now? He flatly refuses, opting to continue the challenge without collecting the reward. Lin Ze firmly steps onto the path forward. The higher the level and the faster the clear time, the greater the soul point reward. Since he's here to challenge, he's obviously going for the biggest and best reward. And just then, he faces the challenge of this floor. Level 67, requiring the defeat of all beast enemies. The puppet troops line up, ready for battle. Lin Ze quickly assesses the difficulty. Individually, they aren't high tier, but there are hundreds of them. Suddenly, thousands of sounds flood his ears. They brandish their weapons and charge at him in unison. Lin Ze immediately realizes the true objective. This floor is testing the challenger's crowd control ability. The puppets roar as they rush toward him. In a flash, one of them has its head pierced. Even as their comrades fall, they don't stop. A puppet swings his sword, but he dodges. Lin Ze takes out the nearest puppet, and those behind it are hit in turn. While fighting, he quietly calculates. Soul Bolt is a single-target soul skill. It's too slow for clearing out hordes. Lin Ze tries various attack postures, but it's not enough. Even with soul shield protection, getting surrounded by a large number of puppets easily puts him on the defensive. As more and more puppets fall, he realizes it takes at least one soul bolt to take down one puppet knight. He's starting to break a sweat from the exertion. Without his pet beast's help, relying solely on Soul Bolt to clear these puppet swordsmen would likely consume over 1,000 soul power points. If that happens, he doesn't know if he'll have enough soul power left for the 7th level challenge. A solution flashes through his mind. Wait, don't I still have an area of effect soul skill? He immediately switches to it to save his strength. Soul Shockwave, currently at level 2. The puppets, oblivious, keep rushing in. Spending points to upgrade. 1,200 soul power points. Soul Shockwave is raised to level 6. Finally, their attacks are shattered by Lin Ze's move. He doesn't stop there. Another wave of power erupts. He smiles, satisfied with this new approach. Very good. Lin Ze continues to use the wide-range attack he just remembered. It's just that before, when facing large numbers of monsters, he usually let Little Snow handle it. He clears the remaining puppets with ease. I barely needed to use Soul Shockwave. I almost completely forgot about this soul skill. Watching the enemies fall and dissipate, Lin Ze sighs. When dealing with many enemies, an area of effect soul skill is truly the most useful. The last puppet falls and vanishes. The system immediately announces his victory. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 6th level. The current maximum reward is 1,500 soul points. Please note, rewards can only be claimed once. Clicking early means you cannot accumulate them for higher level rewards. Do you wish to claim now? Lin Ze maintains his plan to challenge to the end. He declines and continues. He calculates internally, the 7th level test. This is the final door. Outside, at the 6th level, a light shines once more. Fan Thu is stunned to receive the news. Level 6. He passed the 6th level. He then falls into extreme frustration. My best achievement in all these years is just reaching the 5th level threshold. Yuan Wei, standing nearby, reports the information. Young master, the men below have discovered Lin Ze's background. Than Thui is anxious, eager to know Lin Ze's family status. Speak quickly. Which aristocratic family raised that brat into such a monster? The old man has to tell the truth he heard. Young master, he is an orphan from a normal family in Bin Hai City, with no aristocratic background whatsoever. He is baffled as to how Lin Ze could clear these levels. A commoner. Why does he have such strength? So, Yuan Wei recounts the boy's life. His life's turning point began with his first time participating in the Beast Tamer qualification assessment. The old man narrates the event that changed his destiny. In his very first exam, he reached the super hard rating for apprentice beast tamers, breaking Bin Hai City's record. Lin Ze's milestones are recounted in detail. During the entrance exam for the Ninjiang Beast Taming Academy, he passed with a score that completely eclipsed everyone else. Yuan Wei doesn't skip a single story, adding, during the bronze level Beast Tamer exam, he once again chose the super hard difficulty and passed perfectly. The old man has successfully gathered all the intelligence on Lin Ze. Not long ago, in the Academy's grand tournament, he used absolute power to win the championship, becoming the youngest top student of Ninjiang Academy. With this, Yuan Wei concludes, he achieved all of this in less than half a year. This Lin Ze is a genuine, peerless genius. Than Thui shouts in shock, trying to confirm it. Old Yuan, what are you saying? How can an orphan develop to this extent? The old man doesn't want to believe it either, but it's the truth. Young master, although I don't want to believe it, the intelligence sources are reliable. These events are all completely factual. Afterward, he continues to probe for other information. So why did this genius from Ninjiang come to our La-An city? Is it because of the Soul Tower? Yuan Wei slightly objects, mentioning what he has uncovered. Likely not. My subordinates found out he and a few other friends are targeting the newly discovered ruins in La-An city. Hearing this, Than Thui explodes and tries to stop it. The ruins? Then even more so. The Tong family has poured so much manpower and resources into these ruins. I absolutely cannot let that kid take anything, nor can I let him enter. The old man gently reassures him as he is prepared. Young master, don't be hasty. This subordinate has a way. Yuan Wei whispers sinisterly into his ear. Deep inside the ruins, the space is chaotic, monsters run wild, and our people are already there. Even if he is the top student of Ninjiang, dying in the ruins in an accident is a very normal thing. Than Thui understood the hidden meaning in his words. He intended to finish him off inside the ruins. At this point, Yuan Wei no longer hid his intentions and confessed. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the back. No matter how strong he is, he's just an 18-year-old kid. My subordinate is a gold-rank beast tamer, and there are plenty of ways to make sure he stays in these ruins forever. His face couldn't hide his arrogance as he agreed, fine, let's do it that way. Than Thui looked up at the tower with a sinister smirk. So-called supreme genius, so-called top student of Ninjiang Academy. I'll make sure he understands clearly. In La-An City, it's our Song family that calls the shots. On the 7th floor of the Soul Tower, enveloped in darkness, Lin Ze faced a new opponent. A humanoid-type masked ghost warrior, 6 stages, 2nd tier. The masked ghost warrior stared straight ahead, its blood-red eyes exuding terrifying danger and majesty. Lin Ze carefully appraised the humanoid-type beast. He began to consider its capabilities from multiple angles. All its attributes were very average, with no standout features or elemental abilities. Lin Ze mused to himself, ignoring the fact that the masked ghost warrior before him was brimming with energy. When facing opponents of equal or greater strength, its mediocrity is definitely a weakness. But when facing weaker opponents, this weakness turns into a massive advantage. He thought for a moment and told himself, no weaknesses means no flaws. And having no flaws meant that a few seconds later, Lin Ze had reached his final conclusion, total suppression. His eyes remained fixed on it, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. No wonder no one has ever cleared the Soul Tower since it appeared. Lin Ze carefully pieced together every attribute: soul intensity, defensive power, combat endurance, and group attack capabilities. Various images constantly flickered in his mind. A human's spiritual power is limited, after all. Most beast tamers pour all their resources into their beasts and fundamentally fail to fully develop these 6 core aspects. Lin Ze paused for a few seconds, guessing. You have to reach a level where your soul techniques can counter 6-stage beasts before you turn 25. This basically isn't something someone with average talent could ever do. While Lin Ze was lost in thought, the masked ghost warrior used its skill to charge into battle. Flash step. Facing it, he reacted quickly. Soul arrow. Lin Ze hurriedly retreated, carefully observing the situation around him. They're very skillful. A 3-sided pincer attack requires me to force them to expose a weakness. Thinking this, he continued to use a new technique that left the masked ghost warrior in front of him rigid, Soul shock. Not stopping there, Lin Ze landed another blow. Soul arrow. Seeing the masked ghost warrior's face destroyed, he thought happily, great, one down. But at that exact moment, two more jumped out from behind him. They launched an attack in unison. The two strikes combined created a surge of immense power, cross-scythe slash. A few seconds later, drops of bright red blood splattered incessantly. In front of Lin Ze, a rock-solid barrier was fighting the masked ghost warrior in his place, protecting his soul. Realizing the movement behind him, Lin Ze nimbly turned around and immediately used a technique to eliminate another masked ghost warrior. Soul arrow. Seeing its comrades slowly fading away, the last masked ghost warrior couldn't help but grit its teeth. Lin Ze looked at it and said, "Come on, let's make this quick, shall we?" In this situation, the masked ghost warrior was briefly afraid, but it still swung its sword and charged, using its last shred of hope to try and take down Lin Ze. The masked ghost warrior kept dancing around him with its sword, but Lin Ze didn't seem fazed at all. This time it changed its attack position to come from behind, but these little tricks couldn't fool him. The masked ghost warrior was finally defeated. Its mask quickly dissipated into thin air. A moment later, the system notification appeared. "Congratulations, Challenger. You have successfully cleared all floors of the Soul Tower. Total time, 4 minutes and 28 seconds. You have earned the highest reward, 3,000 soul points." Not only that, the system also granted an additional reward for being the first person to clear all floors of the Soul Tower. You will receive an additional 2,000 soul points. Would you like to accept this reward? He immediately clicked accept. The system then displayed that there was one more surprise reward, 5,000 soul points. After reading that, Lin Ze secretly wondered, I wonder what kind of good stuff I can trade for. In another location, where spectators could see the progress of Lin Ze's challenge, everyone was discussing the topic animatedly. Do you guys think he can clear the 7th floor? That's tough. The Soul Tower has been around for so many years, and no one has ever been able to clear the 7th floor. Not far away, Ning clenched her hands, silently cheering for Lin Ze. He can definitely make it. He absolutely can. The light on the display suddenly went out, causing a stir among the crowd. The light on the 6th floor is out, but the 7th floor didn't light up. Could it be that he failed? Some people saw this and started cheering. I knew it. How could he possibly clear the 7th floor? Does a poor kid from the outside think he's worthy of competing with me? But just a second later, a shockwave made the whole place tremble. An earthquake. What's with this bell ringing? At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, Look, everyone, look at the Soul Tower. That person's words drew everyone's gaze, and the Soul Tower was indeed glowing all the way to the top floor. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Then Thuy also involuntarily widened his eyes, so happy he couldn't speak. A few seconds later, applause erupted continuously. Han Thu also clapped to celebrate Lin Ze's victory. Well done, kid, very well done. I never expected that while I'm still alive, I would actually witness the moment someone clears the Soul Tower. I must return quickly and report this to the superiors. At this, his eyes lit up, as if pinning new hope on him. With this kind of talent and strength, in the days to come on the spatial battlefield, you will surely become a pillar of the Federation. Yeah,